Ding! Detected that the host is breaking up with his gold-digging girlfriend. Option 1. Use all means to win her back. Reward. Titanium dog-licking medal. Option 2. Splash the soy milk in front of you on her face. Reward. A Pagani Zonda. Huh. I'm a dog licker? System, you've got the wrong person. I choose Pagani. Chapter 1. Starting with a Pagani Zonda. In Magic City, on a rainy day, outside the Magic City University of Finance, in a Soy Milk King Chinese fast food restaurant, a man in a black t-shirt is sitting on a plastic stool, lost in thought. Lin Qingshou is a junior student who came here because his girlfriend, he hasn't spoken to him for a month. She doesn't reply to texts and coldly says a few words when he calls. What's the matter? If nothing, hang up. Lin Qingshou has a childhood sweetheart named He. They met in middle school and became close in high school, finally confirming their relationship in college. He got into the Magic City University of Finance, while Lin Qingshou got into the Magic City University of Transportation. Why didn't they apply to the same school? That was He's decision. She told Lin Qingshou that distance creates beauty, and he believed her. Now, a heartbroken Lin Qingshou suddenly remembers a saying, when a woman's focus and attention are not on you, you can feel it. Lin Qingshou can relate to this saying now, but he is not someone who handles things coldly, so he took an hour-long bus ride to his girlfriend's school to confront her face. Chapter 2. The campus beauty Chen Shanshan, however, there is a more unexpected sight. A girl in a bright red pleated skirt and a white shirt, with slightly curled long hair, covering her face, but from her figure and attire, she should be a stunning beauty. Next to the Pagani Zonda, a shared bicycle is lying on the ground. It seems that this beauty had scraped Lin Qingshou's car while riding the shared bicycle. Lin Qingshou is speechless. He just saw his new car and it got scratched. He sighed and walked toward the car. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Chen Shanshan beauty score. 93 age, 20 height, 168 centimeters bust, 34C favorability. 0 ding. A favorability score of 90 will keep the host from being abandoned. Lin Qingshou's footsteps noticeably paused. He didn't expect her to be a 93 in beauty, although he didn't know how this score was determined. The system's prompt suggested she must be a top beauty, and that favorability score is basically a progress bar for picking up girls. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90 scraped the host's car. Option 1. Strongly demand compensation and use despicable means to make the beauty submit to you. Reward. A box of super potent Viagra. Chapter 3. Are you overestimating yourself? Pagani Zonda Lin Qingshou saw Chen Shanshan looking at him with a questioning gaze. This car seems to be called Pagani Zonda. Beep beep beep. The phone was directly hung up. Chen Shanshan instantly understood how terrifying this car was. Her uncle was afraid of implicating her and decisively hung up the phone. So how is it? Did you get the result? Lin Qingshou smiled at her. Chen Shanshan, with a pale face, said, I'm sorry. I will definitely pay you back, but I don't have money right now. Can you wait until I earn money to return it to you? Lin Qingshou shook his head, looking at her anxious appearance, as if he was going somewhere. Yes, I have an interview that I need to rush to. If I pass the interview, I can work and earn money to pay you back, Chen Shanshan said quickly, thinking that Lin Qingshou was unwilling since he shook his head. Lin Qingshou smiled. How about this? You promised me one thing, and you won't have to pay back this money. Chen Shanshan immediately looked at him with a vigilant expression. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is 10. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is 10. Chapter 4. The roommates of the premium dormitory now. If he drove a luxury car to school, it would definitely cause a stir. It's not that he didn't want that kind of attention. It's just that the fuel in the car was not enough for him to make it back to school. This system doesn't play by the rules. Other systems usually give money first, but this system just gave him a luxury car and a mansion. It would have been nice to have a few thousand to fill up the gas. Lin Qingshou took the bus back to Modu Transportation University, having spent all his savings on soy milk at the Soy Milk King. For the remaining days, he could only rely on the 50 yuan left in his campus card. There were only 3 yuan left in his bank account. What kind of big shot would be this poor? Lin Qingshou chose to take the bus, even though it took longer, but it didn't require transfers and went directly. Taking the subway would involve winding routes and cost more. After returning to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were deeply engrossed in playing King of Glory on their phones. His dormitory was known as the premium dormitory in the whole school because everyone's names were memorable. Fan Jinxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, Lin Qingzhu. Each name resonated differently. Oh, the beast is back. Hurry up and log in. It's a new season. We need to be fully prepared. Downstream is going out on a date. And later we'll trio together. Li Wuqi glanced at Lin Qinzhu as he walked in and quickly called out. Chapter 5, Yimengshi Ding. Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Yimengshi. Beauty score, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160 centimeters. Bust, 30-60. Favorability, 85. Meng Meng, have you eaten? Lin Qinzhu was surprised that Yimengshi had such a high favorability towards him, just 5 points away from reaching that unbreakable realm. Moreover, Yimengshi's beauty was rated above 90 by the system. However, when Lin Qinzhu asked this question, everyone present was speechless. It was almost late-night snack time, and he was still asking others if they had eaten. How little conversation could one have to ask such a question? I've eaten, senior. Where are you guys going? Yimengshi asked cheerfully. The school gates close at 10:30. If it's past that, you won't be able to get in? Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock and Lin Qinzhu and the others were excitedly heading out. It seemed they weren't planning to return to school for the night. Oh, Summer Senior is celebrating his girlfriend's birthday and invited us to join. Lin Qinzhu replied truthfully. Tonight, Xiaolu had already booked a room outside, and they planned to play until the early hours and then go to the hotel to sleep. They only had classes after the last 2 periods tomorrow morning, so as long as they returned by 10 o'clock, it was fine. Chapter 6 Snowfall Bar, just a few bitches. Why should I apologize to them? Burp. The blonde guy finished speaking and burped, a wave of alcohol breath wafting out. The girls around Xiaolu frowned and covered their noses. Old Xiao, what is going on? Lin Qinzhu and the others squeezed in with difficulty. In today's society, there's never shortage of onlookers, and they received many stares while squeezing in. When Xiaolu saw the 3 of them arrive, he felt more confident. Although the opponent only had 1 person, he also had a few girls around him, now that they had 4 guys on their side. Dealing with a drunk was a piece of cake. Xiaolu recounted how the conflict started. It turned out that this drunkard, after coming out of the bar, saw the 4 girls around Xiaolu and said, 10,000 each, accompany me tonight. Whoever performs well will get an extra 10,000. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu was about to rush up and beat the blonde guy, but his girlfriend Yin Yin stopped him. That's how the current scene unfolded, demanding an apology. Li Wuqi, hearing this, ran up to the blonde guy and slapped him on the back of his head. So you're the one acting like a pervert. Hurry up and apologize, or I'll let you see why the flowers are so red. Chapter 7 Why should I give you face? However, in recent years, the domestic crackdown on organized crime has made Jianlong real estate less high profile. Li Jianfu also has a playboy son named Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong's negative news is comparable to his father's. However, while his father was involved in murder and arson, his were more despicable news like forcibly taking women. A notorious gang in Modu. Now his son appeared in front of Lin Qinzhu, and the onlookers began to back away, even covering their faces, fearing being mistaken for one of Lin Qinzhu's people. Li Tianzong looked at Lin Qinzhu standing in front of him without any movement and thought he had intimidated him. He sneered, now that you know my identity, why don't you hurry up and let those 4 girls help me to the hotel? I've had a bit too much to drink and need them to carry me. Carry? Lin Qinzhu smirked, then slapped Li Tianzong across the face. Smack! The loud slap made the surrounding air freeze. Following that was Li Tianzong's shrill scream. Ah, you dare hit me. You're dead. No one can save you. Smack! Another slap landed on the other side of Li Tianzong's face. Chapter 8 Wen Ruxue, the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, since that's the case. Then I'll trouble the owner of Snowfall. Lin Qinzhu also wanted to understand the revenue of this Snowfall bar. After all, it was now his bar. He needed to learn about the cash flow, personnel configuration, and how to manage it in the future. There's no time like the present. When Ruxue had the bar staff take the others to the private room on the 2nd floor, while she led Lin Qinzhu to the office. Lin Qinzhu observed the bar and found it packed. Such a lively bar was actually run by a woman. Upon entering the office, when Ruxue went straight to the desk and took out a stack of documents. Mr. Lin, here are all the documents for the bar. Just sign here, and this bar will be yours from now on. When Ruxue's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. If it weren't for the urgent need for money, she wouldn't have sold this bar. Lin Qinzhu flipped through the accounts. There were still hundreds of thousands left in the bar's account, enough to keep it running, along with some staff information. He glanced at it briefly and tossed it aside. Miss Wen, do you have any plans for the future? Your reluctance towards the Snowfall bar is quite obvious. Why not stay on? Lin Qinshi knew nothing about operating bars. If the snowfall bar were in his hands, it would probably go bankrupt in no time. Chapter 9. The restroom is quite spacious. Hurry over to cut the cake. It's almost midnight. Summer Lu's girlfriend, Guan Yin, called out. After a night of tossing around, she hadn't introduced everyone yet. These two are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guo Ting. These three are Summer Lu's roommates, well known in school for being part of the elite dormitory. So I guess I don't need to introduce them much, Guan Yin said, covering her mouth and laughing. They were all used to this kind of scene. After all four of their names were so memorable, and they just happened to be in the same dormitory. If it weren't for some mysterious fate, it was probably intentional by the school. Li Jiao, we're from the same family. Maybe we have some relatives from hundreds of years ago. Can I call you Jiao Jiao? Li Wuqi, living up to his shameless reputation, cozied up to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was a rather aloof girl, since Lin Qinshi met her. He hadn't seen her say much. In contrast, Wang Xiaoqing was quite the chatterbox, constantly asking questions. Lin, did you start learning martial arts when you were little? What's it called? Is it too late for me to learn now? Can you teach me? Wang Xiaoqing bombarded him with questions, leaving him unsure of which to answer. Chapter 10. Scamming. It's me, Wen Ruxue. The slightly annoyed voice on the other end of the phone reminded Lin Qinshi of how he had intended to add her as a friend, but had rushed off without doing so. Ahem. I had to leave suddenly due to an urgent matter. Since you managed to call me, it means you have my number. My WeChat is the same number. Please add me. Lin Qinshi coughed awkwardly. I've already added you. You haven't accepted. Not wanting to dwell on that, she continued, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it? Lin Qinshi's expression turned to one of confusion. Why was she transferring money to him? Didn't she say that the funds in the bar's account were just enough? Last night, she told him that the working capital in the bar couldn't be moved, and he couldn't understand why when Ruxue inexplicably transferred money to him today. The funds for the snowfall bar are sufficient. This money is what I extracted before you bought the bar. It might not be very decent of me, but since I still have a stake in Snowfall and my difficulties have been temporarily resolved, let's consider this 100,000 yuan as the funds for purchasing that 30 stake in Snowfall. She hung up before Lin Qinshi could respond. In fact, this 100,000 yuan was Wen Ruxue's own money. After seeing Lin Qinshi's insufficient balance last night, she decided to give him the money in this way. Chapter 11. Be careful. When walking at night, Lin Qinshi turned his eyes slightly, stepped back, and found a corner to call the police. He then noticed a little boy sitting on the steps, looking gloomy, holding a drone. It seemed that the boy's mother was also crowded in front, watching the commotion. Hey, kid, would you sell me that drone? Lin Qinshi thought of a plan to buy the drone from a boy first. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I can lend it to you. The child generously handed over the drone and the remote control. Lin Qinshi couldn't help but marvel at how sensible the kid was, so different from those naughty children. Little buddy, I might break your toy later, so why not sell it to me? You could buy a new one later. After hesitating for a moment, the little boy opened the QR code on his smartwatch, and Lin Qinshi scanned 2,000 yuan over. He wasn't sure how much the drone cost, but 2,000 yuan should be enough to buy one. Kid, in 2 minutes, can you help me fly this drone over the crowd? Lin Qinshi suddenly remembered he didn't know how to operate it. If he had to wait to learn, it would be too late. Chapter 12. Jinmao Tower Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to save the beauty. Reward. Ownership of Jinmao Tower. As Lin Qinshi headed to Jinmao Tower, the system notification rang in his mind, making him ecstatic. He was about to live the life of a landlord, playing around here and there, collecting rent at the beginning of the month. This dream life was about to become a reality. Before he knew it, Lin Qinshi had arrived at the entrance of Jinmao Tower. Although it was an MCN company with many internet celebrities and luxury cars, they all paled in comparison to his Pagani Huayra. Who is that? Is she a newly signed internet celebrity? No way, she looks decent, but her cheap clothes don't seem to fit. Yeah, internet celebrities need to package themselves better, looking more eye-catching. Could she just be an assistant driving for some big celebrity? Impossible. No one in this live stream company can afford a car like that. It's a Pagani Huayra, a limited edition. You can't even buy it with money. People around were discussing Lin Qinshi as he got out of the car. Chapter 13. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Lin Qinshi walked directly towards the direction Yi Mengxi had just run out from. The receptionist had also heard the conversation between Yi Mengxi and Lin Qinshi and seemed unfazed, as if this was a common occurrence. She chose not to stop Lin Qinsher, but picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed. Senior, I didn't suffer any loss. Let's go. It's best not to deal with these people anymore. After all, this is their territory. Yi Mengshi was worried that impulsive Lin Qinsher might get hurt. Ming Ming, if I don't help you out in this situation, what's the point of me being here with you? With me around, no one can bully you. Lin Qinsher pushed open the door to the HR department. Inside, he saw Shang Xinyuan reaching into the collar of a female interviewee, whose face was flushed and dared not speak. Shang Xinyuan was startled by the sudden intruder. Damn, didn't I say that no one is allowed to come in during interviews? Which department are you from? Get the hell out of here. The force with which Lin Qinsher pushed the door startled him so much he immediately wilted. The interviewee, seeing someone come in, quickly covered her face with her resume and ran out. She was also shocked by Shang Xinyuan, but she didn't have the courage to resist. So she could only sit there blankly. Now that someone rushed in to help, she instantly felt relieved. Chapter 14. Yi Mengshi Falls. Sun Ji sneered coldly. Tomorrow marks the end of this quarter, and combined with the last quarter, you now owe us rent for 2 quarters. You have until tomorrow to pay the rent in full. Coincidentally, the contract is also expiring. You need to move out. Jimao Tower cannot accommodate your Buddha statue. Shang Yuan was bewildered. What was going on? Why were they suddenly kicking him out? However, Shang Yuan was also a cunning old fox, and quickly guessed that it was definitely related to this incident. Mr. Sun, is there some misunderstanding here? Shang Yuan asked cautiously. Misunderstanding? Sun Ji walked to Lin Qinsher's side and raised his hand to introduce. This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of the Jinmao building. Offending Mr. Lin means making an enemy of me. Sunday. The Jinmao building will no longer welcome you. So hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Oh, remember to settle the rent before you leave. And you 4, go to finance to settle your wages. You 1T need to come in tomorrow. Mr. Lin, this way please. Let us go to the office and chat. Shock. The whole place was stunned. The 4 security guards didn't expect that they would be fired just for answering a phone call and running up without doing anything. Shang Xinyuan looked at the person who suddenly rushed in to beat him up in shock, realizing that he was actually the new owner of the Jinmao building. Chapter 15. Are you working here too? Yi Mengshi was very curious about everything inside and chose not to sit down, and Lin Qinsher allowed her to move around freely. After all, she was the first person whose favorability rating towards him had surpassed 90. He didn't know whether the system meant the first person with a score of 90 or above in appearance or the first among all girls. If it was the latter, then Lin Qinsher would be in tears. After being with He for so many years, her favorability rating towards him had never surpassed 90. Ding! The system scan shows that Yi Mengshi is the first woman whose favorability rating towards the host exceeds 90, regardless of appearance score. Damn, the dog system. What a blow. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qinsher said to Sun Ji, Mr. Sun, what I said earlier was just in a moment of anger. I hope you don't take it to heart. However, we really should take a good look at the cultural image of the companies residing in the Jinmao building. As a landmark in the Magic City, the Jinmao building is not just an office building for a financial center. It also represents the image of the Magic City. Lin Qinsher first retracted his earlier words about replacing the property management and then pressured Sun Ji again, warning him not to think that being young means he knows nothing and can act recklessly. Chapter 16. Many people will like it, including me. Yi Mengshi snapped back to reality and smiled at Lin Qinsher. Senior, that sister just now was so beautiful. Is she your friend? Oh, I met her on the road this morning. She was being targeted by a scammer, and I happened to pass by and helped her out. I only know her name is Chun Jia, nothing else about her. Lin Qinsher had guessed the reason for Yi Mengshi's days. It turned out she was jealous. It was his first time feeling that a woman was jealous for him, and he felt quite pleased. Reflecting on the past, even when he was close to any girl, he wouldn't even ask about it. Ming Ming, I called you Ming Ming for years. Why are you still calling me senior? That feels so distant. Yi Mengshi's face turned slightly red. Although the name senior didn't sound very intimate, she only called Lin Qinsher senior. She referred to other seniors as Shi Xiao, which was her little secret. However, she didn't intend to let Lin Qinsher know about this. Then I'll call you Qinsher Gid from now on. Lin Qinsher was speechless. Calling him that made him sound like a beastly brother. No, just call me Qinxia or Shogo instead. That way we can be closer. Chapter 17. Rapidly increasing basic attributes after parking in the dormitory parking area. Lin Qinsher walked back to the dorm. At Jiaodong University, countless students drove cars, so the school had designated parking areas for students. After all, this was the Magic City, where rich second-generation kids were abundant. When Lin Qinshu returned to the dorm, he found no one there. Suddenly realizing it was Friday, he remembered that Xia Lu had taken his girlfriend Guan Yin out to play, Fan Jinxiang had gone out to meet friends, and Li Wuqi was out working. Among the roommates, only Li Wuqi's family situation was slightly worse. Xia Lu was a rich second generation, and Lin Qinshu and Fan Jinxiang were relatively better off, not poor, but not from wealthy families either. He had originally planned to treat his buddies to a good time after making a bit of money, but they were all gone. Lying on the bed, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered he still had attribute points to use. He quickly opened the system character panel. Host: Lin Qinshu. Strength: 7, Constitution: 6, Spirit: 6, Charm: 6. The maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle: Pagani Zonda. Mansion: Yinlu Mountain Villa, not claimed. Balance: 599, 053. Chapter 18. Encountering Chun Shanshan again, I need to buy a few new outfits to wear. Holding the car keys, he went to the parking lot and found many students surrounding his car, taking pictures. Wow, it's actually a Pagani Zonda. This is a legendary car. Only 100 were made. Each one costs 25 million. Although our school has no shortage of rich kids, there shouldn't be many who can afford to drive a car worth over 20 million. That's just because you don't know. The Magic City is full of rich people. There are very few Pagani Zondas in the country. If I could take a couple of laps in it, I'd gladly call the owner father. Dream on. You think you can call someone dad? They wouldn't even look at you, you creepy son. Excuse me. This group of students surrounded Lin Qinshu's car, making it difficult for him to squeeze in. Are you here to admire the legendary car too? Didn't you see their essay line? I was here first. Why should I give way to you? A bystander stood up and blocked him from entering. Lin Qinshu helplessly took out his car key and pressed it. You're blocking my car. Shock. Petrified. Everyone initially thought the car owner would be a handsome, charming rich kid. Chapter 19. Low-end customers ahem. Can there be no limit? Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and thought about it. Having a limit is always troublesome. Although there's only over 500,000 in there now, it can grow more and more. And if you remember correctly, today should be the rent collection day for the Jinmao building, and soon he would have a large sum of rent coming in. Setting a limit would be too uncomfortable. My authority can only help you raise it to 100,000 a day. If there's no limit, you need to have a private bank with a dedicated financial officer. Chun Shanshan had participated in training for working in a bank before coming to work, so she knew a bit about these matters. Private bank? Lin Qinshu didn't understand this and didn't know what it meant. Chun Shanshan patiently explained. A private bank means that in this bank, there's a financial director specifically responsible for your account balance. You need to have a high enough deposit to apply for a private bank. Lin Qinshu suddenly understood. With his current deposit, he couldn't qualify for a private bank. So he would have to wait for that limit. To qualify for a private bank, the deposit must exceed 50 million. Or you need to apply for a good position to convince a client to deposit 50 million. Lin Qinshu's eyes brightened when he heard this. Chapter 20. Mr. Lin. Please hold on. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and answered the phone. Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yin from the Magic City Bank. We noticed you have a deposit of 300 million in our bank, which has reached our private bank standards. From today onwards, I will provide you with 24-hour service. As soon as the call connected, the flattering expression on Yang Yan's face became apparent, especially emphasizing 24-hour. Oh really? But someone just said I was a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu looked mockingly at Yang Yan, who had her back to him. How could this be? You are so capable. Yang Yan suddenly realized, turned around sharply, and saw Lin Qinshu, who was coldly looking at her while holding the phone. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you earlier, so I said some unpleasant things. Yang Yan, being the green tea that Lin Qinshu recognized, quickly replaced her shocked expression with a smile and bowed to apologize in front of Lin Qinshu, revealing her deep cleavage. At this moment, Chun Shanshan was already stunned. Originally, when Lin Qinshu said he would help her, she thought it was just a casual remark. She didn't expect that 300 million would easily be transferred into her account. 300 million. Even if she worked for 2 more lifetimes, she would earn that much money. Chapter 21. Yinlu Mountain Villa Number 1. Lin Qinshu's lips curled up slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. His goal was basically achieved. Since that's the case, I'm not a hard person to talk to. It would be excessive to be dissatisfied any further. Let us do it, as President Wu said. With Shan Shan as my private banking manager, I feel very assured. Shan Shan was also a bit dazed by this news and didn't know how to react for a moment. After realizing it, she quickly refused. No, President. I'm just a newcomer. How can I take on the role of financial director? Please retract your order. This pig teammate, Lin Qingzhu, secretly cursed in his heart. However, Wu Xiaogong was also a perceptive person and naturally wouldn't let Chen Shanshan refuse. No problem. I'll have Wu Qian be your assistant to help you get familiar with the job. This matter is settled. I've already submitted the personnel appointment letter to the higher-ups. With my position as branch president, it can be settled in a day at most. Wu Xiaogong was afraid Lin Qingzhu would change his mind, so while speaking, he was tapping on the keyboard. As soon as he finished speaking, the appointment application was already approved and entered the review process, with an announcement published on the official website of Magic City Bank. Chen Shanshan didn't even have the chance to refuse and was promoted just like that. Chapter 22. I've lost my worries. I need it. I really need it. Lin Qingzhu shouted in his heart. Seeing 6 pairs of beautiful black silk legs swaying in front of him every day was such a wonderful thing. Lin Qingzhu maintained his calm demeanor on the surface and didn't express the desire in his heart. Let's talk about it later. Let us first look at the house and introduce me to the layout, Lin Qingzhu said lightly as he walked past the 6 maids. This scene surprised Li Qing a bit. Originally, when she saw Lin Qingzhu staring at her legs, she thought he was a lecher, and such people were very easy to manipulate. However, now with more beauties appearing, he seemed more composed. Was he pretending, or was her previous impression just an illusion? Li Qing quickly stepped forward to introduce Yunlu Mountain Villa to Lin Qingzhu. She moved close to him intentionally or unintentionally, and Lin Qingzhu knew her intentions. Glancing at her without making a sound, Yunlu Mountain Villa could be called a villa mainly because the place was large enough. Behind the house, there was a golf course, a huge garden, a basketball court, an upstairs temperature-controlled swimming pool, and a wine cellar in the basement stocked with a large amount of fine wine, all left by the previous owner. Chapter 23. Manipulating Li Qing, the 6 women showed a hint of hesitation, which puzzled Lin Qingzhu. He was about to pay their salaries, yet they hesitated instead. Master, are you going to pay us now? Aren't you afraid we'll run away? Li Shui asked the question they all wanted to know, worried that Lin Qingzhu was testing whether they truly dared to take out their cards. Lin Qingzhu realized and smiled. So that's why you are indifferent. Don't worry. This is genuinely your salary. As for whether you'll run away after receiving it, I can only say it's up to you. If you run off with $1 million, we want to know whose loss will be greater. Hearing this, the 6 women's eyes filled with determination, and they quickly returned to their rooms to get their cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Qingzhu, they would definitely pass it to stay. Lin Qingzhu leaned back on the sofa, savoring the expensive Romanicani, when he suddenly saw Li Qing beside him. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I'm already familiar with this house. Besides, I have these maids to help me get accustomed. You could go back to your work. Li Qing's face turned a bit awkward. She thought Lin Qingzhu was just joking earlier, but now that he was clearly dismissing her, it was no longer a joke. Chapter 24. Bathing and massaging. Lin Qingzhu went to the master bedroom and found a bathtub for bathing, immediately instructing the maid to fill it with water. He had never bathed in a bathtub before. Previously, he didn't have the conditions, and he found hotel bathtubs dirty. Now that it was his own home, it was different. Li Shui went to prepare lunch. She was a culinary major and could make dozens of dishes as long as Lin Qingzhu specified a cuisine. Just as Lin Qingzhu lay back in the bathtub with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt someone come in. Young man walked to Lin Qingzhu's back and began to massage his shoulders. Master, we're all trained. We know how to massage and do foot baths. Let man help you a bit. Lin Qingzhu responded with an and continued to keep his eyes closed. However, inside, he was already a tumult of emotions. A woman had entered the bathroom, and he was a young, vigorous man. Have you all not met the previous owner since you came here? Lin Qingzhu suddenly remembered something and asked. Young man shook her head, saying she hadn't seen him. But they heard from Sister Li Qing that he was a big boss, and this place seemed to be used for receiving distinguished guests. However, it seemed that the boss had run into some trouble, which affected his guests, so he sold this house. Chapter 25. I'm allergic to roses. Lin Qingzhu smiled wryly and answered the phone. Xiao Qin, why did you transfer me 100,000 yuan? Where did you get the money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Please don't think of doing anything foolish. Chen Xiaoxiang bombarded Lin Qingzhu with questions. leaving him unsure how to respond. Mom, don't worry. I developed a software with my classmates at school and sold it to a big company, making some money. You can spend it well. This software can earn me a lot of money. Lin Qingzhu, as parents, didn't he understand these new age things very well. So whatever he said was accepted as truth. Mom, you can use this money first. Didn't he want to replace the fridge and air conditioner? Now you can do it freely. I've saved some money for myself, so you don't need to worry about me. And you don't have to send me money for meals anymore. Lin Qingzhu continued to persuade her, fearing his mother would transfer the money back to him. All right, I'll save this money for you to use when you get married. Your dad is growing tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell well. Our money is enough, and our household expenses aren't much. You can use the money you earn for yourself in the future. Don't worry about sending money home. Chun Xiaoxiang was very reassured about her son, and they never thought that just because the child earned money, he had to hand it over every month, claiming it was to save for him, when in fact it had long been spent elsewhere. Chapter 26. Is this the National Gold Center you opened? When Lu Jimin saw Yi Mengshi holding the other party's hand, he couldn't help but think, Mengshi, even if you want to anger me or reject me, please don't demean yourself. Lu Jimin thought this person must have been invited by Yi Mengshi to act, deliberately finding someone who drove a sports car to make some losers not dare to have delusions about her. Yi Mengshi looked at her senior Lu Jimin with a foolish gaze. I've already said that I have a boyfriend. The senior is my boyfriend. Thank you for your affection, but I will not accept yours. Think what you want. After saying this, Yi Mengshi wrapped her arms around Lin Qingzhu's neck and kissed his lips. Yi Mengshi decided to give him a strong dose. Otherwise, Lu Jimin would always mistakenly think that the senior was an actor he had found. Of course, this also included a bit of her own selfishness. It was only at this moment that she had the courage to kiss the senior. Lin Qingzhu was stunned by Yi Mengshi's sudden kiss, but he quickly reacted and even reached out his tongue. No. Lu Jimin watched the scene in front of him, feeling like he was going to shatter, and the 99 roses he was holding fell to the ground. The two slowly separated after kissing, their lips still connected by a thread. Yi Mengshi's face was slightly flushed as she looked affectionately at Lin Qingzhu. Chapter 27. That broken car doesn't even have door handles. He said disdainfully that he couldn't compare with the senior's car. If he rented one, it would definitely be a cheap one. I saw it just now. That broken car doesn't even have door handles and needs to be pulled with a rope. After finishing, he even patted the roof of the car. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Junfeng behind him had already changed his expression drastically. Rope-pulled door handles, the sixth element. Only the top Lamborghini Veneno has this feature. Zhou Junfeng walked to the back of Lin Qingzhu's car and saw the English words Veneno. Damn, it really is the Veneno. Zhou Junfeng's heart shouted. The price of this Veneno is enough to buy a dozen of his small bulls. Who exactly is he, Yi's ex-boyfriend? Able to afford a Veneno? He definitely isn't renting it. There are only a few of these cars in the world. Who would rent out a car worth over 100 million? The person who collects this car wouldn't even dare to drive it. Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled Yi, who was about to pat the roof again, away from the car. This is a Veneno. Just taking a spin would cost tens of thousands in depreciation. If he kept patting it, he wouldn't even have enough to compensate for his own car. However, Zhou Junfeng didn't tell Yi what kind of car it was. He had his own selfish reasons. He had pursued this woman for a long time, and if she found out her ex-boyfriend was a rich man, she would definitely dump him. It was better to keep it a secret for now and win her over first. Chapter 28. I want everything in this store. Zhou Chunyin felt a bit conflicted. Although she didn't really believe that the other party could bring her any significant achievements, she secretly hoped that what the other party said was true. This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, one always thinks they might win by chance, and that winner could be her, which is why the lottery industry can thrive. Zhou Chunyin gritted her teeth and ultimately dialed the store manager's phone number. It was just a phone call. She wouldn't lose her job over it, and if they held a grudge, so be it. Coincidentally, the store manager had just parked and was walking toward the store. The salesperson who had driven Lin Qingzhu and the others away had a cold smile on her face, arms crossed as she looked at them. Even if the store manager came, it wouldn't matter. She was an old hand in the store, and most of the store's performance was due to her efforts. Even a manager wouldn't dare to easily fire her. A woman in her 40s quickly walked into the store. What happened? Zhou Chunyin quickly approached the manager to explain the situation. After hearing the story, the manager Lin Xiaomei frowned slightly and glanced disapprovingly at another salesperson. Such matters could obviously be resolved with reassurance. Why create a scenario where customers have to choose one or the other? Chapter 29. Happiness index. Lin Qingshou coldly laughed. Brother? Who's your brother? Manager Lin. The clothes she's wearing are not for sale. Take them off and use them to clean the floor in the restroom. You. Zhou Junfeng pointed angrily at Lin Qingshou. Leave a bit of leeway today. We may meet again in the future, and you might need to ask me for help. Lin Qingshou laughed heartily. Ask you? You think you're worthy? He's face turned pale. She knew Zhou Junfeng couldn't help her anymore. She shook off Zhou Junfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her clothes, and rushed out of the store, even ignoring Zhou Junfeng, leaving on her own. Xiao Yi. Zhou Junfeng quickly chased after her. Lin Qingshou couldn't help but smile slightly. This outcome made him feel very comfortable, as if the anger in his chest had finally been released. Zhou Chunyan brought 2 cups of coffee to the break area. Sir, those 2 have left. You and the young lady can go pick out what you need. Lin Xiaomei asked her to come over to confirm whether they wanted to buy everything in the store, as it was the employee's fault. Even if Lin Qingshou changed his mind now, they wouldn't complain. Lin Qingshou frowned. Didn't I say I want everything in the store? How many more times do I have to say it? Go tally up the prices. Chapter 30. I still like the rebellious look you had just now. Lin Qingshou took out a card and handed it over. Swipe the card. If you're a member, sign up for Meng Meng. I don't need this membership. Pack everything up. Meng Meng will send you an address in a couple of days, and you just need to deliver everything there. There was no place to put these things yet, and it was getting late, so it wasn't practical to buy a house now. Better to go tomorrow on Sunday. After swiping the card, Yu Mingxi picked out a few sets of clothes to take with her, and went with Lin Qingshou to a store selling domestically made smartphones. Lin Qingshou's fruit phone was already a product from 6 or 7 years ago. Although it still worked, it was quite outdated and didn't match his rich persona. Lin Qingshou chose 2 of the most expensive foldable phones. Although they were a bit heavy, he liked these novel, flashy phones. After shopping, they went to watch a romance movie, the kind where the main couple didn't end up together. Yi Mengxi cried uncontrollably, while Lin Qingshou fell asleep directly. When they walked out of the cinema, it was already dinner time. Meng Meng, what do you want to eat? Yi Mingxi shook her head. She didn't have much of a preference for food. Senior, you decide. Lin Qingshou noticed she hadn't yet recovered from the movie's plot and silently vowed never to take a girl to see such melodramatic romance films again, as they could affect the mood and the subsequent plans. Chapter 31. Manchu Han Imperial Feast. As long as he told Yu Mengxi that this was just his investment idea, and of course it was also to treat her to a meal, she would probably not insist on leaving. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yu Mengxi obediently sat back in her seat, feeling very touched. At this moment, Sheng Ping also walked in wearing chef's uniform. So Boss Sheng is actually a chef. The upcoming meal won't be prepared by Boss Sheng himself, will it? Lin Qingshou was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Sheng Ping to be the chef of this Shuiyun Pavilion. Sheng Ping smiled proudly. I am the head chef of Shuiyun Pavilion, honored with the title of Michelin 3-star chef, and I am the only chef in all of China capable of independently preparing a complete Manchu Han Imperial feast. This statement shocked Lin Qingshou. It turned out Sheng Ping was that impressive. No wonder he was so full of himself. Mr. Lin, let's put the contract aside for now. Sheng Ping will prepare dinner for you tonight. Sheng Ping clapped his hands, and a waiter outside brought in an ice bucket containing 2 bottles of red wine. This is the 1982 Lafite, specially prepared for you with 2 bottles for your enjoyment. Originally priced at 300,000 in the store, it is a gift from a new owner today. Lin Qingshou felt speechless. He had spent 200 million to buy this Shuiyun Pavilion, and everything inside should belong to him. Chapter 32. Taking down Yu Mengxi. Not at all. Lin, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten. I'd like to treat you to dinner as a thank you. Nothing else, Chen Shanshan quickly explained. Lin Qingshou didn't expose her and chatted a bit before hanging up. After the call, Chen Shanshan felt much calmer. Somehow, Lin Qingshou's casual remarks gave her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the dining task at Shuiyun Pavilion. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Dear customer, your Magic City bank account, ending in 9527, has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,082,369,053 yuan. Just after Lin Qingshou hung up the phone, the system's delightful notification sound rang out. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaogong from Magic City Bank was staring blankly at his computer when he suddenly saw an account receive 10 billion in funds. Wu Xiaogong quickly sat up, rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, and hurriedly printed out the employment letter, rushing to Chun Shanshan's new office. In fact, the employment letter had already been approved. Otherwise, Lin Qinsher wouldn't have received the task reward. He was just trying to use Chun Shanshan to pull in a bit more funds. Chapter 33. The campus forum is boiling. Yi Mengshi had difficulty moving, and Lin Qinsher carried her around the entire time. He and T looked closely at the presidential suite last night, but now he saw that there was quite a distance from the room to the door. No wonder it was a presidential suite costing 188,000 a night. It had everything, including an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needed a room and a bed. After a hearty meal, the waiter returned his car keys. Lin Qinsher helped the somewhat unsteady Yi Mengshi into the car. They were supposed to go house hunting today, but Yi Mengshi's condition wasn't suitable for running around. Also, after last night's exertion, Yi Mengshi had been yawning continuously, so Lin Qinsher could only take her back to school. "Senior, I'm sorry. I'm so useless, ruining your plans," Yi Mengshi said, feeling guilty. Lin Qinsher had originally planned to take her house hunting today, but now, due to her health issues, they had to cancel the trip. "Stop saying silly things. It's my fault you ended up like this. Just rest well. We can go when you feel better," Lin Qinsher said, gently rubbing her drooping head. The two of them chatted in the car for a while, and only reluctantly did Yi Mengshi get out of the car. Chapter 34. A strong rival. "Send me the address. I'm going over now." Lin Qinsher quickly changed clothes, grabbed the car keys, and ran out. Li Wuqi worked every weekend because his family was poor. Both his parents were farmers, and he had come to university thanks to contributions from the village. Although his name was quite shameful, he was a sensible and filial person. He would never ask his family for money if he could earn it himself. Today, Li Wuqi was working in a milk tea shop when a person named Li Tianzong showed up and recognized him. He immediately called Li Tianzong. Due to Wen Ruxiue from the Snowfall Bar, Li Tianzong had been unable to investigate these people, but now that he had found someone, he was determined to vent his anger. Li Tianzong brought his father's bodyguard and a dozen people from that night to the milk tea shop and immediately started beating Li Wuqi. They demanded he call Lin Qinsher and the others over, but Li Wuqi refused, unwilling to betray his friends. Just then, a call from Fan Jinxiang came in, informing him of Li Wuqi's situation. Lin Qinsher, being nearby, quickly reached the pedestrian street. Chapter 35. Is it true? Adoptive father. Moreover, there was an additional skill panel, and future skills acquired would also be displayed on this panel. Li Wuqi was beaten quite badly, and Xia Lu called a car to take him to the hospital. After examination, he found that he had broken ribs and a fractured hand, requiring a cast and a chest bandage. He couldn't work anymore and had to give up his job for now. In a male dormitory at Jiaodong University. Damn it, these beasts. Thankfully, the animal is a fighter. Otherwise, we would all be ruined. Fan Jinxiang cursed. Xia Lu looked serious. This matter wouldn't end here. Now that Li Tianzong was injured, it wouldn't be long before he came back for revenge, so they had to be careful in the future. Shameless, you shouldn't go out to work for now. Li Wuqi sighed. In this condition, I can't work anyway. It seems I'll have to live frugally for a while. After Lin Qinsher parked the car and returned to the dormitory, he saw the three of them looking worried and guessed the reason for their concern. "Don't worry. I will handle this. Shameless, I've already added money to your meal card, and you can't work for a while anyway, so you need to eat. If you feel uncomfortable about it, you can pay me back later when you make money, with a little interest," Lin Qinsher joked. Chapter 36. Is it possible that the door handle is originally for pulling? Let's go to the old town. There's a noodle shop there that's pretty good. The environment isn't great, but the taste is still okay. After all, I just started working and haven't been paid yet, so funds are limited, Chun Shanshan said, sticking out her tongue. Lin Qinsher felt that Chun Shanshan had become much more natural in front of him. It seemed that using his cash ability a few times had increased her favorability. He just didn't know how much it had increased. Ding! Chun Shanshan's current favorability towards the host is 80. The system heard Lin Qinsher's question and immediately replied in his mind about Chun Shanshan's favorability. 80 points? It used to be negative, right? TSK. It seems if I keep working hard, I could win over this campus beauty from the School of Finance. All right, you treat. You call the shots. Lin Qinsher stepped on the gas, and the roar echoed through the entire school gate. The Lamborghini roared away, causing a huge stir at the entrance of the School of Finance. Whoa, did I just see that right? Our campus beauty Chun Shanshan actually got into a Lamborghini. Didn't they say that campus beauty dislikes rich second-generation kids the most? Why is she getting into a rich person's car now? Is it possible that the campus beauty just dislikes ordinary rich second-generation kids? Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini Poison can't possibly be an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Chapter 37. Evidence of black material from Jianlong Real Estate. Chen Shanshan took out a silver gray bag from her purse and pulled out its contents. This is a gift from our bank for private banking clients. There are a total of 10 gold bars. You get one for a deposit of 100 million. And this is the card you will use. Your regular card can be discarded. Use this black gold Supreme card. Lin Qinshu took the heavy gold bar. No wonder she looked so burdened carrying her bag earlier. The gold bar was engraved with the character for 100 million, indicating that anyone who deposits over 100 million in Magic City Bank would receive this gift. Although the value of this gold bar wasn't too much to Lin Qinshu at the moment, who wouldn't like such a shiny gift? Another black gold card is printed with the original bank card's last few digits. The card with black and gold edges looks very high-end. Originally, your gift was supposed to be issued after signing the deposit date agreement, but the bank president arranged it for you in advance. Give me that old card, and I'll take it back to destroy it. Chen Shanshan is also a bit silly. If it were another financial officer, they would definitely exaggerate how much effort they put in to secure this gift for him. Instead, Chen Shanshan downplayed the matter. Chapter 38. Buying a building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Qinshu turned and walked toward the noodle shop. At this time, the landlord was still talking to Wang Ding and his wife about his difficulties. When he saw Lin Qinshu enter, Wang Ding asked in surprise, "Did the young brother forget something?" Lin Qinshu smiled and said, "Any landlord, I've bought this building. Please prepare the contract. I'll pay you in one lump sum." "Uncle Wang, Shanshan used to work for you, so you should have her ID on file. Please give the documents to the landlord. This building will be transferred to Shanshan's name." Stunned. Silence. "Young brother, is this Shanshan's intention? We can't let her bear such heavy debts alone in the Magic City." Chen Wanqing quickly rejected. "Young man, don't joke around. Don't let the old lady run around. What if you don't have money later?" The landlord also didn't really believe Lin Qinshu could come up with 6 million. "Open your payment code." Lin Qinshu sent a 1 million deposit to the landlord. "This is your deposit. If I can't afford it, you can keep the deposit. No need to return it." The landlord was overjoyed upon receiving the 1 million and quickly ran out. Chapter 39. "I want you to support me." Lin Qinshu closed his eyes, thinking about what to do when suddenly a pair of delicate hands reached from behind, gently pressing on his head. Lin Qinshu had sensed the person approaching, but didn't know who it was, so he didn't look. He just kept his eyes closed and let her press. The master's study cannot be entered noiselessly. Don't you know this rule? Lin Qinshu thought to scare the maid behind him. Those hands trembled slightly, then continued, "I'm sorry, Master. Li Qing is willing to accept punishment." So was Li Qing. No wonder she dared to enter his study. Other maids were not that bold. Lin Qinshu turned and pulled, causing Li Qing to exclaim as she fell into his arms. Li Qing was in a black professional outfit, wearing black stockings but no shoes, which explained why he only noticed her when she was behind him. Looking at her face so close, Lin Qinshu suddenly kissed her. Li Qing's body instantly stiffened, then slowly relaxed, responding awkwardly. Lin Qinshu's hands also started to misbehave, and Li Qing couldn't help but emit soft sounds. "I miss the times when we could talk about anything. I miss dreaming together." A phone rang, startling both of them awake. Li Qing hurriedly escaped from Lin Qinshu's embrace, flustered as she ran out, tugging at her skirt. Chapter 40. When Rushue under the coat, when Rushue looked at him in surprise, "You don't know the Wen family in the Magic City?" Lin Qinshu shook his head. He wasn't from the Magic City, and his ordinary student status in the past wouldn't allow him to know about those high-end families. Seeing that he truly seemed unaware of the Wen family, when Rushue explained, the 4 major families in the Magic City are Wen, Shun, Zhao, and Wang. These 4 families contribute 80% of the annual GDP of the entire Magic City. The old Wang from the Yida Plaza you mentioned is just a surface member of the Wang family. You actually don't know about the 4 major families. Lin Qinshu shrugged. "Isn't it normal not to know? I'm not from the Magic City, and their GDP contribution doesn't benefit me. So why should I know about those so-called 4 major families?" When Rushue was a bit speechless. The 4 major families were well known in the Magic City, and someone with his status shouldn't be unaware. When Rushue continued, "Currently, the Wen family is under my grandfather's control, but he has been seriously ill recently. My father is the eldest brother of the Wen family, while my second uncle Wen Jiaxu and third uncle Wen Jiaming are currently tallying performance to compete for the position of the family head. Chapter 41. Red Packet Game. The number taken at Manhunt Pavilion today would require a month to dine in, and this level of popularity was enough for their staff to proudly reject any rude requests. Oh, I was planning to spend $3 million to have a meal at Manhunt Pavilion at home. Since he looked down on my money, I guess I'll find another place that can deliver. Lin Qinzhu said regretfully. Wait. Sir, please give me an address immediately. I happen to have a team of chefs available. I'll send them over with the ingredients. The duty manager was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. $3 million? A meal can generate $3 million in revenue. I can instantly drop the duty from my title. Although he didn't know if the other party was serious. He thought he could collect a deposit from the chefs when they arrived. The Magic City had no shortage of wealthy people, so it was likely true. Oh, that's fine. Yinsong Mountain Villa number 1. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Bring all the top ingredients from your Manhunt Pavilion. $3 million should be enough for your dishes, right? Lin Qinzhu's request for takeout from Manhunt Pavilion was purely a reflection of his newfound wealth. Chapter 42. I hope you saw you had been punished once for a passionate kiss. At other times, it was either the best or mediocre. You won't have to stay at home every day. If you want to go out to play, just go. Although this job is relatively easy, you can't be locked up every day. After Lin Qinzhu finished speaking, he let everyone go back to shower and rest while he returned to his room. If he continued playing, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. So he hurried back to take a cold shower to cool down and planned to call Young Man over later to play some adult games. After taking a shower, Lin Qinzhu lay on his bed. He had drunk quite a bit tonight and wasn't sure if the maids had finished their showers. At that moment, he was just right in a sober state with no drowsiness at all. He took out his phone, planning to call Young Man over, but suddenly remembered he had received some Dough coins earlier. He had been so busy these days that he hadn't even had time to open Douyin. Now, he could finally quietly watch some live streams. With so many Dough coins, he should spend them. So he started watching live streams for a while before calling Young Man over. After opening Douyin, he scrolled for a long time, but didn't find anything interesting. Probably because he didn't often watch live streams, so the algorithm recommended him a mix of everything, making him dizzy. Chapter 43. Is the palace being demolished? Little Yu looked at the screen, filled with carnivals, and gave up struggling. After sending a thank you in the private chat window, she returned to the live stream interface. After Double Wood's enthusiastic gifting, Little Yu's live room instantly surged to first place on the Douyin gift leaderboard. After sending 666 carnivals, Double Wood's level also broke through to level 60. The number of viewers in the live room reached 100,000, instantly making this previously unnoticed live room explode in popularity. Just as the live room was fervently discussing whether a wealthy patron had arrived or if a guild was providing support, Double Wood stopped sending gifts and exited the live room. This action left Xiaoyu stunned for a moment. The Shuangmu Imperial Envoy who came in said a total of 3 sentences and then started showering her with gifts. In one night, he gifted her 200 million Dough coins. Even with the platform's harshest algorithms, Xiaoyu could still receive at least 10 million from those gifts. However, the other party said nothing and left the live broadcast room without doing anything. The help that the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy offered was indeed helpful, as Xiaoyu's fan base skyrocketed by nearly 1 million overnight. With this fan base, as long as she went live, a large number of people would come to watch, and she could even start live streaming to sell products. Chapter 44. The sickly campus belle, Su Weiwei, what's going on? Why are there so many people in today's law class? Lin Qinzhu sat down next to the dorm trio. Today's class was shared with the medical class. Li Wuqi said excitedly. Lin Qinzhu looked at his bruised face and couldn't help but tease. Do you need the medical class to help treat that bruise on your face? What's so exciting about that? And why does the medical class also have to take law classes? Are they afraid of medical disputes? Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed his bruise. What do you know? Don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? We're in the same class as the campus belle, Su Weiwei, today. Do you know how many people outside envy us? Lin Qinzhu curled his lips and disdainfully said, Look at you, so worthless. She's just a campus belle. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be prettier than Mingming? Fan Jinxiang also spoke up. Su Weiwei is different from the campus belle Yi. Yi is lively and playful, while Su Weiwei has an elegant and pure image. Li Wuqi gave Fan Jinxiang a knowing look. I already have Yin Yin. The so-called campus belle is just another woman in my eyes. Xiao Lu flipped through his book without raising his eyes and said, Chapter 45. The terrifying background of Su Xia. Whatever, the classroom isn't mine. If it were mine, I wouldn't let you sit down. Lin Qinshu said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the entire classroom fell silent. The campus belle, Su was rejected and scolded. Don't wealthy people know how to cherish women? Su Weiwei was momentarily stunned, smiled slightly, as if she didn't care about what was just said, and chose to sit next to Lin Qinshu. Bang! Shunli slammed the table. You're ungrateful. It's your honor that Weiwei is willing to sit next to you. Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or I'll let you see why the flowers are so red. Lin Qinshu sneered, looking at him disdainfully, another dead sycophant. Everyone in the classroom felt that a good show was about to unfold. They loved watching such excitement. Shunli, furious, immediately stood up and was about to charge over. He hated it the most when others called him a sycophant. What do you want to do? A female teacher dressed in a white professional skirt and with a high ponytail walked into the classroom, shouting loudly. She had heard the noise before entering the classroom and saw Shunli getting up from the table, looking ready to fight. Chapter 46. You are now harassing me. The student in the third-to-last row wearing white, stand up. Su Xia said sternly. Coincidentally, only Lin Qinshu and Su Weiwei were wearing white in the entire back row. Most others were in black or royal blue. Since they were all four together and Su Xia couldn't call them by name due to their similar clothing, she could only call based on the color of their clothes, and she happened to pick Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu slowly stood up, staring intently at Su Xia. He had been thinking about how to complete the task when he was suddenly called up. Which class are you from, and what is your name? Su Xia, being a new teacher, didn't know any of her students and didn't know which class they were from. Lin Qinshu, Sociology Class 1, Lin Qinshu said casually. Seeing his attitude, Su Xia frowned. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly. Sorry. Teacher, your voice is so pleasant that it made me lost in thought. So I didn't hear clearly. The entire room fell silent. They even looked at Lin Qinshu with fearful eyes. Shunli shot him a gloating glance. Chapter 47. The Secrets of the One Family. Lin Qinshu opened a 1 GB file that contained some outlines of secrets. There were also some illustrations. Are there really so many scandalous events in these big families? The head of the One family, Wan Jiaqing, has a wife from the Yang family in Kyoto, who is reckless and careless. She is often used without realizing it, self-righteous, arrogant, and foolish. She is not favored by the head of the Wen family, but is helpless because she is from the main branch. The Wen family has a son, Wen Wenfeng. But this son is not the child of the main Wen family. He is actually the son of Wen Jiaxiu. Wen Wenfeng does not know this truth to this day. Over 20 years ago, one night, Wen Jiaqing, drunk, passed by the servants' quarters and saw a maid who had just finished bathing. He lost his reason and assaulted her on the spot. That maid became pregnant that night and eventually gave birth to Wen Ruxue. The truth is that Wen Ruxue is not the daughter of the main Wen family because Wen Jiaqing has a hidden illness and cannot have children. His wife, Yang Xinghua, kept this matter a secret because of Wen Wenfeng and did not let Wen Jiaqing know about his hidden illness. 2 years ago, Wen Jiaqing at a club, due to using prohibited drugs, played with a young lady until her death. This matter was unknown to anyone. He buried the body under a big tree at the entrance of the Wen family ancestral hall. The young lady who was toyed with to death was an orphan, peculiar in nature, with few friends, so even if she went missing, no one looked for her, and this matter was kept hidden. Chapter 48. How much money does your senior have? The tragedy of Wen Ruxue's mother also extended to Wen Ruxue herself. If the Wen family hadn't discovered later that Wen Ruxue was his daughter, she might have been living a much worse life now, or even be dead. Lin Qinshu flipped through to see if there were any other stories. The following content was only about the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue's main secret is that she has now become Lin Qinshu's lover, which is not a secret for him. Wen Wenfeng's story is more exciting. His personality is very similar to his biological father, Wen Jiaxiu, deep, sinister, and cunning. What almost made Lin Qinshu vomit was that Wen Wenfeng is actually gay. Those images made Lin Qinshu feel nauseous. This document, titled Secrets of the One Family, is actually about the unspeakable things within the One family. With this information, he can control everyone in the One family. Moreover, Wen Wenfeng's level of perversion far exceeds imagination, and even his younger brother, Wen Jianfeng, almost suffered. The Wen family's story is quite scandalous. Why should one stay in such a family? Wen Ruxue must be taken away from that filthy place. He had no hope of getting back the 500 million. He might as well consider it as spending 500 million to buy Wen Ruxue's freedom. After all, he had also been rewarded, making a pure profit of 300 million. Chapter 49. You can call me Senior Wong. After a moment of silence, the other party said, I'm currently dealing with something. How about we have dinner together tonight? When Ru Shue was lying on her bed in her room, her expression somewhat complicated. She thought Lin Qinshi was looking for her to fulfill a promise. It was so sudden in broad daylight that when Ru Shue couldn't accept it for a moment and could only decline, saying she was busy. However, one can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Giving herself half a day to prepare mentally, she felt she should be ready by evening. Lin Qinshi had no idea her thoughts were so complicated, and he didn't intend to dwell on it either. Remembering that he had already promised Yi Mengxi and the others to have dinner, it wouldn't be good to bail on them. I have something to do tonight. How about this? I'll come find you after I'm done. It might be a bit late. After thinking it over, he realized he could only find time after dinner. Okay, then I'll wait for you at Piaoxue tonight. When Ru Shue wanted to escape this matter in a crowded place. No need. Let us go to your house. Piaoxue is too noisy and not suitable for talking about things. After saying that, he hung up the phone without caring whether Ru Shue agreed or not. When Ru Shue's face turned slightly red as she thought about what would happen tonight, biting her lip in struggle. Chapter 50. The hidden talents of the dragon and phoenix. Lin Qinshi and Chun Shanshan finished their meal while chatting and laughing, during which they got to know each other better. Chun Shanshan was a child from a poor family. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth, and her father never remarried, leaving the father and daughter to rely on each other. Her father was an honest and simple man, but he placed great importance on education, teaching Chun Shanshan from a young age not to accept charity. This instilled in her a strong sense of pride. Chun Shanshan was also quite sensible, always ranking first in her class from childhood to now. Finally, she could provide her father with a better life. This exchange made Chun Shanshan have a better impression of Lin Qinshi. She shared many things she liked to play with as a child, only to find that Lin Qinshi knew about them and had played with them too. In her impression, wealthy people wouldn't be interested in the things that poor children play with, so they found many common topics to discuss. Do you have to work this afternoon? Want to go for a walk? Lin Qinshi remembered he didn't have classes that afternoon and didn't need to go back to school. Shuiyin Pavilion was nearby, and he was too lazy to run around. Chun Shanshan thought for a moment and realized she didn't have much to do. Wu Xiaogong hadn't assigned her too many tasks because she hadn't fully adapted to the workload yet. Chapter 51. Chun Shanshan's soaring affection. Chun Shanshan quickly opened her eyes, which had closed in fear, and the scene before her left her speechless. She saw Lin Qinshi weaving through the crowd, his smooth movements and decisive strikes. In less than a minute, out of 9 people, only Wang Kun was still standing. The others, including Leopard and his lackeys, were all lying on the ground. Lin Qinshi approached Wang Kun and said in a voice just loud enough for Leopard to hear, "I'll transfer the money to you later. Good job." After patting Wang Kun's shoulder, he turned and left with Chun Shanshan. After they left, Wang Kun stood there in a daze, unsure of what Lin Qinshi's words meant. Leopard, with a pale face, got up from the ground, his right arm dislocated by Lin Qinshi. "You little brat, it was a trap. You used us. You and that kid are in cahoots. Anyone who can still move, get him." Leopard kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and the group, not knowing what had happened, realized they were beaten because of Wang Kun, and since the boss had acted, what were they waiting for? Lin Qinshi had deliberately not hit Wang Kun and had spoken those words for Scarface to hear on purpose as he left. Chapter 52. Let us buy a few helicopters at this point. It was just during the evening rush hour. Although Shuiyin Pavilion wasn't far, it would still take over an hour to get there. Stuck in traffic, Lin Qinshi thought, why not just buy a helicopter? At least there wouldn't be any traffic. When Lin Qinshi arrived at the entrance, he saw Sheng Ping waiting there. Yi Mengxi and the others were also picked up by cars sent by Sheng Ping. Shuiyin Pavilion originally had a Rolls-Royce for pickups, and after Lin Qinshi bought the pavilion, Sheng Ping arranged for 2 more Bentleys for transportation. "Mr. Lin, the private room is ready, and all the guests have arrived. Are we having the Manchu Han Imperial Feast again this time?" Sheng Ping respectfully asked. "Another Manchu Han Imperial Feast? I'm actually a bit tired of it since we just had it the day before yesterday. Let us skip it this time and have some different dishes. By the way, when you have time, look into getting a helicopter. Shuiyin Pavilion should buy one for picking up guests. That would definitely boost business." He had been contemplating this issue during the traffic jam. The reason Shuiyin Pavilion's business was declining was mainly due to its geographical location being too congested, while its good business came from the same location. This position was like a double-edged sword, bringing both profit and loss. Chapter 53. Do you want to be the head of the Wen family? In the midst of laughter and chatter, the time quickly arrived at around 9 o'clock. The school would close at 10:30, and it would take some time to get back. So there couldn't be a second half. Lin Qinshe asked Sheng Ping to arrange for cars to take them back. Amidst Yi Mengxi's resentful gaze, he helped her into the car. Lin Qinshe also wished to keep Yi Mengxi, but he had more important things to do. The system had given him a very tight deadline for his task. He needed to find Wen Ruxue to discuss how to proceed with the plan for tomorrow, or to understand if there were any weaknesses of the Wen family beyond their secrets. After sending everyone off, Lin Qinshe had Sheng Ping drive him to Wen Ruxue's place. He had also drunk some alcohol, but he needed a car for tomorrow. So he could only make Sheng Ping work a bit harder, and after dropping him off, he would take a taxi back, relying on his memory. Lin Qinshe found Wen Ruxue's residence and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wen Ruxue's voice came from inside. "It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Qinshe looked at the scattered flower petals at the door and wondered if she was hiding a man inside. These petals looked like they had fallen from a bouquet. Could it be that a suitor had sent her flowers and was now hiding inside? Lin Qinshe pressed his ear against the door to listen to the movements inside. Chapter 54. I really don't want to see your true colors at that time. It would either be coercion or violence. Besides, this couldn't even be considered a battle for the head of the family, as there weren't many people in the Wen family. It was more about seizing the Wen family's assets. When Jiaxu had prepared so much, it seemed he was quite confident. Do you want to be the head of the family? Lin Qinshe looked intently at Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue was taken aback, then shook her head. The only good impression I have of the Wen family is my third uncle's family. What happens with the Wen family has nothing to do with me. And as a mere woman, an illegitimate child at that, there's no way I would be the head of the family. Wen Ruxue was so resistant to the Wen family that even if they offered her the position, she probably wouldn't want it. This made things difficult. How about I help your third uncle then? Lin Qinshe thought for a moment. Since Wen Ruxue didn't want to be the head of the family, he would choose the first option and push Wen Jiaxu up. After all, it was still a reward of 1 billion, just a bit less in terms of spirit. You? What are you going to do? Wen Ruxue had been feeling puzzled about Lin Qinshe's intentions since earlier. Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? It seems you didn't even know what kind of existence the Wen family was before, right? Wen Ruxue stared at him intently, as if trying to find answers on his face. Chapter 55. The Wen family farce. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Who allowed you to bring outsiders to the Wen family ancestral hall? You don't even have the right to come here, yet you dare to bring someone. Wen Jiazhong opened his eyes in anger and yelled at Wen Ruxue. Lin Qinshe stepped forward and stood in front of Wen Ruxue. "Old man, don't yell at my wife. She came here to give face to the Wen family. Otherwise, you could quietly destroy the Wen family." Lin Qinshe said disdainfully. If Wen Jiazhong were truly Wen Ruxue's father, he might have held back a bit. After all, he was still her father-in-law. But he was just a useless relative, yet he dared to yell at his woman. "This is my fiancé, Lin Qinshe. He came here with no ill intention, just to witness the ugly faces of you fighting for the position of family head." After introducing Lin Qinshe, Wen Ruxue took his hand and sat down next to Wen Jiaming. Wen Jiazhong, furious, shouted, "Fiancé, when did I allow you to get married? You are part of the Wen family. Your marriage is decided by me, your father. Take him and get out now." Lin Qinshe coldly smiled. "Father? What kind of father are you? You don't even know if the child is yours." Chapter 56. Humiliating himself, seeing his son, whom he had doted on since childhood, standing against him, Wen Jiazhong was enraged. "It's rebellion. It's rebellion." At that moment, Zhao Yaping suddenly stepped forward. "Big brother, calm down. I have some photos you might want to see." Lin Qinshe glanced at the photos and found they were almost identical to the ones he had. Could it be that the system stole them from her? They were photos of Wen Jiaxu discussing matters with a few people. These people were likely the ones setting a trap for Wen Jiazhong. Upon seeing the photos, Wen Jiazhong's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. "Second brother, you really have a good scheme to set me up." Seeing that the matter was exposed, Wen Jiaxu no longer pretended. "Big brother, in the end, the victor takes all. You fell for this trap, which means I've won." Dreaming of being the family head? I will never agree to that." Wen Jiazhong snorted coldly. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly. "If you don't agree, then pay off the debts on this IOU." What does it look like for a family head to owe gambling debts? Wen Jiazhong looked at his third brother. "Jiaming, you lend 80 million to big brother first, and I'll pay you back once I become the family head." Wen Jiaming sighed and shook his head. He didn't have 80 million, not even 8 million. Chapter 57. Expulsion from school, you useless thing. Wen Jiazhong kicked Wen Wenfeng behind him. Wen Wenfeng, who was kicked to the ground, was still in a daze. When he looked down and saw the photos, he realized how wrong he had been. In the photos, he was with two men, revealing his deepest secret, now exposed to his closest family. Now he finally understood why his father and second uncle were easily manipulated by an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were also shaking with anger upon seeing the photos. Their only child was, unexpectedly, not quite normal. When Wenfeng glared fiercely at Lin Qingshou and gritted his teeth, "How do you have these photos? Who are you?" At that moment, Lin Qingshou seemed like a demonic presence, able to see the darkest secrets within everyone. Lin Qingshou took the remaining envelopes from his pocket, including those of Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing, while collecting Wen Jiaming's. He tossed the envelopes of Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing over, since he had given them. He might as well give them all, letting them understand why Wen Jiazhong and Wen Jiaxu had to bow down. Chapter 58. Invisibility Card Schwerer. I'll take you home first. You need to rest well. I have to go back to school. A new teacher has come, and they're threatening to expel me for skipping class. Lin Qingshou took Wen Ruxue to her house. Wen Ruxue rolled her eyes. Does it matter to you whether you go to school or not? Thank you today. If it weren't for you, my third uncle Wu Ti have become the family head. I'll reward you when you have time. After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Lin Qingshou. After Wen Ruxue got out of the car, he drove straight to the school. On the way, he was still pondering why he and T received the task completion prompt. Logically, he should have completed the task for option 1, and there should be a reward of 1 billion. However, this was the task Lin Qingshou was the least pleased with because he really looked down on Wen Jiaming. As a father, even if he were an outsider, a biological father should care about his daughter. When he learned his daughter had a fiancé, his expression didn't change at all. He didn't even ask about Lin Qingshou's background, not worried that his daughter might meet a bad person. This was the first reason why Lin Qingshou disliked Wen Jiaming. The second reason was that he clearly saw his younger son, Wen Jianfeng, in the photo of Wen Wenfeng. Yet he didn't say anything, even stepping on the photo to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it, as if afraid she would rush up and disrupt his plan to quietly observe the situation. Chapter 59. Buying a house with Yi Mengshi invisibility card? What the hell? Now, this kind of sci-fi stuff is coming out. This task is forcing me to go. Lin Qingshou cursed inwardly. If the system had issued the task earlier, he would have accepted it. Now, if Su Xia agreed to his refusal, how would he pretend to be Su Xia's boyfriend? Would the task just fail? I can agree to one thing within my capability, and I want to pursue the matter of you skipping class. Think it over. Su Xia, seeing that threats didn't work, could only resort to temptation. As long as she could resolve the current matter, she was willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Qingshou paused. Since the other party was giving him a way out, he could take advantage of it, but if it was too easy, he wouldn't be satisfied. How about this? You help me with something, and I'll agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day to help you with that blind date. Lin Qingshou's eyes turned slightly. He happened to have something the other party could help with, and Su Xia's background fit his requirements perfectly. Okay, what do you want me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Chapter 60. A 40 million house, just like that Zhang Chun, brought the two to Villa number 33 in Silver Lake Villa District, where all the villas were standalone. Although it wasn't as large as Yunlu Villa, it still had over 500 square meters, complete with a front yard and a backyard. This type of small villa was exactly what Lin Qingshou wanted. The rest depended on whether Yi Mengshi liked it. Yi Mengshi explored every corner thoroughly, occasionally raising her hand to gesture where things should be placed. Senior, isn't this going to be very expensive? Plus, it's so big. Cleaning would be inconvenient, right? Yi Mengshi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Qingshou. Although it was said to be their love nest, it didn't seem necessary to buy something so luxurious. Zhang Chun quickly said, "The property management here has cleaning services. A few hundred yuan can get it clean once. For such a big house, of course, we need to hire someone to clean it. Ming Ming, if you like it. Then it's here. You take a look first, and Miss Zhang and I will handle the procedures in the back." Lin Qingshi and Zhang Chun arrived at the hall. "Miss Zhang, how much is this apartment?" After looking for a long time without even asking the price, it made Zhang Chun feel more confident about this deal. "Mr. Lin, this apartment has just been renovated, and no one has lived in it yet. Moreover, it is fully furnished. So the price will be a bit higher, around 42 million. Over 40 million? It feels expensive. After all, this is near the school district, not the city center. Chapter 61. The Art of Sales and Sincerity Senior. Don't you need a sign? Lin Qinsher shook his head. This is for you. I have too many assets under my name, and adding my name would complicate things. Besides, what's yours is mine, right? Our relationship shouldn't be bound by this so-called name. Zhang Chun beside them was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Many men say they buy houses for women, but in the end, only the man's name is on it. Wasn't that what men said to women back then? Now the words are the same, but the situation is reversed. The former was to tell women not to be entangled in having the house in their name, while Lin Qinsher was not writing his name, only writing the woman's name. What assets being too many and complicating things? Dude, you're paying in full. What's complicated about that? All right then, everything I have is yours. Yi Mengxi nodded, half understanding. She had also heard that having too many assets could complicate buying a house. However, she didn't know that this only applies when taking out mortgage. After signing, Lin Qinsher transferred the money to the seller. After Yi Mengxi changed the password for the front door, Lin Qinsher drove her back to school. Chapter 62. Assets reach 9 billion. Mr. Lin, the current price of this apartment is 120 million. Is this going to be a mortgage or a full payment? Zhang Chun took out a contract for him. Full payment. What would a student like me do with a mortgage? I don't have that qualification. Lin Qinsher glanced at the contract and signed his name. After signing the contract, Zhang Chun took it to handle the other transfer procedures, and Lin Qinsher transferred the money. Thank you, Mr. Qin. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I'm available 24/7. After saying that, Zhang Chun even threw him a flirtatious wink. The commission from these two deals was higher than all the houses she sold in the past few years combined. Lin Qinsher chuckled and shook his head. He would touch women like that, not knowing how many people had been with her. Although her eloquence was good, it was limited to just that. If it went further, Lin Qinsher would refuse. After all, the women around him now were all stunning beauties with scores over 90. Lin Qinsher left Tangshan Yiping and returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa. He had worked all night and got up early to deal with the family matters. Now, he just wanted to go back, take a shower, and sleep. He told Li Qing the apartment number and password of Tangshan Yiping, transferring her 10 million to buy home appliances. Chapter 63. Shockwaves in the banking sector. Oh no, I'm wronged. A kid said he has several hundred million in funds to deposit in our bank, but the condition is to promote his little girlfriend. I reported this to headquarters. Chen Shanshan's position was approved by headquarters. If something goes wrong now, you can't blame me. Wu Xiaogong didn't know what was happening and wanted to distance himself first. The bank president impatiently said, "What are you in a hurry for? It's not like we're here to hold you accountable." The private bank accounts managed by Chen Shanshan now had transferred 8 billion, with a balance reaching 9 billion. This was a big client for our bank. No matter what method you use, keep this client, and if necessary, apply for assistance from headquarters. Wu Xiaogong was stunned. He initially thought they were here to hold him accountable, but that wasn't the case. Moreover, Lin Qinsher's financial power was terrifying, having reached a deposit balance of 9 billion. Yes, I will definitely keep this big client in our bank. I think a big reason the other party is willing to bank with us is because of his little girlfriend. President, do you have any plans? If we put some significant investment on that little girlfriend, we can definitely keep that big client. Wu Xiaogong's eyes turned, and he instantly thought of a specific reason. Chapter 64. Hidden Choice Task. Lin Qinsher waved his hand. Principal, let's talk business. I really want to contribute to the school. The school has nurtured me, and now it's time for me to give back. The principal nodded with satisfaction and turned to get a stack of documents. These are research projects submitted by various departments and majors in the school. You can pick which ones you want to sponsor. Wow, so many. This stack of documents looked like at least dozens of projects waiting for funding. Lin Qinsher flipped through them. Many were research projects initiated by teachers, professors, and even students, all of which had been approved and were feasible. There were even more that hadn't been approved piled up. The principal sighed, there are too many schools in Modu. Our university is just a drop in the ocean. Although there are many rich people in Modu, many prioritize donations to other schools. These approved projects can only wait in line for funding to start research. Beep. Hidden task triggered. Research funding for Jiaoda. Option 1. Sponsor all approved projects. Reward. 1 physique. 30 billion cash. Option 2. Sponsor all approved and unapproved projects. Reward. 1 physique, mastery of sports skills. 50 billion cash, Chapter 65. Xiao Runin on his way back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshe passed by the basketball court when a basketball rolled to his feet. Lin Qinshe picked up the ball and casually tossed it. The basketball went straight into the hoop. This scene left everyone on the basketball court stunned. Wow, am I dreaming? That distance was like 2 basketball courts away, and he made it look so easy. Looking at his ease, it seemed he knew he could score for sure. Could he be a basketball genius? Did anyone remember his face? Get a teacher to pull him into the school team. I didn't remember, but he looks pretty handsome. I'll recognize him next time. Lin Qinshe didn't know that his casual throw had caused a stir in the basketball community of Jiaoda. As soon as he picked up the basketball, related knowledge flooded his mind about angles and the amount of force to use, all thanks to his mastery of sports skills. Lin Qinshe returned to the dormitory, where his roommates had gone to class. On his bed frame hung a suit, and on the table was a box containing a pair of shoes, a belt, and a watch. Lin Qinshe opened the tag and found it was a brand he recognized, but the tag showed that the suit cost 3,000 yuan. Chapter 66. How much does this car rent for a day? All right, I'll go find her now. Xia, I'm leaving. If your student has anything to say, just let me know. Xiao Runin, hearing that there was another party who could provide clues, rushed out of the room. Lin Qinshe rolled his eyes. This woman wouldn't even give a contact number and made Su Xia relay the message. Forget it, a woman like this isn't suitable for him, if fate allows. They might meet again. Teacher Su, let's go. Hurry up and finish so we can get home early to sleep. Lin Qinshe stretched, and his abs became visible due to his raised arms. Su Xia glanced over inadvertently, a hint of blush appearing on her face. She didn't expect this student to have such a good figure. Come over and help carry some things. I bought a few items. You could deliver them to my family in your name later. Su Xia picked up some nutritional products and packaging boxes from the ground. Lin Qinshe took a glance and found that most of them were inexpensive items. As someone pretending to be a boyfriend, he naturally didn't have the awareness to buy gifts. After bringing the items to the car, Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshe's Lamborghini and said, "This car is so small. Where are we going to put the things? Maybe we should just take a taxi." Chapter 67. Su family. She exerted herself to showcase her talent in medicine, which ultimately persuaded the professor to join in and apply for research funding from the school. Although the project was approved, the research funding was delayed in being allocated. The initial funding for their project was over 10 million, which was already quite difficult, and recently there had been no donations to the school, so it was put on hold. It's true, the forum is full of posts about project approvals, and some projects have already received funding. Our project might be a bit late because we need more funding. Zhou Yimeng opened the forum for Su Weiwei to see. Su Weiwei looked at the ongoing discussions, a smile appearing on her face. She wondered who the benefactor was and thought she must thank that person properly later. Although the project hadn't started yet, at least it gave Su Weiwei hope. Zhou Yimeng wore a mysterious smile. I know who donated. They requested to remain anonymous, but the finance person is my aunt. She just told me the name and asked me to maintain a good relationship with that person. Who knows, I might step into a wealthy family. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed. You need to work hard. It's rare to find such a kind-hearted and low-key rich second generation. From the fact that the donation was anonymous and so substantial, it must be someone low-key and cultured. Chapter 68. Chess. Where does Xiao Lin work? Su Baining put down the document in his hand and looked at Lin Qinshe. This family seemed very amiable and not as hard to talk to as Lin Qinshe had imagined. Uncle Su, I don't have a job yet. He originally wanted to say he was a student, but thankfully he reacted in time. If he had said he was a student, they would have seen through his pretense as a fake boyfriend immediately. Moreover, since Su Xia was a teacher, a student-teacher relationship would definitely be opposed by the whole family. Oh, what does Xiao Lin plan to do for work? Do you have any thoughts about taking the civil service exam? Since everyone except Su Xia in the Su family worked for the government, it was natural for them to ask this question. Serving the country was more important to them than doing business. Not yet. I haven't figured out what to do. Lin Qinshe spoke the truth. He had considered starting a business before, but he gave up on the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. He wasn't an entrepreneurial type, and starting a business was too tiring. He had a system and just needed to enjoy life, leaving entrepreneurial matters to others. No job? This brother can come to our company. My Zhou Group also has a branch in the Magic City, right in the Golden Trade Building. Although we only rented a floor for now, we plan to take over the whole building as our Zhou Group's branch. Zhou Feng interjected, as if afraid others wouldn't know his true identity. Chapter 69, Why didn't you say you're the owner of Shueiyun Pavilion earlier? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Lin Qinzu was trying hard to suppress his laughter and remain silent. It seemed that Zhou Feng didn't bring his brain out when he came here to show off his wealth. He truly lacked emotional intelligence. Someone made a polite comment about not having good dishes, and Zhou Feng confirmed that the other really didn't have good dishes. If you can't speak well, you can say less. If you dislike the dishes, you can go eat elsewhere. No one is stopping you. Su Xia was not going to pamper him. Zhou Feng also realized he might have said something wrong and awkwardly smiled. Li Lingyu stepped in to smooth things over. How to say it? Xiao Zhou is just a bit too honest. I was thinking about whether to go to Shueiyun Pavilion for dinner tonight, but I found out it's too expensive. A meal costs over 100,000, and you have to make a reservation in advance. I've heard about Shueiyun Pavilion many times and always wanted to try it, but I was deterred by the price. It's just Shueiyun Pavilion. No problem. I'll call to reserve a table for tomorrow. Zhou Feng, embarrassed just now, was eager to regain the group's good impression. Although Su Xia had brought her boyfriend back, they weren't married yet, and, as a member of the Zhou family, the only requirement for marriage was the other party's family background. Chapter 70 War, God, Su Feng, Zhou Feng's expression was grim. He originally wanted to regain some reputation, but ended up being slapped in the face again. Why didn't you wait for me to eat? A rough voice sounded, and a powerful man walked in from outside. Brother. Su Xia joyfully greeted the newcomer. This person was Su Xia's older brother, the war god, Su Feng from the southern military region. Hearing that a young man from Kyoto was coming to court his sister, he hurried back from the military region. After all, she was his most beloved sister. How could she marry those playboys? As soon as he entered, he saw two young men at the dining table, both dressed in suits, which he disliked the most. The housekeeper quickly brought Su Feng a set of utensils. Su Feng scanned Lin Qinzu and Zhou Feng with his eagle-like gaze. Lin Qinzu calmly ate, while Zhou Feng's back was already damp with sweat. The person before them was Su Feng, the war god known for his ferocity in the southern military region, and his presence was overwhelming as soon as he entered. Zhou Feng forced a smile. I've long heard the war god's name. Seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou group in Kyoto, here to pay a visit. Oh, you're the young man from Kyoto here to court my sister? Su Feng's indifferent tone made Zhou Feng start to sweat. Chapter 71 Opening a security company. Su Feng's strength surpassed Lin Qinzu's. A direct confrontation would be hopeless. However, Lin Qinzu had knowledge of all martial arts in his mind. Since the opponent was aggressive, he would use Tai Chi to counter with softness against strength. Although he might not win, he could definitely remain undefeated. Just as the two were about to clash, Su Xia stood between them. Brother, how long are you going to make a scene? Su Xia crossed her arms and scolded. Although she was also surprised that Lin Qinzu could exchange a few moves with her brother, he was still her student, and he came here at her request. If her brother caused him any harm, she would feel too guilty. Seeing Su Xia's expression, Su Feng realized his sister was genuinely angry, so he had to back down. He didn't even listen to their father, but seeing his sister upset made him stop his antics. Brother Lin, we can spar again when we have a chance. Su Feng laughed heartily and walked over, putting his arm around Lin Qinzu and leading him into the house. Zhou Feng, who didn't know when he had gotten up, had a pale face and made an excuse to leave after entering the house. Watching Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Su Feng disdainfully said, still claiming to be a black belt, "You couldn't even take one of my moves," and ended up falling flat on your face. Chapter 72 Ambushed. If Lin Qinshou knew how overly sentimental the other party was, he would definitely be speechless. If it weren't for the needs of the mission, he wouldn't come to such a place to be someone else's fake boyfriend. He would rather go back and play games with his little maids. However, he did gain an unexpected benefit. By establishing a connection with the military district, the plans for his security company could be realized quickly. He was previously worried about not having bodyguards to protect those around him, but now as long as he executed his plans quickly, these problems would be easily resolved. He handed a box containing perfect health pills to Su Dang, allowing him to take them when necessary for significant healing effects. Su Dang accepted the box with a smile and bid farewell to Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou called for a car and asked the driver to take him back to Jiaoda. His car was still at school, and although it was already past the time when entry was prohibited, given his relationship with the security uncle, it would be easy to get into the school. Near the traffic lights at Jiaoda, a Rolls-Royce was stopped waiting for the green light, and while sitting in the car looking out, Lin Qinsho was pondering whom to assign this task to when he suddenly saw a large truck charging towards him without any sign of braking. Chapter 73. Continuous assassinations. At this moment, the person that Wen Jiaxu could still kill was likely Lin Qinsho. Therefore, she rushed to Su Xia's house, only to find out that Lin Qinsho had just left. She didn't even have time to say anything to the Su family, and quickly headed towards Jiaoda. After seeing Xiao Runin, Lin Qinsho guessed who had ordered the hit on him today. It seemed he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu. The fact that he could send someone to kill him so quickly indicated that he was now in a very safe place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the mind to deal with him. Don't worry, even if you don't come, I'll be fine. By the way, what about Schwer now that you've left? Lin Qinsho suddenly remembered that Xiao Runin went to protect Wen Ruxue. If she left, wouldn't Wen Ruxue be in danger? Someone is naturally protecting her. I'm not that careless to be lured away. Besides, protecting girls is more important than protecting you boys. Xiao Runin's words made Lin Qinsho's mouth twitch. Lin Qinsho gradually realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to his school and quickly asked, Officer Xiao, where are you taking me? You are now the #1 target for Wen Jiaxu, and I must provide you with 24-hour protection. However, it's inconvenient to protect you at school, so I can only take you to my home for protection. Chapter 74. Dark Web Bounty. Lin Qinsho looked at her with a half smile. Your identity isn't simple either. You can check who I am, she replied. The result would definitely be a well-behaved, good citizen and good student, just a bit strong-willed. So you don't need to protect me. I can protect myself. Thinking about the earlier scene, Lin Qinsho felt a bit afraid. If he hadn't suddenly sensed a dangerous aura, he might have been killed. Xiao Runin shook her head. I have a premonition that Wen Jiaxu's main target is you. As long as you stick with me, you'll eventually find Wen Jiaxu. You don't need to worry about Wen Ruxue. A team from Kyoto is nearby her, and Wen Jiaming has also hired bodyguards. I just need to protect you. Lin Qinsho took out his already broken phone, realizing he couldn't make a call and had wanted to call Wen Ruxue. The vehicle entered a residential area, which was somewhat far from the city center. He didn't know whether Xiao Runin bought or rented it. Xiao Runin seemed to guess his question and said, This is a safe house, not my home. I usually stay in the dormitory. During this special period, we activated a safe house from Kyoto in Modu. The police in Modu don't know about this place, so just settle in for now. Chapter 75. Retired soldiers. After Zhang Tian left, Lin Qinsho's expression turned serious. He didn't expect the Wen family's waters to be so murky. Initially, he was puzzled as to why such a large family could be called one of the 4 great families in Modu. Now, he deeply felt the power of the Wen family. No, it should be the power of Wen Jiaxu. Lin Qinsho chose not to go to Yunlu Villa. He went directly back to school. There might be countless eyes watching him from the shadows, and going back to Yunlu Villa might endanger those maids. Returning to school was the best option for him. After all, there were still some barriers to entering the school. Arriving at the school gate, Lin Qinsho asked security Uncle Wang to help him pay the fare and then headed straight back to the dormitory. His phone was broken, and he didn't have cash on him, so he could only pay Wang Uncle back tomorrow. It was already late at night, and the other 3 in the dormitory had long since gone to bed. Lin Qinsho took out his old phone and inserted the SIM card. Fortunately, he hadn't lost it. Otherwise, where could he buy a phone at this hour? Lin Qinsho dialed Su Feng's number. His mental strength had reached 8 points, and he had developed a photographic memory for these numbers. Brother Lin, it's so late. Is there something wrong? Su Feng's puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 76. Wen Jiaxu's secret base. Yang nodded. Our group specializes in reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Brother Lin, first send us Wen Jiaxu's information and tell us the detailed information you know. We will quickly find results. First, let us find a place to settle down and arrange things, Yang Yun said methodically, which eased Lin Qinsho's mind. He quickly had Sheng Ping send a car to take them to Jinmao Building. A group of people arrived at Jinmao Building, looking at the luxurious decoration of Lin Qinsho's original entire floor office. Yang Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Lin, this environment is too challenging for people. In a place full of food, drink, and entertainment, it's really hard to focus on work. The Jinmao Building was almost like a club with everything one could need, making it a vacation environment. Lin Qinsho smiled awkwardly. There's no other place for now, so let's use this for the time being. By the way, what about my parents back in my hometown? Brother Yang, see if there are any brothers nearby who can go protect them. For Lin Qinsho, the only ones that could be tracked down were his parents and the widely rumored Yi Mengshi at school. Chapter 77. The woman in the basement. I've gone to pick up your uncle. Once he arrives, he won't have to hide anymore. However, Lin Qinshuo's identity was unknown, and why he knew so many secrets was a matter of concern. This person must be killed first for safety. Otherwise, even if your uncle could protect your dad temporarily, this person would find a way to harm him again, Yang Xinghua said through gritted teeth when talking about Lin Qinshuo. If it weren't for Lin Qinshuo, Wen Jiaxu would have already taken the position of head of the family, and she would have left the Wen family, taking Wen Wenfeng with her to sit in the position of matriarch. Her current life would have been very comfortable. After Wen Jiaxu's failure, his original wife, Yu Qing, directly presented the divorce agreement, wanting to sever ties with Wen Jiaxu, seemingly realizing that she would be implicated by Wen Jiaxu's failure. Great. As long as uncle is here, those pieces of evidence can't take that away, Wen Wenfeng said joyfully. Lin Qinshuo was also wondering who this uncle was. Listening to them, he seemed capable of saving Wen Jiaxu even under so much evidence. What a powerful person. Yang Xinghua was also happily waiting for her uncle to arrive. Once he gets here, we'll clear this place out for him to stay. The worthless person in the room will be left for your uncle to enjoy. No woman can live well in his hands. Chapter 78. Yang Lin. When your uncle arrives, you must serve him well. This is something to cheer you up. Wen Wenfeng even poured a bottle of water into her mouth, forcing her to swallow all the pills, then turned and left the basement. At that moment, Lin Qinshu was also getting angry at the woman before him, and simply decided to retaliate without hesitation. An hour later, Yu Qing had already woken up. Lin Qinshu hurriedly put on his clothes and awkwardly said, "This is a critical time, and I had no choice but to use extreme measures. Otherwise, you might burst a blood vessel and die. If you're fine, you should leave here quickly. I need to find Wen Jiaxu now. Don't worry. I'll take care of him. You can go back and hide for a while." After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he quickly left the place. Over an hour had passed. By the time he got there, Wen Jiaxu might have already fled. Such a beauty causes trouble. However, he left in such a hurry that he didn't notice a mark on the sheets beneath Yu Qing. Luckily, he had foresight and had already instructed Yang Yun and the others to keep a close watch on Wen Jiaxu. Even if he wasn't at that farmhouse, they could still track his whereabouts. Chapter 79. The death of Wen Jiaxu. The four of them looked at Lin Qinshu after hearing his words, exchanging glances and revealing a smirk. It seemed that the war god Su hadn't mentioned our matters to Brother Lin. Li Qing said heavily, "We were actually expelled from the military because of an incident years ago. A powerful second-generation rich kid committed the crime of murdering a little girl and was ultimately acquitted. The victim was my sister. Brother Yang and several siblings joined forces to severely injure that second generation. The military found out about this, revoked all our merits, and expelled us." He added, "It was because of this that we were deemed to have incorrect views by the military, hence our expulsion. Brother Lin doesn't need to feel burdened. Even if Wen Jiaxu is handed over to the police, he will still find a way to be acquitted. We are all willing to take action against this unredeemable scum. So there is no need for you to worry." Hearing their words, Lin Qinshu felt relieved. Based on what I know of Wen Wenfeng, he is a cruel and ruthless person. Perhaps I shouldn't let him stay. Lin Qinshu remembered that Wen Wenfeng was still inside. Chapter 80. The Yang family assassin Yang Lu. Only I have execution power in Modu, and my people don't have guns. There is only one gun, and it's not for you to use. As soon as Xiao Renan finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Yang Lu was one of the professional assassins raised by the Yang family, responsible for handling the family's dark side. There were 10 such people in the Yang family. From Yang Yi to Yang Shi, Yang Lin arrived at the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu and found it empty, realizing that Wen Jiaxu had been exposed. To prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua down, she sent Yang Lu to kill them. As long as Yang Lu was on the job, Yang Lin felt reassured and knew that nothing unexpected would happen. Xiao Runan quickly counterattacked, and a gunfight broke out between the two sides. Unfortunately, although Lin Qinshu's side had more people, they only had one gun, and Xiao Runan was unwilling to give it to him, insisting on handling it herself. His marksmanship became useless immediately, but relying on a woman for protection wasn't his style. Lin Qinshu quickly moved back, planning to circle behind Yang Lu and knock the gun out of his hand. Just as Lin Qinshu was leaving, the gunfire stopped, and Xiao Renan didn't dare to show her head. The others also didn't dare to rush out. Chapter 81. The irrevocable bounty. Lin Qinzhu only needed one move to make Yang Lu flee in defeat. A stone could shatter the opponent's knee. The way they looked at Lin Qinzhu changed to one of admiration. The admiration for the strong is something that both men and women possess. Yang Yun and the others initially thought Lin Qinzhu was just a relatively wealthy, ordinary person, but now his strength seemed to surpass even that of their military god. Just the two moves he had just shown, even Su Feng might not be able to do. Xiao Runin suddenly remembered the gunshots that had just come from inside and hurried in to check the situation. As expected, when Wen Feng and the three people she brought were all dead, shot in the forehead, Xiao Runin slumped to the ground. Not expecting that investigating a member of the Wen family in Modu would lead to the deaths of 3 of her colleagues. The Yang family in Kyoto. I want to let you off easily. Xiao Runin gritted her teeth and said. Lin Qinzhu closed his eyes in the car, finally resolving this troublesome issue. Now that Wen Jiaxu was dead, he wondered how the bounty on the dark web was faring. Yang Yun, sitting in the same car, looked hesitant, which he noticed. Brother Yang, just speak your mind. We're brothers, no need to stand on ceremony. Lin Qinzhu opened his eyes and looked at him. Chapter 82. Gold and silk armor. The second task was considered halfway completed, but the bounty couldn't be revoked, so the task couldn't proceed any further. However, the system was still very humane and gave him half the reward. Lin Qinzhu put on the golden silk armor, which felt like a thin vest against his skin, with no heaviness at all. In the following days, besides attending classes, Lin Qinzhu went shopping for some household items with Yimengshi. The villa purchased for Yi Mengshi at Silver Lake Mountain had a huge cloakroom, perfectly accommodating everything bought from Chanel that day. Li Qing was also very efficient, registering the company and some procedures. However, finding land was quite challenging. In Modu, every inch is precious. The place Lin Qinzhu wanted was large, so in the end, he had to approach Su Banning for help. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Banning was also present and said he could be contacted if there were difficulties. Su Banning directly marked a mountain on the edge of Modu for him, half gifting and half renting it, charging Lin Qinzhu a yearly rent of 1 million. After all, they were doing work for Huaxia, and Lin Qinzhu paid for 20 years rent up front. Besides the rent, there were also plans for building and zoning, which would require a lot of money. Chapter 83. Chun Shanshan, who excels at drinking He, who originally planned to congratulate, suddenly saw the WeChat name and avatar and quickly grabbed Qian Yameng's hand, urging her not to move around and to look closely. A hint of disgust flashed in Qian Yameng's eyes. Although they seemed like sisters, they were actually plastic sisters, each unable to stand the other. However, Qian Yameng still said on the surface, you don't want to remember this WeChat ID, do you? If you want it, I can give you his WeChat. Why get so worked up? We're sisters. Whoever succeeds shouldn't shortchange the other. Lin Qinzhu. He gritted her teeth and called out this name. Qian Yameng had already noted the name, so she didn't notice anything wrong. That handsome guy was indeed called this. At first, when she heard this name, she felt it sounded familiar, but suddenly, Qian Yameng's eyes widened as she looked at He. She suddenly remembered why this name sounded familiar. After receiving a nod of affirmation from He, she covered her mouth in shock. The contact information I painstakingly obtained actually belongs to your useless ex-boyfriend? Qian Yameng slumped onto the chair. She was someone who had heard the most about Lin Qinzhu's useless deeds, but she had never seen him before. Even if she had, it would have been a fleeting glance, and she wouldn't bother to remember. For a poor loser, she wouldn't even give him a second look. Chapter 84. I'm sorry. I'm not ready yet. Why aren't you drinking? Get a try. The wine my dad brewed is really good. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinzhu, who was holding the cup but not drinking, and urged him to take a sip. Lin Qinzhu raised the cup and took a small sip. It was rich and fragrant, but felt fiery when swallowed. He didn't understand wine. Drinking Mao Tai felt the same to him. After he took a sip, Chen Shanshan quickly served him some dishes. My dad likes to drink. I've seen him drink alone since I was a child, and after becoming an adult, I started to accompany him. When I first tasted wine, I thought it was delicious, and since then, I've loved it. Lin Qinzhu's mouth twitched, thinking that wine was good on the first try. Was he a born alcoholic? The two chatted while eating, and a bottle of wine was quickly finished. Lin Qinzhu felt a bit dizzy, while Chen Shanshan remained composed and continued to clear the dishes. Lin Qinzhu couldn't help but marvel. Chen Shanshan was no longer just an alcoholic. She must be a wine deity. After downing half a bottle, she showed No signs of inebriation at all. This apartment had everything it needed, even things it shouldn't have. No need to wash the dishes by hand. Just toss them in the dishwasher. Chapter 85. Cheen Roland. The concept of an annual salary of $2 million means over $160,000 a month. They didn't even earn that much in the past 2 years. No mistake, it really is $2 million, but after the security company was established. The brothers who joined later might not earn that much, but they won't be treated poorly either. Lin Qingshi patted Yang Yun's shoulder. Li Qing had also been working at the Jinmao building during this time. Lin Qingshi directly instructed her to pay Yang Yun and the others their annual salaries first. At this point, Li Qing said to Lin Qingshi, "Master, I'm not very professional at doing these things, so it might not go well. Do you want to hire someone more capable?" She quickly added, fearing Lin Qingshi would think she was trying to shirk her duties. Lin Qingshi had also considered hiring someone to handle this aspect of work. Li Qing's abilities were only suitable for administrative tasks. If she were to manage, she really couldn't handle it. But where could he find the right person? "I understand. You handle the preliminary work first, and I will find someone suitable." Lin Qingshi agreed, patting Li Qing's back to reassure her not to overthink it. Chapter 86. A beauty that brings disaster to the country and the people. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang looked at him in surprise. Just a moment ago, he seemed like a dead fish, and now he was suddenly full of spirit. "Weren't you just aloof and uninterested?" Fan Jinxiang teased. "That was then. This is now. Hurry up." Lin Qingshi pushed the two of them out. The three of them left the dormitory together and wandered aimlessly around the campus. After walking in circles for a while, Lin Qingshi couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going to find Cheen Roland? It feels like we're just wandering around without purpose." Li Wuqi pretended to be profound and said, "Only by chance encounters can we deepen our impression of each other. If we go looking specifically, what's the difference from being a loser?" Fan Jinxiang nodded in agreement. Lin Qingshi was speechless. Such chance encounters would take 3 days and nights to happen. "Aren't you losers?" "Losers give themselves so much psychological conditioning. I won't wander around with you. I'm going to find a principal. The principal should know where Cheen Roland is." Lin Qingshi gave them both the finger and turned to leave. Li Wuqi and the others exchanged glances. Did this beast want to make a move on Senior Cheen again? Doesn't he already have the school flowery? By the way, when did he get to know the principal? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qingshi's departing back with suspicion. Chapter 87. Cheen Roland's internship work. After seeing that Lin Qingshi had completed the transfer, the principal's smile widened. "Our medical class is full of talent. I don't even know who to recommend. Do you know any outstanding students, Lin?" The principal's meaning was clear. He wanted Lin Qingshi to use his connections. Since they all belonged to the same school, it was the same to recommend anyone, so it was better to do Lin a favor. Lin Qingshi shook his head. "I'm not familiar with the medical class. The only person I've spoken to a couple of times is Su Weiwei. I don't know anyone else. The principal can arrange it as you see fit." The principal muttered, "Su Weiwei." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Lin Qingshi just wanted to express that he didn't know anyone from the medical class, but the principal only heard Su Weiwei's name and didn't register anything else. "Principal, there's something I need your help with. That's the purpose of my visit." After talking for a long time and being swindled out of 50 million, Lin Qingshi finally got to the point. "Oh, Lin, feel free to say. As long as the school can help, we will do our best." A benefactor who donated 550 million. How could a small request not be fulfilled? Moreover, since Lin Qingshi was so wealthy, what he wanted help with must be trivial matters in the school, nothing difficult. Chapter 88. Is it that your way of greeting is wrong? Wong Group? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Lin Qingshi thought for a moment and suddenly remembered where he had seen it. In the secrets of the One family. Wen Jiaxu was colluding with the Wong Group, but after Wen Jiaxu was wanted, it seemed that there had been no sightings of the Wong Group. The Wong Group was backed by one of the 4 major families in Magic City, the Wong family. Are all these rich people so dirty, openly engaging in under-the-table dealings, looking for assistants who are actually just lovers? It really is lawless. Professor Huang, don't worry. Even though I don't know anyone from the Wong Group, I won't let them bully my school senior like this. It's just a ban. I will hire my senior as the CEO of my company at a high salary. As for the lawsuit, I will hire the best legal team in the country to help my senior win this unfair lawsuit. Even if it's not for the task, I must uphold justice for my employees." In Lin Qingshi's heart, Cheen Roland was already his employee, being assigned a task by the system. Combined with the old professor from the business department praising her, showed that she had some strength. Thank you, Junior. But I still want to help the professor at school first. A pleasant voice sounded from outside, and a stunning figure walked into the principal's office. It was none other than Qin Ruolin. Chapter 89. Returning to Xiaoyu's live stream room. Lin Qinshi looked at the two in confusion as Fan Jinxiang handed him his phone. On the screen was a campus forum with the title An Idol Drama Atmosphere. Qin Ruolin and Lin Qinshi. Inside was a photo of the two by the lake, gazing at each other under the setting sun, with Lin Qinshi's hand still outstretched. However, from the quality of the photo, it seemed quite artistic. It was impressive that someone managed to capture it. These students really had potential as paparazzi. Oh, about that. When I saw a girl whose feet were stuck in the lake, I thought she was feeling down and planned to go over and talk to her. I had no idea she was Qin Ruolin, but I found out later. Lin Qinshi returned the phone to Fan Jinxiang. This was caught on camera, and Ming Ming must have known about it too, but the other party didn't message to ask, and he was too lazy to explain. Some things get more confusing the more you explain. Sai, we were both thinking about a chance encounter and called you over. Who would have thought you actually went for a chance encounter on your own? Poor judgment in choosing friends. Li Wuqi shook his head and sighed. All right, stop acting like a scorned woman over there. I'll introduce you to another day. Lin Qinshi waved them away impatiently. Chapter 90. Dark web assassin Shun Yu. Lin Qinshi didn't move, listening cautiously to the footsteps coming from outside the door. The steps were light, seemingly from female. That person approached Lin Qinshi's bedside and quickly pulled out a knife, aiming for his heart. Lin Qinshi suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the hand holding the knife, and jumped off the bed, twisting the other person's hand behind their back. To his surprise, the assassin seemed to have no bones, twisting away from his grip. The two faced each other in the darkness, unable to see each other's faces clearly. The assassin's flexible bones seemed to have undergone professional training. Is this another bounty hunter? It seems this trouble won't end until I take out a few ignorant people. Lin Qinshi quickly lunged toward the assassin. Although the assassin was caught in the next moment, they managed to slip out of Lin Qinshi's grasp like an eel. Frustrated, Lin Qinshi had no choice but to turn his palm into a fist and punch the assassin in the chest, feeling a soft sensation on his fist. The caught assassin let out a muffled grunt and stumbled back, hitting the dormitory door. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Chapter 91. Exposing the scumbag. Yi Xiaohua is the girlfriend of this scumbag. Last time, Su Xiaohua sat next to him in class, and now even Qin Xiaohua, who is about to graduate, is getting in his car. Only Shen Xiaohua hasn't fallen for him yet. Shen Xiaohua, you must hold on. Exposure. It must be exposed. I want to let all the beautiful women know the true face of this beast. When this person said this, everyone suddenly remembered that there indeed seemed to be such a thing. What is the background of this beast? And why does it feel like every school beauty has some contact with him? Lin Qinshi drove quickly to the Jinmao building. As soon as he entered, all the employees of the Jinmao building greeted him. This scene shocked Qin Ruolin. This is the Jinmao building, the top office building in Magic City. It is said that the employees here are extremely proud and are clear-cut with everyone except their direct superior, Sun Ji. Yet they were all greeting Lin Qinshi. This building is mine. I just rented it out, leaving one floor for myself. For now, you can work here temporarily. The other area is still under construction and won't be available anytime soon. Lin Qinshi noticed Qin Ruolin's surprise. Chapter 92. Gu Xiaoyu, host. Lin Qinshi, strength. 9. Physique. 10. Mentality. 8. Charm. 8. Ordinary people's attributes are capped at 10. The host values are normal for an ordinary person. Vehicle. Pagani Huayra. Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion. Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tangshan Yiping Building A. 33rd floor. Skills. Proficient in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, sports, and languages. Balance. 87, 412, 069. 053. Lin Qinshi looked at the increasing balance and couldn't help but sigh that it was impossible to spend it all. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruolin's affection for him had reached 70 points. It seems his performance over the past 2 days has been quite stable, surpassing the standard and achieving the completion of option 2. From today on, I am your employee, Boss Lin. Qin Ruolin smiled and extended her hand. Just call me by my name. The title boss makes me too uncomfortable. Lin Qinshi smiled and reached out his right hand to shake hers. Then I will still call you Lin Xiuedi. I can't bring myself to call you Lin Qinshi. Qin Ruolin covered her mouth and laughed. Although she didn't pay much attention to campus affairs, She had heard of the names of the top dormitories, each of which could make one laugh and cry. Chapter 93. Pretending in front of the real deal, Gu Xiaoyu took out her phone and sent an emoji to Shuangmu Qinshai's WeChat. Lin Qinxiu felt his phone vibrate and took it out. Seeing the emoji, he roughly guessed Gu Xiaoyu's little thoughts. She probably didn't believe he was Shuangmu Qinshai. Lin Qinxiu was speechless. Could it be that even Shuangmu Qinshai has someone impersonating him? He showed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu. And only then did she confirm that he was indeed her number one brother. Sorry, brother Shuangmu, because you mentioned in the live stream yesterday that if we meet by chance, we would go out for a meal. Too many viewers know about it. And I'm worried someone might impersonate you. Gu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, looking playful. It's okay. Girls should still know how to protect themselves when out. Being cautious is good. Lin Qinxiu shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. I didn't expect brother Shuangmu to be so young. I thought he was a middle-aged uncle. Gu Xiaoyu sized up Lin Qinxiu in front of her. Now Lin Qinxiu's charm had reached 8 points. With his facial features unchanged, he had become more coordinated and handsome. When charm reaches 9 points, he will reach a level where everyone of the opposite sex finds him handsome. When it breaks through to 10 points, he will be appealing to all ages and genders. Chapter 94. Wang's group dinner. You say you're Shuangmu Qinshai, but do you have any evidence? Show me your account. Gu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The man seemed to have been prepared, pulling out his phone to show Gu Xiaoyu. Lin Qinxiu glanced over and was surprised to see that the other party had set the profile picture and name to be exactly the same. The other party knew that his imitation would definitely have flaws, so he quickly showed Gu Xiaoyu and took it back. If he hadn't met Lin Qinxiu earlier, Gu Xiaoyu might have actually been fooled. However, she knew the other party was definitely fake. No matter what evidence the man presented, she knew he was an imposter. Now are you sure? I can give you tens of millions in gifts, and I can do the same for others. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on yourself. A mocking smile appeared on the man's face. Gu Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue with him and said, "Don't give me gifts. I don't need them." The man immediately became furious. You little brat. I'm going to find a marketing account to smear you. I have plenty of money. I'll make sure you can't make a living in this industry anymore. After saying that, he grabbed the cup in his hand and was about to throw it at Gu Xiaoyu's face. Lin Qinxiu reacted quickly and slapped his hand, causing the cup of water to splash onto his own face. Chapter 95. Misunderstanding. I don't have time to go shopping. I have a ton of things to follow up on. Qin Ruolin quickly refused, just getting started, full of fighting spirit, and now she wants her to go shopping. Sure. Li Qing, you go help her buy it. Buy what you think looks good, get more, and try them out slowly. Li Qing nodded and called someone from a clothing store to come over and take Qin Ruolin's measurements. Lin Qinxiu returned to his lounge, and during this time, Li Qing had already helped Qin Ruolin take her measurements and went to buy clothes. An hour later, a group of female sales assistants from the clothing store entered Qin Ruolin's office, each carrying a large pile of clothes. Lin Qinxiu originally planned to wait for Li Qing to return to the villa together, but seeing the situation, Li Qing would likely be busy for a while. So he decided to leave on his own. While preparing to leave the lounge, Lin Qinxiu suddenly noticed the nearby Taiching Yiping building. He thought about whether to go see Chen Shanshan. He hadn't contacted her since he left yesterday, and she hadn't reached out to him either. If this continued, it would likely cool down. After all, he had worked hard for so long. Just a little more goodwill was needed to win her over. As a guy, he should take the initiative to see her. Chapter 96. Boarding the ship, Lin Qinxiu awkwardly smiled and said, "Both are beautiful, just in different ways." Qin Ruolin didn't intend to let him off that easily. A glint of mischief flashed at her eyes. Oh? How are they different? Can you elaborate? After a moment of thought, Lin Qinxiu replied, "Yesterday's senior sister was like a simple white lotus, pure, sacred, with a goddess-like demeanor. No adornment needed. She was already the most beautiful flower in the world. Today's senior sister, however, is a colorful black lotus with vibrant black embellishments, giving her allure, grace, and filled with temptation." Qin Ruolin's expression slightly froze. She didn't expect Lin Qinxiu to explain the differences between her 2 days so meticulously. Her pretty face immediately turned a bit rosy. Such straightforward compliments were refreshing even for her. "Stop being glib. Focus on driving." Qin Ruolin looked out the window. Lin Qinxiu smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Qin Ruolin had a fairly high opinion of him, and because of this, his words didn't provoke her dislike. Soon, Lin Qinxiu and the others arrived at the dock. It was said that the ship would set sail tonight. traveling on the sea all night and returning to the dock the next afternoon. Chapter 97. Wang Jingda, what happened? A young man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a white suit and sporting a crew cut, approached. Lin Qinshuo assessed the newcomer. He was clean, capable, without a thick non-mainstream hairstyle or sloppy attire. Young Master Wang, I was taking photos here, and this madman slapped me without warning. Look at my face, it's swollen. How can I face anyone later? Su Huilin pouted at the young man. The young man didn't just listen to Su Huilin's side of the story. He turned to Lin Qinshuo and asked, May I ask how you were addressed? Did a misunderstanding occur here? This banquet was hosted by the Wang family, and everyone present was someone of status. Although the young man didn't know everyone, he wouldn't offend anyone, as this event was about building relationships for the Film City project. The more allies, the better. Even though he had subsequent plans to avoid alarming the snake, he needed to downplay these matters. Who are you? Why should I explain to you? A slap is a slap. I, Lin Qinshuo, don't care to explain the details. Chapter 98. Shun Yu, a nearby servant, had a strange expression after glancing at Wang Jingda. He began to recite, That girl is named Qin Ruolin, also a student from Jiaodong University, but she is now in her internship phase. And her position at the company is the executive assistant to the president of Wang's group. Wang Jingda looked at the servant in shock after returning. His secretary indeed provided him with some assistant profiles, but this Qin Ruolin was not among them. He quickly realized that something must have changed along the way. Do tell me more. I want to see what reason could have led to such a beauty being dismissed. After receiving the order, the servant elaborated on the background. It was Qin Ruolin who left on her own, supposedly after learning about the nature of the job. However, our legal department has already sued her for obstructing the company's normal operations and leaving without consent, demanding a few million in compensation. If she can't afford it, she'll have to come back obediently, the servant said confidently. Wang Jingda looked at him as if he were an idiot. How could I have raised such a fool like you? Did you forget the previous man's profile? Lin Qinshuo makes over $1 billion a year in rent. Would he be unable to pay a few million? Even if I don't know their relationship. A few million to someone with a net worth of tens of billions is nothing. Do you understand? Chapter 99. Guan Yuer and Hidden Tasks. Seeing that Qin Ruolin really wasn't eating, Shen Yu finished her snack in one bite and shot a provocative look at Lin Qinshuo. Ruolin, let me take you for a walk over there. It's rare to have such an entrepreneur summit. Getting to know more people is better than staying next to this paranoid guy. Saying this, she pulled Qin Ruolin away. Qin Ruolin looked at Lin Qinshuo, who nodded to her, signaling that she could act freely. After all, he had other things to do. Lin Qinshuo looked at the food on the table. The system's prompt, along with his suspicions, indicated that something was off about this banquet. He walked over to the other familiar food area and casually grabbed a piece of meat to eat. Sure enough, his stomach began to ache again. Although it wasn't as severe as the first time, it was still unbearable, and Lin Qinshuo could only rush to the restroom again. If one unhealthy snack could be attributed to ingredient issues, but even the other food was the same, then something was truly wrong. In such a short time, you've gone to the restroom twice. Is the food here unsanitary? Just as Lin Qinshuo stepped out of the restroom, he heard someone speaking to him in the hall. Chapter 100. Astonishing everyone with master-level piano skills not far away. Qin Ruolin looked at Lin Qinshuo in surprise. She didn't expect him to have gone to meet a superstar in such a short time. This guy is quite the social butterfly. Lin Qinshuo walked over with a smile in his eyes. He opened his arms and suddenly hugged Guan Yuer tightly. Thank you, my new friend. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to perform on stage. This has always been my dream. Lin Qinshuo pretended to be excited as he hugged her tightly, squeezing her so much that Guan Yuer could barely breathe. Feeling the unusual sensation from him, Guan Yuer blushed and struggled out of his embrace, giving him a discreet glare while smiling. Our acquaintance is too hasty. I haven't even asked your name yet. They had chatted for a bit earlier, but hadn't exchanged names. I am Lin Qinshuo. Lin Qinshuo's self-introduction made the audience ponder over his name, as if they had heard it before but couldn't quite place it. As soon as Guan Yuer heard the name, she couldn't help but laugh. It seems your age is similar to mine, calling you mister. Lin would be disrespectful to our friendship. How about I call you little Lin, classmate? What songs can you sing? I have the title of the Chinese little song library. I should be able to sing any song. Let me play the piano, and you can sing. The mischievous glint in Guan Yuer's eyes grew stronger. Chapter 101. Film and Television City project. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of him, smiling as she said, "Little handsome guy, I am Li Hua, the top agent of Hejim Media. I wonder if you're interested in signing with our company. We will tailor a special album for you, allowing you to quickly become popular nationwide and even globally, becoming a top star." Li Hua is a top agent in the entertainment industry with a unique vision. Many current international superstars were discovered by her from grassroots. As soon as Lin Qingshou opened his mouth to sing, Li Hua recognized his potential to become a top star. With his infectiously beautiful voice and handsome appearance, she was confident that she could make Lin Qingshou a top singer in the shortest time possible. "I'm not interested." Lin Qingshou did not reach out to take her business card and walked around Li Hua. As he made his way towards Qin Ruolin, he was constantly stopped by people. They were all so-called agents who wanted to sign him to become a star or an internet celebrity. There were even some female entrepreneurs who wanted to pull him aside for a deep chat. With a charm level of 9, Lin Qingshou had become the object of desire in the eyes of the opposite sex after his earlier appearance. Chapter 102. Guan Yu's first kiss. Young brother. Please explain the situation in detail. It must be said that Yang Yun and the others were quite capable. Just as he received the Wang family's conspiracy letter through the system, he hadn't even had time to open it when Yang Yun called. Yang Yun knew it wasn't the right time for self-blame. It was the Wang family that had spent $100 million hiring Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Mo Fong had seen the news on the dark web by chance. However, there was no way to know what the Wang family's purpose was. "Lin brother, you and President Qin should hide for a while. Our brothers have already set off for the dock, and the boat has been arranged. We will come to find you later. No need, just get the boat ready and stay nearby this cruise ship, but don't get too close. I'll handle the rest, and I'll call you if I need anything." After giving his instructions, Lin Qingshou hung up the phone. He took out the Wang family's conspiracy letter, which was typed on a computer. From the tone, it seemed to be an email from Wang Jingda to Arctic Fox. It stated that they were willing to pay $100 million to have them hijack everyone on the ship, transfer all their funds to an account, and force them to sell their shares at a low price. Chapter 103. Meeting Yu Qing again. 5 foreigners were watching the two people who were passionately kissing with great interest. They even crouched down to get a closer look. Just as they approached, Lin Qingshou struck. He elbowed with his left arm, clenched his right fist, and delivered a powerful knee strike directly to the face of the mercenary squatting on the ground, examining them, before the other two could react. He jumped into the air and kicked out rapidly and forcefully, snapping the necks of the other two. In just 2 seconds, he had dealt with 5 mercenaries. Although Lin Qingshou wasn't entirely sure if these 5 were mercenaries, he believed it was better to kill mistakenly than to let them go. With maxed out physique and strength, each strike was delivered with full power. These mercenaries, who had survived in a world of knives and swords, could not withstand the full force attacks of a maxed out human. Guan Yu had not yet come to her senses from losing her first kiss when Lin Qingshou had already dealt with the 5 foreigners. She wanted to scream, but the current situation didn't allow it, so she could only tightly clench her fists and glare fiercely at Lin Qingshou. With such a commotion, no one had come out of the staff dormitory. Did that mean there was no one inside, or had everyone already left? Lin Qingshou looked over the corpses on the ground, and indeed each person had a gun on them. It seemed T killed the wrong people. These were indeed Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Chapter 104. The mysterious beautiful woman. What are you doing here? And what happened to you? Lin Qingshou helped Yu Qing to lean against the bed. I was also invited to this banquet. The food on the ship was poisoned, and everyone is like this. Weak and listless, Yu Qing said weakly. It was indeed the food that was problematic. If T reached peak physique and could automatically expel toxins, he might have been in the same weak and listless state. After giving Yu Qing some water, he picked her up in a princess carry. You encountered what just happened, and the broadcast mentioned that this ship has been taken over by terrorists. I have to go rescue my friends. I will hide you in a place. Don't run around. Yu Qing's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head. She knew very well what that mercenary had wanted to do to her, but felt powerless to resist. However, she had already decided that if she were violated, she would commit suicide. She just didn't expect to be saved again by the man in front of her. Fated enemies, Yu Qing murmured. Lin Qingshou heard her, but didn't know she was referring to him, thinking she was complaining about someone else. Chapter 105. Shen Lizhen. Lin Qingshou looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and suddenly guessed. Are you Shen Lizhen? The beautiful woman looked at him in surprise. How do you know? Do we know each other? Yu Qing told me. She encountered her earlier and asked me to help you if I found you. Lin Qingshou casually asked, but it turned out to be Yu Qing's close friend. Xiao Qing. Where's she? Is she okay? Shun Lizhen anxiously grabbed Lin Qingshuo's arm and asked. She had just seen Yu Qing being taken away by a black man. She had been struggling to save her, but was no match for those mercenaries. She almost got into trouble, but luckily I caught up and saved her. She ate the food on the ship and is currently quite weak. I'll give you her room number. You can go find her. Lin Qingshuo told Shun Lizhen where Yu Qing was located. The food here is indeed problematic. I was hungry, so I didn't eat anything. And I also didn't drink any of the alcohol because it wasn't convenient for me today. Regardless, thank you for saving both of us. I'll go find her now. Shun Lizhen bowed to Lin Qingshuo in gratitude, then opened the door and walked inside. Chapter 106. Arctic Wolf Mercenary Leader. Andrew seeing the bloody scene. Everyone's faces turned pale and some rushed to the computer. You need to have a life to spend money. If you're dead, what use is money? In order to save their lives, everyone pushed those around them down, and the darkness of human nature was revealed at this moment. At this time, Lin Qingshuo arrived at the ship's main control room. After contacting Yang Yun, he learned that the main control room of the ship was where the surveillance and electrical systems were managed. However, Lin Qingshuo did not plan to cut off the power on the ship, although it would attract some mercenaries, making it easier for him to act in this dark night. It would also be inconvenient if there was no power. He needed to cut off the ship's surveillance first. Otherwise, every move he made would be under the watch of others, which was not conducive to his actions. Wang Jingde, who was in the main hall control room, suddenly noticed that all the surveillance images had disappeared and roughly guessed Lin Qingshuo's intention. He hurriedly informed the leader of the situation. This person is definitely trying to come to our main hall. If he only planned to stay outside, he wouldn't need to turn off the surveillance. He could just find a place without monitoring, like inside a room. The leader of the Arctic Wolf immediately thought of Lin Qingshuo's purpose, took out the walkie-talkie, and rattled off a warning, telling the mercenaries to be on high alert and to kill on sight if they encountered him. Chapter 107. Captured why? Because of this. 5 more mercenaries rushed out from inside, holding submachine guns aimed at Lin Qingshuo. As long as you move a finger, they would turn you and your companions into a sieve. If you don't believe it, feel free to try. Lin Qingshuo's expression turned cold. It was hasty. He should have acted directly earlier. Now, with so many people, he couldn't shoot and kill them all in an instant. Lin Qingshuo tossed aside his handgun and walked towards them. Wang Jingde and the others changed their expressions and hurriedly shouted, "Stay right there. I'll tell you how to walk." They had seen Lin Qingshuo's skills on the surveillance. He could eliminate 5 people in an instant. Even without a gun, he could still take them down immediately. "Mr. Wang, I think this is inappropriate. This person is suspicious. I suggest we shoot him on the spot," Andrew said with a furrowed brow, worried. Just relying on one person to kill most of their men. If they didn't kill him now and kept him locked up, who knew what would happen? To be safe, it was best to kill him on the spot. Wang Jingde looked at Lin Qingshuo and smiled coldly. "Mr. Andrew, there's no need to worry. People with heroism like him are easiest to deal with. As long as we have these 2 women in our hands, he will hesitate to act. Although it's a pity for Qin Ruolin, this is a critical time, and we can't let personal feelings hold us back." Chapter 108. The Wang family's predicament. Lin Qingshuo analyzed that Wang Jingde's purpose in doing this was likely because the Wang group didn't have enough money for the acquisition. They planned to use their money to buy their own shares. The Wang group was essentially getting a free ride on these companies' equity. What a sinister move. Using other people's money to buy their own things, ultimately benefiting only the Wang family. However, this tactic was also very dangerous. It seemed the Wang family was already in crisis, trying to make a desperate gamble. Otherwise, they might just want to clean up the matter, leaving no survivors. These 2 reasons were somewhat contradictory. Perhaps if he hadn't blown up that door and exposed Wang Jingde, they might have left a living witness. But since he exposed it, everyone knew this was the Wang family's conspiracy, and naturally, there would be no survivors left. Keep looking for a place to hide. Don't run around. I'll take care of the remaining mercenaries, Lin Qingshuo said to Guan Yuer. Instead of dragging things out and escaping, it was better to use the invisibility card and eliminate everyone. Lin Qingshuo gave his phone to Guan Yuer. "This phone is for you. If you have it, answer it and follow the instructions inside. Someone should come to rescue us soon." Previously, in the control room, Lin Qingshuo had already contacted Xiao Runin, and she had started the rescue operation as well. It was about time. Chapter 109. Talent. The 3 men fell simultaneously, a long bloodstain appearing on their necks. A figure slowly emerged, and Lin Qinshe heard their conversation. He didn't expect that he had already struck fear into this top mercenary organization. Lin Qinshe tore off a piece of clothing from the corpse to wipe the military knife, and once again fell into invisibility. Andrew in the main hall had a bad premonition, so he frequently contacted the three of them via walkie-talkie. When he picked up the walkie-talkie again, there was no response from the other side. Andrew suddenly stood up from his seat, and when Wang Jingde saw his expression, he quickly asked if something had happened. Andrew was furious. If it weren't for this idiot in front of him, he wouldn't have lost 3 more men, nor would he have found himself in such a dangerous situation. Mr. Wang, this mission is over. We, the Arctic Wolves, need to increase our commission because your mistakes have caused us to lose over 30 elites. This is a significant loss for us. And the commission must be raised to $500 million, and it must be paid now. Wang Jingde's face turned dark upon hearing this. Chapter 110. Guan Yuer has kidnapped the leader of the Arctic Wolves. Andrew ran away as soon as he heard the first gunshot, cursing Wang Jingde as a fool while escaping. Hadn't he heard that a corner dog would jump over the wall? They had already announced their death. And if they didn't resist, were they just waiting to die? Moreover, in this chaos, Lin Qinshe would definitely rush in to find a good opportunity to shoot them. Wasn't the third generation of the Wang family supposed to be exceptionally capable? Why were they doing such foolish things? The gunshots rang out 23 times, meaning the remaining 23 men had been dealt with by Lin Qinshe. Now, out of 60 mercenaries, 59 had been wiped out, leaving only Andrew. As expected of a leading figure among mercenaries, his reaction was indeed swift. Lin Qinshe walked to a corner where no one could see him and revealed himself. He still held 2 guns in his hands. The crowd was stunned when they saw Lin Qinshe. Wasn't this the person who had just been singing with Guan Yuer? Although they heard Andrew calling Lin Qinshe's name over the radio, they didn't realize he was the same person who sang so beautifully. Are you okay? Lin Qinshe approached Qin Ruolin and looked her up and down. Qin Ruolin excitedly shook her head. Her heart that had been in suspense was finally at ease. Chapter 111. Falling into the sea, you killed all my men and expect me to let her go with just a flimsy statement? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Andrew said as he held Guan Yuer hostage, moving towards the exit. Under Lin Qinshe's pressure, his Chinese had become much more standard. With Lin Qinshe inside and Xiao Runnen outside, he could only walk sideways, pressing against the wall, cautiously making his way to the deck. Andrew slowly moved towards the edge of the ship, while Lin Qinshe stepped out onto the deck to meet up with Xiao Runnen. The two of them leaned together and approached Andrew. Where's everyone else? It's just you? Lin Qinshe thought Xiao Runnen had other people with her, just hiding in another place. The others are on their way. You sent a rough coordinate, but this ship keeps moving and has no fixed route. If I hadn't set off early, I wouldn't have been able to find your ship's trace. Xiao Runnen's eyes were fixed on Andrew. Lin Qinshe, as expected, found it speechless. What use was it to come alone? Fortunately, he had already taken care of most of them. Otherwise, there would be another burden. The Arctic Wolf mercenaries were invited by the Wang family, intending to take down the wealthy in the Magic City in one fell swoop. 60 people came, and now only this one was left. Lin Qinshe casually mentioned this information without turning to look at Xiao Runnen's shocked expression. Chapter 112. Drifting in the Sea Dam. Lin Qinshe couldn't help but curse after glancing at the rubber dinghy. This lifeboat was not only manual, without an engine, but it also didn't even have paddles. This was just a floating object. Letting the dinghy drift with the current, they wouldn't know where they would end up. But it was better than being soaked in water all the time. Lin Qinshe used his hands to paddle, straining to move forward. But a wave crashed and pushed him back. Beside him, Guan Yuer was already so cold that her lips turned white, and she was shivering all over. Lin Qinshe's high-level physique was still okay, but if this continued, Guan Yuer would freeze to death before the rescue arrived. Lin Qinshe leaned over, pulled her into his arms, and said, "Take off your wet clothes. Having them all will make you feel even colder." Guan Yuer looked up at Lin Qinshe. She knew this was not the time to be sentimental. They could lose their lives at any moment. "Don't worry, in this dark sea, I can't see anything." Lin Qinshe thought she was hesitating about being seen. Guan Yuer took off the wet dress she was wearing, and Lin Qinshe's eyes widened at the sight before him. Without any pretense, Guan Yuer once again dove into Lin Qinshe's embrace. Chapter 113. Hidden mission chain activated during this time. Yu Qing and Shun Lizhen also arrived at the rescue room to help, grateful for Lin Qinshe's rescue. If it weren't for him, their fate would have been dire, even leading to the loss of their lives. Now, With their savior's life hanging in the balance, they could only offer their meager assistance. Soon, others joined to help, and all the rubber boats were thrown overboard. A crew member rushed in to stop everyone, saying that these supplies were necessary for emergencies and they couldn't just throw everything away. If something happens, who will take responsibility? Another middle-aged man shouted. Our savior's life is at stake, and you still talk about what's necessary? Isn't this the very moment? How much are these things worth? Once we reach the shore, have your company come find me. I'm Qianmingda from Modu Securities. If anything needs to be taken care of, come to me. This crew member was the only remaining employee on the ship, having escaped disaster by hiding in a room in the main hall to smoke. He was later discovered by Wang Jingda, who sent him on errands, thus saving his life. After all, only the crew would know about the ship supplies. If they were all gone, finding food would be difficult. Soon, the rescue team arrived on the ship, and helicopters and rescue boats began their operations. Chapter 114. Survival on the deserted island. This rocky shelter was good in many ways, but it was too high, making it inconvenient for Guan Yuer to go up and down. It seemed they would need to build a ladder, but there was no time to think about that now. The two entered the jungle, dividing their tasks. Lin Qinshu went to collect some soft grass and thicker branches, while Guan Yuer went to find some larger leaves. As the saying goes, men and women work together, and the work doesn't feel tiring. They quickly gathered the necessary items, and Lin Qinshu even found some vines to use as rope. As evening approached, they finally built a simple shelter, but Lin Qinshu, lacking experience, made it a bit messy. He jumped down from the rock, deflated the rubber boat, and covered the top with it. At least it wouldn't leak when it rained. After a busy day, Guan Yuer was feeling a bit faint from hunger and hadn't even had a drop of water. They searched most of the island, but found no freshwater source. Lin Qinshu hurried to finish the shelter, wanting to complete the task and wait for the next one. Simple survival tools had been rewarded through the mission chain. Surely, water would be rewarded soon. Beep. Mission chain 2 completed. Build a shelter that can withstand most wind and rain. Reward. Waterproof lighter X10. Chapter 115. Deserted island map. He made a container to bring water back. The water source was too far from the shelter, so he had to consider moving closer. Lin Qinshu found a vine and tied the bamboo tube filled with fresh water to his back. He glanced at the system's display time, 002836. Only 28 minutes left. He needed to hurry, hoping not to encounter that wild boar with 4 tusks again. Lin Qinshu dashed through the jungle and ended up spotting that large wild boar again. But this time it wasn't T alone. It had 2 smaller boars with it. He had no time to tangle with these beasts and chose to take a detour, climbing up a big tree and jumping between the branches. Finally, with just 3 minutes left, he returned to the rock. And Guan Yuer looked at the out-of-breath Lin Qinshu and the bamboo tubes in his hands, misunderstanding his urgency as a desire for her to drink water sooner. She felt a touch of gratitude. However, she thought that one day without water wouldn't be fatal, so there was no need to rush. Guan Yuer stepped forward to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Lin Qinshu was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that Guan Yuer had misunderstood. However, there was no need for him to explain this misunderstanding. Chapter 116. Morning embarrassment. After these people left, Su Feng came to Su Banning's side. Have you found any trace of Shaolin? Su Banning asked. Su Feng sighed and shook his head. In the dark night sea, the odds are slim. He continued, I'll tell my sister about this. It was hard to find a brother-in-law I was satisfied with, and now he's lost to the sea. Su Feng was unaware that Lin Qinshu was only pretending to be Su Xia's boyfriend and felt regret over his presumed death. After all, the only person he had met who could compete with him, aside from enemies, was Lin Qinshu. On a deserted island in the middle of the sea, on a large rock, the sea breeze howled towards the 2 people sleeping on the rock. The shelter they had just built was now swaying precariously. Lin Qinshu hadn't expected the wind to be so strong at night. It seemed necessary to look for another location tomorrow. He closed his eyes and looked at the island's simple map. Lin Qinshu didn't quite understand what simple meant, as the map showed detailed markings of various regions. Even the wild boar territory was clearly marked. Was this still considered a simple map? Their current location was indeed the safest, but also the most barren part of the island. Chapter 117. The wild boar king Lin Qinshu returned to the wild boar territory. And this time he was shocked to see a wild boar that left him unable to move. It was more than half again the size of the one he had seen yesterday, lying there asleep. If yesterday's boar weighed 400 pounds, this one was at least over 600 pounds. A collision with this wild boar would leave an ordinary person seriously injured. Beep. Hidden mission chain activated. Defeat the wild boar king in front of you. Beol, bidding give peck, seasoning give peck. Damn, I need to deal with this pig. This tough-skinned, thick-fleshed wild boar would be a tough challenge, even for him. Moreover, this was the wild boar forest on the island. If he killed the wild boar king, wouldn't he be pursued by other wild boars? But Lin Qinshu had no time to think so much. The wild boar had already noticed him and charged with a low growl. Lin Qinshu leapt up onto a nearby tree, and the next moment, the wild boar king crashed into the tree, bringing it down. What did this wild boar eat to grow so large? A tree that two people could barely hug was easily knocked down by it. Lin Qinshu jumped down from the tree and delivered a powerful kick to the wild boar king, sending it flying. But it was not seriously injured and got back up to charge at him again. Chapter 118. Film City Project Ownership an hour later. Lin Qinshu returned after fetching water and saw Guan Yuer at a loss with a mountain chicken. It seemed she was also a young lady who didn't know how to handle a chicken. Lin Qinshu tossed the mountain chicken into boiling water, then pulled it out and forcefully plucked all its feathers. He then took out a knife to gut the chicken and removed its innards. After rinsing with fresh water, it was thrown into the soup pot and boiled with fresh water. The boiling seawater from earlier was poured over the wild boar king, and a military knife was taken out to start skinning it. These were things Lin Qinshu had seen in his childhood village, so he roughly knew how to handle it. Though his technique was still quite crude, occasionally scraping off the pig's skin. Guan Yuer continued to boil water nearby. For such a large wild boar, one pot of water was not enough. Just as the two were butchering the wild boar king, an event occurred in Magic City that shook the business world. Magic City. City Hall. Among the entrepreneurs in Magic City, those with a bit of fame and financial power were gathered here, and even Qin Ruolin received an invitation to attend. Su Baining was hosting this exchange meeting, and it seemed that this group of entrepreneurs had a common purpose. Chapter 119. Life on the deserted island. Another busy day passed. That night, because they had a blanket, the two did not sleep in each other's arms but still slept together in the shelter. After all, being by the sea, without a shelter, they would always be blown by the sea breeze and soaked by the dew. Early the next morning, Lin Qinshu got up and left the reef. He needed to change positions. Yesterday, due to the wild boar king encountered on the way, he hadn't completed his task, so today he had to finish it. He originally thought this was just a small island, but after getting the map, he realized that this island was not small at all. It even had a variety of wild animals, which puzzled him. How long would it take for an island to produce so many contemporary wild beasts? Or was this originally a known place, and these beasts were brought here? Lin Qinshu arrived at another beach close to the water source. This beach was much larger than the previous one. He decided to set the location at the junction of this beach and the jungle. The materials were easy to obtain, and it was convenient to come and go, allowing for a yard to dry food. Based on these task chains, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon and would need to prepare for a long battle. For the next couple of days, he would set up a house here and then bring Guan Yuer and other supplies over. Chapter 120. Dr. Miller's experimental base. Hopefully, this time, it won't be in vain. Dr. Miller's experimental base, his achievements only gave us a glimpse and allowed our mercenary group to become the world's #1. If we could find all his research results, this world would be ours. The foreign man couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, we still have 15 days before we reach that sea area. A young man beside him nodded and said, "Let everyone rest up. Once we find the island, we have to get energized." After giving a reminder, the man walked back to the cabin. On the other side of the ocean, in a small office building in Magic City, Xiaorenin was standing there with over 10 young men and women, all standing together, with a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting at the front. Everyone looked tense, as if troubled by something. The top 10 mercenary groups in the world have appeared within our Huaxia's territory. There must be something significant happening, said the middle-aged man. Sun Yuqing, heavily. These people are all desperate outlaws. If they go crazy, it will cause huge losses for Huaxia. I've already asked Xiao Tu to investigate the reason. We will know soon enough. However, these mercenaries haven't entered our Huaxia territory. Do we need to be so on edge? Xiaorenin said, confused. Chapter 121. The coastal courtyard. That's because M Country captured his entire family, forcing him to return. And no one knows his return route. He just seemed to appear out of thin air. When tracking his movements, he was already at a dock in M Country. Xiao Tu paused and continued. Dr. Miller was subjected to intense interrogation by the people of M Country facing threats and temptations. But he never revealed the location of the experimental base. He even refused to cooperate with M Country to develop the latest projects, ultimately choosing to commit suicide after meeting with his family. However, these matters were exposed by someone with ulterior motives, and everyone became intensely curious about Dr. Miller's experimental base. It's known that Dr. Miller's preliminary experiments had already created a group of people who became the strongest beings among humanity, just like that number one god mercenary. Hearing this, Xiao Renan's expression became serious. She had also heard of the god mercenaries, who were invincible and could solve any task. However, due to their exorbitant prices and unpredictable temperaments, few people would dare to deal with them. Once, a foreign tycoon hired the god mercenaries to defeat a rival force, and the god mercenaries exceeded expectations in completing the task. After returning to the tycoon, one of the mercenaries coveted the tycoon's lover and ended up killing the entire tycoon's family. Chapter 122, Breaking Relationships. Achieving results, Lin Qinshuo picked her up and walked towards the coastal courtyard. I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I heard that where there are snakes, there should also be antidotes nearby. I didn't expect to be right. If I were wrong, we would have to be a pair of desperate lovebirds. Guan Yueka spat, recalling the scene of Lin Qinshuo sucking the wound earlier. Who is a desperate lovebird with you? Shameless. We need to pay more attention to safety. Although we seem to be living well on the surface, our bodies can't handle much wear and tear. If we get sick, we won't even have medicine. Lin Qinshuo didn't know when he would complete this task chain. Such non-standard tasks were the hardest to accomplish, and he had no idea when it would be done. Back at the coastal campus, Lin Qinshuo placed her on the bed. Although the poison was resolved, it was still better not to move too much just in case, to avoid speeding up blood circulation and letting a small amount of poison reach the heart. I'm sorry. I originally wanted to share some burdens with you, but instead, I held you back, Guan Yuer said with guilt. Lin Qinshuo waved his hand. It's okay. You've already helped me a lot. At least on this lonely, deserted island. You've taken on a very important role, which is to be the person who talks to me. Chapter 123. The god mercenaries sitting nearby, admiring Guan Yuer's bathing figure. Lin Qinshuo suddenly seemed to have discovered something and walked towards the water. Guan Yuer thought he wanted to wash too and beckoned him with a finger. Lin Qinshuo approached Guan Yuer and looked at the waterfall. He always felt that the waterfall was too calm. The water flowed down from above without the crashing waves against the rocks, instead appearing hollow. What's wrong? Guan Yuer noticed something was off in Lin Qinshuo's expression. Wait here for me. Don't come over, Lin Qinshuo said as he walked towards the waterfall, where the rushing water hitting his body was somewhat painful. Lin Qinshuo reached under the waterfall and extended his hand to touch the rocks behind the waterfall, only to find nothing. Then, to Guan Yuer's astonished gaze, Lin Qinshuo slowly submerged into the waterfall. After passing through the waterfall, Lin Qinshuo discovered that there was actually a hidden world inside, a shallow cave entrance with a steel door. To the right of the door, there was a password lock that emitted a faint red light. This scene shocked Lin Qinshuo. He had originally thought it was just an ordinary deserted island, but he didn't expect there to be such a big door inside, indicating that someone had been here before. Chapter 124. The world's number one mercenary group, Strikes Lin Qinshuo, was busy until late at night before returning to his seaside cottage. According to the system's schedule, the god mercenary group would arrive on the island at noon. After sharpening his military knife and placing it at his waist, he leaned over to kiss the still-sleeping Guan Yuer on the forehead before stepping out. Lin Qinshuo had a premonition that this should be the final task in the mission chain. As long as he completed this task, he could take Guan Yuer back with him. Even if the mission was not completed, they could leave this place on the god mercenary group's ship or use the radio on board to contact Yang Yun and others. In short, he had one goal, to eliminate all of the opposing forces. Although he did not know them, they would certainly kill him upon seeing him. So he couldn't let his compassion cloud his judgment. Under the blazing sun, the weather was exceptionally clear today, and the sun was as scorching as ever. A silver yacht docked on the west coast. Lin Qinshuo hid in the branches of a large tree in the jungle, observing the number of people on the opposing side. Finally found them. A black man jumped off the boat with a submachine gun on his back, howling to the sky. They had been adrift at sea for nearly 2 months, and if they continued, their mental state would surely collapse. Chapter 125. The Hunting Moment, the God Mercenary Group. Is this it? Lin Qinshuo retracted his military knife, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had always felt suffocated by the title of the world's #1 mercenary, but now he had easily killed 2 of them. They didn't seem that formidable after all. It seemed that his psychological perception had misled him into thinking that being #1 in the world was incredibly impressive, but in reality, these people were not comparable to him at all. Lin Qingshou had not yet realized that he had already reached the peak state of an ordinary person. The difference between a 10 and 9 was like heaven and earth, not just a slight gap. After dealing with the 2 men, Lin Qingshou jumped back into the sea and swam back to shore. He did not destroy the yacht because, to him, it already belonged to him. Who would destroy their own property? According to the timeline, they had already cleared the snakes and were about to enter the wild boar forest. The wild boar forest was where Lin Qingshou planned to learn more about them. Earlier, without a gun, he had to sneak around to kill 2. Now that he had picked up 2 guns, he could confront them head-on. With his excellent marksmanship, taking down a mercenary with 1 shot would resolve the problem, making the task much simpler. Chapter 126, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Thick smoke billowed as the fire grew larger, causing everyone to scatter. The mercenaries could still contact each other via radio and wanted to regroup, but due to their unfamiliarity with the island's environment, they could not determine their locations. At a small seaside cottage on the east coast, Guan Yuer heard the sounds of explosions and the rolling smoke, immediately recalling Lin Qingshou's instructions. If you notice anything unusual and I'm not around, hide in the haystack in the kitchen until I return, and do not come out no matter what sound you hear. Remembering this, Guan Yuer hurried into the kitchen. In that haystack, Lin Qingshou had long prepared a concealed spot that would not be easily discovered without careful searching. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lin Qingshou was hunting the group of mercenaries. Through radio communication, Maud learned that only 4 of the people he had brought were left, making 5 in total with him. After landing for a short time, more than half of his men had already died, all at the hands of 1 person. If this got out, it would be a disgrace for the God mercenary group. The so-called world's #1 mercenary group had lost 4 or 5 men to just 1 individual. Chapter 127. Surpassing the limits of ordinary people, our mercenary group has business dealings with Dr. Miller. We came at his invitation, but we encountered you shortly after landing. Originally, we thought you were sent by a hostile force, which is why we engaged in combat with you. Now it seems it was all a misunderstanding. Maud chuckled, but Lin Qingshou saw the lies in his eyes. The behavior of the God mercenary group seemed like an uninvited intrusion, who arrives armed, captures people on sight, and demands directions while claiming it's an invitation. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and Maud's smile had not yet faded before he was dead. Full of lies and not a single truth. Why keep you alive? Lin Qingshou retracted his gun and picked up the walkie-talkie beside Maud. Even if he wanted to spare the other party, the system would not allow it. The system's task was to eliminate them all, if he spared their lives. He could not complete the mission. He wanted to see if the last remaining female mercenary would contact Maud. The island was so large that finding a single person was not easy. Lin Qingshou headed toward the east coast, wondering how Guan Yuer was doing and whether she had hidden away. He would not search for the last female mercenary for now, but he needed to ensure Guan Yuer's safety. Encountering her accidentally would be troublesome. Chapter 128. Entering the experimental base, Guan Yuer, beside Lin Qingshou, stirred awake with a soft moan. Upon seeing Lin Qingshou sitting on the bed, she pouted and leaped at him. You scare me to death. Whoa, I thought you were leaving me. How am I supposed to live alone? Guan Yuer cried as she held him tightly. Lin Qingshou quickly patted her back to comfort her. I just felt a bit weak and fainted. I'm fine now. I'm all better. After comforting Guan Yuer, Lin Qingshou first went to the yacht on the west coast to retrieve a satellite phone. This time, crossing the entire island took only half an hour. Previously, it took over an hour at full speed. After breaking through the 11-point threshold in physical fitness, he even made a whooshing sound when he ran. Upon reaching the yacht, the 2 corpses had long drifted away, but he found a satellite phone in the cabin. Lin Qingshou picked up the radio and dialed based on the number he remembered. Hello, this is Yang Yun. The voice on the other end made Lin Qingshou extremely excited. He had finally contacted the outside world. Although life on this deserted island was relatively comfortable, he constantly thought about returning to Modu, reminiscing about the delicious food and the massages from the maids. It's me, Lin Qingshou. Upon hearing this name, there was a brief pause on the other end. Chapter 129. Gene Enhancement Liquid. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a language proficiency skill. Otherwise, as an English novice, he wouldn't have understood a word of what the other party was saying. Guan Yuer, beside him, also looked at the screen in shock, seemingly able to comprehend what the foreigner was saying. The doctor on the screen continued, "Although it may seem like nonsense, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Miller, and everyone calls me Dr. Miller. I am a doctor focused on researching biological genetics. Years ago, the gene enhancement liquid I researched was used by the M country government for human experiments. In that experiment, out of 1,000 soldiers, only 1/10 survived." As Dr. Miller spoke, his expression turned somewhat sorrowful. 1,000 soldiers with only 1/10 surviving meant that 100 people had lived. 100 super soldiers would also be a terrifying existence. The survival rate of human experiments being only 1/10 was a result I did not want and was unwilling to pursue. However, the government of M country seems indifferent and even considers this a very successful outcome. In fact, this gene enhancement serum has indeed succeeded in some aspects. 100 people have become super soldiers, and even the strongest Marines are no match for any of them. Chapter 130. The Cloud King Lin Qingshou and his companion looked around and found nothing special, so they left the experimental base. There were places to live inside, and many ingredients were stored. However, for them, it was still not as comfortable as their seaside cottage. They could also gather fresh ingredients right there. Guan Yuer did not ask much about this place. In her opinion, even if she asked Lin Qingshou, he might not know, as he spent most of his time with her. 3 days later, Lin Qingshou's satellite phone rang. Yang Yun had arrived at the initial coordinates, but did not see the island Lin Qingshou mentioned. The island was constantly moving, albeit slowly, and after 3 days, it was long gone from its original location. Lin Qingshou shared the location again with Yang Yun and the others. It took another 2 days for them to finally reach the island. Yang Yun excitedly hugged Lin Qingshou, saying, "Brother Lin, I'm so glad you're okay. We were all very worried about you, especially President Qin, who couldn't even eat at first and ordered us not to return until we found you." Li Qing also said excitedly, "President Qin? A woman?" Guan Yuer stepped forward, filled with jealousy, and asked. Chapter 131. Back to the Magic City 7 days later. Lin Qingshou finally returned to the Magic City. Although life on the island had not made him look haggard, once he stepped on land, he couldn't help but feel a sense of weariness. Since he returned late at night, there were not many people at the dock, and Lin Qingshou had not informed anyone about his return. Only Guan Yuer called her agent, and a van was parked at the dock. After seeing the van, Guan Yuer reluctantly looked at Lin Qingshou and then hugged him tightly. "Don't forget me," Guan Yuer murmured. Lin Qingshou was puzzled by her attitude. Ever since they boarded the return ship, Guan Yuer had been gloomy. Now, she even spoke words that sounded like a farewell. Moreover, her eagerness to leave further confused him. She could have returned to the Magic City to rest for a few days before contacting her agent, yet she wanted to leave him the moment she disembarked. "Silly girl, what are you talking about? You can come back to my place to rest first, and you can leave whenever you want to work." Lin Qingshou thought her attitude was strange, but did not ask her about it. Chapter 132. Reporting safety, he took the keys to the Lamborghini Poison and headed out. The car was brought back by someone sent by Li Qing. After all, Lin Qingshou had been missing, and the car couldn't stay at the dock indefinitely. He also needed to replace his phone card and wondered if his family knew about his disappearance. If they did, he should at least report his safety. Lin Qingshou went to the service center to get his phone card replaced. He didn't need to buy a new phone since he had one at home. He just needed to have it modified at the Jimao Tower. After inserting the phone card, the message notification kept ringing, and he received many missed calls in the form of messages. There were messages from Yi Mengxi, Qin Ruolin, Su Xia, and his parents. After seeing a pile of missed call notifications, Lin Qingshou first called home. At that moment, Chen Xiuxiang was heartbroken and crying. Having just learned the news that Lin Qingshou had drowned at sea, Lin Qingshou had never been fond of calling home, and they thought he had grown up and didn't need to be overly concerned. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Lin Qingshou's cousin was getting married, that Chen Xiuxiang called to ask if he was coming back. When she couldn't get through for several days, she finally found out from the school that Lin Qingshou was missing at sea. The school had intended to notify the family, but until the final outcome was determined, they were afraid to say anything. Chapter 133. The melancholic piano prince Chun Shanshan also sent him 2 messages. The first said she had set off for training in M country. The second said she was already in training and would complete the course in 2 months, hoping to see Lin Qingshou when she returned. After that, there were no more messages, And it seemed she had heard about Lin Qingshou's death and realized that messaging him was pointless. Lin Qingshou's impression of Chun Shanshan was still stuck on the scene at the entrance of Tang Sheniping, so he did not plan to report his safety to her and exited the interface after 2 days. He glanced at some other messages, but didn't pay much attention. Lin Qingshou planned to visit Jinmao Tower first and then return to school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the deserted island survival submission. Reward: 100 billion cash. Dear customer, your Magic City Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan with a balance of 175,628. 446,251 yuan. A deserted island survival submission? I've never heard of this task being released. Suddenly, I completed it and received a reward of 100 billion. Lin Qingshou shook his head. As long as there was a reward, he wouldn't dwell on why there was this task. He had also heard from Yang Yin that the Film City project had already been secured by the Lin Group, which was the company Qin Ruolin had set up for him, and there would be many places needing money in the future. Chapter 134. Problems that can be solved with money in front of him was a handsome face, with a hint of a mischievous smile. Upon seeing this face, Qin Ruolin was also very excited, standing in place, unsure of what to do. Lin Qingshou opened his arms and smiled. It's been so long. Aren't you going to give me a hug? Qin Ruolin walked up to Lin Qingshou and gently hugged him, murmuring, "Welcome back." Those outside, looking through the glass at this scene, were shocked. The Ice Queen president of the Lin Group, Qin Ruolin, actually took the initiative to hug a man. Did this handsome man charm even the Ice Queen president? I asked Brother Yang to keep it a secret. After all, this is a big deal, and I didn't want to be surrounded by trivial matters as soon as I returned. Qin Ruolin did not know that Lin Qingshou had been found and returned. So she was extremely excited. If the media learned that he had survived, he would be surrounded the moment he disembarked, and the government would also send people to express condolences, which would be too troublesome. After Qin Ruolin let go of him, she gave him a sideways glance. "I won't cause you any trouble. Couldn't you have given me a heads up?" Lin Qingshou smiled, but did not respond. "Let's go to the office to chat and take a look at how your office has been transformed by me." Qin Ruolin led the way, and as they passed through the office area, everyone was watching the two of them. Chapter 135. The outcome of the Wang family. Lin Qingshou had already transferred 50 billion to her, and this 30 billion could cover the Film City project on its own. It seemed he had been a bit narrow-minded, still worrying about money, not realizing that Lin Qingshou had easily resolved it. Host: Lin Qingshou, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Spirit 9, Charm 10. The highest attributes for ordinary people are 10, and the host has exceeded the normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton cruise ship, mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangshan Eping Building A, 33rd floor. Skills: proficient in martial arts, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery, sports skills mastery, language proficiency, master-level piano skills, singing proficiency, acting proficiency. Top-level hacking skills, balance, 14562844, 6251. Lin Qingshou looked at his account, having transferred 30 billion and still had 140 billion left. After leaving Qin Ruolin's office, he went to the office where Mo Fong was. Mo Fong stayed behind to help Lin Qingshou, while Ilan went to M Country to protect Chen Shanshan, and the others were taken away by Yang Yin. The experiments on that island were too important and could only be guarded by them for now. But Yang Yin would come back after delivering the people. The security company still had other matters for him to handle, and he also needed to cultivate some trusted people for Lin Qingshou. Chapter 136. Yi Mengxi's despair when Ru Xue saw the name of the caller. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She cautiously answered the phone. "Ru Xue, it's me, I've returned. I just left your company. They said you were on a business trip." The magnetic voice on the other end made Ru Xue burst into tears. "Wait for me. I'm coming back now." Ru Xue couldn't wait to see Lin Qingshou again. The chubby man on the other end quickly asked, "Miss Wen, what do you mean by that?" "Let me be clear. Our company has many people vying for it. If you don't make a decision today, I'll sell it to someone else." He hadn't heard the content of the call, but seeing Ru Xue's eager expression, it seemed she was not planning to buy his company anymore. Ru Xue turned to the man who had just made a lion's offer. "Mr. Wang, if someone can buy at your price, I can offer you double. Besides, I don't need it anymore. The person I was looking for has returned. Sorry to waste your time." After saying that, she quickly left. The chubby man hurriedly shouted, "Miss Wen, I was wrong. The company is 10 billion. Let's sign a contract now. Chapter 137. A feast at Hongmen. Seeing Yi Mengshi unresponsive and continuing to walk towards the lake, he jumped directly into the water, pulling Yi Mengshi back to the shore and slapped her on the rear. You didn't even listen when I called you? Have you grown wings? Hearing Lin Qinshi's voice, Yi Mengshi slowly came to her senses. Senior? Is that really you? You're not here to take me away from hell, are you? Meng Meng is willing to follow you. Yi Mengshi jumped into Lin Qinshi's arms. Lin Qinshi playfully slapped her on the rear again, laughing, what hell? Even if I were dead, I would go to heaven. Yi Mengshi felt the warmth in Lin Qinshi's embrace and finally confirmed he was real. She burst into tears. Senior, it's so great that you're not dead. Meng Meng was ready to follow you. Lin Qinshi held her tightly. I'm sorry, Meng Meng. I'm back. I had a little accident. But the Grim Reaper couldn't take me away from you. I might be a bad person. After all, calamities last for 1,000 years. Senior is not a calamity. Yi Mengshi's face changed from tears to smiles. Lin Qinshi picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards the car. You're soaked. We can't attend class like this. Let's go back and change clothes. The two drove out of the campus to Wulong Villa, the villa Lin Qinshi had bought for her. Chapter 138. Helping you retrieve foreign funds. Boss Lin, just say what you need. We, the people gathered here, are grateful for your life-saving grace. So we support you as the head of the Film City project. As long as it's not too difficult, we will do our best to help you. Qian Mingda patted his chest and said earnestly. Lin Qinshi smiled. That's right, what I want to talk about is the Film City project. I believe, after the Wong family incident, everyone's funding chain has more or less encountered some issues, right? I would like everyone to return the projects to my Lin group. I'm a bit particular. For the projects I'm responsible for, I hope we handle them ourselves to avoid situations we can't control. As soon as Lin Qinshi said this, the room fell silent. Some people's expressions even turned a bit ugly. The Film City was a major project of the three cities. Making money was inevitable, but because they had all experienced the events at sea, they were now severely weakened and couldn't take on more projects. They could only take what they were confident in to at least make some money back. Previously, pushing Lin Group out was mainly to help. As long as Lin Group split the projects, they could earn some money to fill their pockets. Chapter 139. Wong Group, building some undecided people, ultimately chose to transfer the contracts. They had little money left, but they didn't want to offend a capable and powerful Lin Qinshi over the small profits from the Film City. Among those present, only Xinyu and Zhao Jipeng did not move. After everyone signed the contracts and retrieved their foreign funds, Xinyu walked up to Qin Ruolin and signed a contract. After signing, she turned to Lin Qinshi and said, "This is to repay your life-saving grace. The members of the Shun family never owe anyone a favor. We have our own ways to retrieve those funds. You don't need to trouble yourself." After saying that, she turned and walked out. Zhao Jipeng also walked up with a smile and signed a contract. My old man has a temperament similar to those from the Shun family. This is one of the ways my Zhao family repays kindness. Still, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also come to my Zhao family. After saying that, he quickly followed out, seemingly to catch up with Xinyu. After Zhao Jipeng left, the Rolls-Royce he was in pulled up beside him. Where's Xiaoyu? After getting in the car, Zhao Jipeng's expression turned cold. Chapter 140. The building is coming, pretty boy. I'm taking this seat. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. One person reached out to pat Lin Qinshi's shoulder. Lin Qinshi sidestepped and simultaneously extended his palm like a knife, striking the opponent's elbow joint. With a pull, the opponent's face slammed into the edge of the table, instantly knocking him unconscious. Damn, this pretty boy dared to ambush my brother. The other two rushed forward, and Lin Qinshi used his fists to directly smash into their noses, sending them flying. I've tried it for you. Joint techniques aren't suitable for self-defense. I'll consider some other self-defense techniques. Lin Qinshi sat back down and said to Qin Ruolin, joint techniques still require strength to support them. If you encounter someone stronger, attacking their joints won't help. The two who had been knocked back got up from the ground. Pretty boy, you wait for me. Although they threatened him, they didn't dare to go rescue their unconscious companion. The two picked up the phone and made a call. Lin Qinshi ignored it and continued eating barbecue. Just as Lin Qinshi and his companion were about to leave after finishing their meal, several vans suddenly rushed over and stopped nearby. Chapter 141. Descendants of the Royal Family. That's why I told you before that I couldn't find a #1 big brother to help me with my live stream. After Gu Xiaoyu signed with the company for her debut, Chen Jie asked her to contact the number one big brother for support. But Gu Xiaoyu said she couldn't reach him, as the number one big brother had fallen into the sea. However, even if Lin Qinshi hadn't fallen into the sea, Gu Xiaoyu didn't have confidence in calling him over, as Lin Qinshi's attitude toward her was quite ordinary. You need to seize this opportunity. This number one big brother is very wealthy, and this entire building belongs to him. With his support, your live streaming career will surely thrive for a long time. Chen Jie said happily. She was troubled about how to deepen the connection with him, but unexpectedly, he was one of her own streamers. And Lin Qinshi's popularity was currently the highest online. If Lin Qinshi was willing to do a live stream for her company, it would instantly rank her company among the top media organizations in the country. Gu Xiaoyu was slightly surprised, not expecting that this Jinmao building belonged to Lin Qinshi. You need to be mentally prepared. This number one big brother doesn't expect anything in return from me and hasn't made any requests. He just gives me things. Our relationship is just having shared a meal together, Gu Xiaoyu said, shrugging her shoulders. Chapter 142. One of the four great families of Kyoto, the Jin family. The Jin family has a wide range of connections, both in business and in the entertainment industry, and their achievements are considerable. Therefore, the Jin family is recognized as the most powerful among the four great families of Kyoto. Guan Yuer has been betrothed to Jin Jun, the younger generation of the Jin family, since childhood and is one of the candidates for the next head of the Jin family. Mo Fong shared the information he had investigated. The Jin family? The first family in Kyoto, so what? Lin Qinshi sneered coldly. As long as they dare to touch my woman, even the king of heaven won't be spared. You've worked hard. Brother Mo, look into this Jin Jun for me. I want his detailed information, Lin Qinshi said, patting Mo Fong on the shoulder. All right, we've already started a basic investigation, but there's no progress yet. I'll notify you once we find any information. Mo Fong nodded in agreement. Lin Qinshi left the Jinmao building. He had been back for 2 days and hadn't returned to the dormitory yet. His brothers probably didn't know he was back and might still be immersed in the news of his death. In the top dormitory of Jiaoda, Xia Lu, Fan Jinxiang, and Li Wuqi were sitting dejectedly on their chairs, staring blankly. What's wrong? Do you have no classes, or are you all skipping class? A teasing voice came from the door. Chapter 143. Gu Beichen. Lin Qinshi felt a headache. This principal was also a misunderstanding fanatic, interpreting it as if he had designated it, but that wasn't important. He needed to recruit that biology genetics professor first. I don't have the contact information for that professor. He has a strange temperament and doesn't want to communicate with anyone, constantly changing his phone number. You can ask Su Weiwei. She is now Professor Gu's proud student and should have his contact information, the principal said. This principal was really incompetent, not even having the professor's number. He had to go find Su Weiwei. Lin Qinshi left the principal's office and ran to the place where he had just met Su Weiwei, but he didn't find her, indicating that she had already left. He couldn't roam around the campus openly anymore, just being out for a short while. The students had begun to follow him. Lin Qinshi could only return to the dormitory to disguise himself before coming out. Back in the dormitory, Xia Lu and the others looked at him with a half smile. Our big star is back. So, how does it feel to be an internet celebrity? Li Wuqi asked mischievously. Whoever wants to be an internet celebrity can do so. Do you have Su Weiwei's contact information? Lin Qinshi changed into his school uniform, took a mask from Li Wuqi, and grabbed a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from Fan Jinxiang to disguise himself. Chapter 144. Successfully recruiting. Su Weiwei led him into the laboratory, and a 100-square-meter lab came into view. Having seen Dr. Miller's experimental base, he immediately felt this place was quite shabby, considering he had sponsored a considerable amount of money. How could the school not set up a decent laboratory? In the lab, a figure wearing a white lab coat and with a head full of white hair appeared before Lin Qinshi. Teacher, this is Lin, our school's research project fund donor and an investor in the excellence program, Su Weiwei introduced to Gu Beichen. However, Gu Beichen didn't turn his head and didn't respond at all, continuing to work on what he was doing. Lin Qinshi and Su Weiwei could only stand quietly behind him, waiting for him to finish before speaking again. After about 5 minutes, Gu Beichen finally put down what he was working on and slowly turned around. Lin Qinshi was slightly surprised at the sight of him. From the back, he looked like a man in his 60s or 70s, but his face resembled that of a middle-aged man around 40, with bright eyes indicating he wasn't actually that old. The white hair seemed to be a result of years of working in the lab. Chapter 145, State City. Lin Qinsher nodded, no problem. My experimental base is in a relatively remote place. You can pack some things, and I'll come back in a week to take you there. At first, you need to keep it a secret. You can't communicate with the outside world for at least a month. So be sure to clarify with your families to avoid the police coming to look for me later. Is your lab already set up? Why did you go missing? What exactly is the reason? Gu Beichun didn't understand Lin Qinsher's words. What could be kept so secret? You'll find out when you go. Don't worry. It's just temporarily confidential. Once you get there, whether to keep it a secret or not is up to you. If you don't trust me, you can go ask the mayor of Modu, Su Banning, about my situation. After saying this, Lin Qinsher glanced at Su Weiwei beside him and then left the laboratory. He casually mentioned Su Banning's name to increase the other party's trust, as it was unlikely they would actually go to ask him. Gu Beichun actually appointed Su Weiwei as his assistant. Could it be that they had some hidden secret? However, Lin Qinsher didn't care as long as Gu Beichun agreed. Chapter 146. A damaged beauty with a score of 98. I'll call Qimingde tomorrow when I have some free time. I exchanged contact information with that old guy earlier. Lin Jinhua also mentioned how he met his current fiancée, Liu Yifan. They both went for interviews at a company in State City, but Liu Yifan was eliminated and had to go to another trust company. However, while waiting for the interview, they chatted and found each other to be nice, so they exchanged contact information and gradually developed into a romantic relationship. Liu Yifan was also from State City, but from a different county. Lin Jinhua showed him her photo. She had a decent appearance, not particularly beautiful, but not unattractive either. The two brothers talked all night and didn't know when they fell asleep. The next day, the two men began to prepare the wedding room, spending the entire day to finally set it up simply. After a long day of work, the two brothers decided to go out for a meal. Lin Jinhua told him that there was a newly opened restaurant called Miss Tofu that served delicious tofu dishes, specializing in various dishes made from tofu. They arrived at a difficult parking spot, in a place that resembled a large food stall, with a simple sign. Inside, a girl who looked about 14 years old was busy collecting bowls and chopsticks. Chapter 147. First love. Lin Qinju quickly noticed the scars on Jiang Wanqiu's face, which had been burned, covering her original beauty and making her look somewhat hideous. Most people would surely avoid her appearance. After a moment of shock, Jiang Wanqiu regained her composure, placed the dishes down, and turned to leave. Wanqiu, long time no see. When Lin Qinju called out to her, her back trembled violently, and she choked out, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Jiang Wanqiu." Lin Qinju stepped forward and smiled. "If you're not, how do you know Wanqiu's last name is Jiang?" Jiang Wanqiu, realizing she couldn't hide from him, lowered her head and fiddled with her hair to cover the burned scars on her face. "It's been so long. I didn't expect to see you here in the state capital." Lin Qinju supported her shoulder, turning her to face him, and gently pushed her hair away, asking with concern, "What happened?" Jiang Wanqiu, like a frightened rabbit, quickly pushed her hair back. She was the same age as him and should be in college now. Why was she here, running a tofu restaurant with her younger sister? So much must have happened. Chapter 148. Convincing Jiang Wanqiu. I went to Jiangshan for high school because my parents moved there for work. I studied hard and earned a recommendation to Kyoto University, so I didn't have to take the college entrance exam. My parents were very happy and took me out to dinner. But my younger sister had evening classes and didn't go with us. My dad had a few drinks at dinner and, feeling lucky, drove us home. We had a car accident on the way, and the car caught fire. My parents died on the spot, and I was burned. Lin Qinju clenched his fists. What was supposed to be a happy occasion turned tragic because Jiang Wanqiu's father was driving under the influence, ruining the happiness of the entire family. Because of the DUI accident, the insurance company didn't pay out. I had to take care of my younger sister, so I chose to give up my studies. With the inheritance left by my parents, I returned to the state capital, originally planning to find a job to support Ning Shuang's education. But with my appearance, no company was willing to hire me. Even as a dishwasher, no one wanted me. I had no choice but to use my parents' money to open a small restaurant, as I've loved cooking since I was a child. At first, people were reluctant to eat here because of my appearance, but Ning Shuang, being very understanding, gave up her studies to help me. She handled the front, and I managed the kitchen, and we barely managed to get by. Jiang Wanqiu smiled bitterly. Chapter 149. No wedding car parade. No, sister, my courses are relatively simple and can be self-taught. It's more important for you to go to college first. Jiang Ning Shuang seemed to misunderstand the economic issue of their education, thinking it was just her sister letting her go to school. If only one of the sisters could study, Jiang Shuang would definitely give the opportunity to her sister. Jiang Wanqiu smiled and patted her sister's head, saying, I want to be studying. I'll work to earn money to support you. What will you do if you don't study? No one in the Magic City dares to hire child labor. Jiang Shuang realized this too and didn't know what to say, so she could only hug Jiang Wanqiu tightly and fall asleep. Outside, Lin Qinzhu also heard the sisters' conversation and smiled happily. As long as they were willing to go with him, everything else would be proven over time. When they went to the Magic City, they would realize they wouldn't need to work for money. The next morning, Lin Qinzhu opened his eyes to find Jiang Wanqiu coming out with 2 bowls of noodles. The burn scars on her face were particularly noticeable in the sunlight, which was the fundamental reason Jiang Wanqiu felt inferior and was afraid to face Lin Qinzhu. Noticing he was awake, she quickly put on a mask. Chapter 150. Wedding Proposal. Lin Qinhua also put on his suit and tied his tie. This set was given to him by Lin Qinzhu. He originally planned to wait for Lin Qinzhu to buy it together, but he didn't expect the other party to have already bought it and even gifted him a set, which felt of good quality. The car has arrived. Let us go down and take a look. Lin Qinzhu also wore a suit, as he couldn't dress too casually while being the best man for his brother. Both suits were purchased by Li Qing according to Lin Qinzhu's request for low-key, no big brands, so they were all custom-made by a master tailor, costing nearly $1 million for the 2 suits. Everyone was skeptical, but followed to see what kind of car Lin Qinzhu's friend had brought. On the road outside the community, 5 Rolls-Royces and 5 Bentleys were lined up in a straight line. Seeing this spectacle, Lin Qinzhu couldn't help but close his eyes and smack his forehead, forgetting to tell Sheng Ping not to be too ostentatious and to just get some Benzes, BMWs, or Audis. Although the relatives who got out didn't recognize the brands, they could tell the cars were luxurious. A show, what kind of car is this? It looks very luxurious. An elder relative approached to touch it. Lin Qinhua was so shocked he couldn't speak. While they didn't recognize the cars, he certainly did. Chapter 151. Friends with Bad Intentions. Fortunately, the room wasn't too big, but Lin Qinzhu still couldn't find a shoe at once. After searching the entire room without finding its whereabouts, he scrutinized the crowd and noticed something unusual about Li Mei. Her arms were always crossed over her chest, and she hadn't let them down at any time. When Lin Qinzhu accidentally bumped into her, she didn't drop her hands. Lin Qinzhu approached and inspected, discovering a red object inside her gown. He reached out to grab it, quickly pulling out the shoe from her embrace, but in the process, he accidentally touched a soft area, causing Li Mei to gasp and turn red. Lin Qinzhu certainly knew what he had just touched, but apologizing now would only make it more awkward, so he simply acted as if nothing had happened. After the proposal ended, the remaining procedures were all handled by Lin Qinhua, such as serving tea to the bride and groom's parents. From Lin Qinzhu's observations, Lu Yifun's parents seemed to be quite friendly people, as the joy on their faces was unmistakable, and they didn't pick on Lin Qinhua's shortcomings. Lu Yifun was an only child, so her parents were naturally reluctant to part with her, leading to a comical scene of the bride's parents both crying and laughing. Chapter 152. The Witness. Thank you, Mr. Qian, for coming all this way. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Lin Qinhua, who works at the trust in the state capital. Huago. This is Qian Mingde, a friend of mine from the Magic City. Mr. Qian should have some connections with you. Lin Qinzhu smiled as he introduced both parties. When Qian Mingde heard that Lin Qinhua worked at the trust in the state capital, he immediately guessed Lin Qinzhu's intentions. However, working at the trust meant Lin Qinhua's qualifications and education were solid. Helping him would be a small favor, but it would make Lin Qinzhu owe him a favor, which was the most valuable part. Lin Qinhua was shocked when he heard the name Qian Mingde. After confirming Qian Mingde's appearance several times and considering that the other party was from the Magic City, the answer in his heart was almost certain. You are President Qian from Magic City Securities. Lin Qinhua's voice trembled. Haha, just call me old Qian. You are Mr. Lin's cousin, so let's be more familiar. You can call me Brother Qian, and I'll call you Brother Hua. Qian Mingde said as he took out a large red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qinhua. Brother Hua, this is a small token from Big Brother. Congratulations on your marriage, and I wish you 100 years of harmony. Chapter 153. Wedding Gift. At first, Lin Qinhua's friends who were driving the wedding car were all coerced and lured away, and later he even told his father not to be the witness. Nothing seemed to disrupt Lin Qinhua's wedding, which made him feel quite displeased. He secretly decided that he must not let this wedding end smoothly. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. I hope you all get married soon. I'm looking forward to drinking your wedding wine, huh? Lin Xinhua said happily. He was the first to get married among this group, and everyone envied him. Ahua, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but what kind of garbage wine is this? If you don't have the money to get some good wine, just tell me. I can sponsor you some Mao Tai to show off. Lu Jinsheng said as he splashed the wine from his cup onto the ground. With a loud slap, Lu Jinsheng's figure flew out and crashed against the wall before stopping. Damn, I've tolerated you for a long time. If it weren't for today being a joyous occasion, I would have broken your legs. The one who struck was Lin Qinshou. Since the other party had repeatedly provoked him, he had no need to hold back anymore. This scene drew a crowd around them, and on this joyous day, Lin Qinshou couldn't help but take action. Chapter 154. Taking the Jiang sisters back to the Magic City, Lin Qinhua opened the car door with weak legs. The passenger seat held the vehicle documents. This was a car bought in full. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Lin Qinshou had asked him for his ID. At first, he found it strange, but it turned out to be a gift for him. He was usually quite wary of documents. But Lin Qinhua trusted his brother and unhesitatingly handed over his ID. As a result, he received this fully paid car and a house. Remembering the house, Lin Qinhua quickly locked the car and ran back home. In the room, Lu Yifan was counting the red envelopes she had received. Seeing Lin Qinhua rush in, she quickly asked what was wrong. Is something happening? Where's that red gift box? Lin Qinhua searched for the items he had brought back from the hotel. Lu Yifan picked it up from the bedside. Here it is. I haven't looked inside yet. This seems to be from your brother, right? Lin Qinhua opened the gift box and pulled out the house purchase contract. Lu Yifan was also curious about what made her husband so anxious. When she saw it was the house purchase contract, she was momentarily stunned. When Lin Qinhua opened the contract, it read Li Jun Houting. The couple exchanged glances. They knew Li Jun Houting was just across the street. Chapter 155. Solving the Jiang sisters' education issues. Study hard. After you learn some skills, come help me. I lack trustworthy people around me. You're the most trustworthy to me, so don't feel burdened. I am essentially cultivating talent for myself. Lin Qinshou winked at Jiang Wanqiu, knowing she would feel frustrated. So he said these words to comfort her. It did have some effect, and Jiang Wanqiu's gaze became more determined. The only repayment she could offer was her dedication to Lin Qinshou in the future. Jiang Wanqiu even thought that once her sister grew up and could live independently or got married, she would take her own life, as her previous life had been completely hopeless for her. The two sisters went to choose rooms and tidy up. Jiang Wanqiu even cleaned her room for Lin Qinshou. Although Lin Qinshou said he didn't stay there often, she still did it. Lin Qinshou had Li Qin find a helper to bring fresh ingredients every day, and the refrigerator and snack cabinet had to be regularly stocked. Anything nearing expiration had to be dealt with, ensuring that the supplies were always sufficient and not expired. After staying at Jiang Wanqiu's place for one night, Lin Qinshou went out early the next morning and headed back to the school to find the principal. Chapter 156. Actually, I've been paying attention to you for a long time after everyone boarded the boat. Only Yang Yin and Li Qing were on board. The others were on the island. This was a relatively large yacht, and Lin Qinshou had specifically had people by several for easy travel between the laboratory and the Magic City. Professor Gu, classmate Wei Wei, we may have to spend the next few days on the boat. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know in advance. It will take a few days to reach our destination by sea, and not everyone can handle the boat without getting seasick. If it weren't for my improved physical condition, I would be throwing up nonstop, Lin Qinshou said. Gu Beichun ignored Lin Qinshou and found a room for himself, closing the door. I'm a medical school student. When you asked us to wait at the dock, I had already prepared seasickness medication, Su Weiwei said to Lin Qinshou. Why are you willing to follow this old man as an assistant? Does he pay you? Lin Qinshou assessed Su Weiwei, who was wearing the same white dress as when they first met, looking fresh and ethereal, giving off an air of being untouched by the world. The teacher can help with my condition. I want to get better as soon as possible. Su Weiwei's eyes were somewhat despondent. Every day, she woke up now. Her memory was starting to fade, indicating that her time was running out. Chapter 157. Encountering Arctic Wolf mercenaries again, are we about to encounter those robbers for supplies? Lin Qinshou looked at the ship ahead, where several burly men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and even some with darker skin, were playing with guns. The ship stopped ahead and did not move, as if it could no longer advance. Brother Yang, do we have guns? In Huaxia, one cannot possess guns. But they had confiscated quite a few weapons on the island, and Yang Yun and the others only needed to buy bullets. We have guns, but why don't we just go around? Yang Yun asked in confusion. Lin Qinshu shook his head. They couldn't let them live. This area was very close to the experimental base, and they might soon find their location, which would lead to continuous trouble. Moreover, just because their ship appeared to be stuck didn't mean it was unusable. Seeing their mocking expressions, they probably want to play a chase game. Yang Yun immediately understood, and he pulled out several guns from under the control panel. It was impossible to travel on the sea without self-defense. Lin Qinshu took a gun and held it close. Walking out, as he passed the dining area, he told Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei to hide back in their rooms. Chapter 158, Gene Enhancement Liquid Research. If I'm not mistaken, Professor Gu should have guessed our destination by now. Lin Qinshu asked rhetorically. Gu Beichen remained silent, just staring at him. The experimental base I mentioned is Dr. Miller's experimental base, but we are not setting out to find it. We already know where it is, and I've even been there for more than a month. Lin Qinshu's words caused Gu Beichen's pupils to shake. Gu Beichen suddenly stood up from his chair. You really found Dr. Miller's experimental base? Gu Beichen's face showed a look of surprise. This was the first time Lin Qinshu had seen an expression other than indifference on his face. Whether it was true or not, Professor Gu would know in just a few hours. This was also why I asked Professor Gu to keep the itinerary confidential. After all, this matter involved a wide range of issues. If outsiders find out, this experimental base might not be able to be preserved, and even our lives could be in danger. Lin Qinshu smiled and said, What is in the laboratory? Are Dr. Miller's experimental data still there? Gu Beichen asked several questions in succession. Lin Qinshu smiled and said, Professor Gu, don't worry. We'll arrive soon, and once we do, you can go see for yourself. Chapter 159, Success of the Gene Enhancement Solution. Gu Beichen excitedly said to Lin Qinshu, According to this data, the survival rate of this gene enhancement solution is 100%. It has eliminated the side effects that could cause death due to gene enhancement. However, whether there are any other side effects will depend on the subsequent condition of these gorillas. Lin Qinshu nodded and suddenly noticed that the fingers of those gorillas began to move, showing signs of waking up. Gu Beichen also noticed and hurried over. The three gorillas gradually awakened, and Lin Qinshu noticed that their bodies had become much more robust, with muscular arms. When they opened their eyes, one could even see intelligence and humanity in their gaze. This astonished Lin Qinshu. Was the gene enhancement solution really that powerful? It could actually transform animals into a human-like appearance. The three gorillas got off the experimental beds, approached the iron bars, inspected them up and down, and suddenly bared their teeth and reached out their hands to tear the bars apart. Step back. Lin Qinshu grabbed Gu Beichen's collar and pulled him back. On the other side, Su Weiwei was so shocked that she couldn't move, staring blankly at the gorilla that had come out from the bars. One of the gorillas displayed a human-like smile and reached out its hand to slap at Su Weiwei. If that force hit her, even if she didn't die, she would be disabled. Chapter 160. The special abilities of super soldiers. As the only woman in the team on the island, Qiu Lu also competed with Huang Cheng. Both had the same idea. In the end, it was Yang Yun who called off the competition, letting He Yun go first. Everyone entered the laboratory, where Gu Beichen had already prepared a separate isolation room. As the gene enhancement solution was slowly injected into He Yun's body, he also fainted, and the fluctuations caused by his breathing gradually decreased. If it weren't for the instruments indicating he was normal, one might think He Yun had died. The heart rate monitoring device showed that He Yun's heart rate was continuously dropping, and everyone nervously watched the device in front of them. Just as the heart rate dropped to 0, it gradually returned to normal. He Yun slowly awakened, looking no different on the outside, as if he had just taken a short nap. How do you feel? Yang Yun asked nervously. He Yun stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, a strange feeling swelling in his heart. He felt a continuous source of power surging within him, as if he could kill a tiger with one punch. He Yun said excitedly. Lin Qinshu furrowed his brow. The early effects of the gene enhancement solution indeed enhanced strength, but this was already the later stage. Moreover, the experimental subjects contained in the glass jars indicated that Dr. Miller must have added other genes. It couldn't possibly just be such a small change. Chapter 161. Killing Gene Jun. Except for He Yun, everyone else had their hands cut by sharp blades, a phenomenon that puzzled both Lin Qinshu and Gu Beichen. Subsequently, Gu Beichen brought everyone into the laboratory and drew blood from them for research on this different evolution. After a day of research, Gu Beichun reached a conclusion. Evolution is based on improvements made to each person's body. Just like the same gene enhancement solution, everyone gains different abilities. He-Yun's ability is skin hardening, which can be practiced to control the degree of hardening. However, the others had not yet discovered any other special abilities. During the examination of their bodies, Gu Beichun discovered something that could even shake the entire medical community. Qiu Lu had originally lost her ability to conceive due to uterine damage, but after the injection of the gene enhancement solution, she had now fully recovered and could give birth normally. This significant discovery led Gu Beichun to another thought. What would the child of two people who had injected the gene enhancement solution be like? Would they be born with extraordinary strength or special abilities? The more Gu Beichun thought about it, the more excited he became, hastily urging Qiu Lu and Yang Yun to have a child, which instantly darkened both of their faces. Chapter 162. The Gu family's young master kicked out. If you need help, just let me know. After Lin Qinshi finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, pondering what kind of grievances there were between Shunyu and Jin Jun. Could be a dark web bounty? It shouldn't be. The Yang family couldn't be under a bounty, and the Jin family should be even less so. Lin Qinshi's words left Shunyu stunned. What did helping mean? Did he really believe he was going to kill someone? The two did not say much along the way, and after arriving in Kyoto, they went their separate ways. Lin Qinshi looked at Shunyu's departing back and said to Huang Cheng behind him, "Brother Huang, go follow Shunyu, find out where she is staying, and come back. We'll wait for you at the Kyoto Grand Hotel." Huang Cheng nodded and left like a ghost. The three of them took a taxi to the Kyoto Grand Hotel. On the way, Li Qing received information sent by Mo Fong, but he didn't speak since there were others in the car. As soon as they entered the hotel room, Li Qing extended his hand to block Lin Qinshi and He-Yun's way. Then he looked around the room and pulled out a listening device from a flower pot. Lin Qinshi's gaze sharpened. Was this listening device specifically placed in their room, or was it in all the rooms? Lin Qinshi signaled Li Qing with his eyes to check other rooms for similar devices. Chapter 163. The brother-in-law, why don't you all have some tea first? I'll go in and cook. Let's have lunch together. Chun Limei said enthusiastically as she brought the ingredients into the kitchen. Let's go to the rooftop for some fresh air. Guan Jibin led Lin Qinshi to the rooftop, while Lin Qinshi told He-Yun and Li Qing to stay inside and not follow. When they reached the rooftop, Guan Jibin took out a pack of double happiness cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Lin Qinshi. It's quite ironic that the young master of a century-old family smokes Tinyuan double happiness cigarettes. It seems this young master has no status at home. Not even enough pocket money. After my wife got pregnant, I've been coming up here to smoke. Chun Limei is my wife, and even the Guan family doesn't know this. Not even Yue. Compared to the Cole Guan family, I spend more time here, but to avoid letting the Guan family know, I can't linger too long. I know why you're looking for me, and I'm willing to help you, but only in secret. I'm about to become a father. I have to think about my wife and child. Guan Jibin took a deep puff of a cigarette. Previously, he had impulsively opposed this marriage, only to be beaten up afterward. During the beating, Guan Jibin thought more about his wife, Chun Limei, and their unborn son. Chapter 164. King Club. The place Guan Zibin brought Lin Qinshi to was a nightclub called King. The first floor is a bar entrance. The second floor is KTV. The third floor is a casino, and above the fourth floor is a hotel. This is the networking center for Jin Jun. To enter, a person has to pay a 10,000 yuan entrance fee, but beautiful women do not have to. Did you see that? Women just need to stand in front of that device, and their score will be measured. Only those who score 80 points or above are qualified to enter. A screen the size of a computer monitor is located at the entrance of the bar. A girl dressed flamboyantly stood in front of the screen, and after 5 seconds, the screen displayed the number 78, followed by the entire screen lighting up red. A security guard-like person said something to the girl, and she left in disappointment. If the beauty score doesn't reach 80 points, entry is not allowed, and even if they pass the beauty test, their S still a figure test. Did you see that S-shaped entrance? The girl can only enter from there, whether straight or sideways. As long as she can get in, it's fine. If she can't get in, then sorry, she has to leave. Guan Zibin pointed to that small door, which at most is only 30 centimeters wide. The threshold for this bar is quite high. Chapter 165. Jin Jun. It's okay. There is no such thing as gathering intelligence without spending money. Lin Qinshi waved his hand. For the sake of rescuing Guan Yue from a family marriage, he was willing to go bankrupt. After ordering the luxury package, many girls came to their booth, and Lin Qinshi welcomed them all to sit down and drink. The girls were all beautiful, but not stunning. In the middle, a girl who seemed like a star came over. Lin Qinshi remembered her. She wasn't very popular, but she could often be seen in many shows. In the shows, she always played the obedient girl role, but unexpectedly, she was quite uninhibited in this king club. After observing the first floor, he prepared to go up to the third floor to see the casino, which is quite audacious to operate in Kyoto. Just as he stood up to go to the third floor with Guanzabin, he suddenly saw a girl at Yang Mingyin's booth. A girl in a sparkling dress, heavily made up, sat at Yang Mingyin's booth, but her eyes were scanning around, seemingly looking for someone distracted. Lin Qinshi saw with his own eyes as Yang Mingyin threw a small pill into her drink and handed it to her. She didn't even look and just drank it directly. Chapter 166. Dark Web Agent. In the Huaxiao region, the figure was Lin Qinshi, who had just rushed out and kicked Jin Jun, sending him flying. The force was not held back. It directly broke several of Jin Jun's ribs, knocking him unconscious. Xinyu recognized that it was Lin Qinshi who had rescued her and was also very surprised. How did you end up in there? Xinyu hadn't seen Lin Qinshi surrounded by beautiful women in the King Bar. The despair she felt was finally relieved upon seeing him. She had fought with Lin Qinshi before and knew his strength. As long as she escaped, it meant she was safe. I was enjoying myself at the bar, and I saw you being taken upstairs by two girls. Since we know each other, I couldn't just sit back and watch while you were drugged, Lin Qinshi said angrily, as if he was upset that Xinyu had interrupted his entertainment time. Cough, cough. Hurry, take me to this place. Xinyu took out a phone from somewhere and opened a map. Lin Qinshi glanced at it. The location was where Xinyu was staying. He quickly hailed a taxi to head there. In the car, Xinyu was acting very strangely, tightly hugging Lin Qinshi and constantly twisting her body. Chapter 167. Zhang Tian's arrival. Isn't that good? Although you are an affiliated family, the Jin family has never put pressure on you, right? And most people should not know about the relationship between your Shun family and the Jin family in Kyoto. Why do you want to kill Jin Jin now? Lin Qinshi was a bit confused. After all, the Jin family was the master of your Shun family. And now the young lady of the Shun family actually wanted to assassinate the young master of the Jin family? What the hell? Xinyu couldn't help but curse. Originally, the Jin family head directly managed and contacted the Shun family, but now the battle for the Jin family head candidate has intensified, and the head has begun to divide his powers. The management rights of our Shun family were handed over to Jin Jun, and the first request after he took over was to have me and my aunt Shin Lizhen come to Kyoto as top maids to serve some important figures for him. How dare he make such a demand and even set his sights on my aunt? If I don't kill him, who should I kill? Xinyu angrily clenched her fists. Shin Lizhen? Lin Qinshi recalled the name and suddenly remembered the charming and graceful young woman he had met on the Merton. Chapter 168. Guanji family candidate elimination plan. Before Zhang Tian came to Kyoto, Lin Qinshi had already asked Yang Yun and his wife to bring Su Weiwei back. Su Weiwei was not weak in medical care. Together with Yang Yun and others, they transferred Su Liping to the experimental base, which also had excellent medical conditions. Perhaps that gene enhancement liquid could save Su Liping. After Zhang Tian finishes the task given by Lin Qinshi in Kyoto, he can go directly to the experimental base. Let us get started. Let me see if you've regressed during this time. Lin Qinshi waved to Zhang Tian. Back then, Zhang Tian's strength reached a power attribute of 9 points, and at that time, Lin Qinshi had to use all his strength to barely keep up with him. Zhang Tian put down his backpack and threw a punch at Lin Qinshi's chest. Lin Qinshi extended 2 fingers to block Zhang Tian's attack. Zhang Tian was immediately stunned. He remembered the first time he fought Lin Qinshi. The latter was slightly inferior. He didn't expect that now. With just 2 fingers, he could block his attack. Zhang Tian retracted his fist, went back to pick up the backpack he had thrown away, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Lin Qinshi asked in surprise. You're already this strong. Why do you need me here? Zhang Tian's words were concise. He originally thought Lin Qinshi needed his skills to recruit him. Chapter 169. Elopement. Now everyone is on edge, not knowing when they will be targeted unexpectedly. Many have hired several batches of bodyguards, and the security companies in Kyoto are overwhelmed with orders, even having to call in bodyguards from other cities. No one knows who is causing trouble at this critical moment. Creating such a big issue, the difficulty of assassination has at least increased tenfold, Xinyu said angrily. Lin Qinshe beside her showed a strange expression. He was the root cause of all this. If it weren't for him sending Zhang Tian out to carry out that plan, the entire wealthy circle wouldn't be living on the edge. Let's find another opportunity another day. This time at the engagement banquet, every guest brought a bodyguard. If you dare to act, you probably won't get out that door. Moreover, I heard the Jin family sent someone from your Shen family. I don't know who came. If you take action, aren't you afraid that the person from your Shun family will be implicated? Lin Qinshe's words further wavered. Shun used determination. After thinking for a long time, Shenyu looked at Lin Qinshe and said, "Help me kill." Lin Qinshe was speechless. Why did this woman think he was willing to help her kill someone? I know your purpose for coming to Kyoto is to save Guan Yue, so you must have your own plan. You just need to help me kill him. Shenyu stared intently at Lin Qinshe. Chapter 170. The Arrival of the Cloud King. Invulnerable. It's a martial arts expert. Everyone attack. Jin Xian's face was serious as the bodyguards maintaining the scene rushed forward. Guan Yue, do you know what you're doing? What do you want to do to the Guan family? Your uncle's funeral hasn't even been held yet. I put aside everything to come here, and you dare to break off the engagement. Guan Weilai shouted angrily. He had already endured so much in these days for sons. One went mad, and 3 died. This is definitely a conspiracy targeting the Guan family. Guan Weilai couldn't afford to grieve. The engagement of Guan Yue and Jin Zhen was crucial, and other matters had to be put aside, but he never expected things would go awry. Guan Yue glanced coldly at Guan Weilai, the grandfather who had always treated her as a tool. In the entire family, only Guan Jibin made her feel familial warmth. Even her parents treated her as a tool, one that was constantly packaged to increase her future value. So when she heard that her father had gone mad, her emotions didn't fluctuate. It was as if he were a stranger. Her mother was like a puppet, never speaking up, and even now stood coldly by, offering no advice or reprimand. Chapter 171. The shock of the Cloud King Lin Qinshe also returned a punch. Their fists collided, and a surge of energy erupted from their contact, causing everyone present to feel a pressure bearing down on them. The Cloud King took a step back, while Lin Qinshe only retreated half a step. This time, Lin Qinshe was shocked. His attributes could break through to 11 points now, while this Cloud King was at most 10 points. He didn't expect such strength, although he was still not a match for Lin Qinshe. The gap in power was no longer as exaggerated. This indicated that the Cloud King was also close to breaking through to 11 points. And becoming the #1 expert in China was indeed not just for show. The expression of the Cloud King showed the first signs of fluctuation. That punch made him realize he was not Lin Qinshe's opponent. How long had it been since he felt the presence of a strong enemy? Back when the U.S. created a bunch of super soldiers, none were his match. He didn't expect to feel a formidable opponent in a young man in his 20s today. Teacher. A deep voice sounded as Su Feng ran in from the front door, respectfully approaching the Cloud King. Chapter 172. The background of the Cloud King Guan Yue reluctantly hugged Lin Qinshe. Why don't you come with us? Lin Qinshe kissed her forehead. I'll be back soon. I have other things to do. The 3 big brothers will protect you on the road. Lin Qinshe nodded to Li Qing and the others. The 2 cars headed to Tian City and Mo Do respectively. With their protection, Lin Qinshe felt much more at ease. As for why he didn't let the Guan siblings go to Tian City together to take a boat to the research base. It was because he had just received a message from Mo Fong that made him decide to send them back to Mo Do first. After everyone left, Lin Qinshe also prepared to head to the King Club to rescue Shun Lizhen. Just as he stepped out, he saw Xiao Runin standing at the entrance looking at him. Where is Su Feng? Why didn't he come along? Lin Qinshe surveyed his surroundings and found only Xiao Runin. Senior brother has returned to the military district. He asked me to tell you that the Su family needs an explanation from you. While flirting with Su Xia, you came to Kyoto to snatch a bride. Senior brother wants you to think carefully and not try to play both sides and harm his sister. Xiao Runin glared at him. Although the Cloud King said Lin Qinshe was a stronger presence than him, they had known each other for a long time and were not constrained by each other's strength. Chapter 173. The drug 95-point beauty, however, Xiao Runin's question reminded Lin Qinshe of something. Guan Yue had said something strange at that time, as if she knew she wouldn't stay on the deserted island forever, as if she could be rescued at any time. As long as Guan Yue was around, as long as you didn't die in the sea, you would definitely be saved. I also just found out not long ago that the people from the Guan family have a locator inside their bodies that also serves a communication function. When Xiao Runin went to the Guan family to inform them of Guan Yuer's death. He learned this news, and thus knew that both Lin Qixi and Guan Yuer were alive. Luckily, the island was moving, so even if the Guan family knew the locator's position at that time, they might not be able to find it again. However, before the next visit, they must first find and remove the locators from their bodies. Thinking of this, Lin Qixi quickly made a call, instructing them to go to Mo Du and immediately go to the hospital to have the locators removed or to take them out of the hospital on the way. Otherwise, once the Guan family and the Jin family colluded, they would be in danger. Chapter 174. Tian Qinzi Lin Qixi smiled slightly upon hearing this. Are the Yang family members so idle? Hurting good women in broad daylight here. The girl Tian Qinzi, lying on the bed, seemed to sense a glimmer of hope. She weakly reached out her hand to grasp Lin Qixi's clothing and weakly said, "Save me." In that moment, she seemed to see the person who often appeared in her dreams. Lin Qixi looked at this girl whose eyes could barely open, weak all over, and softly said, "Don't worry, with me here, this beast can't touch you." Hearing this, Yang Mingyin grabbed a chair beside him and shouted as he charged at Lin Qixi. Lin Qixi turned around and delivered a spinning kick, sending him crashing against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Lin Qixi stepped forward, placing a foot on Yang Mingyin's thigh. The already unconscious Yang Mingyin was painfully awakened again, letting out a piercing scream before passing out once more. Yang Mingyin had harmed many good women. His tools were confiscated, and he would hopefully be more restrained in the future. Lin Qixi picked up Tian Qinzi and walked toward the door. In her dazed state, Tian Qinzi seemed to see Lin Qixi's figure, but couldn't stay awake. Chapter 175. The rising star in the film industry. Tian Qinzi, no matter what. Lin Qixi had to hurry to the King Club to bring Shun Lizhen out. Although the system hadn't issued a task, he couldn't bear to let such a beautiful young woman perish like this. Not long after Lin Qixi left, Tian Qinzi slowly regained consciousness in the hotel. The soreness throughout her body, along with a splash of red on the sheets, confirmed that what had just happened was not a dream. Tears streamed down Tian Qinzi's eyes. It was her first time at a bar, and fearing nighttime safety, she chose to go during the day. She didn't expect to encounter such things, even in broad daylight. In her recollections, the drinks were given to her by friends, which meant her friends were harming her. In her earlier days, Tian Qinzi saw the man who took her first time. Although somewhat blurry, she recognized the general outline. But now she was unsure if that outline was an illusion or real. If I can see him next time, Tian Qinzi is also unsure whether she will recognize him. She recalled what the man told her. If it wasn't resolved, she would die in an explosion. At that time, she was unable to think clearly or respond. If she were still conscious, she probably wouldn't choose to let him save her. It was more important to her than life itself. Chapter 176. Rescuing the beautiful woman Shun Lizhen. Tian Qinzi sat on the car back home, looking out the window, reminiscing about the image that had already appeared in her mind. The more she recalled, the less certain she was whether she had imagined it. On the other side, Lin Qixi had successfully entered the King Club. From a situation inside the club, Yang Mingyin had not yet woken up. Otherwise, the club would not be so calm. However, the stairs leading to the basement were guarded, making it difficult to enter. The door to the basement faced the bar hall, with 2 security guards down. It would be particularly conspicuous. But Lin Qixi couldn't care less now. He walked over to the 2 bodyguards and quickly knocked them out in their surprised gaze. He then quickly opened the door and threw the 2 bodyguards inside. Although this scene was not seen by others, the people waiting at the basement stairs would soon react. Lin Qixi dashed down to the basement. There were no elevators in this basement. One could only rely on the stairs to get down, and there was only this one entrance. Inside the basement, there were many rooms as if it were a prison. Chapter 177. The beautiful woman's gratitude. Why are you willing to help you? What is your relationship? Shun Lizhen looked at him suspiciously and asked. It's nothing at most. We're just schoolmates. I helped her for other reasons, not because of any romantic feelings. I want to tell you the specifics. Also, I sent Xinyu to the dock to take a boat away. She shouldn't be returning to Magic City for the time being. What about you? Will you go with her or return to Magic City? Lin Qixi wanted Shun Lizhen to choose for herself, whether to escape or stay. This was also one of the reasons he remained in Tian City. Xinyu killed Jin Zhen, and Jin Xian had gone completely mad. The fact that he dared to shoot in the street just proved that he no longer cared about anything. Next, The Shen family would have to face the Jin family's retaliation. Returning to Magic City would definitely be extremely dangerous. Shen Lizhen fell silent. She also wanted to escape from that family lacking warmth, but rationally she couldn't do so. No matter what, she had to return to face together with her family the consequences of Shen Yu's actions. Shen Yu was still young, and there were many days ahead. But ultimately, someone had to take the blame for what Shen Yu had done. Otherwise, the Shen family would cease to exist. As expected, the Jin family had already begun to take retaliatory actions against the Shen family. Although returning would be fraught with danger, there were reasons keeping her in Magic City. Chapter 178. Watchtower Island. Use it for him. You must save him. Lin Qinshi did not hesitate. Zhang Tian had reached such a level under normal circumstances. If he used the gene enhancement liquid, he would undoubtedly reach the level of the Cloud King. With such a talent by his side, he wouldn't have to do everything himself. He didn't expect Zhang Tian to arrive on the island so quickly, which meant he had completed his mission a few days ago. But why hadn't he heard any news from the Guan family? Lin Qinshi thought for a moment. Perhaps the Guan family had suppressed the news. Or maybe Zhang Tian had not completed his mission. All would be known once Zhang Tian woke up. After another day, Lin Qinshi and Guan Yue finally arrived at the island. By the way, we haven't named this island yet. What do you hope to call it? Guan Yue suddenly remembered that every time this island was mentioned, Lin Qinshi referred to it as the experimental base. Such a large island, and it didn't even have a name. Think about it. I have difficulty naming things. Just look at the name my parents gave me, and you'll know how bad our family's naming gene is, Lin Qinshi said, ruffling Guan Yue's hair. Speaking of his name, Guan Yue couldn't help but chuckle. After thinking for a moment, she said, let us call it Watchtower Island. We used to watch for rescue ships passing by, and since your name has guard in it, this name is quite fitting. Chapter 179. Zhang Tian's special ability, Host. Lin Qinshi, Strength, 12, Physique, 12, Mentality, to Charm, 11 normal human attributes max out of 10. The host has exceeded normal values among humans. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton Cruise Ship, Mansion, Yinlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangshan Yiping Building A. 33rd floor. Skills, proficient in martial arts, chess mastery, marksmanship, sports skills, language proficiency, master level piano skills, singing proficiency, acting proficiency. Top hacker skills, balance, 1421284462251. His mentality had reached the peak of normal humans, and the rest had far surpassed normal limits. Now his strength had become even more powerful, and his physique had become extraordinarily robust, even allowing him to continue donating blood. Brother Lin, Zhang Tian has woken up. He said he wants to see you. Yang Yan walked in from outside, but quickly retreated upon seeing Lin Qinshi being scolded by Guan Yue. Lin Qinshi sat up from the bed, pulled Guan Yue into his arms, and kissed her passionately for a few minutes. Afterward, Guan Yue shot him a resentful glare, tidied her clothes, and walked out. Chapter 180. Healing Su Weiwei. Do I look like someone who lacks money right now? What I lack, you can't provide. The gene enhancement liquid is for my own people. You are from the Shen family, and you were here to assassinate me before. Why would I enhance the strength of my enemy? Lin Qinshi habitually reached out to pat the other person's shoulder, but suddenly realized that Shen Yu was not like Yang Yun and the others. Quietly retracting his hand and turning to leave, Shen Yu stood in place, biting her lip, unsure of what she was thinking. Her fists clenched and then relaxed. Lin Qinshi went to Gu Beichen's laboratory. Before he got close, he heard Gu Beichen excitedly shouting, "We did it! We did it!" That had probably been the most frequently spoken phrase by Gu Beichen during this time. Lin Qinshi quickly walked in, and Su Weiwei beside Gu Beichen also had red-rimmed eyes. This was the gene enhancement liquid developed to save her, and now that it had been successfully formulated, it was the best news for her. Since it's successful, hurry up and let Weiwei inject it, Lin Qinshi said as he entered. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichen suddenly withdrew his excited expression, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Chapter 181. The last heir of the Guan family. Professor Gu, go rest. Su Weiwei is already fine and should wake up soon. Lin Qinshi stepped forward and patted Professor Gu. He had not had a proper rest for a long time to speed up the research process. Gu Beichen looked at him suspiciously and disdainfully. How do you know it's already successful? Weiwei hasn't woken up yet. Are you suggesting that your expertise in this area is higher than mine? Lin Qinshi smiled but did not answer, pushing Gu Beichen out. You are the only biological geneticist here. If you collapse, this experimental base will be useless. Go rest. I will keep an eye on things. After pushing Gu Beichun away, Lin Qinzhu returned to the position Gu Beichun had just occupied, waiting for Su Weiwei to wake up. Since the task had already indicated completion, it meant that Su Weiwei was not far from waking up. Lin Qinzhu cared for Su Weiwei, but it wasn't deep romantic feelings. He just hoped that Gu Beichun's academic legacy could be passed on. A biological geneticist was still not enough for him, and he hoped Su Weiwei could learn real skills and stand on her own, so he wouldn't have to keep looking for someone. The experimental base in Modu had already started construction, underground on the security company's land. He planned to invest heavily to create a better experimental base and move everything back. Chapter 182. Amnesiac Su Weiwei Weiwei? Is my name Weiwei? Su Weiwei murmured, her eyes filled with confusion. Hearing this, Lin Qinzhu quickly pushed Su Weiwei away, grabbing her arms and looking at her. What's wrong? Don't you remember your name? Could it be that the after-effects of the treatment caused Su Weiwei to lose her memory? But if she lost her memory, why was she still holding on to him? Could it be amnesia syndrome, where she only felt close to the first person she saw? Lin Qinzhu was filled with questions. Su Weiwei shook her head. I don't remember anything, but I feel very happy when I see you. It feels very close. Saying this, she reached out to hug him again. Lin Qinzhu quickly pressed her hand down. Although being hugged by a beautiful girl was pleasant, this was not the time for taking advantage, and he hurriedly called Gu Beichun. Gu Beichun, who had just fallen asleep, was called awake again and rushed to the experimental ward. Seeing Su Weiwei awake, he was also overjoyed. When he learned that Su Weiwei might have lost her memory, he anxiously searched for instruments. Through the data provided by the instruments, along with some questions, Gu Beichun concluded that Su Weiwei had lost all her memories. This was likely a side effect left after treating her brain cancer. Such genetic enhancement treatments for brain cancer were unprecedented, and he couldn't be sure if her memory would recover. Chapter 183. Returning to hometown after sending off Guan Yuer, Lin Qinzhu took Su Weiwei back to school. It was currently summer vacation, and there were hardly any students on campus. He needed to find the principal to get Su Weiwei's information, but had to return her first. Otherwise, what would he say if he brought a girl home and his family misunderstood? Yi Mingxi had also gone home, and Lin Qinzhu felt guilty towards her, as he hadn't spent much time with her lately. Yi Mingxi was his legitimate girlfriend, the girl who liked him when he had nothing. Su Weiwei was from Su City, and since he had to go home, he could conveniently take Su Weiwei back first. Now, Su Weiwei couldn't even remember her name, let alone memories of her parents and home. Lin Qinzhu searched for a long time before finding Su Weiwei's house. To his surprise, there was no one at Su Weiwei's home, and the neighbors said they didn't know either. This left Lin Qinzhu a bit confused. He called Su Weiwei's parents using her phone, but it was turned off. It seemed that he couldn't return this person, and with Su Weiwei's memory gone, he didn't know what to do. He also didn't know what was going on with Su Weiwei's family. He couldn't reach her parents, and it seemed she was an only child. Chapter 184. Changing cars, that's fine. Wait until after your summer vacation. If we tear down now, we won't have a place to stay. Lin Quan nodded. He had also considered rebuilding the house. Even if Lin Qinzhu didn't bring it up, he was already planning it. The two of them chatted back and forth, picking tea, while Chen Xiuxiang was at home sorting through some leaves they had picked, with Su Weiwei helping beside her. During this process, Chen Xiuxiang's smile grew more pronounced, as if she had already taken Su Weiwei as her daughter-in-law. As noon approached, Chen Xiuxiang took Su Weiwei into the kitchen to cook. When Lin Qinzhu and his father returned, they coincidentally caught a warm meal. After dinner, Lin Qinzhu lay on a lounge chair in the yard, feeling a sense of peace he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ever since he got the system, he had been busy with one task or another. This kind of life felt like a return to the original simplicity. Hey kid, the room is tidied up. You can take your dad's car to the county to buy some furniture. Remember to buy good quality, otherwise the smell will be too strong. Chen Xiuxiang walked out of the house and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Qinzhu via her phone. Lin Qinzhu returned the money, saying he had his own funds and wondered what good things could be bought with 20,000. He stood up from the lounge chair, took the keys to Lin Quan's Toyota, and left. Chapter 185. Stirring up trouble with the boss in Zhang Hexing's view. How could a college student like Lin Qinzhu afford a Land Rover? He must be there to show off and pick up girls. When Lin Qinzhu arrived, Zhang Hexing had just come out of the bathroom and overheard his colleagues saying someone had come in a beaten-up Toyota and no one wanted to attend to him. Li Qiao had gone, and they were all mocking Li Qiao for not being able to recognize clients, wasting time on someone who clearly couldn't afford it. In their eyes, driving a Land Rover was already considered a mid-range vehicle. Only those driving cars worth over 200,000 yuan came to the store as precise clients. Out of curiosity, Zhang Hexing approached to take a look and found that the person was his middle school classmate. Zhang Hexing clearly remembered this classmate. He had a crush on Jiang Wanxiu. But Jiang Wanxiu was always close to Lin Qingzhu. Unable to bear it, he found a group of tough youths, planning to beat Lin Qingzhu up on the way home after evening classes to make him stay away from Jiang Wanxiu. Who would have thought that Lin Qingzhu's cousin, Lin Qinhua, happened to be nearby eating late-night snacks with friends who were all older and outnumbered him? They turned the tables and beat him up, making him too scared to go back to school and forcing him to drop out. Lin Qingzhu became famous overnight. Everyone knew he had an older brother who had many friends around the school, and from then on, no one dared to bully him. Chapter 186. Classmate's wedding if he wasn't a rich second generation who could afford to buy a Land Rover while in college. He had heard that Lin Qingzhu had come in an old Toyota, so he probably didn't have the money to buy it. However, when he saw the card in Lin Qingzhu's hand, it was a supreme card that even their fathers didn't have the qualifications to possess. Li Qiao, chat with Mr. Lin for a bit. I'm going to handle some procedures. Soon, I'll have Mr. Lin drive the car away. Manager Li excitedly took the card. Wait, please recycle my Toyota outside. Tell me how much it's worth, and give me cash so I can hand it over to my old man. Lin Qingzhu thought for a moment and decided to trade it in together to get some cash back. Otherwise, even if he bought a new car, Lin Quan wouldn't drive it. Half an hour later, Lin Qingzhu drove away from the 4S store in a Land Rover Defender, heading straight for the furniture market. He spent over 200,000 yuan buying some beds, wardrobes, and other furniture. When he drove the car back home, Lin Quan was dumbfounded. His old Toyota had been replaced by a Land Rover. That Toyota had accompanied him for many years, and he had feelings for it. If he had to choose between the two cars, he would definitely still choose the Land Rover. What man wouldn't tee like a Land Rover? Chapter 187. Classmate reunion. Just as Lin Qingzhu was about to put down his phone and sleep, Yi Mengxi's video call came in again. The two occasionally chatted via video call before bed. Senior, I have a surprise for you. On the video call, Yi Mengxi, dressed in cute cartoon pajamas, said happily, What surprise? Are you going to video chat with me? Lin Qingzhu looked at her with a mischievous smile. Yi Mengxi's face turned red, and she spat. Thinking what? I bought a high-speed train ticket to your home in the state city. You'll see me tomorrow. Are you happy? I've packed everything and will stay at your place until the end of summer vacation. Then we'll go back to school together. Yi Mengxi pointed the camera at the suitcase beside her. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Why were all these women coming to find him just as they had agreed? Happy? What time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick you up. Lin Qingzhu sighed internally. He wasn't too worried about Qin Ruolin, but he was more concerned about Su Weiwei's current state. However, Yi Mengxi was so understanding, she should understand. Fortunately, Qin Ruolin was just his employee, not his woman. Otherwise, their home would become a battlefield tomorrow. Why do you look like you're not very happy? Yi Mengxi on the other end of the video noticed Lin Qingzhu's calm expression. Chapter 188. Wu Gengshuihumph. Wu Xiao's status is different now. Although he is still a college student, he is already the operations director of the Bafang chain hotel. He earns over 100,000 a month, just a name. Zhang Hexing flattered from the side. So what? Do you have nowhere to stay and want to live in his hotel? Lin Qingzhu scoffed. Zhang Hexing couldn't even flatter properly. The Bafang chain hotel is a budget hotel, and its status is low. Even if someone is a senior executive there, it wouldn't impress anyone. The surrounding classmates looked like they were trying hard not to laugh. They hadn't truly entered society yet, so they had no concept of these so-called executives. However, Wu Gengshui's family did seem quite powerful. He had heard that many sand and gravel fields were relatives of his family. The lobby manager of the State City Hotel is Wu Xiao's uncle. The banquet for Kai's wedding was booked thanks to Wu Xiao, and he even got a discount. Can you do that? Zhang Hexing continued stubbornly. Lin Qingzhu smiled coldly, pulled out a chair, and sat down with Su Weiwei. Zhang Hexing and Wu Gengshui saw this situation and didn't linger, returning to their spots. Chapter 189. Huang Jiatsai's past Li Yinping was pregnant and staying at home to prepare for childbirth. I found a job as a courier, just doing that to maintain my life. A few months after the baby was born, Li Yinping said she wanted to attend a nursing school because her cousin worked at a hospital with a high salary and good benefits. hoping for an improved future. I agreed to let her go, supporting her for 2 years in nursing school. She did manage to work in a hospital after graduation. Even if it was a small clinic, it was still stable. Everyone felt this was great. A perfect start. Both husband and wife had jobs, and they were young with a son. For the time being, it was much better than being college students like them. However, when Huang Jiatsai spoke of this, his eyes began to dim, as if this seemingly perfect beginning was the tragic starting point that led to their current situation. Everything began when she started working. Because of her diploma, she couldn't go to a big hospital and could only find work in a clinic, which was introduced to her by her cousin in Sioux City. I was working in the state city, helping to take care of the child. Unfortunately, long-distance relationships always have problems. Unable to endure the loneliness, she cheated on me and found a man wealthier than me, lightly telling me that she wanted to be with another man and the child would stay with me. She wanted to restart her life. Chapter 190, Mr. 1. This is a misunderstanding. Wu Chongxing frowned, looking at the chaotic surroundings, and immediately believed Wu Gengshuai's words. Whoever hit my nephew, come out and let him hit back. Then kneel and apologize before leaving. Wu Chongxing was a tough person. He didn't ask for details. As long as someone dared to lay hands on the Wu family's children, there was no need for reasoning. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are still such lawless people in today's society. It really opens my eyes. Lin Qingshou stepped forward. After all, this matter started because of him. And it was Su Weiwei beside him who pushed Wu Gengshuai. Wu Chongxing coldly asked Lin Qingshou, "Are you the one who hit my nephew?" Lin Qingshou shrugged his hands and said, "It wasn't me, but you can think of it as me." Seeing the other party's attitude, Wu Chongxing knew Lin Qingshou wouldn't honestly apologize. He took out a walkie-talkie from his waistband and called for all the security to come to the second-floor banquet hall. "Gengshuai, give me some face. We are all classmates. Let us clear up any misunderstandings." Huang Jiatsai stepped forward to persuade, as everyone was here for his wedding today. And if things turned chaotic, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 191. Bringing the ladies home, when Rushue apologized to Lin Qingshou's classmates, saying she was very sorry that such an embarrassing scene occurred at your wedding. This State City Hotel is under my one group, and since you are Lin Qingshou's friends, today's banquet is a gift from me and Lin Qingshou, so there's no need to pay for it. When Rushue spoke to them in a manner befitting Lin Qingshou's wife, leaving the group of classmates even more bewildered. "No need. That's too generous. My wedding is over, and this doesn't count as a disturbance in my wedding. Besides, we're all classmates, and I didn't help mediate this situation." Huang Jiatsai quickly refused. "You must." When Rushue's tone seemed hard to refuse, and Huang Jiatsai didn't say anything further. "Also, you have been fired. The one group, like the Lin group, will no longer work with any suppliers connected to the Wu family." When Rushue turned and pointed at Wu Chongxing collapsed to the ground, and Wu Gengshuai turned pale. Lin Qingshou broke free from the arms of the two women and approached Wen Rushue, asking, "Why did you come too without notifying me?" When Rushue looked at Yi Mengshi and Su Weiwei behind him and asked, "Did I interfere with you cuddling? I happened to be in the state city for a project, so I came to find you. I thought it would be a surprise, but you surprised me instead." When Rushue looked at him with a half-smile. Chapter 192. Misunderstanding. Qin Roland, come to my room tonight, and I'll make it up to you. Lin Qingshou leaned close to Wen Rushue's ear, grinning mischievously. "I don't want to." When Rushue's face turned red, and she raised her small fist to thump his chest, standing up and leaving his side. That night, regarding the housing arrangements, Lin Qingshou's two-story house had already cleared out the storage room. Qin Roland and Wen Rushue shared one room, while Yi Mengshi and Su Weiwei shared another, and Lin Qingshou had one room to himself. Before sleeping, Yi Mengshi occasionally glanced at Lin Qingshou with a mischievous little look. Lin Qingshou didn't dare to look back. He had already made plans with Wen Rushue in the afternoon. What if these two women ran into each other? As it turned out, Lin Qingshou was overthinking. Neither of them came to his room, and he slept soundly until dawn. The next day, Lin Qingshou took them to experience many rural activities, such as catching fish in ponds, picking fruits, and even going into the mountains for a picnic. Everyone enjoyed themselves. And after a few days, it was time for Qin Roland and Wen Rushue to prepare to leave Lin Qingshou's home. They were both very busy people, and it was rare for them to have a few days to relax, but their phones were ringing off the hook. Chapter 193. Hidden mission. The mystery of the warehouse in State City. After Lin Qingzhu changed his clothes, he took Su Weiwei and Yi Mengxiao together. They both wanted to go out and take a walk, as staying at home playing farm games every day was a bit boring. Huang Jiatsai's branch company was located in the center of State City. When they arrived, they found it was a large factory filled with stacked goods. Next to the entrance of the factory was a small office, and Huang Jiatsai was already waiting for them at the door. Huang Jiatsai casually glanced behind Lin Qingzhu, who immediately understood his meaning. Your intentions aren't pure, are they? It seems you called me over, but you actually have your eyes on Qin Ruolin and Wenrushua, right? They've all gone back, and didn't come along, so you're disappointed. Lin Qingzhu teased. Huang Jiatsai, now a businessman, wanted to communicate with the two CEOs of major companies, which was understandable. If he could connect with these big enterprises, he could quickly make a fortune. Huang Jiatsai awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Of course I called you over to see you, but I just wanted to see if I could get President Qin and President want to come along too. Come in. I'll brew a pot of tea for you from your dad." A few days ago, Huang Jiatsai bought over 100 pounds of tea leaves from Lin Quan, directly transferring 100,000 yuan to him. Chapter 194, Navy SEALs. On the surface, it's not apparent. I made a guess based on various pieces of information. The Jiyuan Company is connected with a major company in M country. Although it doesn't seem obvious, their routes and products, along with the items transported in and out, combined with some information from the dark web, led to the discovery that the company in M country has the shadow of the M government behind it. Mo Fong's tone was serious. It seemed that this Jiyuan import-export trading company was not simple. Continue. I went to the Jiyuan Company warehouse today and found dozens of foreigners inside. They had the aura of mercenaries. If the system issued a hidden mission, then something is definitely amiss. Foreigners? Brother Lin, I'll send you some photos. See if any of the foreigners you saw are in these. If so, then the purpose behind this company is quite chilling. Mo Fong sent some photos to Lin Qingzhu's phone. In total, there were over 100 photos, and Lin Qingzhu indeed found some of the foreigners from Huang Jiatsai's warehouse among them. Then it settled. These 160 people are veterans from the Navy SEALs who retired last month. M country has about 100 teams of Navy SEALs, and these 10 teams applied for retirement simultaneously. Now, they suddenly appear in Huaxia, which probably isn't through regular channels, so they're hiding in the Jiyuan Company warehouse in State City. It's clear they didn't come through regular channels. Otherwise, how would the high-level officials in Huaxia allow such special forces to enter? Chapter 195, Night Raid on Jiyuan Warehouse. If we hadn't buried a vibration alert in advance, we would have noticed someone coming. It seems the other side is skilled. We need to be cautious. Miserable, you go slowly and take out the thermal imaging gun. Find their location. Rowdy, let us move to the door and strike quickly once we find a position. Inside, the people were deploying right in Lin Qingzhu's ear. Outside, Lin Qingzhu listened with a strange expression to the conversation inside. The few people inside thought he couldn't understand, so they were openly communicating. However, the other side, being one of the world's most powerful special forces, detected him despite his light footsteps, seemingly due to a ground vibration alarm. Regardless, this level of caution left Lin Qingzhu far behind, and they were also proficient in the local language. If he hadn't had the language proficiency reward from the system, he might have been oblivious even with a gun pointed at him. Since the other side had discovered him, he no longer saw the need to hide. Lin Qingzhu swiftly entered the room, and before they could react, landed a punch on one of them. The struck person flew back, their head hitting the wall, rendering them unconscious. Lin Qingzhu had already moderated his strength. Otherwise, that person might have had their head smashed in by his punch. Chapter 196, Xiao Runin arrives. Lin Qingzhu transformed his punch into a palm, grabbing the opponent's fist and pinning them against the wall. As the action paused, Lin Qingzhu also recognized who the indiscriminate attacker was, and the person he was holding down instantly recognized him too. Xiao Runin, Lin Qingzhu, they both exclaimed simultaneously. "What are you doing here?" they asked in unison. Xiao Runin breathed a sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest, and Lin Qingzhu, who saw this scene under the moonlight, swallowed hard. When Lin Qingzhu approached earlier, she thought she had been exposed. After all, the people inside were Navy SEALs, and she was prepared to risk her life. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Qingzhu who came. Seeing him made her finally relax. "I'm here to investigate a case." "How did you end up here?" Xiao Runin looked at Lin Qingzhu. "A case? What case?" You're at the doorstep of my classmate. Why do you think I'm here? Lin Qinzhu rolled his eyes. Classmate? Which one? Huang Jiatsai or Zhou Wenna? It's not Huang Xiaoming, is it? Xiao Renan teased. Huang Xiaoming is Huang Jiatsai's son. Who knows what kind of twisted humor he has to give his son that name. Chapter 197. Helen's Gene Enhancement Liquid. Lin Qinzhu was speechless. Didn't he want this? It hasn't even begun yet. His old man is waiting to plan for rebuilding the house until after his summer vacation. And now that it's torn down, there's nowhere to live. You talk too much. Hurry up and come in. Be quiet. Don't wake my parents. Lin Qinzhu pulled her into the house. Lin Qinzhu returned home late at night, and after settling Xiao Runan, he went to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Runan, who didn't have the habit of sleeping in, got up around 7. When Chun Xiaoxiang saw another beauty, she was completely baffled. What on earth has her son experienced outside that so many beautiful girls came to find him? When Chun Xiaoxiang learned that Xiao Runan was a female police officer, her heart was in turmoil. Even a female police officer couldn't resist her son's charm. Lin Qinzhu was still in a dream when his mother dragged him up. What is going on with that Xiao Runan outside? She wasn't here when we went to bed last night. How did she suddenly appear in our house? Did you sneak out last night while we were sleeping? Chun Xiaoxiang bombarded him with a series of questions, waking Lin Qinzhu from his daze. It's nothing. She came to State City on a mission, and since she had nowhere to go, I let her stay at our house. Don't think too much of it. We're just friends. Lin Qinzhu sighed inwardly. His mother always worried about such things, afraid he didn't have a girlfriend, and also worried he had too many girlfriends. Truly fretting over him. Chapter 198. The background of Zhou Wenna. After lunch, Lin Qinzhu dropped Xiao Runan off at the entrance of a guest house in State City. He then ran to the State City Grand Hotel and found Zhang Tian and the others, who had just arrived at the hotel. The State City Grand Hotel is owned by Wenru Xue, and staying there is free, since they would be partners in life and death in the future. It was only natural to provide the best accommodations. Lin Qinzhu arrived at the hotel room and surveyed the 10 people besides Zhang Tian, 6 men and 4 women. Each of them had scars of varying sizes on their bodies and faces. However, they seemed to be relatively fit. Lin Qinzhu also required the female soldiers to be trained. After all, sometimes protecting the beautiful women around him required female soldiers. He didn't want to use women like Guan Yuer, who were unwilling to use the genetic enhancement liquid. At least he wanted to wait until the liquid was completely successful and confirmed to have no side effects before injecting it into them. Hello, boss. The 10 people greeted Lin Qinzhu in unison. Lin Qinzhu quickly waved his hand, saying, "You all used to be people who protected the country. Don't call me that. Just call me Lin Qinzhu." Being called boss made him uncomfortable, as it sounded like he was a wealthy, gluttonous tycoon. Chapter 199. Su Weiwei recovers her memory. When Lin Qinzhu returned home, he found that Lin Quan had gone to the tea mountain, and Chun Xiaoxiang had taken Yi Mengxi to the vegetable garden. Only Su Weiwei was at home preparing meals. Upon seeing Lin Qinzhu return, Su Weiwei's face lit up with a sweet smile. "You're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Uncle, Aunt, and Ming Ming should be back shortly too. Go wash your hands first." Lin Qinzhu enjoyed this feeling of ease and carefree tranquility. "You must have recovered your memory, right?" Lin Qinzhu suddenly said. Su Weiwei's hand trembled slightly as she was cutting vegetables, and the knife cut her finger. A strange scene unfolded. After cutting her finger, blood oozed out. But in the next moment, the wound healed rapidly. Lin Qinzhu stared at this scene in astonishment. This healing ability was too strong. Could this be Su Weiwei's special ability? Su Weiwei put down what she was holding, rinsed her finger under water to wash away the blood, and turned to look at Lin Qinzhu calmly. "How did you know I've recovered my memory?" Lin Qinzhu smiled slightly. "Because you no longer cling to me, and your gaze towards me has changed from dependence to something complex. So I guess you must have recovered your memory. But I'm not sure. I just asked casually, and it turned out I was right." Chapter 200. A mix-up. Zhang Tian sneered coldly and ignored what the other party said. When he saw Lin Qinzhu coming over, he walked up to him. "Stop. If you take another step forward, we'll take action." They had just witnessed Zhang Tian's skills and knew they were no match for him. But they were unwilling to let him leave without doing anything. Lin Qinzhu approached and asked, "Where's Xiao Runan? Why isn't she here? She knows our identity. Go find her to verify it. Don't waste time on us. Hurry up and do what you need to do." "Who are you? How do you know Captain Xiao?" A man who had just threatened Zhang Tian glared at Lin Qinzhu. Lin Qinzhu felt speechless. Who am I? Just call and ask. Why are you here blabbering? This young man must be eager to make a name for himself. Lin Qinshi rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a small red booklet, tossing it over. At that moment, 5 more people arrived behind them. It seemed to be members of another team. Lin Qinshi hadn't intended to use this item, but he didn't want to let it go to waste. Chapter 201: Genetic Warriors or Genetic Monsters. Lin Qinshi recalled what Mo Fong had said before. Some members of the Navy SEAL team had injected the Holland genetic enhancement liquid. This group of people might be those who had injected it, and he didn't know how powerful the Holland genetic enhancement liquid was. Even Zhang Tian felt a bit nervous about it. Tonight, come with me to take a look. Give those few weapons to them. And you guys should stay back and protect yourselves. Lin Qinshi thought it best not to sit back and wait, since he already understood their purpose. It would be easier to eliminate them and complete the mission. As night fell, Lin Qinshi and Zhang Tian prepared to investigate where the group was staying. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the building, along with sounds of fighting. Not good. It must be Xiao Runin's group. The only ones with the same purpose here are those from the Security Bureau, and they're no match for the Navy SEALs. Lin Qinshi hurriedly ran towards the building. Several corpses lay on the stairs, all wearing Security Bureau uniforms. Lin Qinshi rushed upstairs to the floor where those people were, and in the darkness, he saw a 2-meter-tall figure gripping Xiao Runin's neck and lifting her high. Chapter 202: Su Weiwei's special ability. Lin Qinshi brought Xiao Runin home. On the way, she occasionally glanced at Lin Qinshi's arm in the moonlight, her eyes filled with regret, guilt, and sadness. Because of her wrong decision, all the members she had transferred over had perished, leaving only her after the high-ranking official's son had left early. Being punished was minor. Having so many members lose their lives would haunt her for a lifetime, and it had nearly cost Lin Qinshi his arm. Lin Qinshi shook his arm and comforted her. My arm is fine. It will be okay in a few days. You can't blame yourself entirely for your colleagues' deaths. No one knows why they were able to detect your arrival in advance. And fortunately, they retreated early, leaving only one person behind. Otherwise, you might have died too. Lin Qinshi had also pondered how the other side knew they were observing them. However, since 2 groups were investigating this group of people, no one knew which side had made a mistake, leading to their exposure. Why have you been pursuing this group of Navy SEALs? Although your help has been invaluable, we were unaware of your actions, making both sides very passive. Who knows? At some point, you might expose yourselves, leading to our exposure as well. Xiao Runin understood that this couldn't entirely be blamed on Lin Qinshi, but she wanted to know his specific intentions. Chapter 203: Injecting Xiao Runin with genetic enhancement liquid. Su Weiwei fell into deep thought. The phenomenon Lin Qinshi mentioned was something Professor Gu had also discovered. It was due to the genetic enhancement liquid not being neutralized. She pondered what could cause people to become animal-like and not approach perfection. I remember. The Holland genetic enhancement liquid must be missing a crucial herb. It's something only found in the southern part of our country, called the neutralizing herb Jiningzi. Dr. Miller happened to obtain this herb, which allowed him to completely resolve the animalistic genes of the genetic enhancement liquid. Su Weiwei suddenly exclaimed as she recalled something. Professor Gu Beichen had mentioned this neutralizing herb to her before, lamenting that this genetic enhancement liquid belonged only to their country, as the most crucial herb was only found in their homeland. Upon hearing Jiningzi, Lin Qinshi thought of the herb his mother used to brew wine. This common plant was actually a crucial element in the genetic enhancement liquid. Lin Qinshi quickly called Mo Fong to check if any of the transported materials included a herb called Jiningzi. Herland might not know about this herb's existence, and he couldn't let them find out. Chapter 204: Electric Eel Gene Ability. In the state city at night, a flash of fire lit up, and the sound of fire truck sirens echoed throughout the city. The warehouse of the Jiaowen Company was completely engulfed in flames. And Huang Jiatsai sat slumped at the entrance of the warehouse, staring at the ashes of everything, feeling utterly defeated. Next to him, Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the true culprit was sleeping soundly at home. Many people were unable to sleep all night because of this fire, and Zhou Wen couldn't understand what could possibly be so important in the warehouse that had to be burned down. As dawn broke, Lin Qinshi got up first. Xiao Runin had injected the gene enhancement liquid, but hadn't observed if anything was amiss. The other family members were still asleep, and Lin Qinshi pushed open Xiao Runin's bedroom door. A scene that made Lin Qinshi's nose feel hot came into view. Xiao Runin was getting ready to change clothes, having just removed her garments when Lin Qinshi walked in. Both were stunned, and just as Xiao Runin was about to scream, Lin Qinshi quickly stepped forward to cover her mouth. "Don't shout, it's not dawn yet. Everyone is still asleep," Lin Qinshi hurriedly whispered. Xiao Runin's cheeks flushed red, and Lin Qinshi looked down to find his other hand had somehow rested on her ample bosom. Chapter 205. Encountering a Crisis. Lin Qinshi did not follow Xiao Runin to meet that Yun Wang. After all, they were from the same department, and Lin Qinshi did not want to associate with them unless it was for Xiao Runin. However, Xiao Runin still brought Yun Wang and Su Feng back to Lin Qinshi's home. When Lin Qinshi saw the two of them, he was speechless. Two people from a government agency coming to the state city on a business trip had to stay at his house. He had no place for them to stay. Didn't Hua Xiao arrange a guest house for them? Yun Wang appeared calm, savoring the tea leaves grown by Lin Quan, making smacking sound with his mouth. Su Feng felt a bit awkward not long ago when he returned to the Su family. Su Xiao had confessed to him that Lin Qinshi was her student and that she had brought him in to pretend to be her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was furious. Not that Su Xiao had found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, but why Su Xiao wasn't genuinely dating Lin Qinshi. He had even ordered Su Xiao to become Lin Qinshi's girlfriend without fail. After all, this was a man who could become the honorary director of Huaxia Security Bureau, and one whom Yun Wang had acknowledged as being stronger than himself. How could he let such a man slip away? Chapter 206. Surrounded meanwhile at Lin Qinshi's home. Seeing him rush out in a hurry, Yun Wang and the others quickly urged Su Feng to drive after him. "Dad, Mom, Ming Ming, what happened?" Lin Qinshi anxiously asked as he reached his parents. The three were still in shock, and upon seeing Lin Qinshi, they quickly grabbed his hands. "Quick, call the police. Wei Wei is being chased by a monster." Chun Xiaoxiang couldn't comprehend that her son was strong. The only solution she thought of was to call the police. "Mom, don't panic. Tell me what happened." Lin Qinshi quickly reassured her. Su Weiwei's position was constantly shifting, indicating that she was still safe. And since she was modified by the gene enhancement liquid, ordinary people couldn't harm her. Lin Qinshi needed to understand what had happened first and ensure that his parents were not in any other danger before he went to rescue Su Weiwei. We were driving to the market to buy some groceries when suddenly a person in a black robe appeared in front of the car and smashed it with a punch. That person even tore off the car door, trying to grab your mom, but Wei Wei kicked him away. Lin Quan said while glancing at the already battered car. The person on the ground looked like a monster covered in scales. Chapter 207. Battle of the Gene Warriors Survivor Hero? Who gave you that title? Me? Yun Wang arrived late, his expression calm, but his eyes filled with anger. He never expected that the person responsible for the total annihilation of his Huaxia Security Bureau team would turn out to be one of their own. Yun Wang. Li Rui's looked at the person who stepped out of the car in terror. No one else could instill fear in him except for Yun Wang, a legendary figure. In their eyes, Yun Wang was an invincible presence. "Quick, run. With Yun Wang here, we have no chance." Li Rui's frantically climbed into the car, trying to escape. He was grabbed by a special forces soldier and thrown to the ground. Zhou Wen looked at him disdainfully. "Yun Wang? So what?" The legend was before Dr. Helan successfully developed the gene enhancement liquid. The current Yun Wang is no longer a legend. Zhou Wen took a few steps forward. "I was curious why you, being Jiatsai's classmate and good friend, would target us. It seems you're also with the Security Bureau. Now that I've cleared my doubts, there's no need to waste time. Eliminate everyone. Leave no survivors." Zhou Wen turned and got into the car, driving away. Chapter 208. Lin Qinshi joins battle ends. Lin Qinshi dashed forward, smashing one person's head with a punch, and before the others could react, he appeared beside two more, taking them out with a punch and a kick. After the last incident, Lin Qinshi controlled his strength to avoid splattering blood everywhere, as he didn't want to get any on himself and then have to find Su Weiwei for treatment. After Lin Qinshi joined the fray, three of the opponents were dead within seconds. Yun Wang and Zhang Tian took advantage of their opponents being stunned and swiftly eliminated them. However, both of them had come into contact with the opponent's blood, and their hands began to smoke and rot. After Lin Qinshi joined the battle, 5 of the opponents were instantly killed. Now only 10 were left struggling, and the leader, Andra, realized the situation was dire and issued a retreat signal. Lin Qinshi chuckled coldly. "Run? If I let you escape, how will I complete my mission?" The leading Special Forces soldier sensed that retreating was becoming difficult and roared, his muscles bulging violently, transforming into a lizard-like monster. Lin Qinshu was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Damn, a Jin warrior that can transform? He looks even uglier now. Chapter 209. Craniotomy. Mission accomplished. Damn. How vicious. The M country government is brutal, even towards their own. Lin Qinshu quickly looked at Su Weiwei beside him. Su Weiwei grabbed Zhou Wen's wrist and, after a moment, nodded gravely at Lin Qinshu. There's indeed something in her brain. Upon hearing Su Weiwei's response, Lin Qinshu was even more shocked by her medical skills. The fact that she could detect something in the brain meant her medical expertise was exceptional, as Lin Qinshu also had extensive medical knowledge. Is there a way to rescue her? According to Lin Qinshu's medical expertise, besides a craniotomy, there was no other method. Su Weiwei shook her head as he expected. If it's as she said, there is no time left, unless we perform a craniotomy immediately. But such surgery has extremely strict requirements, and our current environment may not allow it. Lin Qinshu frowned in thought. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly ran to the car, pulling out a sharp knife. He is now skilled in medicine, but he doesn't like it, so he has never used it. Now, he has no choice but to take action. Whatever you want to say, go tell Jiatsai yourself. I will help you remove the chip from your brain now. Weiwei, hold her hand. After I take that thing out, treat her. Lin Qinshu took out a knife and quickly cut open Zhou Wen's head, then used a clamp to extract the chip. Fortunately, the chip was right on the surface, so it was easy to operate. Chapter 210. Huang Jiatsai. However, the subsequent production of a gene enhancement liquid will require a large amount of funding, and it's uncertain whether there will be enough money. Lin Qinshu, who initially wanted to take a nap, found that he was no longer sleepy after the enhancement of all attributes, so he simply walked outside. The newly bought Land Rover was torn apart by special forces, so it should be scrapped and a new one bought. Just as he stepped outside, the Cloud King approached him and asked, "Did you do something to Runin? Why has she suddenly become so powerful?" Lin Bureau, what other secrets do you have? Lin Qinshu rolled his eyes. You already said the secret. Why should I tell you? At that moment, Yi Mengxi ran out of the room. Senior. Both Runin and Senior Weiwei have woken up. Lin Qinshu nodded and went to check on the two. Both women had fainted due to overexertion of their special abilities, and they would recover after a short rest. Suddenly, the Cloud King received a phone call. His face changed drastically, and he rushed into the room. Lin Bureau, can I borrow your people? Our Huaxia Security Bureau has no manpower here. We just received news that Su Feng has been attacked and is now missing. Lin Qinshu's expression became serious, and he went outside to tell Zhang Tian and the others, "You guys follow the Cloud King to find Su Feng's location." Damn it. These people are persistent. Chapter 211. Summer vacation ends. Huang Jiatsai's face was filled with struggle, and Lin Qinshu did not urge him. He walked outside to look at the sky. If Huang Jiatsai was unwilling to cooperate, he would not say anything or even attempt to capture him. That was not his job. Zhou Wen had lost all her communication tools, making it difficult to find her whereabouts. For now, they could only see if there would be any breakthroughs with Huang Jiatsai. Just as Huang Jiatsai was hesitating and Lin Qinshu was about to leave, Huang Jiatsai's phone rang. Lin Qinshu turned to look at him as Huang Jiatsai answered the call and put on speaker, a move that proved he was not planning to run and had decided to cooperate with Lin Qinshu. "Akai, at midnight, at the harbor dock in Jiangchen. Someone will come to pick you up. Whether to bring Xiaoming is up to you. I suggest not to bring him. Once we stabilize, we'll find a chance to take him away. Right now, we are fleeing, and bringing him along will only cause him suffering." Zhou Wen's voice came from the other end, indicating that Huang Jiatsai had already agreed to leave with her. Huang Jiatsai said nothing, but Zhou Wen on the other end immediately reacted. "Has someone found you? I'm sorry, I was too slow. I shouldn't have kept it from you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have wasted so much time," Zhou Wen said, filled with self-blame. Chapter 212. Su Xia comes to the door. The person in the police car sneaking around was probably Xiao Runin. It seemed she had convinced Su Xia to come find him, really getting herself into trouble. "Lin, can you save my brother?" Su Xia stammered. She didn't really believe Lin Qinshu could save her brother Su Feng, but since Xiao Runin said so, she decided to give it a try. "Teacher Su, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person. Even Su Feng, a war god in the military district, couldn't escape. How could I have the ability to save him? Besides, we have so many talented people in Huaxia, And if they can't do it, how can I? Lin Qingju smiled and said, by the way, we're heading back to school. Teacher Su should come with us. He wasn't a saint. Those mutated special forces were very dangerous, and he didn't want to provoke them unnecessarily. Lin Qingju and they were not in each other's way. Even if he had a grudge due to previous events, the other party wouldn't dare to come to Huaxia to cause trouble for him. Su Xiao bit her lip and turned to look at the police car. They all said, you're the only one who can save my brother. Can you help me? You can propose conditions, as long as I can do it. I will meet your demands. How much do you want? I can find a way to give it to you. Su Xiao's appearance made Lin Qingju speechless with laughter. Chapter 213. Injecting Jiang Wanqiu with gene enhancement liquid. Su Weiwei held Yi Mingxi's hand and said softly, your senior isn't unwilling to give it to you. It's just that he hasn't confirmed that this gene enhancement liquid has no side effects. He will let you use it once he is completely sure. After all, it can enhance your abilities and give you self-defense capabilities. Su Weiwei voiced Lin Qingju's thoughts. Su Weiwei needed to use it because her condition was critical. She couldn't wait any longer, or she might miss her chance. Xiao Runin, on the other hand, was in a dangerous situation at that time and could die at any moment. However, Yi Mingxi was different. She was fine now, and it wasn't necessary for her to use the gene enhancement liquid yet. Su Weiwei looked at Lin Qingju and said, don't you understand medicine? Actually, we haven't experienced any adverse reactions. It seems there are no side effects. After we go back, I will focus on this observation with Professor Gu. Over the past few days, Su Weiwei had noticed that Lin Qingju also knew medicine and had considerable skill. Lin Qingju nodded. He wanted to ensure everything was foolproof. But various signs indicated that this gene enhancement liquid did not have any so-called side effects. However, he still needed final confirmation to be completely at ease. Chapter 214. Qin Roland's request. He often left suddenly. He wanted to transfer a larger sum of money to Jiang Wanqiu at once. But knowing Jiang Wanqiu's character, when she found out about the 2 million, she would find a way to return it to him. However, 2 million was within her acceptable range. Anything more than that she would definitely reject. Lin Qingju arrived at the Lin Group S building. He recalled the time he vaguely consumed Qin Roland. And although he didn't know how to face her, as a man, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant. He had to take responsibility. Lin Qingju steeled himself and entered Qin Roland's office. At that moment, Qin Roland was still focused on her documents, completely unaware that someone had entered. Lin Qingju felt a bit uneasy standing there. He used to sit casually on the sofa, but now the situation was different, and he became a little cautious. After some time, Qin Roland picked up the coffee on her desk and noticed the person in the office from the corner of her eye. When she saw Lin Qingju, her expression froze for a moment. Then, she pretended to be calm and asked, when did you come back? Not going to say anything? Trying to scare me? Lin Qingju chuckled. I just saw you working so hard. He handed her a package. This is something my mom asked me to bring you. She said you love this brown sugar cake, so she made some for you. Chapter 215. Spreading false information. Collaborating with the Huaxia government. This security company instantly moved up a notch, becoming a semi-official company. At the beginning, Su Banning promised to fully support Lin Qingju's security company, which was established to help veterans find employment. Our security company, although just founded, has quickly gained a reputation in the industry, and I believe we will soon receive some international orders. Qin Roland said proudly. In just a few months, the company has become well known in China, which is indeed something to be proud of. The two quickly arrived at the location of the security company, a huge stone gate with Lin Security written on it. Once inside, there was a building for receiving clients and office work. Behind the building, there were many dormitories with some sports fields in between. At the very back, there was a large open area filled with various training equipment and shooting ranges, etc. The experimental base was built underground in the center, with its entrance located in the first-floor machine room of each dormitory. Chapter 216. Welcoming new students. Jiang Wanqiu, as usual, closed her eyes and rubbed her skin. Ever since she was burned, she has taken showers with her eyes closed, afraid to look at her wounds and the horrifying scars that she has not been able to face for years. However, today felt different. Her hand did not feel the bumpy scars. When she touched other scarred areas, they were also smooth. Jiang Wanqiu had a vague guess in her heart, but fearing it was an illusion, she finally mustered the courage to slowly open her eyes and looked down at her body as scars, which were now smooth and flat, without a trace. She couldn't believe it and walked to the mirror, and when she saw that all the scars on her face had disappeared, she instantly burst into tears of joy, even pinching her own arm. This scene often appeared in her dreams, and she thought she was dreaming. The pain from her arm made her realize this was real. She didn't know why her appearance had restored. The nightmare that had haunted her for years had finally dissipated. Suddenly, she remembered the injection Lin Qinshi had given her before she slept, combined with his words that she might have surprise upon waking up. Jiang Wanqiu was certain that her recovery was caused by Lin Qinshi. Chapter 217. Jiang Wanqiu's return to 98 points in appearance at the school gate. Many new students were coming and going, including some pretty girls, which the senior boys were eager to compete for. Among them, a new girl spotted Lin Qinshi at first glance and bravely walked towards him. Her face slightly flushed as she said, "Senior, can you take me to register?" Lin Qinshi smiled and replied, "Sorry, I'm waiting for a friend. Let someone else take you." The girl looked a bit disappointed and said, "Okay, senior, can I add you on WeChat?" "Of course." Lin Qinshi took out his phone and added the girl on WeChat. The girl's name was He Sure, and she had a score of about 85 points in appearance. Although it didn't reach 90, her youthful beauty added to her charm. He Sure happily pulled her suitcase and found a senior sister to take her to register. "Beast, what's wrong with you pushing the junior girl to your friends?" Li Wuqi said angrily. They were just nearby, and Lin Qinshi didn't introduce them, which would have allowed them to take He Sure to register. "I'm afraid you guys can't handle it." Lin Qinshi laughed. Suddenly, a Bentley drove up to the school gate, and a stunning figure got out of the car, instantly causing everyone at the gate to stop, even holding their breath. Chapter 218. The Shura feel moreover, not only does he have a romantic relationship with Yimengshi, but he also has intricate relationships with graduated campus beauties. The two were sweetly flirting by the artificial lake, and there's video evidence. Once you enroll, you can check out our campus forum. There are plenty of posts about this scumbag. Lu Jimin added fuel to the fire, speaking half-truths that made it sound more real. "Is there anything else? I need to go register with my boyfriend. You're blocking us." Jiang Wanqiu said to Aunt. Lu Jimin was dumbfounded, and the surrounding losers were also confused. Can someone who plays both sides act as if nothing happened? What is so special about Lin Qinshi? Is it just that he is handsome? Or is it because he is wealthy? It seems both are exceptional traits. Junior, this rich kid is just playing with you, and once he is bored, he'll dump you. You see, the E-campus beauty was just dumped by him. She is probably regretting it somewhere right now. Lu Jimin said anxiously. "Who said I was dumped?" A charming cold snort came from his side. Yimengshi and her roommate, Yao Jingjing, walked over. Lin Qinshi's 3 roommates took a step back in unison. It was obvious this was a Shura field. It was not suitable to stay long. Chapter 219. Winning Jiang Wanqiu. Lin Qinshi affectionately patted Yimengshi's head and then told her about what had happened to Jiang Wanqiu over the years. When Yimengshi heard that Jiang Wanqiu had to start raising a younger sister when she was not even of age and even chose not to attend Kyoto University to take care of her sister, she cried uncontrollably. "Sister Wanqiu is so pitiful. Thankfully, she met you again, otherwise she might not be able to handle the pressure of life and would have taken her own life." Yimengshi empathized, thinking that if it were her, she might not have survived. Yes, Wanqiu could have had a life that everyone envied, but fate played a joke on her, making her suffer during the blooming years. Luckily, the gene enhancement liquid worked. Otherwise, she would still be hiding her face with her hair, afraid to contact others. How could she have the lively and cheerful side she has today? Lin Qinshi also sighed. Yimengshi nodded vigorously. For a girl, appearance is naturally the most important thing. Especially in front of the person she loves. If her appearance is ugly, how can she lift her head in front of the person she likes? After learning about Jiang Wanqiu's situation, Yimengshi got out of the car. She just wanted to know more about Jiang Wanqiu. Today was the welcoming day, and everyone had no classes. Yimengshi had already secretly decided to treat Jiang Wanqiu well and let her feel the warmth of the world again. Chapter 220. Campus Sports Meet. Ding. Detected that the host is too leisurely, triggering a task. Ding. Option 1. Win the championship in 3 events at the Campus Sports Meet. Reward. A security system that exceeds world technology. Ding. Win the championship in 5 events. Reward. A security system that exceeds world technology and a lightweight armor crafting blueprint. Damn. What does my leisure have to do with you? Why are you giving me tasks again? The rewards aren't very tempting. Should I participate? Lin Qinshi pondered. Ding. If the host gives up this task, the frequency of task issuance will slow down. The system noticed Lin Qinshi's laziness and warned him. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshe felt that it seemed he had no choice but to go, although he felt a bit indifferent now, with no pursuits in terms of money or strength. A life without tasks would be even more boring, right? Lin Qingshe drove back to the school dormitory, preparing to find his dorm mates to sign up together. If they're going to have fun, they should all have fun together. When Lin Qingshe returned to the dorm, he saw that the other three had put on the basketball team uniforms. "What are you guys up to?" Lin Qingshe asked in confusion. "You're back just in time. The guys from the team all got food poisoning and are in the infirmary getting IVs. That teacher, he wanted you to play, but since you weren't here, we were drafted instead. Hurry up and change. It's been a long time since the four of us played basketball together. It'll be fun." Li Wuqi tossed a brand new set of jerseys to Lin Qingshe. Chapter 221. The basketball game begins. Darn, we don't even have any cheerleaders here. We're already losing in spirit. Li Wuqi looked back at the empty stands. Other teams were surrounded by crowds, while their side only had a few people. What does it matter? Isn't it more fun to slap them in the face in front of their cheerleaders? If we lose, it's no shame. If they lose, that's embarrassing. Fan Jinxiang said, cracking his knuckles. Old Fan is right. It's only satisfying to slap them when they have more people. It's just a cheerleading squad. I've already asked Yin Yin to bring her roommates over to cheer for us. Xiao Lu also got excited for a rare moment. As soon as Xiao Lu finished speaking, he saw Guan Yin coming over with her two roommates, Li Jiao and Wang Xiaoqing. There was originally another girl named Guoting, but after getting slapped by Wen Rushua last time, she moved off campus. It was said that she had hooked up with a bald rich boss and was now someone else's mistress, hardly coming back to school. Lin Qingshe, go for it. Make them fall apart. Wang Xiaoqing shouted loudly. Wang Xiaoqing was originally a lively person and had quite a good impression of Lin Qingshe. Now, seeing him look so handsome, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 222. The gorilla Zhao Tao. Now that so many people saw Lin Qingshe as excellence, what could she do to get closer to him? Qian Yimeng pondered. Next to her, he was also shocked. She had seen Lin Qingshe play basketball before, but at the time, she wasn't interested. So she was mostly playing on her phone. If Lin Qingshe had been that impressive back then, she would have definitely noticed, even while playing on her phone. It wasn't until now that she realized Lin Qingshe looked really cool when playing basketball. However, she didn't want to admit it. What's the use of being good at basketball? Senior Zhao hasn't even played yet. His basketball skills have already been recruited by the CBA. Once he plays, Lin Qingshe won't look so cool anymore. He didn't want to acknowledge Lin Qingshe's excellence, mostly because she didn't want to admit she had misjudged him. They'd already broken up and couldn't go back, so why give the other person any points and regret it? Beside them, Qian Yimeng curled her lip. The Zhao senior that he mentioned was Zhao Tao from the Zhao family in Shanghai, a top-tier rich second generation, given the Zhao family's power. Recently, Zhao Tao had been courting He Yi, which made her quite jealous, but it was only jealousy. Chapter 223. The Zhao family is gone. Because Shun Li was a member of the Shun family, Shun Yu's brother. The Shun family should be in a dire situation right now. Yet they still had time to participate in the sports meet. It seemed the Shun family was still calm, or perhaps Shun Li knew nothing about the family's affairs. Although you saved my sister and aunt, I won't thank you. I'm here to be a substitute because I can't stand that Zhao Tao. I'm not here to help you. Shun Li huffed. It seemed he was aware of Lin Qingshe's kindness to their family, but didn't want to appear humble. Lin Qingshe smiled slightly, not saying much. As long as he was there, they wouldn't lose the game. It wouldn't matter who the substitute was. When the game began, Shun Li was the first to confront Zhao Tao. Upon seeing his opponent, Zhao Tao sneered coldly. You think you can stop me? When have you ever beaten me on this basketball court? Zhao Tao's gorilla-like physique charged forward, knocking Shun Li back several steps. Lin Qingshe reached out to steady Shun Li, who would have likely broken a rib if he hadn't been physically fit. Go wait under the opposite basket. I'll handle this gorilla. Lin Qingshe pushed Shun Li aside. Chapter 224. Mysterious narcissism of He Yihumph. Knowing I'm from the Zhao family, you still dare to offend me. Zhao Tao was stunned by the murderous aura emanating from Lin Qingshe, but he still spoke defiantly. Lin Qingshe ignored him and turned back to his side. His earlier intervention was instinctive. He couldn't stand Zhao Tao's way of treating women, and he was also afraid that if they got into a commotion, it would delay the game. He wanted to finish quickly and participate in the next event. Qian Yimeng pulled He Yi to follow him, not wanting to stay there anymore out of fear that Zhao Tao would go crazy and take it out on them. Hey, big brother, thank you for earlier. If it weren't for you, I might have been hit by that madman, Qin Yumeng said sweetly. Lin Qingshou looked at her, and as if realizing something. You should have gone to the drama academy. How did you end up in a finance school? You clearly know me, but are pretending not to recognize me. Lin Qingshou concluded from their relationship that Qin Yumeng definitely knew he had been a couple. Qin Yumeng realized she had exposed herself, but didn't care at all. Acting coy, she said, "Oh, I really didn't know before, only found out recently. And you both have broken up, so it doesn't affect my knowing you." Chapter 225, a golden business card worth 10,000, so you've heard of me. Jiang Wanqiu smiled radiantly. The people around were captivated by her smile. So beautiful. There is someone so gorgeous in this world. Look at that military training outfit. She must be a freshman at Jiaodong University. Why doesn't our school have such beautiful younger sisters? It seems the recruitment work isn't done well enough. If she were willing to smile at me often, I'd willingly give up 10 years of my life. I found it. I saw it on the Jiaodong University forum. This girl is the newly crowned school flower, Jiang Wanqiu. Here, a photo of her when she just registered at school. Oh, she is actually Lin Qingshou's girlfriend. And last year's school flower, Yi Mengxi, is also Lin Qingshou's girlfriend. What a beast. Lin Qingshou actually has 2 school flower girlfriends. With such a beautiful Jiang Wanqiu, he is still trying to flirt with Yi Mengxi, playing both sides, scumbag, ugh. I'm unfollowing him. I didn't expect the moody piano prince to be such a playboy. If you want to unfollow, go ahead. I feel even more in love. Just look at how well Lin Qingshou matches with both of them. Since he is already playing both sides, why not add me into the mix? Me too. Even if I'm not a ship, I'd be willing to be the oar. The boys scoffed at this, but the girls were longing for it, hoping Lin Qingshou would step onto their ships too. Chapter 226, Foster Father. Please allow me to bow to you. This is the sports field. Vehicles are not allowed to enter. What if someone hits another student? Brother, go move that red Ferrari. It doesn't matter if it gets damaged. Let the owner come to my Lin group for compensation. Qin Roland frowned as she looked at the red Ferrari nearby. Ian smiled slightly and walked towards the nearby red Ferrari. At first, everyone was puzzled as to why Qin Roland would give such an order. After all, it was a car. Why not let her subordinates find someone to move it, instead of having them do it themselves? It wasn't until Ian reached down and grabbed the chassis of the Ferrari, lifting it up and dragging it away from the scene, bringing it closer to the parking lot, and then kicked the main driver's side, that everyone was left in shock. The entire car was kicked over, and after flipping several times, it landed in a parking space. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this series of actions. What kind of person is this? A sports car seems like foam in his hands, just lifted and taken away, and a casual kick sent it tumbling several times. With such a powerful bodyguard beside her, it was no wonder Qin Roland was now a billionaire female CEO, daring to roam around alone. Chapter 227, Bad luck card, that's no problem. The Lin group needs more people. I'll tell Roland and arrange a position for you as a leader. Lin Qingshou smiled and agreed. Of course, it was no issue for his brother to join the company. Even giving them money directly wouldn't be a problem, but they wouldn't be willing to accept it. And Lin Qingshou understood their mindset. If they accepted his money for no reason, their relationship couldn't continue as it did today. However, if the 3 of them wanted to start a business, Lin Qingshou would definitely invest and support them. The 3 were immediately overjoyed. Working at the Lin group and serving their brother made them very motivated. Can we join too? Asked Wan Yin and her roommate from the side. Sure, but just you 2. No more people. If too many go, Roland will scold me. I would end up with other conflicts, and it wouldn't be worth it. A few people in such a large company is fine, but too many is not. After all, they were still university students without any work experience. Lin, I've signed you up for a project, the 100-meter sprint. It starts in 10 minutes. Do you want to go? Yi came over to sign Lin Qingshou up for the next event during the second half. Chapter 228. Ji Yin ran at this time. Lin Qingshou walked over to Lu Jimin and patted him on the shoulder. Do you remember what you just said? My requirement is simple. Just stay as far away from me as possible whenever you see me. After saying this, he left the track. Lu Jimin clenched his fists, looking unwilling. Originally, with his extraordinary performance this time, he could have attracted the attention of the sports department and had a bright future as an athlete. But unexpectedly, Lin Qingshou appeared and stole his spotlight. Lu Jimin was the closest person to Lin Qingshou. He didn't regret not running faster because he had already sensed that Lin Qingshou was toying with him. If he had gone all out, he might not have even seen Lin Qingshou's back. After struggling for a moment, He released his clenched fists and left the track in disappointment. He had completely lost. In every aspect, although Lin Qinshi had initially ignored his bet, he had tacitly accepted the wager, and since he lost, he was willing to accept the consequences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the loser provocation task. Select option 2. Surpass the opponent by 1 second. Reward. Bad luck card. Ding. Bad luck card has been placed in the host's clothing pocket. Chapter 229. I am willing to be your disciple. The fencing competition began again. Ji Yanran used the same tactic, but this time she aimed directly at Lin Qinshi's face. Lin Qinshi slightly turned his body to dodge her attack, and, in the next moment, thrust his sword into Ji Yanran's chest. Due to the armor, the entire thin sword bent. Both retracted their swords and returned to their original positions. The rules of fencing state that as long as there is a valid hit, they return to their positions to start again. Their match lasted 10 minutes to see who could hit the other more times. Ji Yanran's previous attack had been neutralized by Lin Qinshi, and she had been hit in return. In the next round, it was Lin Qinshi's turn to attack, while Ji Yanran had a block and counterattack. They both assumed their stances, and Ji Yanran felt a flash before Lin Qinshi's sword tip was already pressed against the same spot on her chest that had been hit before. Ji Yanran realized Lin Qinshi was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, how could he hit the same spot twice in a row? Yanran, you concede. Lin Qinshi smiled. He wasn't intentionally aiming for the same spot, but that area was just too prominent. It was easy to strike there. They continued to attack and block, with Ji Yanran never managing to hit Lin Qinshi, while Lin Qinshi had already hit her 15 times. Chapter 230. Lin and System. After Lin Qinshi returned to his dormitory and changed out of his jersey, he drove away from the school. His mission was complete, and he didn't need to stay at the school any longer. He drove straight to the Lin Security Company, where he needed to collaborate with Mo Fong to study the security system that transcends this world, as well as how to develop the lightweight armor. Upon arriving at the security company, Lin Qinshi saw Qin Ruolin's car there as well. In the office, Qin Ruolin was reviewing some reports from the security company, which have been performing well lately, even facing some manpower shortages. What are you doing here? Aren't you still at school participating in the sports meeting? Showing off in front of those junior girls? Qin Ruolin shot Lin Qinshi a glare. She had to admit that Lin Qinshi looked really handsome playing basketball, even making her a bit jealous. I got some good stuff. I want to figure out how to use it. Lin Qinshi awkwardly smiled as he approached the computer, launching into a flurry of intense operations. He plugged a USB drive into the computer and continuously downloaded some code from the internet onto the USB. Chapter 231. Chun Shanshan and Li Lan run into trouble. What is this? Are you planning to enter the clothing industry? Isn't the security company and the film city enough for you to mess around with? Qin Ruolin looked at the blueprints. Lin Qinshi had drawn a simple tank top. This is silk thread, along with some alloy refined into thread, and after being baked at 180 degrees for an hour, they are wrapped together to make clothing. However, this silk thread is not valuable, and it will take some time to find this material. You should see where to procure some. The alloy is easier to find. Also, it doesn't have to be a tank top. It can also be made in a long sleeves. You can find a few professional clothing designers to draw it up. Lin Qinshi leaned closer to introduce it to Qin Ruolin, his breath brushing against her face, causing her delicate cheeks to flush. Do not get so close. Qin Ruolin pushed Lin Qinshi away. Lin Qinshi smirked. He was doing it on purpose. He needed to tease her a bit to draw their relationship closer. Otherwise, this ice queen of a female Seo seemed to have gotten used to her icy demeanor. Why are you making this kind of clothing? The material is so strange, and the production method is also quite odd. Qin Ruolin noticed some annotations and precautions Lin Qinshi had written. Chapter 232. Dr. Hyde activates the misfortune card. Lin Qinshi silently recited in his heart. Far away in the Magic City district, a faint black light flickered in Zhao Ziyong's room. Then, downstairs, a thread of black light poured into Zhao Ziyong's head. The Zhao family was currently having a heated discussion about Lin Qinshi's declaration of war. 3 generations of the Zhao family were sitting here. Why must we go against the Lin group? The Lin group hasn't harmed us. It was Ziyong who provoked them first and set a trap in their project. If it weren't for Ziyong's meddling, we could even have become friends with them. In this era, isn't having one more friend better than one more enemy? A middle-aged man said indignantly. This person was Zhao Sheng, the second generation of the Zhao family. He was Zhao Ziyong's uncle and Zhao Li's brother, and he was also the father of Zhao Tao. The first generation of the Zhao family only had one elder, Zhao Cheng. Talking about this now is pointless. Since the Lin group has declared war on us, we should respond properly. Don't let them treat our Zhao family as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Zhao Li originally had a good impression of Lin Qinshi, but good feelings aside, he had to unconditionally support his son's actions as a father, even though he didn't understand why Zhao Ziyong did this. However, Zhao Ziyong had never disappointed the Zhao family in his performance growing up, which is why the successor of the Zhao family was the third generation, Zhao Ziyong, and not the second generation. Chapter 233, Super Gene Warriors. This is the result of our company, the Super Gene Warriors created using gene enhancement fluid. Dr. Hyde introduced the two monsters beside him. Super Gene Warriors? Zhao Li stepped forward to examine them. He unconditionally trusted his son, so he was not afraid. These are their photos before injecting the gene enhancement fluid. Everyone can take a look. Zhao Ziyong also took out two photos from his pocket for everyone to see. The photos showed two foreign men, both missing arms and legs, and even burned all over. But now, the two monsters in front of them, although their faces were unclear, had all their limbs intact. What's going on here? Zhao Li looked at the photos in surprise, then stared at the two monsters in front of him. Although they looked ugly and disgusting, at least their limbs were complete. The missing limbs in the photos didn't seem to be photoshopped, and there was no need for the other party to fake a picture to deceive them. Dr. Hyde was not surprised by their shock, and continued to explain, my teacher, Dr. Herland, researched the gene enhancement fluid, which incorporates gecko genes, allowing for limb regeneration. Although it doesn't restore perfectly, at least they won't be disabled with missing limbs. Chapter 234, Found Home. Zhao Ziyong, who had been frowning, suddenly looked delighted. The blind eyes suddenly had value. They could now exchange for this bottle of gene enhancement fluid, a value that would cost him countless eyes to obtain. He already had a suitable candidate in mind to cultivate into his super warrior. The image of Lin Qinshi even flashed through his mind. After creating the super warrior, the first person he wanted to kill was Lin Qinshi. For some reason, he just found Lin Qinshi unpleasant and wanted him dead quickly. Moreover, Shen Yu's different attitude toward Lin Qinshi made him hate Lin Qinshi even more. However, recently, Shen Yu seemed to have disappeared. There was no news of her anywhere. Dr. Hyde noticed a glimmer of killing intent in Zhao Ziyong's expression and quickly reminded him. Young Master Zhao, once the super warriors are cultivated, I hope you can act discreetly. The Huaxia Security Bureau is currently searching for our whereabouts. If you expose yourself, we will have to terminate our cooperation. So please be sure to act low-key and not let anyone detect our existence. They approached the Zhao family for cooperation precisely because of the Zhao family's capabilities in this magic city, which allowed them to come here legally and provided them with a legitimate identity. Chapter 235, Li Qing severely injured. Dr. Hyde did not expect the other party's strength to be so strong. He thought that even if there were people who could defeat him in one move, they would not be able to bypass him directly to attack, so he could take the opportunity to reveal his bargaining chip and make the other party cautious. However, Lin Qinshi didn't even want to let him speak 3 sentences. Instead, he resolved him 3 seconds later. No matter what the opponent did in his eyes, it was a sure death because he had touched Lin Qinshi's reverse scale. Your women are in the hands of another person. If you kill me, they will all die. Dr. Hyde quickly revealed his bargaining chip, which turned out to be that Lin Qinshi's 7 maids had already been captured by him. Lin Qinshi released his grip on his neck. You say it is so? If you can't provide evidence that they are in your hands, I will still kill you. Although Lin Qinshi let go of his neck, the killing intent on him did not diminish at all. Dr. Hyde coughed while touching his neck, took out a communicator from his pocket, and showed Lin Qinshi the real-time photos of the 7 maids. What do you want? Just say it directly. You can't take my life, so don't say unrealistic things. Lin Qinshi believed the photos, but in reality, he did this on purpose, allowing the Anlin system to track the location of these people. As long as the signal on the phone was activated, the Anlin system could quickly find the destination. Chapter 236, The Ruthless Zhao Ziyong. After today's incident, they were all very scared and terrified. They were different from Lin Qinshi's women. These were just maids he had recruited, and there wasn't much substantial emotion. It was very normal for them to feel fear and shrink back. Even Lin Qinshi's women would feel fear. It was just that their love for Lin Qinshi would cover up this fear. Lin Qinshi sighed softly, Tonight's incident was caused by me. Perhaps there will be more incidents like this in the future. You staying here will be life-threatening. Pack your things tonight and leave. I will give each of you 10 million as severance pay. You can go do what you like in the future and no longer have to stay here as maids. After finishing, Lin Qingshi walked upstairs. He would stay in this room until Li Qing woke up. After Lin Qingshi returned to his room, Zhang Tian called him. He was there waiting, but did not find Dr. Hyde. Perhaps the other party sensed something and fled to another place. Amlin, locate Dr. Hyde's position and report it to Zhang Tian in real time. This Dr. Hyde must die. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Qingshi's eyes. If it weren't for this guy kidnapping his maids, Li Qing wouldn't have been injured, and the other maids wouldn't have felt fear and wanted to retreat. He wouldn't have to endure the pain of dismissing these maids. Chapter 237. Zhao Ziyong begins to have bad luck. The gene enhancement fluid can be injected through the blood vessels in the wrist, which Dr. Hyde had told Zhao Ziyong. Of course, it could be injected in other locations, but injecting it from the wrist is quicker to adapt. However, Zhao Ziyong chose to directly stab Zhao Tao's neck because he didn't care about Zhao Tao's feelings. As long as it could be injected, that was enough. It also saved the trouble of unwrapping the bandages, which was too tedious. Zhao Sheng broke free from Zhao Ziyong's subordinates and rushed in, just in time to see Zhao Ziyong injecting the gene enhancement fluid into Zhao Tao. He collapsed on the ground. Although he had also thought about the gene enhancement fluid for Zhao Tao, he could wait until the gene enhancement fluid was successfully developed. Zhao Jiping has injected himself in advance today, which proves that there is no way to wait any longer. From now on, his son Zhao Tao will become a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Before leaving the hospital room, Zhao Jiping said to Zhao Sheng, Uncle Sheng, our Zhao family is now in crisis. Do you want Zhao Tao to be a useless person? Or do you want him to be the strongest warrior of the Zhao family? Zhao Tao is an eagle, but you have protected him like a chick. Think about it yourself. After finishing his words, Zhao Jiping turned to leave, and at the moment he turned, a drop of blood fell from his hand. Chapter 238. Young man's past. Did you not hear that Dr. Hyde said? He has gathered all the gene warriors within Huaxia to this place. Wouldn't it be better if we took out these time bombs all at once? Zhang Tian said with excitement in his eyes. He was originally a martial arts enthusiast, and after being defeated in one move by Lin Qingzhao during the last transformation, he wanted to find a second-stage gene warrior to test his strength. Lin Qingzhao was too strong. They were completely on different levels, so there was no point in fighting. If they were to fight, they should find those who were evenly matched so they could have a good, enjoyable battle. Shouldn't we report this to the young master first? It wouldn't be good for us to make our own decisions. Huang Cheng, who was previously in the disciplinary unit, felt that everything should be reported to the higher-ups first, even completing the task before discussing further, which seemed a bit rigid compared to Zhang Tian. Report it. I think the young master will have the same idea as me. Zhang Tian nodded, asking Huang Cheng to report. After Huang Cheng hung up the phone, he shrugged and said, You are right. The young master's thoughts are indeed the same as yours. Let's take turns monitoring each other's movements. With our skills, they won't notice us. When they gather their people, he will personally come to take them all out. Chapter 239. Setting traps. Young man nodded. My mother has been contacting me recently. She said she knows a factory owner whose son has taken a liking to me and wants me to go back and marry him, if I am found by her. I don't know what methods she will use to force me into marrying him. I no longer have an aunt, and I am all alone, with no one to help me when things go wrong. Although I am independent now, I am still her daughter within the legal framework, and there are too many things I cannot control. It's okay. I will have someone handle this matter. Since you don't want to see them, I will find a way to ensure they won't appear in front of you anymore. You can come to me if anything happens in the future. Lin Qingzhao picked up his phone and issued an order to the Amlin system. The Amlin system immediately began to formulate a plan, using the internet and their greed to lure them abroad so that they would never return. As they chatted, Young Man fell asleep first. She had experienced a lot today and was already exhausted. Now, opening her heart to Lin Qingzhao and sharing her previously unknown past made her feel lighter, and she quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Qingzhao felt Young Man in his arms was up to no good. Before he even opened his eyes, he dealt with her on the spot, and the whole process lasted more than an hour before they finally came out of the room. Chapter 240. Mutual harm. After taking out his phone, Lin Qingzhao suddenly remembered that he had not kept Yu Qing's contact information. He should say that he had never exchanged contact details with her. Amlin, check Yu Qing's contact information and help me call her. Fortunately, there was the invincible Amlin system. which could handle anything. He had also thought about using the Anlin system to gather black material on those targeting the Lin group. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Finding dirt wouldn't help him take down those people in a way that would be beneficial to the Lin group. The project had already been halted. And even if new people were brought in, the project would still be stagnant, which wouldn't solve the problem. The best solution would be to have them revoke the project suspension. Lin Qinzhao even wanted to use these people for his own purposes, turning the enemy's network into his own. If that didn't work, he would create his own network. In the study of the Zhao family villa, Zhao Jiping, Zhao Li, and Zhao Cheng sat inside. At this time, Zhao Jiping had become unrecognizable, one eye covered with gauze, his entire face swollen like a pig's head, and his whole left hand wrapped in gauze, with one foot now also in a cast. Chapter 241. The mysterious figure behind the Zhao family father. I don't think we need to worry about this. If Lin Qinzhao came from a hidden major family, we would have been done for by now. This indicates that the situation is not as exaggerated as we imagined. Worrying about this now is pointless. We should see how to deal with the upcoming investigation. Zhao Li said as he finished speaking. The butler was outside saying, "Sir, someone is looking for you and the young master." The three of them exchanged glances and then walked downstairs. In the Zhao family living room, a man and a woman approached and took out their credentials. Zhao Cheng, Zhao Jiping. We are from the Huaxia Security Bureau. I am Xiao Runan, and this is my colleague Li Xiang. Recently, there have been some cases involving both of you, and we hope you can cooperate with us for an investigation. The woman was indeed Xiao Runan, who had been in the Magic City for some time. So she was responsible for the work around that area. The person beside her was Li Xiang, who had returned from some mysterious special forces overseas and was a newcomer to the Security Bureau, assigned to learn from Xiao Runan. It was said that Li Xiang had connections to a high-level leader in Huaxia and had been sent abroad for various training since he was a teenager. Now at 25 years old, his strength was comparable to that of a king in a military region. Chapter 242. Xiao Runan's thoughts at this time. Xiao Runan had arrived at Su Xia's home, where only the old man Su Dang, a nanny, and Su Xiao were present. Su Banning was busy with work and rarely returned home. Li Lingyu was naturally with her husband, and Su Feng had gone missing, making what used to be a lively Su family somewhat quiet. Xiao girl, has there been any news about Su Feng? Su Dang sighed. The world has changed. A military district war god has been kidnapped and is still missing. This is a disgrace to our Su family and to Huaxia. Every time Su Dang saw Xiao Runan, he would ask this question. Though the answer was always the same, he still persisted. A military district war god, feared by other countries, had been captured within Huaxia territory, and this news had spread worldwide. Some clowns had even begun to provoke Huaxia. Hearing her grandfather's question, Su Xia knew that Xiao Runan had arrived and came down from upstairs. Xiao Runan nodded. There is indeed some news, but no specific location yet. Our security bureau has already sent people to investigate, hoping to uncover any additional clues. Su Dang and Su Xia originally thought the answer would be the same as before, but there was no news. Chapter 243. The heart-throbbing young woman. Yu Qing. Upon hearing Lin Qinzhao's voice, Yu Qing quickly scrambled out of bed. The light sleepwear she wore made a beautiful scene seem to emerge, as if about to leap out of the landscape. But unfortunately, no one could see such a lovely sight. I am here. Okay, where are you? Yu Qing said nervously, her broken and intermittent tone making Lin Qinzhao feel puzzled. What was this woman so anxious about? Was she afraid I would kill her? After all, Lin Qinzhao had killed her ex-husband, Wen Jiaxiu. Where are you? I'll come find you. There are some things I want to consult with you. Lin Qinshi looked around him. The other party was a public servant and now a widow. It seemed inconvenient for him to call her out for a meeting, so he decided to go find her himself. I'm at Zhuiyue Garden, Building D, room 2704. Just come over. I'm not going out today. Yu Qing reported her home address and then examined herself in the mirror, smoothing her somewhat messy hair. Home? Lin Qinshi was a bit confused. Are widows nowadays so open? Meeting directly at her home. However, Lin Qinshi needed something from her now. Even if she said to go up a mountain of knives, he would have to go, and he didn't even know who would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 244. Project Suspension Analysis. Yu Qing had always wanted to thank Lin Qinshi for saving her back then, but she hadn't encountered him since. As for why she didn't thank him for saving her in the villa basement, both of them tacitly agreed not to mention it. It was just a small effort. I really want to understand something. I know very few people in the system, and I can only ask you for help. The only person Lin Qinshi knew in the system seemed to be Su Banning, but Su banning couldn't help him now. All right, you can tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do so. Yu Qing gazed at Lin Qingshi with watery eyes. Previously, she only liked women. But since that time in the villa basement, when she was caught by Wen Feng and his mother, Lin Qingshi's figure appeared in her despair. Although Lin Qingshi had also done those things to her, she never blamed him in her heart. She even felt proud of her own charm. She didn't know why she felt this way, as she had thought Lin Qingshi was just an ordinary young man when she first saw him. After that incident, Lin Qingshi gradually occupied a place in her heart. After the second time, when Lin Qingshi saved her again on the Mare Dawn, the image of him deepened even more. Chapter 245. Hosting the Environmental Protection Bureau Director Lin Qingshi's eyes shifted slightly. It seemed he needed to make another preparation. The director of the Environmental Protection Bureau didn't seem so easy to deal with, and there might even be a conflict. He had the Amlin system investigate Hu Junbang and gather all the dirt on him into his phone. After finishing their tasks, the two sat on the sofa, locking eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. It was still midday, and there was a long time before dinner. Sitting like this didn't seem right. How about you rest here for a while? Yu Qing suggested with a slightly flushed face. Her radiant appearance made Lin Qingshi fear he might lose control. No, I happen to have other things to do. I'll come back to pick you up in the afternoon. Lin Qingshi fled. As a woman of this age was full of charm, with every smile and frown exuding allure. Staying any longer, Lin Qingshi couldn't guarantee what might happen. Looking at Lin Qingshi leaving in a hurry, Yu Qing felt a bit disappointed but also somewhat pleased. At least she could tell Lin Qingshi was also tempted by her charm and couldn't hold back. Women are so strange, afraid of people making advances, yet also afraid of being ignored. Lin Qingshi returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa to check on Li Qing. She was still unconscious and the maids were resting. He also went back to his room to sleep. Chapter 246. Unable to resist, there was no way. The document had already been issued, and the department had already acted on it. If we casually void the document, we would also be held accountable. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's too late. We can only execute it. Why not let Director Lin talk to the people below and strictly follow that? It doesn't need to be so complicated. Just install some pipes at the construction site to sprinkle water, right? Hu Junbang spread his hands and said. Lin Qingshi's face darkened. What Hu Junbang said was simple, but the Film City project covered 3 cities, and the scale was unimaginable. Connecting all the places with pipes, installing sprinklers, not to mention the manpower and resources required. Just the time alone would take at least half a year. Yu Qing saw Lin Qingshi's face gradually turning ugly and quickly spoke up. Oh, Director Hu, we're friends now. Can you help think of a way? Hu Junbang's eyes gleamed green as he stared intensely at Yu Qing. I can indeed find a way, but I've been quite irritable lately. Sister, why not come with me for a cupping session to relieve some heat? Yu Qing, a 30-something married woman, quickly understood the innuendo and awkwardly laughed. Director Hu, you've had too much to drink. How could I do cupping? How about I find you some professionals to do it all at once? Chapter 247. The crazy married woman Hu Junbang turned back 3 times as he prepared to leave the private room. He was reluctant to leave just like that, but there was nothing he could do. He was more afraid of his dirty laundry being exposed. Even if Lin Qingshi threatened him with this, he could only submit. As long as it wasn't a matter of his life, he would agree to any request. Wait, just as Hu Junbang was about to exit the private room, Lin Qingshi called out to him. Hu Junbang thought there was another chance and turned around excitedly, only to see Lin Qingshi walk up to Yu Qing and say, Miss you as my friend. I hope you can keep those filthy thoughts to yourself, and, if you have the ability, help Miss you. Perhaps I will consider deleting your dirt completely for this favor. Although Lin Qingshi said this, Yu Qing, as a secretary in the municipal secretariat, actually had limited opportunities for advancement. Public office regulations state that secretariat members can only remain in that department, and no matter where they are transferred, they will always be in the secretariat, unable to take on positions like mayor or party secretary. However, since Yu Qing had helped him so much, he would find a way to help her rise higher. Hu Junbang felt like he wanted to die. Not only was his life in Lin Qingshi's hands, but even the woman he had his eyes on could no longer be looked at casually. Chapter 248. Encountering Shun, Liz Hen Lin Qingshi sighed in comfort. Married women are great. With just a glance or a gesture, they can understand right away. Although Yu Qing had never had other men, her age gave her experience, and she had seen more movies than those young girls. Their playful battle of flavors continued for several hours, but in the end, it was Yu Qing who surrendered first. Can you come and see me occasionally in the future? I've never had a man before, and I won't have anyone else besides you. I don't expect to be by your side, but I still hope you can come see me sometimes, or when you're tired, you can come here to rest. Yu Qing said to Lin Qingshi, who was getting dressed. Originally, Lin Qingshi didn't want to leave so soon. After all, he had spent a day and night with her. He couldn't just walk away like a scumbag, but Zhao Tian called earlier. Someone had come from DR Hyde's side, and quite a few of them were there. They were preparing to take action. Lin Qingshi walked to the bedside, picked up Yu Qing, and kissed her deeply. After a few minutes of intensity, they finally separated. Silly girl, from today on, you are my Lin Qingshi woman. No matter who is in front of us, I will say that. You can say so too. I have some important matters to handle now. Once I'm done, I will come back to find you. Chapter 249. Exposing the Zhao family's collaboration with Dr. Hyde, everyone was taken aback. The words were different from what they had imagined. Although Yang Yin had told them from the beginning that this could restore their injuries and enhance their abilities with the strengthening liquid, outside is a priceless treasure. And if it gets exposed, their company will face endless crises. That's why they go through layers of selection before choosing who to inject. However, Yang Yin didn't mention anything about risking their lives or make any demands. Now that Lin Qingzhu has said this, it feels like giving them the gene enhancement serum is just a company benefit, nothing special. You are the strongest group in our company, and the tasks and jobs you will undertake are relatively dangerous. If anyone doesn't want to do it, they can bring it up, and I will let Yang Yin transfer you to a clerical position. Or if you want to leave, you can do so now. I will have the finance department arrange appropriate compensation for you. Lin Qingzhu continued. After all, they would be fighting gene warriors later, which carries the risk of death. The young master doesn't need to test us anymore. We are willing to serve the young master with all our might until death. One of the big men exclaimed loudly. Before becoming a member of this group, I was a person with physical disabilities, but now I have transformed into a normal person, even better than a normal person. The young master is our rebirth parent. Chapter 250. Really turned into a gorilla, he decided to go in and see if he could collect evidence of the Zhao family's collusion with the M country. More importantly, he wanted to see what kind of state Zhao Jiping had been reduced to by the misfortune card. Just as he crawled in through the window, he heard a chant coming from inside, seemingly with many monks reciting scriptures, creating quite a commotion. Lin Qingzhu hid in a corner and looked out, only to see a person wrapped in bandages with only one eye visible, sitting in a wheelchair, surrounded by the monks. The monks were all knocking wooden fish and chanting scriptures. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Li were also standing nearby. Lin Qingzhu then realized that the person in the middle was Zhao Jiping. He didn't expect the misfortune card to have such a strong after effect, directly reducing Zhao Jiping to this state. Zhao Jiping originally thought that if he stayed home, nothing would happen. However, even lying in bed, the bed would collapse, and taking a shower would result in falling. Going down the stairs would turn into rolling down. Even when he used the elevator at home, the elevator malfunctioned and dropped from height. These large villas generally had private small elevators, which were usually made of the best materials, yet accidents still occurred. After experiencing all these misfortunes, Zhao Jiping didn't dare to move at home anymore, and he indeed couldn't move. Chapter 251. Li Qing awakens. I understand. I will send someone to intercept Lin Qingzhu and retrieve the items. Dr. Hyde hung up the phone and slumped onto the sofa. What a joke. Trying to seize things from Lin Qingzhu? These people's heads wouldn't even be enough to send. It seems they can only proceed with the relocation plan. What a pity. The laboratory had just been organized, and they hadn't even started the experiments before they had to run away. This time they all miscalculated, not just underestimating Lin Qingzhu's strength, but also their poor judgment in choosing partners. Dr. Hyde gave the order to the more than a dozen people gathered around to prepare for evacuation. These were all soldiers from the M country, who never doubted commands and only executed them. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu had already returned to the surveillance building with the items, handing the pile of documents to Li Qing, instructing him to find Qin Roland tomorrow and see if there were any beneficial contracts for them inside. That Zhao Tao was actually injected with the gene enhancement serum, turning into a monster resembling a gorilla. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Zhao family is indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. Lin Qingzhu hadn't dealt a fatal blow to Zhao Tao earlier. He wanted to see if Zhao Tao would retaliate against the Zhao family. The ensuing chaos would be quite a spectacle. Chapter 252. Zhang Tian's longing at the dock. Zhang Tian had arrived, and not far away on the sea. A small cruise ship was approaching. That ship also belonged to Lin Qingju's company, and Gu Beichen and the other should be on it. He had already called Guan Jibin about the other two project departments of the Lin Group. And although Guan Jibin was reluctant to take over as the head of the Guan family, he began to use the Guan family's connections to get things moving upon hearing Lin Qingju's request. The Film City project should be able to restart in a few days. As the boat slowly docked, Zhang Tian, who had been leaning against the side with a cold demeanor, began to tremble all over when he saw a figure on the ship. This was a tremble of excitement. The figure on the ship had been haunting his dreams for many years. She was the source of his motivation in life. She had finally awakened, looking at him and smiling like a normal person. Before the boat had completely docked, Zhang Tian eagerly jumped aboard and excitedly grabbed Su Liping's hand. Liping, you finally woke up? I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhang Tian's eyes filled with tears. He had thought about whether the gene enhancement serum could awaken his beloved, but he had never dared to bring it up because everything he had now was given by Lin Qingju. Without Lin Qingju, Su Liping would have long since died from lack of nutrition. How would he dare to make demands? Chapter 253. Shun you, Catwoman? What's there to apologize for? It's done. So just accept it. The success of the gene enhancement serum has your contribution. You can give it to whoever you want, as long as it's not to those who do evil. Lin Qingju said nonchalantly, for what he knew about Su Weiwei. She wouldn't casually give the gene enhancement serum to others. He also understood that Shun Yu wasn't inherently bad. He had heard from Shun Yu about the assassination attempt in the dormitory. It was because the Shun family controlled the dark web, and they would test their abilities on those with bounties rather than execute them directly. After testing, they withdrew Lin Qingju's bounty, especially since when Jiaxu had also died, so there was no one to pursue the matter. That is why he felt he could be indifferent when talking to Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei stared blankly at Lin Qingju, originally thinking that even if Lin Qingju didn't blame her, he wouldn't be friendly towards her. However, Lin Qingju showed no signs of caring at all. Soon, a hint of inexplicable affection appeared in Su Weiwei's eyes. She realized that it wasn't that Lin Qingju didn't care. It was that he was being considerate of her and trusted her, which made him indifferent. If it were someone else, Lin Qingju might not have been so generous. This is what you said. I haven't given you any reward. Anyway, I've already used the gene enhancement serum. Unless you kill me, this ability will always be with me. Xinyu walked out from the cabin. Chapter 254. Gene restructuring pill Xiao Runin, in order to prove what she said, directly took out her phone and called Lin Qingju. This time, however, when the call went through, Lin Qingju's phone in his pocket rang as well. See? I told you it wasn't available. Is it that your signal is bad? I've never received your call. Lin Qingju shrugged. Humph. Although Xiao Runin knew that Lin Qingju was up to something, she had no evidence and thus didn't pursue it further. Lin, can we have a word in private? Su Xia timidly said from his side. Seeing her like this, Lin Qingju sighed and nodded. The three of them returned to Su Xia's dorm room. The last time they were here, Su Xia had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. This time, it was Su Xia who needed something from him. Once inside, Lin Qingju spoke first. Teacher Su, it's not that I don't want to help you. I've been having my subordinates keep an eye on Guan Feng's whereabouts, but there's really nothing I can do. Su Xia suddenly knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Lin Qingju. Lin, I know I haven't treated you well in the past, and you don't have to take risks for me. I'm really at my wit's end. Ever since my brother went missing, my father hasn't even returned home, and my mother is getting thinner by the day. Even my grandfather's spirit has weakened a lot. I know you are a capable person. Please, I beg you, help me. Chapter 255. The male model and his rich woman Lin Qingju thought that Xiao Runin would be very excited after hearing this. But her serious expression made it seem like this matter was not so simple. There is something I forgot to tell you. Previously, when you exposed the Zhao family, it involved matters related to the Huaxia Security Bureau, and our bureau conducted an investigation. However, it was all withdrawn. There are fewer than 10 people who can withdraw cases in the Huaxia Security Bureau, and the Zhao family has a huge backing. Xiao Runin said seriously. Lin Qingju was taken aback. A family from Modu actually had such powerful connections? No wonder the Zhao family dared to collaborate with Dr. Haid and was so fearless. This is a bit troublesome. Xiao Runin continued. I asked my teacher who gave the order to withdraw the case. He didn't tell me and told me not to worry about it for now. He has his own arrangements. There are people even the Cloud King cannot offend. This official is not ordinary at all. You must know that the Cloud King is like a guardian deity in Huaxia, and those who can make him cautious are basically just a few at the top. And it seems you can't handle this matter anymore. Forget it. I'll take care of it myself. You go take care of other things. You don't need to involve yourself in this. With such a strong backing on the other side, there's no need for Xiao Runin to take risks. I'll just use the Anlin system to expose the Zhao family's collusion to the public. Chapter 256. Wang Jingda's executive assistant at this moment. The rich woman was still immersed in Lin Qingju's handsome appearance and didn't hear clearly what Chen Yimin was saying. Her mind was constantly turning, seemingly thinking about how to win over Lin Qingju. Qin Ruolin, seemingly oblivious, grabbed Lin Qingju's hand, signaling him not to act impulsively. From her understanding of Lin Qingju, he was already burning with anger. These two were still provoking him. Lin Qingju didn't care much about others provoking him, but he was angry because he had almost hurt Qin Ruolin just now. He felt her comfort and took a deep breath, preparing to leave. He was not an ordinary person now. If he acted recklessly, these two might lose their lives. "Hey, you little bitch!" the rich woman exclaimed in surprise as she recognized Qin Ruolin. At this moment, Qin Ruolin also recognized the rich woman. This middle-aged woman was none other than her first internship supervisor, Zhao Wan, the direct superior at Wang's group. It was Zhao Wan who had brought Qin Ruolin in and sent her to accompany Wang Jingda on his business trip. Don't be fooled by Zhao Wan's ordinary appearance. Even slightly ugly, her ability in managing such matters was quite strong, winning Wang Jingda's favor because she understood his taste the best. Chapter 257. Baby, you have to save me. Why? Why did you tow my car? Chen Yimin shouted frantically. He was planning to use his Benz to win over the two beauties across from him. Now that his only reliance, the Benz, was towed away, how could he flirt? Was he supposed to rely on his handsome appearance? That was impossible. Nowadays, people cared more about money than looks. This farce was losing its fun. Lin Qingju said to Zhou Han, "Xiao Zhou, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember not to let them off easily, and investigate how this person made it to the final interview with us. Inform the companies collaborating with Lin's group that such people will never be hired. Hiring them is equivalent to opposing Lin's group." "Okay, Director Lin, you go have dinner with President Qin first. I'll handle this here. I've already called security down. I won't let these rascals make a scene in our Lin's group, nor will I let them leave easily," Zhou Han said respectfully to Lin Qingju, her eyes shining with excitement. She was also a little fan of Lin Qingju, and the biggest reason for coming to Lin's group was that it was Lin Qingju's company. She could see him often. However, after coming here, she was also captivated by Qin Ruolin's exceptional abilities and charisma. Now, she admired Qin Ruolin even more than Lin Qingju. Chapter 258. The male model's distinct qualities. Just a moment ago, he was calling Zhao Wan an old hag, and now he was calling her baby. This male model really has no bottom line, no dignity, and no integrity. The people around looked at him with disdain. Zhao Wan also understood why Chen Yimin's attitude suddenly changed, but she herself was in no position to be secure. Forget millions. She couldn't even come up with tens of thousands now, or she wouldn't be out looking for a job. Moreover, the previous scene made her see Chen Yimin's true character. She had only slapped him once, and he called her an old hag. This situation was caused by Chen Yimin himself. If he hadn't driven recklessly, he wouldn't have crashed into the chairman's car of Lin's group. She might have passed the interview and become the executive assistant of Lin's group. It was all Chen Yimin's fault. Not only did she not get the job, but she was also blacklisted in the industry. Now seeing him, she was filled with anger and thought, "Go die. Get lost. That car is in your name. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you just call me an old hag? I'm not your baby. I'm the old hag." Zhao Wan kicked Chen Yimin away. In times of great difficulty, everyone wanted to fly away. Zhao Wan wished to have nothing to do with him. Chapter 259. Qin Ruolin's abilities, however, right now. Chun Shanshan was still missing in Country M, and his relationship with Chun Shanshan hadn't reached the stage of boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Wouldn't be a battlefield. At most, it would leave Chun Shanshan with an impression of scumbag, making it harder to win her over in the future. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come in. Qin Ruolin looked back at Lin Qingju, who seemed to be lost in thought, and urged him. Qin Ruolin was already eager for that gene enhancement liquid. She had imagined herself flying across rooftops, becoming a heroine. The two arrived in Qin Ruolin's room, which was decorated in a slightly pink color, indicating that although Qin Ruolin appeared to be a cold and aloof president, she was actually a girl of heart. Just as Qin Ruolin was about to lie down on the bed, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly turned back to ask, "Shouldn't I take a shower first?" After all, such a high-end item should be respected with a proper bath and change of clothes, right? Lin Qingzhu chuckled and said, "No need, just lie down. But I still have to remind you that although our investigation results indicate this item will not have side effects, we can't guarantee that other unexpected incidents won't happen. After all, there's no such thing as 100 risk-free. If you're unlucky, you could choke even drinking water. Maybe you shouldn't inject it after all." Chapter 260. News of Qinshanshan. No one had lived here for over 2 months, but Li Qing had always arranged for someone to clean, so there wasn't a speck of dust. The fridge was full of drinks and fruits. Although it was a bit extravagant, it was nothing compared to Lin Qingzhu's current situation. Because of Qin Ruolin, the temperature downstairs had dropped significantly. Even without turning on the air conditioning, a slight chill could be felt. Lin Qingzhu opened Qinshanshan's room, where the bedding was neatly arranged, and on the bedside table was a photo, Qinshanshan's graduation portrait. In the photo, she was smiling brightly, but a hint of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Lin Qingzhu looked at the date below the photo, which was just 2 months ago, seemingly the day before Qinshanshan was to go to Country M. He wondered what had caused her sorrow. "What I miss is the time when we could talk about anything. What I miss is dreaming together." Lin Qingzhu's phone rang, a long-lost sound. As he had set it to vibrate for a while, and perhaps his afternoon exercise accidentally turned the ringer back on, he saw that the call was from an overseas satellite phone, and immediately knew it was from Mo Fong. He didn't expect to receive news about Qinshanshan while he was at her place. Chapter 261. Gu Xiaoyu's sweetness. Mainly, Gu Xiaoyu's live stream was relatively formal, without the edgy content like other streams. So even though she was beautiful and dressed modestly, not many people came to watch. Thankfully, there were some who simply liked to watch for the visuals and games. Otherwise, Gu Xiaoyu's live stream room would probably have no one in it. However, there were very few who purely enjoyed watching games, so Gu Xiaoyu still lacked a bit of spark to explode in the streaming community. Occasionally, Lin Qingzhu would add a bit of that spark for her. When Lin Qingzhu entered the live stream, he said nothing and pressed and held the gift button, frantically sending gifts. Shumu, the big shot, started gifting suddenly, and my screen froze again. "Shumu, can we talk instead? Take a break." "Shumu, stop gifting. Xiaoyu isn't worth it. She has no benefits to give us." How do you know if Xiaoyu hasn't been flirting with Shumu offline, right? Didn't you hear Xiaoyu say, "Long time no see" to Shumu? That blinking look definitely means they've met offline. No way. Has my Xiaoyu already? Your Xiaoyu? How dare you say that when you're the one focusing on companionship? Chapter 262. The leader after going around in circles. It still needed me to take action. Lin Qingzhu sighed, preparing to issue an order to the Amlin system to directly expose Zhao's collusion with foreign forces to the public. He aimed to use social pressure to force Huaxia to take action and make the Zhao family vanish. Suddenly, Xiao Runin's phone rang, and after hanging up, she helplessly looked at Lin Qingzhu. "My teacher wants to see you, and she asked me to take you somewhere." Lin Qingzhu was unhappy. "Why should I go see him? Let him come here. Does he think I'm a subordinate? You want me to go see him just like that? He has not some extraordinary beauty. The teacher insists I take you. The situation is special, and he can't leave his side. Let us go, or I'll shock you." Xiao Runin raised her hand, electric sparks flickering in her palm. She seemed to think this method worked on many people, including Lin Qingzhu. "Threats don't work on me." Lin Qingzhu smiled and sat on the sofa. Xiao Runin placed her hand directly on Lin Qingzhu's shoulder, while he calmly picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Chapter 263. The big shot behind the Zhao family at this moment, a middle-aged man added, "We were already suspicious of him and have been secretly investigating, but we hadn't found any leads beneficial to us. Until a few days ago, someone from the Zhao family approached him, hoping he would help withdraw the case. By starting with the Zhao family, we found some clues. If we arrest the Zhao family now, he will definitely retreat, and it will be difficult to find evidence afterward." Lin Qingzhu was silent for a moment. Since even the highest leader had come to persuade him, he couldn't refuse. "Fine, I can cooperate with you for now, without alarming the snake. But I have matters to attend to in the next few days. Are you handling Dr. Hade's group, or should I clean it up before I leave?" The Zhao family could remain untouched, but they couldn't leave Dr. Hade's people behind. There were dozens of Jin warriors there, and even the so-called guardian of Huaxia, the Cloud King, might not be their match. The Cloud King exchanged smiles with the middle-aged man and shook his head at Lin Qingshou, saying, "We will arrange to handle this. You don't need to worry." Lin Qingshou looked at them in confusion. They had dozens of Jin warriors. What would they use to deal with them? The Cloud King seemed to sense Lin Qingshou's doubts and explained, "I may be the strongest person in Huaxia name, but in secret, there are countless people stronger than me. Remember, we have the heritage of thousands of years in Huaxia." Chapter 264, Dr. Hade has runaway. Lin Qingshou felt speechless, but since Xiao Runan had picked him up from here, it seemed fine to return him afterward. He thought about knocking on Qin Wolin's door, but decided against it and spent the night at Chen Shanshan's place. His flight ticket to Country M was already purchased for the evening. Lin Qingshou didn't request a daytime flight, so he let Li Qing buy it casually. Early in the morning, Lin Qingshou was awakened by the Anlin system. He Yun and others were monitoring Dr. Hade. There was no outward sign of a problem, but the Anlin system detected severe tremors in that area, suspecting the other party had already fled. Now, He Yun and others were asking Lin Qingshou whether to go in and take a look. Going in didn't mean much anymore. They probably had already escaped. Let the Anlin system keep reporting the direction of the ground tremors and track them. Just knowing their location is enough. No need to worry about the rest. Lin Qingshou remembered the first time he saw those Jin warriors. They had also dug underground to escape. This time, with the Anlin system monitoring, they would immediately find out if those people were digging underground. After hanging up, Lin Qingshou got up to wash up, and He Yun's call came in again. Chapter 265. The Jin family's conspiracy. By the way, Zhang Tian's wife, Su Liping. Can you see if you can get her a job at the security company so that the couple can work together? Lin Qingshou suddenly remembered what Zhang Tian had asked him earlier. Qin Wolin rolled her eyes at him. The jobs at the security company are easy to arrange. A few days ago, you helped me push a few classmates in. You know Lin's group is starting up now and needs talents, not clueless interns, right? Thankfully, Lin's group is large enough to provide them with ample positions to train. What Qin Roland referred to were Lin Qingshou's roommates and Guan Yan's group. Isn't that a good thing? I see in dramas that they always sign agreements with schools to provide outstanding talents. I should be considered to have contributed to Lin's group. Lin Qingshou pouted. It depends on what kind of talents, but this plan is indeed feasible. I'll find time to go back to school and discuss it with the principal. Qin Roland agreed with this point. After leaving Qin Roland's office, Lin Qingshou instructed the Anlin system to investigate. After big data screening by the Anlin system, it was determined that it was the Zhao family's doing. All the surrounding plants had been cleared out by the Zhao family and sent to Dr. Hade's residence. It seemed that his conspiracy had turned into an overt scheme. Even if Dr. Hade didn't fully believe the information he released, he still had to try, as that item was too important to them. Chapter 266. The Jin Seal. The Jin Seal was the child of the last emperor and empress of the previous dynasty. Born not long before being sent away with a package that contained the imperial jade seal and 5 loyal warriors to accompany him as he grew up. At that time, the plan was to leave a bloodline for the royal family. The situation was very severe, and everyone who knew about it was killed on the spot, leaving only the couple aware of it. After Jean grew up, he sold the valuable items in the package and began to engage in business. Relying on 5 loyal assassins, his actions were quite ruthless and unscrupulous. However, this allowed him to successfully earn his first pot of gold, which led to the Jin family we know today. Now he is old, and those 5 assassins have long since passed away in the river of time, and he has established his own family. First, I have a question to ask you. Do you love Huaxia? Jin's question left everyone present confused. No one knew what this sentence meant. Love Huaxia? How to love? What kind of love? I don't. If it weren't for the policies of Huaxia, generous revenge would have been taken long ago. Moreover, Huaxia used to be the domain of our Jin family, but now we have to be constrained by our own domain. Jin Xin said fiercely. He knew that Jin's question must have a reason behind it, and based on his observation, he wanted to take a gamble, betting that what they were about to do would be detrimental to Huaxia. Chapter 267. The big move of the Jin family. 5 minutes passed, and except for a few people who were originally more indifferent to the world and chose to leave, the rest refused to go. The Jin family still had many people who were like transparent individuals, lacking achievements and ambition. Yet they were not the type to just wait for death. These people were relatively peaceful, but wanted to participate in the world. However, the majority of the Jin family consisted of pampered young masters. Death and poverty, they would rather choose death. Having grown accustomed to their current lifestyle, They would prefer to die than live a frugal life abroad. All right, since you are unwilling to leave, let us work together. If we succeed, there will be endless riches and supreme power. Jean, she stood up and said with great momentum. This statement made the members of the Jean family feel invigorated. For them, life had always been smooth sailing, which made them lose their fighting spirit. After all, as the first family in the capital, there was nothing they couldn't obtain. But now it was different. After experiencing some events, their lives had become turbulent. Now, there was finally something that could ignite their passion, and they felt that life had meaning again. Chapter 268. The emergency meeting of the Shun family Magic City, Shun family. In one of the villas within a manor, there were many familiar faces of Lin Qinshe, Shun Wanshan, Shun Lizhen, Shun Li, and other members of the Shun family. At this moment, they all looked extremely serious, as if facing a great enemy. Our informants from the Jean family say that they are holding a meeting of the Jean family's direct line, which is very likely to be in action against our Shun family. Does anyone have any opinions? The head of the Shun family, Shun Pei, asked. Then let us fight. Damn it, always living in fear of them. It's better to fight them head on. A middle-aged man from the Shun family stepped forward angrily. He is the second-generation eldest brother, Shun Wani. He is Shun Yu's uncle and has been developing forces abroad. Now that the Shun family is in great trouble, he returned specifically from abroad. He has a son, Shun Ri, who is also abroad and did not come back this time, as Shun Pei said, to avoid being caught along with them. If anything unexpected happens, at least a bit of Shun family bloodline can be preserved. Eldest brother, our strength is not enough to compete with the Jean family. Although they are currently severely weakened, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Shun Wanjing, the second-generation second brother of the Shun family, said with a serious expression. Chapter 269. Shun Yu leaves Humph. A person who cannot see the situation clearly does not deserve to be my son. Shun Wanshan waved his hand and left the meeting room. His heart ached. Shun Li is his son, and he hoped that this would help him see the situation clearly and stop being willful. Otherwise, everyone's hearts would scatter, and then there would truly be no way to save the Shun family. Without the Shun family, they would not even be able to guarantee their survival outside. Now is not the time for them to be willful. After Shun Wanshan left, the people present fell silent, feeling a strong sense of crisis. Now everyone must unite. Perhaps that is the only way to avoid a catastrophe. If everyone is like Shun Yu, only caring about their own desires, then there would be no chance of survival. They also blamed Shun Yu in their hearts. If she had not gone to kill Jin Jun, they would not be facing this crisis today. But there was no way around it. The mistake had already been made, and the urgent matter was to think about how to avoid this crisis. After Shun Lizhen took Shun Li back to the room, her eyes were also slightly moving, unsure what she was thinking, and then she left the Shun family. Chapter 270. The Taoist descends from the mountain after Shun Yu left. Yang Yin thought for a while that he should remain cautious and instructed the Anlin system to pay attention to Shun Yu's movements. If there were extremely dangerous situations, they should notify them. The Shun family did not help, but Shun Yu would have to help a bit, right? If Lin Qinshe truly did not care about the other party's life or death, he would not have kept her in the security company. Now, there were 7 of them. Qiu Lu was in the capital, Mo, Fong, Li Lan, and Huang Cheng were in the M country, leaving only the 3 of them to oversee the situation here. Some matters still needed to be acted upon independently. If they waited for the young master's orders for everything, then when a major problem arose, it would be too late to regret. Qin Ruolin also received a message from the Anlin system and was preparing to get a piece of the pie in these matters. Lin Qinshe had left her hundreds of billions, and what she had most now was money. Any issues requiring funds were not a problem for her. This time she not only wanted to get a share from the Shun family, but also set her sights on the Jean family. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshe was completely unaware of the current situation in Huaxia and was sleeping on the plane. At the airport in the capital, a discordant scene appeared. An old Taoist priest was leading 2 young Taoists out of the airport. Chapter 271. Sparring. What does the leader need us to do now? Taoist Duan sat back down. I hope the Taoists can stay here for a while. After all, it's closer, and if anything happens, we can act promptly. If there is anything you need, just mention it. This time, the stay may be relatively long, so the Taoists should not be polite. The leader hoped for a powerful figure to cooperate with him in the capital. Although the Cloud King was formidable, he had many matters to deal with, such as finding the locations of those Jean warriors. Moreover, there were quite a number of those Gene warriors, and even the Cloud King needed help. While they were talking, 2 Hummers arrived outside, and 3 people got out of each car, consisting of 3 monks and 3 Taoist nuns. Xiao Runan watched them enter the courtyard, and the entire courtyard was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. Why didn't he expect the bull nose to arrive so quickly? Is he trying to perform well and take some credit? An old monk said with a sarcastic tone, "Umph, did you eat shit again, you bald donkey? Your mouth is still so foul." Taoist Duan snorted coldly and responded sharply. Taoist priest, "Master, this place is not the martial world. Please show enough respect to the leadership." Wuliang Tianzuan, the Taoist nun beside him, also said a word. Chapter 272. Lion's big, opening mouth, you may speak freely. I have already told you what I said before. If you have any requests, just bring them up. We will do our best to meet your demands. The leadership knows that these people are not so easy to dismiss. They're all practicing in the deep mountains, and suddenly asking them to help in the mundane world, who would be willing to come without any benefits? Among these people, perhaps only Taoist Duan has some sentiment towards Huaxia and is willing to help for free, but the others do not think so. Moreover, even if Taoist Duan wants to help, he has to consider what Wudong says. If Wudong transfers him away, he will have no choice. Taoist Yinxiu and Taoist Duan exchanged glances with Master Yi, and the latter two slightly nodded in agreement. Taoist Yinxiu said, "We wish to reach a cooperation with the leadership and the entire Huaxia, a project cooperation named Inheritance." The King of Clouds vaguely guessed something, but did not interrupt. Instead, he took a few steps forward and came to the leadership side. This protective action made the people from the 3 sects on the opposite side somewhat displeased. The leadership looked at the 3 factions, then glanced at the King of Clouds protecting him, and remained silent. Taoist Yinxiu continued, "In previous years, our 3 sects would have a fixed time to come down the mountain to find some talented children to take back to the mountain. However, in recent years, very few children are willing to come up the mountain voluntarily, and their parents are also unwilling to part with their children. As a result, our inheritance may be cut off, so we hope to receive assistance from the Huaxia government in this regard." Chapter 273. Arriving in M country, he knows that Lin Qinshi is also a strong person, but in his view, he should be similar to these sect people. However, there are stronger individuals within the sect, which Lin Qinshi cannot compare to. But now, listening to the King of Clouds, it seems that Lin Qinshi's strength is not so simple. "Leader, what I am about to say may be somewhat harsh, but it is a candid suggestion. If the leader wants to hold onto a powerful ally, why not find Director Lin? These sect people all open their mouths like lions and have a condescending attitude. If we cooperate with them, we might be walking into a tiger's den. As for Director Lin, he treats us quite equally, and comparatively speaking, he will not have any ulterior motives towards us. Instead of collaborating with those ancient sects, it would be better to work with Director Lin's security company." The King of Clouds said directly. The leader's expression froze for a moment. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. "You are quite straightforward with your words. It's not that I want to cling to a powerful ally. It's just that the current situation has changed, and many unimaginable things have emerged. Just as you said, if 3 to 5 genetic warriors come, you won't be able to stop them. And the people who create such warriors are still alive. There will only be more and more of such individuals. We need to have something that can counter the existence of these genetic warriors. No matter how powerful Director Lin is, he is still just one person. You should understand the principle that 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands." The leader sighed. Chapter 274. Treat it as business, young master. In the past 2 days on the plane, my phone has been bombarded with calls. It seems that with your departure, Huaxia has started to become unstable. In these 2 days, calls looking for Lin Qinshi have all come to Mo Fong, asking him to turn on his phone as soon as he gets in touch with Lin Qinshi. What instability? It's just a 2-day flight. Normally, no one looks for me. And now, after just 2 days, my phone is bombarded. These people really know how to pick their timing. Lin Qinshi took out his phone and pressed the power button. After turning on, Lin Qinshi saw a pile of text messages and call notifications, and the Anlin system also popped up immediately. "Young master, detected that you manually shut down. Anlin did not force a restart to avoid disturbing you. Let me report on the events of these past 2 days. Lin Qinshi sat in the car, listening to the report from the Anlin system, mumbling to himself that it turns out the Anlin system could force his phone to restart. Quite a number of people have come to look for him these past 2 days, all for 2 matters, and based on Anlin's analysis, they may be related to the same issue. Just a day after Lin Qinshe boarded the plane, the King of Clouds and Xiao Runin also came to find him. Although they verbally said they were looking for Lin Qinshe, they all knew that he had gone to M country. In reality, they were there to ask for his help. Chapter 275. Virus Gene. Also, those who pass the selection should be injected with genetic enhancement liquid as soon as possible. I plan to set up a legitimate mercenary business abroad, and we can also filter out some illegitimate ones to take on. Lin Qinshe is preparing to set up a mercenary group abroad to have these people take on some international jobs. After all, the company will eventually have to go international. And making money from foreigners is even more rewarding. Moreover, some matters will be more convenient with these foreign-registered mercenaries. After explaining these matters, Lin Qinshe arrived at Mo Fong's residence, a small villa on the outskirts, ordinary, just like any other small villa on the street. Previously, he had brought 2 men and 2 women, 4 genetic warriors, along with Huang Cheng who arrived yesterday, all staying at this place. Just as he was about to enter, Su Xia stopped Lin Qinshe and said, "I have a friend in M country. If you have other matters to attend to, I would like to go to my friend's place first and wait for you to finish before coming to find me." Su Xia was worried that staying there would put pressure on Lin Qinshe, so she proposed to leave first, allowing him to handle his own business. Lin Qinshe grabbed her and said, "No need, let's stay here for now, get to know the situation, and tomorrow I will take you to see the small town where Su Feng disappeared last." Being in M country, unfamiliar with the surroundings, if he ran into any danger, the system might trigger a mission, and he was already a bit overwhelmed and didn't want to complicate matters further. Chapter 276. Shan Shan. The screen suddenly lit up, and a middle-aged foreign man appeared. Standing next to him was Zhou Wenna, whom Lin Qinshe would gritting his teeth upon seeing. It seems all these matters were orchestrated by Zhou Wenna. The thing he regretted the most was saving this Zhou Wenna. Now he finally knew where the problem lay. It was with this Zhou Wenna. "Your Excellency Lin Qinshe, I have long admired your name. Nana has mentioned you to me more than once. You are a very talented young man," Dr. Helan said in his poor Huaxiao language. "Dr. Helan, I have heard your name many times as well. I didn't expect us to become the clowns in this situation. You must have discovered us long ago, right? And the one who caused all this to happen is none other than Miss Zhou Wenna," Lin Qinshe said to the screen. This situation was set up by Helan. From the moment Lin Qinshe bought the plane ticket, he had already exposed himself, or rather, these people had long been exposed in front of Dr. Helan and others. They just wanted to wait for Lin Qinshe to arrive. Helan smiled slightly. "Your strength is formidable. What we need most is talent like you. The method we used may not be ideal, but our intentions are good. You might consider working with us. Within 10 years, this world will be ours." A hint of madness flashed in Helen's eyes. Indeed, as Dr. Miller said, his disciple was extremely radical, daring to dream of world domination. Chapter 277. Satellite surveillance of Herlin. The woman with white scales shivered slightly, then transformed into a shadow, extending her palm towards Lin Qinshe. Lin Qinshe, suspecting that the opponent might be Chun Shan Shan, did not throw a punch, but merely blocked the attack. The spot where the woman struck instantly froze, and his hand became stiff, making it somewhat inconvenient for him to move. This reminded Lin Qinshe of Qin Ruolin. The current Qin Ruolin possessed extreme, freezing abilities, but her appearance had not changed, and she could control her powers at will. This suggested that his own gene enhancement serum had more potential than that virus gene. If he could understand the research direction of the virus gene, perhaps he could also help Gu Beichun create one without side effects. Lin Qinshe saw the woman's south eyes up close, filled with confusion and brutality, but he also recognized that this was Chun Shan Shan. Lin Qinshe felt a pang of heartache. If it weren't for encountering him, Chun Shan Shan wouldn't have become like this. When Lin Qinshe reached out to grab her, a strange whistle sounded from a distance. Chun Shan Shan quickly retreated and leaped off the rooftop, vanishing around the castle in an instant. Chapter 278. There are black markets in country. Lin Qinshe had already arranged for the Lin Group to purchase shares in an airline, allowing his people to travel freely without constantly checking flight times. Occasionally, they could even charter a plane. Otherwise, if Holland pulled any tricks, they might have to confront the entire country of Am. And since the Lin Group already owned a cruise company, they could also return by cruise if they weren't in a hurry. Huang Cheng had also taken the remaining people away, leaving only Lin Qinshe and Su Xia in the room. They had left Lin Qinshe a pickup truck for his convenience. In country M, it seemed many people liked driving pickup trucks, It was unclear where these people got so much cargo to haul. To lighten the mood, Lin Qingxiu chatted with Su Xia about pickup trucks. That's because people in country M often get married and divorced. Buying a pickup truck makes it easier for men to move. Su Xia rolled her eyes as she said this. This really touched on Lin Qingxiu's blind spot. He thought foreigners preferred such rugged vehicles because they were big. He didn't expect it was because of frequent divorces that they chose to buy pickups. Lin Qingxiu chuckled awkwardly, and after passing through a city, they arrived at the border town where Su Feng had last disappeared. Chapter 279. The fireman injures Su Xia at this moment. Su Xia finally understood why Xiao Runan had always advised her that if she wanted to find Su Feng, she must seek Lin Qingxiu. With such strength, he was stronger than the heroes in TV dramas. Heroes still had to face a few moves, while Lin Qingxiu's strength seemed to exceed the realm of martial arts dramas. Let us go. This town should be filled with Herland's people. We need to look around. Stay close to me. There's danger everywhere, and if you're hungry, bear with it. You can't eat anything here. It might be poisonous. Lin Qingxiu pulled the still-stunned Su Xia out of the restaurant, and the commotion inside had already attracted attention outside. Although it was a small town, there were quite a few people, and a crowd began to gather. Lin Qingxiu slapped his forehead and sighed, realizing he had spoken too soon. You go inside and find a place to hide. Once I deal with these people, I'll come in and find you. Lin Qingxiu let go of Su Xia's hand, urging her to go inside. It was better for her to stay inside than to be a target outside. Currently, these guns posed no harm to him. But Su Xia was just an ordinary person. A random bullet could be fatal for her. Chapter 280. Su Xia's special ability. This fireman was similar to the previous Chun Shanshan, covered in scales, with red eyes and occasionally erupting flames. It seemed he was also someone who had undergone the virus gene process, but unlike Chun Shanshan, whose cells were affected by ice virus genes, this person had fire attributes. Looking at Su Xia in his arms, she was now on the verge of death. The place where the fireman struck had already been burned, and her clothes on her back had turned to ash. Lin Qingxiu took out a gene enhancement serum from his pocket and injected it into Su Xia's arm. He hadn't expected that he would ultimately have to inject Su Xia with the gene enhancement serum. He had hoped that the current situation wouldn't occur, but he had been careless. He hadn't even noticed when the fireman appeared. The fireman extinguished the flames surrounding him, and his red eyes revealed a hint of clarity, mixed with guilt, complexity, and resentment. The complexity of his gaze suddenly led Lin Qingxiu to a guess. Su Feng. After the fireman contained his flames, Lin Qingxiu finally saw his facial features. Although they were obscured by scales, a hint of his former appearance was still discernible. Chapter 281. The town hospital. After wandering around, Lin Qingxiu finally found some clothes in a pink room, but they looked like childish princess outfits. This was not the time to be picky. The room was about to catch fire, so he could only grab something to take out to Su Xia. Su Xia glanced at the clothes and shot Lin Qingxiu a glare, but she didn't fuss over it. She found a corner where Lin Qingxiu couldn't see her and changed into the clothes. However, she had burned all her clothes, so she was still bare underneath. The princess dress fit her, and as she walked, the curves drew Lin Qingxiu's attention, making his neck turn towards her involuntarily. Su Xia knew Lin Qingxiu was staring at her, but she pretended not to notice and even felt a bit pleased inside. Your physical condition is changing every moment. You should be getting stronger. Now you can be considered a super soldier. Try jumping and see how high you can go. Outside the room, Lin Qingxiu explained her current changes to Su Xia. Su Xia, half convinced, jumped up and easily reached a height of 3 meters, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 282. The exploding virus. Lin Qingxiu arrived at the 3rd floor of the hospital, which resembled a series of prison cells with hundreds of rooms. The doors were bulletproof. Even with a punch, he could only dent them unless he used all his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through those thick steel doors. Lin Qingxiu looked down. The locks on these doors were electronically controlled and could be opened remotely. Herland had released these gene monsters through remote control. Your strength truly astonishes me. If we join forces, in less than 10 years, just 5 years, we can become the masters of this world. Please reconsider. With your strength and my intellect, we can rule this world instead of being controlled by these ordinary people. The loudspeaker overhead blared Herland's voice, indicating that he had been watching everything happening in this town. There were over 100 gene warriors, including various beasts, And these gene warriors have been subjects of multiple experiments, no longer just ordinary gene warriors. They were even stronger than the first batch of Navy SEALs. Chapter 283. The chameleon's ability, however, he did not expect that Lin Qingshou had a perfect gene enhancement liquid in his hands, which directly suppressed this virus and even showed signs of being completely cleared. The corresponding cost was that the injuries on Li Lan's body could not be repaired. And it could even be said that the repair was slow. Once it reached a certain point, it would stop. It maintained the life of the person involved while using the remaining strength to fight against the virus. The genes of the person involved could not be changed. They remained like an ordinary person as before, with not much change. Only some fatal injuries were healed. After pondering for a moment, Gu Beichun injected Li Lan with another gene enhancement liquid. After the injection, Li Lan immediately fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, the virus in her body had been completely cleared, and she had become as strong as a gene warrior. Gu Beichun originally just planned to give it a try, without confidence in being able to clear these viruses. Unexpectedly, after increasing the dosage, he instantly cleared the virus. Fortunately, he had kept some of Li Lan's blood, which still contained those viruses, allowing him to study these things thoroughly. Gu Beichun sighed softly. Helen was indeed a genius disciple of his teacher, capable of researching even such things, proving his genius status. Chapter 284. The Stone Man when he stabilized himself and saw who was coming. It turned out to be a 3-meter-tall giant, completely covered in stone. Just the stone-covered fists looked extremely powerful. This Stone Man was left here by Helen to protect the satellite. It was a gene warrior created through various genetic mutations. Helen initially conducted this experiment with 1,000 people, but only he survived. He later abandoned the project because the cost was too high, with 999 people dying for just one success. The Stone Man was too conspicuous. Although very strong, it was inconvenient to keep by his side, so he was left here. As the door of the control room was blasted open, alarms sounded throughout the space agency. Outside, Huang Cheng and others quickly rushed inside, preparing to support Huang Jie. Just as they were about to enter the building, a figure was blasted out from above them, crashing down from the wall to the ground. Huang Cheng recognized that the figure was Huang Jie and quickly rushed over to help him up. At this moment, Huang Jie was covered in injuries, spitting out blood continuously. The first thing he said upon seeing Huang Cheng was, "Run. They're strong enemies." After saying this, he fainted. Chapter 285. The Killing Trap targeting Lin Qingshou. Bring Nana over. It's time to solve this problem. Since he cannot be used for my purposes, I will do everything to kill him. Otherwise, as long as he is around, I cannot unleash my full potential. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Helen's eyes. Lin Qingshou had now become his greatest enemy, yet he could not eliminate this enemy due to the latter's overwhelming strength. More than 100 gene warriors that had undergone repeated experiments had left no trace of injury on him, so he could only keep him in the U.S., delaying his return to Huaxia, and set up a killing trap for him to fall into. An enemy in the open is always better than one in the dark. During this time, he had been arranging a major killing trap, and it was nearing completion, just an hour before the satellite control was lost. His subordinates had already informed him that all arrangements were in place, waiting for Helen's command. Zhou went and knocked, and entered, glancing at the two people behind Helen. Her eyes twitching slightly. She recalled what Helen had said to her before. "Nana, the genes of Eastern people are somewhat special. My virus gene has never succeeded until I injected it into 2 Eastern people. It seems I need more Eastern experimental subjects." Chapter 286. Winchester Manor. Upon hearing this, Su Xia immediately stood up from her chair and was about to head to Winchester Manor when Lin Qingshou grabbed her. "Don't rush. Let the Amlin system explain the situation in these 2 places first. Then we can allocate personnel and see how to best and quickest rescue people." "I don't care how you allocate. I must go to Winchester Manor to save my brother." Su Xia was pulled back down by Lin Qingshou. Although she was anxious now, Lin Qingshou was the mainstay of their actions in the U.S., and her individual strength might not be enough to save Su Feng. She could only wait and see if Lin Qingshou had any other plans. "Amlin, tell us about the peculiarities of these 2 places." Helen's choice of these 2 locations for Lin Qingshou and others to rescue certainly had undisclosed secrets, and knowing some information was better than being completely in the dark. Area 51 is a highly confidential military testing and research base of the U.S. government, and it is also Dr. Helen's base of operations. Due to the highly confidential nature of the work involved, there is no relevant network that I can access. As for Winchester Manor, it is a mysterious estate where strange occurrences often happen. I am not clear about the specific situation inside. Emlyn explained about these two places. Chapter 287. Helen Stand-In. Use your self-defense skills to protect yourself. Lin Qingshou's voice had not yet fallen when he drew the sword he carried with him and left Su Xia's side. Su Xia was no longer a burden, so he didn't need to be constantly by her side for protection. Dozens of water monkeys climbed down from the second floor. These were mutated water monkeys injected with gene enhancement liquid. Upon seeing Lin Qingshou and the others, they let out sharp and piercing cries and charged at them. Lin Qingshou transformed into a streak of light, moving among these water monkeys, and with a single sword strike, he split them in half. Around Su Xia, many water monkeys surged toward her, all trying to tear her apart. Su Xia raised her body temperature and recalled the self-defense techniques Su Feng had taught her. These mutated water monkeys were fast, but in Su Xia's eyes, they seemed slow, as if she could predict their movements. She punched one of the water monkeys, and the extreme temperature instantly turned the mutated water monkey to ashes. The heat, which was unknown how many degrees, ignited everything flammable around her. Even the stone slabs beneath her feet cracked and shattered. Seeing this, Lin Qingshou turned and dashed out of the house. Chapter 288. Falling into a pit filled with poison gas, but now they had no gene enhancement liquid left. The last one was just given to Su Xia by Lin Qingshou, instructing her to find the right opportunity to give it to Su Feng. Based on his speculation, if Su Feng were injected with his gene enhancement liquid, it would suppress the viral genes in his body and even allow him to regain consciousness briefly, making it easier to bring Su Feng back to Huaxia. Who would have thought that Su Feng's injection would indeed succeed, but Su Xia also got hit. It seemed they could only arrange for Su Xia and Su Feng to leave the U.S. as soon as possible and return to Huaxia. That kick had sent Su Feng, who was gradually being suppressed by the gene enhancement liquid, hanging on a tree outside the door, and they had to go out and bring him down. Originally, it would have been enough to carry Su Feng back, but now it turned into carrying two people. Lin Qingshou sighed and said, "I really owe you two siblings from my past life." Lin Qingshou picked Su Xia from the ground, and Su Xia wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled, saying, "I'm fine. Becoming a normal person is good too. I won't burn my clothes so often." Lin Qingshou just informed her about her current physical condition. Lin Qingshou shook his head, saying it wasn't that simple. Two gene variants were fighting against each other in her body, consuming her cells. If this problem wasn't resolved, her body wouldn't be able to hold on for long, perhaps 6 months or a year, or maybe as little as 10 days to half a month. And she could die from cell exhaustion. Chapter 289. The small space in the deep pit, even though he was constantly repairing. Some areas of Lin Qingshou's hands had already been corroded down to the bone. We climbed to about halfway. Lin Qingshou had reached his limit. If he was soaked in these corrosive liquids any longer, he would end up with a lifelong disability. Lin Qingshou quickly dug a hole at that spot to shield Su Xia from the flowing corrosive liquid and quickly crawled in. Inside, Lin Qingshou didn't waste any time. He continued to dig with his hands until he created a cave big enough for two people, then he stopped. Looking at his bloody hands, which were slowly healing, he noticed that Su Xia had fallen into a coma from inhaling too much toxic gas. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Qingshou. He looked at his hands, then at the unconscious Su Xia, and suddenly remembered that the gene enhancement liquid became perfect because of his blood. Could it mean that his blood could save Su Xia? Given the situation, he had to give it a try. The hole he dug was too shallow, and some corrosive liquid had already flowed in. So he would first try to wake Su Xia, then dig deeper while trying to avoid getting any more corrosive liquid on himself. Lin Qingshou wiped his fingers on his clothes, found a relatively intact spot, bit down on his healing finger, and dripped his blood onto Su Xia's lips. However, Su Xia was in a coma and couldn't take the blood into her mouth. Chapter 290. Su Xia's confession. No, I have to finish what I'm saying. I feel like I'm experiencing a moment of clarity. After coughing a few times, Su Xia continued, "Later, my brother had an accident. I searched everywhere for help, but it was useless. Ruan told me that if I wanted to save my brother, I could only come to you. I thought I wouldn't have any more interactions with you, but then I heard your name again. At that time, I didn't believe what Ruan said. To me, you were still just a student. How could you accomplish what even the whole of Huaxia couldn't? Later, I learned about my brother's whereabouts in M country. And it was you who informed us. From that moment on, I believed you really had the ability to save my brother. It was then that I no longer viewed you as just a little boy. After spending these past few days with you, I found you to be much more composed than many older people, and several times when I was in despair, you stepped up. I feel like I'm dying. I don't want to just disappear like this in this lifetime. If I don't say these words now, I might have to wait until the next life to have the chance. Su Xia lifted her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Qinshi. However, it was too dark and there was no light, and Su Xia had lost her extraordinary abilities, so to Lin Qinshi. It seemed like Su Xia was looking at his mouth, which felt somewhat amusing. Chapter 291. The War in Area 51 after Huang Cheng grabbed a machine gun. He quickly turned the gun towards the soldiers from M Country and opened fire. The ordinary soldiers on the battlefield also picked up their guns to retaliate. But they were still just ordinary people, not Gene warriors, and soon they were all wiped out, leaving corpses everywhere. The Gene monsters from M Country stood to the side the whole time, not stepping in to help, and even when bullets hit them, they were unharmed. Only after the ordinary soldiers were dead did they slowly move forward. This phenomenon puzzled He Yun and the others. The Battle of Gene Warriors was no longer something these special forces could participate in, as they were all beyond the level of elite soldiers and war gods. In front of these Gene Warriors, even Su Feng from back then would not be their match. All these soldiers were prepared to be cannon fodder. Zhou Wenna, standing at a high point, also frowned. She seemed to sense something was off, but didn't think too deeply about it. The two groups of Gene warriors faced each other. While He focused on the 3-meter-tall stone man, having heard that Huang Jia had been severely injured by this stone man. He also had the ability of petrified skin, but he didn't know how he compared to this stone man in strength. Chapter 292. A killing game that damages 1,000 while hurting 1 billion. Everyone heard the notification from the ambulance system and quickly ran eastward. Huang Cheng also carried Lu Ting. He was less affected by Chun Shanshan's freezing, while Lu Ting could hardly walk normally and had to be carried by Huang Cheng. Everyone used all their strength to escape, and the Gene warriors from Helland were momentarily stunned by the sight of the fleeing crowd. But they didn't hesitate for long and began to chase after them. They thought the others were trying to escape, and excitedly shouted as they pursued He Yun and the others, not realizing that this action saved the lives of most of them. 3 minutes later, or rather 2 minutes, a strong light erupted from the location where they had just fought, and 2 mushroom clouds rose up. The shockwave from the explosion knocked everyone to the ground. Since He Yun and the others had run first, they were a bit farther away, while half of the Gene monsters from Helland were engulfed in the explosion, and the rest were at least somewhat affected by the explosive radiation. The survivors stared in shock at the mushroom clouds. While He Yun's group was also scorched by the heat wave from the explosion, but they were slowly recovering overall without any casualties. Chapter 293. Alone in a foreign land, Lin Qinshi's expression darkened. He had thought they had completed their mission, but they still lost Chun Shanshan. This trip to M Country had been fraught with difficulties. To be honest, Lin Qinshi felt somewhat disappointed in their abilities. The talents he had cultivated with all his resources had failed. Get up, don't kneel for no reason. Tell me what happened. Lin Qinshi pulled He Yun and the others up from ground. When they saw the shocking injuries on Lin Qinshi's hands, they felt even more guilty. Lin Qinshi had suffered such severe injuries, yet he managed to rescue someone, while they had only minor injuries and still hadn't saved anyone. He Yun and the others began to explain their situation, and when Lin Qinshi heard that Helen had actually prepared 2 nuclear bombs for Area 51, he was instantly stunned. That's a case of hurting 1,000 while damaging 1 billion. This kind of strategy is quite extreme. No wonder it's Helen. The explosion of 2 nuclear bombs would leave Area 51 desolate for at least decades. Was Helen the biological son of all the high-level leaders of M Country? How could they allow him to do such things? The damage to M Country would be incalculable. Chapter 294. The disappearance of Helen. Sit down for a moment. If they show any signs of stopping, let me know, and I'll go over then. Lin Qinshi lay down on the sofa, hoping to find Helen as well and eliminate that tumor in the process. Ding! Detected that the host has a strong desire to kill Helen, triggering a mission. Option 1. Find Helen and make him hand over all basic research reports. Reward. Formula for physical enhancement liquid. Option 2. Find Helen and completely kill him. Reward. 1 physical attribute. Formula for physical enhancement liquid. Helen's diary. Another one. There are still 3 tasks left unfinished. And here come another one. Lin Qinshi let out a deep sigh. Recently, his task completion efficiency had decreased, often halted by various reasons. However, since he was going to kill Herland anyway, he might as well consider this task a bonus. Wasn't Herland out of sight after going to sea? Lin last detected Herland at the dock, and then he boarded a ship, still under Lin's surveillance at that time. After the ship docked, there had been no trace of Herland, indicating that the ship contained other secret passages. Chapter 295. The mutated Chun Shanshan Lin Qinshe calmly got out of the car and directly boarded another vehicle, throwing the keys of his previous car to the stunned driver who remained in place. From the reactions of the police earlier, it was evident that Lin Qinshe's appearance had been exposed. These country police officers immediately drew their guns to shoot him. His Cadillac's windows were shattered and could not drive normally, so he forcibly exchanged it for another vehicle available nearby, as who would care about consent in a foreign land. Lin Qinshe continued driving, while the sound of police sirens gradually surrounded him, and even helicopters were out. In this situation, Lin Qinshe suddenly felt like he was playing a video game, reminiscent of a single-player game he used to sneak into internet cafes to play, called Grand Theft Auto. He sped down the road, but the replacement car seemed to have poor performance, constantly getting hit by other police cars. With so many tails behind him, even reaching his destination would be troublesome, so Lin Qinshe drove the car directly into a river. The moment the car splashed into the water, he jumped out and swam in another direction, climbing up in a corner where no one could see him, shaking off the water from his clothes as he walked towards the abandoned factory. Chapter 296. The powerful Chun Shanshan. He wanted to knock out Chun Shanshan, but he was unsure how much force to use. Now, the hardness of the scales on Chun Shanshan's skin was impossible to estimate. If he hit her too hard, he might kill her. Bursting out of the abandoned factory, he found himself surrounded by the country police who had come to trouble Lin Qinshe. When these men saw the monstrous Chun Shanshan, they all launched attacks against her. A bullet hit her face, sparking off. The hardness of her skin was such that even bullets couldn't leave a mark. Chun Shanshan's eyes turned red again, just like at the beginning, and her body began to swell, growing to over 2 meters tall. She jumped from the ground, reaching the height of the helicopter in one leap, and with one claw, she tore the helicopter in half. Lin Qinshe, who had followed behind, was shocked by this scene. Chun Shanshan's combat power was astonishing, resembling the Hulk from movies. Even more destructive than that Hulk. Dozens of police cars, along with the helicopter in the sky and hundreds of police officers, were torn apart in minutes, with not a single person left alive. Chun Shanshan, with her red eyes, turned to look at Lin Qinshe, seemingly not recognizing him at that moment. Chapter 297. Boarding the ship. Who would have thought that this trip to country would turn her into such a being, neither human nor ghost? From Chun Shanshan's perspective, it was better for the misunderstandings to continue. In her current state, she needed courage just to stay alive, let alone express her feelings to Lin Qinshe. Now, she just wanted to return to Huaxia, find a secluded corner, and end her life. Lin Qinshe was unaware of Chun Shanshan's thoughts. He had secretly decided that once he cured Chun Shanshan, he would distance himself from her, as her suffering and transformation were all due to him. His abilities were limited, or rather, he hadn't covered all bases. If he had sent someone to protect Chun Shanshan right after successfully using the gene enhancement liquid, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. However, these assumptions were invalid, as Lin Qinshe still hadn't resolved the misunderstandings with Chun Shanshan. But he no longer wanted to ask about it. A distant sound of a ship's horn echoed, and Lin Qinshe looked towards the distance, where a light slowly appeared on the horizon, still far away. If it weren't for his extraordinary vision, he might not have seen it. Chapter 298. The entertainment venues on the ship. Lin Qinshe took a shower and changed clothes. His clothes were already torn and tattered. He had found a set of clothes in an uninhabited house, only to have them torn apart by Chun Shanshan's claw. He had been hanging on to that ragged outfit until now. Lin Qinshe planned to explore the ship to find some entertainment, as they would be at sea for 5 days. And he couldn't just stay in his room, sleeping every day, especially since Chun Shanshan definitely wouldn't leave her room. Xiao Yu, having heard that Lin Qinshe had left his room, hurried over, saying he would show Lin Qinshe around the cruise ship. Lin Qinshe needed a guide, otherwise, he would be wandering aimlessly without knowing where to go. So he agreed. Mr. Lin, although this cruise is registered in Huaxia, it is registered under country. So there are casinos and entertainment venues on board. Xiao Yu wore a knowing expression as he led Lin Qinshe to the so-called entertainment venue. Lin Qinshe, looking for something to pass the time, followed Xiaoyu. Upon entering the venue, Lin Qinshi was instantly taken aback. On a massive stage, several women were performing pole dancing. Some with blonde hair and blue eyes, others dark-skinned, and some with East Asian features. Chapter 299. Encountering acquaintances on the ship. All right, Mr. Lin, this way please. I'll take you there. Hearing Lin Qinshi's words, Xiaoyu instantly perked up. As long as Lin Qinshi showed interest in something, he knew how to entertain him. Someone who was indifferent to money and pleasure was the hardest to please. Eating, drinking, and gambling should cover at least one area. If someone didn't like any of them, they were just too boring. Xiaoyu brought Lin Qinshi to the casino, which was intimidatingly large, divided into a regular area and a high-end area. The regular area had many electronic machines that didn't require staff. Players could play by themselves. There was also a dealer area, where compared to the high-end section, there were more people and it occupied a larger space. The chips in the regular area started at 500, while in the high-end area, they started at 10,000, where all games were dealt by people, including beautiful dealers in bunny outfits, their curves enticing gamblers to question whether they were watching the cards or the women. Lin Qinshi casually found a table to play at, but the 1 million chips Xiaoyu provided him with disappeared in an instant. However, since this belonged to the Lin group, winning or losing seemed meaningless. So Lin Qinshi didn't ask Xiaoyu for more chips. Chapter 300. Acupuncture and Detoxification. Lin Qinshi glanced at her, then put the needles back into the cloth bag and folded it up again. Since the patient was unwilling to undergo treatment, there was no need for him to force anything. He would insist on something so thankless. He specifically had Xiaoyu go to the medical room to find a set of needles, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Lin Qinshi getting up to leave, Chun Jie quickly called out to him. Aren't you feeling nothing? Then you don't need treatment. If I don't need treatment, why am I still here? I have to return these needles. This set of silver needles is really expensive. Lin Qinshi walked out without looking back. He had no habit of putting a warm face to a cold backside. If someone wanted a treat, they could. If not, then whatever. You're such a big man, but still so stingy? Hurry up and give me a shot. I'll pay for the silver needles. It's not like a big boss should be so cheap. But can you actually give injections? You're not just using me to practice, are you? Chun Jie was amused by Lin Qinshi's words. His indifferent demeanor made her feel like she had no charm at all. I can't guarantee. Maybe after I give you a shot, you'll die even faster. Lin Qinshi shrugged and walked back. Chun Jie rolled her eyes, pulled back the blanket, and said, Just do it. Even if you're lying to me, I'll accept it. I'm afraid of dying. Lin Qinshi looked at her wearing that white t-shirt, feeling speechless. Chapter 301. The Li father and son. It seemed like he was deliberately taking this person hostage. Lin Qinshi looked at Li Tianzong, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Didn't he expect this person to be quite clever? Li Tianzong knew that as long as he captured the director's wife, the people on the ship would be afraid to act rashly. Although Lin Qinshi didn't care much about this so-called customs director's wife. If the ship encountered trouble from the customs headquarters, Qin Ruolin would have a headache, and besides, these employees were doing this work. If the ship couldn't set sail, even if Lin Qinshi was rich, he had no reason to support them, for both emotional and logical reasons. Lin Qinshi needed to consider the safety of the customs headquarters director's wife. Xiaoyu's face looked terrible. He thought Li Tianzong had captured her by accident, but it turned out the other party knew her identity, which made their intentions clear. They wouldn't easily let her go. Young Master Li, feel free to state your demands. We will meet them, provided you don't harm Mrs. Feng. Xiaoyu could only ensure the hostage's safety. Even if it meant letting Li Tianzong escape, it was acceptable. I can promise not to harm her. Just wait here, and after the ship docks, I will leave. A triumphant smile appeared on Li Tianzong's face, his eyes constantly glancing toward a corner to the right and back. Chapter 302. The Wine King Family. Chen family. Li Tianzong jumped into the sea, and Li Jianfu was captured. This little farce came to an end. Li Jianfu was locked in a warehouse by the ship's security personnel under special guard, until someone from Huaxia came to take him away. Mrs. Feng from the customs headquarters was very touched by Lin Qinshi's willingness to exchange himself for her safety. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Qinshi had unleashed his charm, successfully making Mrs. Feng forget the danger she had just encountered. To prevent Mrs. Feng from causing trouble for the people on the ship, Lin Qinshi turned on the charm, apologizing and offering compensation. leaving Mrs. Feng quite satisfied. She even wished for a few more such hostage situations. After calming Mrs. Feng, Lin Qinshu returned to his room, and Chen Jie followed him. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a figure in a black robe, facing away from them. Lin Qinshu quickly urged Chen Jie to step back, but unexpectedly, she was very curious about the sudden appearance of the black-robed figure and leaped onto Lin Qinshu's back like an octopus, making it difficult for him to push her away. Lin Qinshu was speechless, feeling the awkwardness on his back and confused by her actions. After all, they shouldn't be that familiar yet. Chapter 303. Wealthy but unproductive with such a family backing her. It was no wonder Chen Jie, at the age of 25, owned a self-media company worth over 100 million. If she hadn't mentioned she was from a Chen family, many might have thought she was some rich man's mistress. You're from the Wine King family. Why not sell wine or inherit the family business? Why come to Magic City to do self-media? Lin Qinshu asked curiously. People from the Wine King family must be living off their ancestors' wealth, although self-media is quite lucrative nowadays. With many people making hundreds of millions from a single viral video or hit song, people from the Wine King family shouldn't be short on money. Although we call ourselves the Wine King family, we have very few members. My dad's generation only has 3 brothers and 1 aunt. In my generation, there's only me, a girl, and 2 brothers. Originally, my third uncle's family had a daughter too, but she has left the family and we don't know where she is. Overall, there are only 3 of us in this generation. Boys stay home to inherit the business. Girls can choose to inherit the business or venture out. They can even stay home and enjoy life. I don't want to inherit the family business or live off my family. So I came out. A centuries-old Wine King family, with dwindling numbers each generation. Chapter 304. Chen Shanshan loses control at this moment. Lin Qinshu also discovered the results. Every organ in Chen Jie's body was filled with alcohol, as if each one had been soaked in it. Although the amount wasn't too large, it was enough to affect fertility. However, there was an advantage. Chen Jie was less likely to get sick for viruses, implying that she hadn't been ill much throughout her life, and the same likely applied to the rest of the Chen family. Does your family rarely get sick? Even when they do, are they serious illnesses? Lin Qinshu asked, and both Chen Shanshan and Chen Jie turned to look at him. Chen Shanshan also shared this trait. She had been sick much either. Yes, we can hardly find cold medicine at home. When someone gets sick, it's usually serious enough to need hospitalization. How did you know? Chen Jie was a bit surprised. Although Lin Qinshu had treated her, how could he tell, just from taking her pulse, that her family rarely got sick? You Chen family members have been dealing with alcohol for generations, so your bodies are filled with it, and you don't even know it. Alcohol has a sterilizing effect, which is why you don't get sick often. As for why it's hard to conceive, that's also due to the alcohol. Lin Qinshu shared all the information he had with Chen Jie, causing Chen Shanshan beside her to tremble. Chapter 305. A high-profile welcoming ceremony. She had already used her healing skills before, but for someone like Su Feng, who wasn't injured, the treatment wouldn't be effective. Gu Beicheng was pondering beside her, realizing he could only follow Su Weiwei's method for now. This was a distant battle with Dr. Helen. He couldn't afford to lose. As long as he could concoct something that could counter this virus, Dr. Helen's future research in this area would be a joke in his hands. Draw some blood. We will primarily focus on the viruses in his body for research. Without solving the virus, Su Feng will never be cured. Su Weiwei heard this and drew several tubes of blood from Su Feng. Su Feng's blood was a fiery red color, unlike normal blood, which indicated that the virus in his body had not been resolved at all. The red blood cells had not returned to normal, but still appeared as virus cells. After drawing blood, the two of them went to another research room, where Su Xia was lying on the hospital bed. Teacher Su, do you feel better today? Su Xia was also Su Weiwei's teacher. When they first met Lin Qinshu, it was in the same class and classroom, so they all knew each other. At that time, no one expected that these 2 top beauties would eventually fall for Lin Qinshu. Chapter 306. Sky-high employment fees. After finishing speaking, Qin Ruolin turned to Lin Qinshu and winked. Lin Qinshu was speechless. When he brought Qin Ruolin to the company, he just wanted to be a hands-off boss. But now Qin Ruolin had become independent and pulled him back in. However, with Qin Ruolin's abilities, he couldn't really help much, and Qin Ruolin knew that too. Today's actions must have their reasons, so Lin Qinshu had a compromise. All right, just tell me how you want me to cooperate. Just say the word. Even if I'm not the boss of the Lin Group, I'm still willing to serve beautiful women. Lin Qinshu smiled, and held Qin Ruolin in his arms. Qin Ruolin's pretty face flushed, and she struggled to get out of his embrace. You haven't been short of beautiful women around you recently. Are you that thirsty? The campus flower Chen Shanshan, the beautiful teacher Su Xia, TSK. Unable to break free, Qin Ruolin could only roll her eyes at Lin Qinju. It's a misunderstanding. I have a clean relationship with them. There's no intimate contact. Just look at how everyone is injured or returned with viruses. This trip to M country was fraught with danger, Lin Qinju hurriedly explained. In fact, he really hadn't had any over-the-top relationships, except for Su Xia being a bit too forward. Chapter 307. Another leader is looking for you in this situation. It can only be a matter of a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist, prioritizing completing the task before considering Yun Wang and the others' matters. Just as Lin Qinju was deep in thought, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Looking out the window, they were at a lakeside park. Young master, someone is blocking the car ahead. Qin Ruolin's driver was a girl, also a Jin warrior from the security company. Although Qin Ruolin was now quite capable, she couldn't do everything herself and needed some people around to help her handle certain matters. Lin Qinju looked ahead and saw that Yang Yin had also come to pick him up, sitting in the lead car. Yang Yin got out of the lead car, nodded at Lin Qinju, and walked toward the person blocking the car, seemingly knowing them. After a while, Yang Yin reached Lin Qinju's car window and said, "Young master, someone in the pavilion at the lakeside park wants to meet you. The person blocking the car is someone I know. They were a top performer in our military and a semi-military god who could compete with Su Feng. They suddenly retired and, I heard, want to be a bodyguard for a certain leader." A leader's bodyguard? That means a leader wants to see him. Drive forward. If they block us again, just run them over, Lin Qinju said blandly before rolling up the car window. Chapter 308. Su Weiwei's anesthesia skills. Lin Qinju. You don't need to be so formal with me. Just call me Xiaojia. We've been through tough times together, so calling me Miss or Mr. feels distant. Don't worry. I won't say a word about what's inside, but can I take a look at this legendary place later? Chen Jie said with a smile. Lin Qinju nodded and took them through the security company's gate, then walked to a room and took the elevator down to the basement. When the basement door opened, a vast laboratory appeared before them. This was Lin Qinju's first time in the lab since it was put into use, and there were now some unfamiliar faces inside. Yang Yin told Lin Qinju that these people were Gu Beichen's prize students, willing to work with Gu Beichen on research without pay. Moreover, Gu Beichen had said that they wouldn't be allowed to access confidential information. He needed hands for other research, so he kept them around. When Gu Beichen heard Lin Qinju was back, he came out with Su Weiwei. Upon seeing Chen Shanshan nearby, they were both taken aback. This form of genetic mutation was something they were seeing for the first time. Is this what happens to someone injected with multiple genetic viruses? Gu Beichen stepped forward to look at the scales slightly exposed on Chen Shanshan, who exuded a chilling aura. Even though her body was covered, one could still feel she was extraordinary. Chapter 309. White blood. Chen Jie was brought to the lounge in a daze. While Gu Beichen had already injected the genetic enhancement fluid into Chen Shanshan. From the outside, there seemed to be no change. Su Weiwei walked to the bedside, supporting Chen Shanshan's head with both hands as she released her anesthesia skills. Professor Gu, Chen Shanshan's current state is very unstable. Shouldn't we draw some blood for research? Lin Qinju asked from his side. He was knowledgeable in medicine and could see that after the injection of the genetic enhancement fluid, Chen Shanshan's body had become more chaotic. Gu Beichen shook his head, saying, "There's no way right now. I just tried. Not a single needle can pierce her skin. It's too hard. This is the needle I just used." A surgical iron tray was tossed in front of Lin Qinju, revealing a syringe that had already bent and the needle had corroded. Injecting the genetic enhancement fluid was different from drawing blood. Injections could be done anywhere, but drawing blood had to be done from a vein. So although they could complete the injection, they couldn't extract blood. The three of them observed Chen Shanshan's changes in the laboratory, noticing that the scales on her body were gradually becoming lighter. Although her internal state was chaotic, it seemed there was some effect. Chapter 310. Genetic restructuring pill. It's okay. Weiwei said she would recover, so she definitely will. Lin Qinju smiled to comfort them. Nowadays, Su Weiwei's expertise in genetics was becoming increasingly advanced. At this moment, Yang Yin also walked in from outside. The security company had a medical room, which contained needles used for acupuncture. You should go back and rest. I'll try to see if I can cure your brother. If my method works, your brother will wake up soon. Lin Qingzhu took the needle and approached Su Feng's bed. Su Xia initially wanted to stay, but she also knew that doctors needed a quiet environment while treating patients. So in the end, she left and closed the door. Lin Qingzhu took out the needle and began to administer it to Su Feng. He intended to use the long-lost method of bloodletting to expel all the blood from his body, inserting a needle into his heart to maintain Su Feng's heartbeat and hematopoietic function. This treatment process lasted for 2 hours, and since Yang Yin was guarding outside, no one came in to disturb him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Save Su Feng and cure the virus in his body. Reward: 1 genetic restructuring pill. Ding! The genetic restructuring pill has been placed in the host's pocket. Chapter 311. The third leader. Wow. Incredible. Your medicine is truly amazing. I need to study it right away. You stay here and observe her. The most important thing now is to research that pill of yours. Once we figure out the formula, Harlan will have no way out. The always polite Gu Beichen couldn't help but curse and quickly left in excitement. With so many viral genes in Chen Shanshan's body, if it can be cured, then those viruses from Harlan will lose their power under this pill. After Gu Beichen left, Lin Qingzhu, who had some remnants of the gene restructuring pill in his mouth, swallowed it and suddenly felt a stomach ache, rushing to the bathroom as well. After they all left, Chen Shanshan on the bed was emanating a faint white light, which then transformed into a black halo. But there were no signs of her waking up. It seemed her body was undergoing a tremendous change. After using the bathroom, Lin Qingzhu felt much lighter. He hadn't used the gene enhancement liquid, and his physical quality already surpassed other gene warriors, but there were still some impurities in his genes. Through this mouth-feeding of Chen Shanshan, those impurities were expelled from his body, making his strength more solid, and he felt an overall slight improvement in his attributes. Chapter 312. The coercion and temptation of the third leader. The third leader was a cultured middle-aged man, appearing harmless at first glance. Why should Director Lin be in a hurry to refuse? Your security company's people have already caused me significant obstacles, and now you say you want to remain neutral? The third leader shook his head and smiled. This seemingly light-hearted, yet sharp remark made Lin Qingzhu feel uncomfortable. My company was set up to make money. If someone pays for our security personnel, I'm certainly willing to provide them. If you want manpower, you can also come to our security company. The price will be the same as theirs, and at 1 TB higher. Lin Qingzhu retorted with a slight smile. The third leader laughed in silence, knowing that Lin Qingzhu was slightly affected by his earlier words. I want to play tricks with you, Director Lin. I sincerely invite you to join my camp. As long as you are willing to join, you can immediately become a powerful official director instead of just an honorary one. Your strength is what we desperately desire. If it weren't for Dr. Harlan telling me that you might be the most powerful person in the world today, I wouldn't have come to find you specifically. The Zhao family once had a favor to me. I've already done enough to help them last time. I can hand over the Zhao family to you. With my help, your Lin Group can become a #1 enterprise in China. Chapter 313. Just sell it for 100 billion. Oh, that thing, I almost forgot. Just sell it back to them for 100 billion. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. It's not useful to us, better to cash it out. Lin Qingzhu recalled that among his rewards, there was indeed a building called the Empire State Building, but the U.S. assets held no significance for him. It was better to sell it for cash. It's easy for you to say. My phone has been blown up with calls from the U.S., with many wealthy individuals and even the U.S. government negotiating with me to buy it back, but they're only offering around 50 billion. Your asking price is too high, double what they offered. They definitely won't agree, and might even pull some tricks to cause us trouble with that Empire State Building. Qin Roland rolled her eyes on the other end of the line. Lin Qingzhu sneered, pull tricks? Just quote them 150 billion. I'll send a team to the U.S. to completely tear down the lobby of the Empire State Building and replace it with our Chinese cultural items, and put up a Chinese flag on the roof. If they're capable, let them continue their tricks. At worst, I'll blow up the building. I don't care for that little asset. If they dare to pull tricks, I'll destroy a landmark building in the U.S. and see who suffers more. Chapter 314. 10 years tax exemption. I heard that the third leader just came here and was driven away by you. The people of Cloud King have always been paying attention to the third leader's matters. So as soon as the incident happened, he hurried over here, fearing that Lin Qingzhu and the other party would reach an agreement. Before he even arrived, he heard that Lin Qingzhu had chased the other party's people away. Yes, that's true. Since you asked, I'll say it. Don't come to me for these matters. I'm a businessman. I can do business. But don't involve me in taking sides. If you need bodyguards, you can directly connect with our people. Other than that, don't bother me. This honorary director title was imposed on me. I haven't received any benefits from it. Lin Qingzhu waved his hand. After hearing this, Cloud King was overjoyed, completely ignoring what Lin Qingzhu said afterward. As long as Lin Qingzhu wasn't on the other side, it didn't matter whether he was on their side or not. Director Lin is still as unique as ever. So, we asked for some people from your side, but we're running out of funds and want to see if there's any way to extend our hands a bit. The bodyguards from Lin's security company were just too expensive, costing nearly 100 billion to hire for a month. Chapter 315. Jean C. Earlier. Lin Qingzhu had already called Wen Rushua, who was currently attending a board meeting at Wen's group, asking him to come directly to the company to find her. Lin Qingzhu could sense something was off in her voice. She seemed quite tired. He hurried over, as in his view, Wen's group was not worth his attention. If he upset Wen Rushua, it would be better to abandon Wen's group. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Jean family ancestral hall, the same group of people was there, but this time they didn't seem as spirited. They all looked tired and frustrated. The head of the Jean family, Jean Shi, sighed and said, "Let us report on our tasks." He already knew the results of these tasks and only asked to see if there were any unexpected surprises. Perhaps one of the younger members had succeeded and wanted to show off at this meeting. Jean Xian stepped forward first, his face filled with resentment. "Father, the mission against the Shun family failed because those two women from the Shun family interfered, making our mission impossible. Shun family's third generation, Shunyu, for some reason, suddenly gained exceptional skills, and the experts from the Hu family in Jiangsheng and the Pei family in Sucheng all died at her hands. Moreover, the second generation Shun Lizhen suddenly brought back 50 experts with the same abilities as Shunyu, completely eliminating the assassins we had arranged." Chapter 316. When Rushua was driven out, the remaining security personnel saw a 180-pound large security guard being thrown away by Lin Qingzhu with one hand and dare not approach him, allowing Lin Qingzhu to walk up. They recognized this person as Lin Qingzhu, the chairman of the Lin Group, whose Lin security company was well known in the industry. Knowing this, no one dared to step forward. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Wen's group, all the shareholders were present, and a young man sat to the side. Watching the scene with interest, his gaze towards Wen Rushua somewhat greedy, occasionally licking his lips. "Rushua, the combined shares of us have already surpassed yours. We are giving the one family face now, which is why we let you follow our commands. Otherwise, we would replace you as the president of the Wen family." A middle-aged man spoke up. Wen Rushua's expression changed drastically. She never expected that one day she would be impeached and driven out of her position in Wen's group by other shareholders. And it was due to a coalition of outsiders. Early in the morning, she received a notice from the board of directors. Originally, she was the largest shareholder of the company, but now she had been surpassed by other shareholders who had united against her. Chapter 317. Injecting gene enhancement serum into Wen Rushua. Leave? It's not in Lin Qingzhu's character to let this situation go. "Swear, let me handle this. My woman cannot be bullied like this." A glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Qingzhu's eyes. Wen Rushua was one of his soft spots. He couldn't bear to see her cry, and now she had been wronged by this group of scoundrels. No matter what had happened, this matter could not be left unresolved. Wen Rushua tightly hugged Lin Qingzhu, shaking her head desperately. "Please, no. Let us go. I want to be alone with you for a while." After Wen Rushua pleaded with him several times, he decided not to do anything further. He turned to that group of people and revealed a chilling smile. "I will find you. Be prepared." After saying that, he left the one group with Wen Rushua. Lin Qingzhu drove them back to the original place, the house filled with their memories. As soon as they entered, Wen Rushua turned around and kissed Lin Qingzhu. Noticing her bad mood, Lin Qingzhu initially intended to push her away, but then heard her voice by his ear, "Don't reject me. Let me vent." He withdrew his hand that was going to push her away and instead picked her up, carrying her into the room. Chapter 318. Wen Rushua's invisibility ability. So soon? Lin Qingzhu had just been wondering if that ship would have any tricks, and unexpectedly, Kings had already started operating. It seemed that this Kings was quite a troublemaker. He should have kicked that door in his face earlier. Lin Qingzhu recalled King's performance from earlier. He was someone who could bend and stretch, quite different from the rich second generation he had in mind. He knew how to avoid the spotlight, to back down, and didn't utter a single hard word. Kings was afraid of saying too much and provoking Lin Qingju's killing intent, but in that moment of turning, he had set a trap. This made Lin Qingju feel something was off. The earlier arrangement to have someone take over the Empire State Building had not been executed. After they went over, they needed to take control of the entire Empire State Building and drive everyone out. From now on, the Empire State Building would not host anyone. They should let those from M country who wanted to buy the Empire State Building handle our ship's affairs. If anyone from the M country government came to buy the Empire State Building, that would be even better. Just tell them to send our employees back, or I will smash the Empire State Building. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with a building very important to M country. Otherwise, this matter could have become quite troublesome. Chapter 319, King's Conspiracy. However, the vine armor is quite adaptable. It can withstand Su Xia's extreme heat and Qin Roland's extreme cold, so invisibility might also be possible. The weaving technology of the vine armor still needs improvement. In the future, it can be made into everyday clothing. But Qin Roland has already arranged a team to develop it. Lin Qingju called Gu Beichun but got no answer, so he called Su Weiwei instead. When Su Weiwei learned that when Rushua's ability was invisibility, she also researched relevant materials and roughly judged that when Rushua's invisibility was a form of light refraction, scientifically explainable, yet not entirely transparent. In short, it made sense and was reasonable. Now, the abilities awakened by the gene enhancement serum seemed somewhat superhuman. Lin Qingju suddenly recalled a series of movies where characters gained various superpowers due to genetic mutations. Although it wasn't that exaggerated yet, he felt it was increasingly heading in that direction. If other types of superpowers appeared in the future, it wouldn't be surprising. Lin Qingju and when Rushua practiced how to control her ability in his house. Because this ability was quite special, if not familiarized properly. She could become invisible the moment they went out, making it look like a floating outfit on the street, which would cause panic. Chapter 320, Assassination Amidst Singing and Dancing. While taking Wen Rushue to the Lin group, Lin Qingju sat in the passenger seat, and the driver was Wen Rushue, who cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingju. She recalled that as soon as they reached the car, Lin Qingju directly sat in the passenger seat without any intention of driving, leaving her to take the driver's seat. At this moment, she opened a video and discovered King's Conspiracy, a cold smile appearing on her lips. She then instructed the Amlin system to send the video to Yang Yun, so they could be aware and increase their vigilance against Kings. As expected, Kings was a cunning individual. It was also evident that the gene family had a significant relationship with Helen. Such an important thing as the virus gene had already been obtained by the gene family during his brief return, and they had even created 4 gene warriors, along with the one who attacked Lin Qingju's parents in Zhoucheng. Based on this relationship network, it could be inferred that the Jin family and the third leader were in the same camp, making them all enemies. Huang Cheng had also returned to the security company. When Lin Qingju's video appeared on the main control screen, Huang Cheng's expression changed, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. Both Yang Yun and Huang Cheng felt a wave of dread, as they had each entertained a sliver of hope. If Yang Yun had recalled Lin Qingju's words at the last moment, Huang Cheng might have been dead by now. Chapter 321, Su Feng and Chun Shanshan Awakening. After arriving at the security company, Lin Qingju went straight to the underground laboratory without lingering above. He first saw Su Feng striding confidently toward the exit, while Su Xia beside him had red eyes, looking like she had just cried. It seemed that the siblings had experienced life and death, and were now joyfully crying upon seeing each other safe. "Brother Su Feng, you finally woke up," Lin Qingju greeted with a smile. Su Feng was so excited to see Lin Qingju that he almost knelt down, but was promptly stopped by Lin Qingju. He couldn't accept such a grand gesture from his brother-in-law. Lin Qingju's relationship with Su Xia was already deep, and he couldn't withstand such a bow. "Brother Lin, if it weren't for you, Su Feng would have died in a foreign land," Su Feng said with excitement, patting his chest. "Your life was saved by you. If you ever need Su Feng, just say the word." After awakening, he clearly felt that his physical condition had become extremely strong. The previous him was truly no match for this current body. All of this was granted by Lin Qingju, restoring him to a normal person and giving him such immense strength. He still had some impression of what had happened recently, and with Su Xia's supplement, they both realized that their lives were saved by Lin Qingju, who had become their rebirth parents. Chapter 322, Clearing Misunderstandings When Feelings Run Deep. Lin Qingzhu chuckled awkwardly. This place was just something he bought for Chen Shanshan while completing a task. He had made quite a bit of money from that task, and he didn't consider this place his home, purely viewing it as a gift for Chen Shanshan. Last time, a representative from my village came to deliver flowers, and coincidentally, that brother came to Modu to deliver goods. The villagers all congratulated me on finding a job at the bank, so they sent him as a representative to bring me flowers and pay a visit. That person is the neighbor brother who has been particularly good to me since I was young. He is already married and has children, and the couple is very loving. He has always regarded me as a younger sister. Chen Shanshan softly spoke about the misunderstanding between the two of them, and Lin Qingzhu was stunned after listening. It turned out to be just like this. He thought Chen Shanshan had a boyfriend but was still flirting with him, and at that time, Lin Qingzhu got upset and cut off contact with Chen Shanshan. When I saw the news of you falling into the sea while I was abroad, I even considered going to find you at all costs or perishing in the sea with you. At that moment, I realized my feelings. I didn't want to stay in a world without you. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qingzhu with watery eyes and continued speaking. Chapter 323, Time-Limited Mission, Xiao Runin in Crisis. Lin Qingzhu's eyes lit up. It seemed that winning over Chen Shanshan was only a matter of time. This is Chen Shanshan after all. The woman from Lin Qingzhu's first task after obtaining the system, not counting the one who spilled soy milk on him initially. Now, with her beauty score reaching 999, Chen Shanshan possessed a beauty that could drive all men crazy. When it had just hugged, Lin Qingzhu even felt a strange sensation in his chest. It seemed her figure had grown quite a bit, but it was still hard to tell through their clothes. I also have some matters to attend to, so you and Chunjia can catch up. You two sisters have been separated since childhood and must have endless things to talk about. I'll go handle some matters first. Lin Qingzhu smiled and bid farewell to Chen Shanshan, driving straight to the community where Yu Qing lived. From the phone call, he sensed that Yu Qing seemed very tired, and since Yu Qing had mentioned that she wouldn't take the initiative to find him, her coming to find him meant she must have something to discuss. When he arrived at Yu Qing's residence, as soon as the door opened, she pulled him in and pinned him against the wall, hugging him tightly. Lin Qingzhu was bewildered. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Yesterday, when Ru Xued did the same thing, really treating him as a tool for venting her frustrations. Chapter 324, The Ungrateful Wolf. The leader asks you to come out to protect the country, but you run to help the enemy. Do you deserve the funding and assistance the leader has provided you over the years? Do you deserve the leader's trust in you? Xiao Runin was very angry. She originally had no good feelings towards these so-called hidden masters, and now it seemed her sixth sense was accurate. These people were indeed traitors. Unfortunately, this time she came alone, and it seemed the opponent's strength was very strong. Her electric attacks couldn't reach them, and even if she did hit that monk, it seemed he felt nothing. There was also a Taoist priest nearby who occasionally interfered with her. Monk, stop playing around and quickly eliminate her. The Huaxia Security Bureau might have communication methods we don't know about. If we wait for her reinforcements to arrive, it will become very troublesome. Yin Xiu urged from the side. This operation was supposed to be very covert, but unexpectedly, they were followed by Xiao Runin. Now that the opponent knew, they could only silence her. Monk Yihai also put away his smile. Don't be fooled by their public quarrels. In fact, their relationship was closer than anyone else's. In the absence of outsiders, Monk Yihai was completely obedient to Taoist Yin Xiu. Chapter 325, Two Women Battle the Taoist Priest. Around the house, more and more people wearing black vine armor appeared, with Lin's security written on their chests. Yang Yun brought hundreds of genetically enhanced warriors from the security company to the scene. He summoned everyone who hadn't been on a mission. They had to take down Dr. Hyde this time. Runin, are you okay? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Su Xia had also arrived. Xia Xia. Xiao Runin ran over excitedly, and the two hugged tightly. How did you come to? Lin Qingzhu looked at Su Xia, confused. How did she know about this internal task of the security company and the execution location? I was pulled into the security group by Brother Yang when I was in the security company. Now I'm a female hero, and I was just worried about not having a place to uphold justice. I happened to see your information and was nearby, so I came to take a look. Oh, aren't those the monk and the Taoist priest? Such traditional professions still mingling with foreigners. Su Xia then noticed the two enemies across from her. Cough, cough. They're still from Shaolin and Amei, but they are just traitors. I was injured by them. Xiao Runin coughed a couple of times. then spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 326. New Materials. Young master, let us deal with him. Huang Cheng and I will team up to play with this bald donkey. Yang Yin looked eager to try. Seeing Xiao Runan and Su Xia team up to fight, he became excited. Huang Cheng beside him looked at Lin Qinshi with fervent eyes. In their eyes, these ancient sect members seemed not as difficult to deal with as they had imagined. However, Lin Qinshi shook his head and said, "You are not his opponents. This bald donkey is extremely ruthless. If he injures my brothers, it would be a loss. I just fought a move with Monk Ehai and found that his techniques are extremely vicious, using a hidden force to strike inside your body, causing internal injuries." However, Lin Qinshi's physique neutralized that hidden force. If Yang Yun and the others were to fight him, injury was inevitable, and they might even be taken hostage, putting him in a difficult position. Although Lin Qinshi's eyes were looking ahead, his mind was always partially focused on Monkey High. As long as he made any move, Lin Qinshi would directly kill him. Although there were medical teams present this time, Shaolin was after all an ancient and mysterious sect. Who knew what unknown methods they might have? Chapter 327. Returning to State City. On the highway to Kyoto, a business car was speeding along, and at the rear of this car, there was a deep handprint. This was the car that Lin Qinshi had slapped down the slope back then. Inside, the third leader had just received a phone call, and a look of shock, astonishment, and a hint of a sneer appeared on his face. After hanging up, only a cunning smile remained on his face. The news he received was that Monk Ehai and Taoist Yin Xiu had been killed by Lin Qinshi. Initially, he was shocked that two top masters could die at Lin Qinshi's hands, which gave him a deeper understanding of Lin Qinshi's strength. The astonishment was because he had sent Monk Ehai and the others to escort Dr. Hyde out of Huaxia. Now that they were dead, Dr. Hyde naturally couldn't escape. With Dr. Hyde's death, his experiments in Huaxia would have to be terminated. The experimental formula from Helan had just arrived a few days ago, and it seemed he would have to find someone else. The last mile of cunning was because Lin Qinshi had now thoroughly offended both Shaolin and Amei. In the future, his forces would be completely bound to Shaolin and Amei, but it was a pity for Taoist Duan from Wudong, who was stubborn and refused to get involved in the conflicts here, returning to the Mountain Gate. Chapter 328. Taking parents to the Magic City. However, he understood Lin Qinshi. If he were just an ordinary person, Lin Qinshi wouldn't have come personally. This indicates that Lin Qinshi also cares about his feelings, worrying that sending bodyguards on his own might cause his displeasure. To ensure his brother has no worries, he should cooperate fully. It will be a bit troublesome, but it shouldn't last long. I will speed up and take care of the enemies. By the way, here is this for you. Lin Qinshi took out a small box, which contained 2 vials of gene enhancement liquid. This is a product developed by our company called Gene Enhancement Liquid. If you encounter injuries that cannot be treated, inject this. It can improve your own genes, making you a person with extraordinary physical abilities and immense strength, and the enhanced physique will allow you to repair your own injuries. Simply put, it will make you very powerful, even turn you into a superhuman. Lin Qinshi explained the effects of the Gene Enhancement Liquid, and he said a password for the box, only telling Lin Qinhua. If it is forcibly opened, the Gene Enhancement Liquid inside will automatically destroy itself and evaporate, preventing it from being stolen. Chapter 329. Injecting Gene Enhancement Liquid into parents. A few hours later, Lin Qinshi brought his parents to Villa number 33 at Silver Lake Manor. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Mengxi in a flurry, tidying up the house. When Lin Qinshi told her, she was still busy in the Golden Trade building. After hearing the news, she rushed back without stopping and even sent the housekeeper to buy groceries and fruits, then gave the housekeeper a day off. In Yi Mengxi's view, having a housekeeper would make Lin Qinshi's parents feel spoiled, and she didn't want to give them that impression. "Uncle and Aunt, please sit down." Yi Mengxi stammered a bit, and after saying that, her pretty face turned red, standing there at a loss. Although this place was bought in her name, she never regarded it as her own. That statement made it seem as if she was the owner here. This house was bought by Lin Qinshi, and his parents were the real owners of this place. "Oh my, Ming Ming, it hasn't been long since we last saw you. How have you lost weight again? Look at this backside. There's no flesh at all." Chun Xiuxiang held Yi Mengxi's hand with concern, as if forgetting that the purpose of their visit was to see the house. During this time, Chun Jie had been more hands-off, which made Yi Mengxi very busy, so she had become thinner. Chapter 330. Ability Testing Instrument. Cough, cough. Well, hurry and lie down. I'll inject the Gene Enhancement Liquid for you first. Lin Qinshe coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Yi Mengxi shot him a glance and obediently lay down on the bed. Lin Qinshe took out the gene enhancement liquid and injected it into her. After seeing Yi Mengxi fall asleep, Lin Qinshe greeted Lin Quan and went to the security company. He suddenly remembered the ability testing instrument. He hadn't yet checked its specific use. Lin Qinshe had previously told Yang Yun and the others what the instrument was for, but they didn't know the specific usage yet, so he asked them to study it first. Now that he had brought his parents to Modu, there were already people around the villa, and even the security in that community was from Lin's security company. In there, he didn't need to worry about his parents' safety and could leave with peace of mind. How is it? Have you figured out how to use that instrument? Lin Qinshe arrived at the training room of the security company, where there was a machine similar to one that tests punching power. He had been in such a hurry last time that he hadn't had time to see what this instrument looked like. Young master, we have a general idea now. It's very simple to use, but distinguishing it can be a bit difficult, Yang Yun said as he hurried over upon seeing Lin Qinshe. Chapter 331. 3 days later, the final battle at the Forbidden City piqued the trending topic can't be suppressed any longer. The leaders have decided to hold a meeting in 3 days. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, the third leader will face punishment. However, it's unclear what the specific punishment will be. Perhaps just a temporary suspension. Nothing too severe. Also, the Zhao family is already in a flurry. Zhao Jipeng is still lying in bed, and Zhao Tao has become Zhao Jipeng's bodyguard. As for the others, they're starting to sell off assets and prepare to leave Huaxia. The Anlin system continued. 3 days later, Lin Qinshe pondered. If it were him, this meeting would be about this matter. Even if there was a mistake, the punishment wouldn't be severe. But this might also be the best opportunity to catch the Yunhuang group all at once. Moreover, there wouldn't be another chance as good as this to achieve the goal in one step. It seems that the days leading up to 3 days later will be the moment when the turmoil ends. Brother Li Qing will stay at the security company. Everyone else will come with me to Kyoto. No one brings a large group of members. Everyone needs to include people with all skill sets. If nothing happens in 3 days, we'll just consider a trip, Lin Qinshe said to Sodao. Chapter 332. Dinner later, no need to experiment. Just go for mass production. There's not much time left. How many can we produce in a day? Lin Qinshe asked after putting Su Weiwei down. This can also be mass-produced using the gene enhancement liquid manufacturing machine. I'll strive to produce 1,000 a day, but we are short on materials. You need to have senior sister Ruolin order them back, she replied. The process and order for producing this powerful factor and gene enhancement liquid are the same, but currently, there's only one manufacturing machine. To produce the powerful factor, we need to stop the gene enhancement liquid. Okay, let's stop it for now. We won't need that much gene enhancement liquid for the time being. Let's focus on making this powerful factor. This thing can increase the strength of gene warriors. But each warrior can only take it twice. After the second time, it won't be effective anymore. We need to go to Modu in 3 days. Just in time to replenish strength before setting off. By the way, my mom is in Modu now, staying with Ming Ming. I'll go pick you up to have dinner. Lin Qinshe suddenly remembered the main purpose of coming to find Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei exclaimed in surprise, "Are uncle and aunt coming too? Then wait for me a moment. I'll go change clothes." She quickly ran back to her lounge, and Lin Qinshe followed her in. Chapter 333. A Shura Field? The atmosphere in the room made Lin Qinshe feel a bit subtle. When Chun Xiuxiang saw Lin Qinshe return, she immediately called out, "Weiwei is here. Quick, wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." After calling Su Weiwei, she also ran into the kitchen to help. With so many people helping, Chun Xiuxiang felt a bit redundant. So she came to Lin Qinshe's side and pulled him into a corner. "You little brat, are all these girls your girlfriends?" Chun Xiuxiang was somewhat shocked. Each girl here was very beautiful, especially Chun Shanshan. She almost fell for her. That stunning beauty. How long would the Lin family's ancestral grave have to smoke to let their descendants find such a beautiful girl? Lin Qinshe smiled helplessly, pretty much. I don't know why they all came over. Originally thinking it would only be Yi Mengxi and Su Weiwei, this dinner turned out to be quite harmonious. Unexpectedly, with so many others, and many didn't know each other at all. For example, Chun Shanshan and Qin Ruolin were from different schools and not from the same system. They might have had some involvement in cooperation. But before the Lin group collaborated with the Moda Bank, Chun Shanshan had already been transferred to M country for study. Chapter 334. Shenyu Crisis. Chun Jie brought in the wine, which was an irregular transparent glass bottle, looking similar to the kind of erguo sold in stores. Lin Quan couldn't wait to open the wine and poured himself a glass. You have such a temperament, as if you've never seen alcohol in your life. Chun Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes beside her. What do you understand? This is the Chun family's wine, something you can't buy no matter how much money you have. Lin Xuanshou downed a whole glass in one go. It's so good. After drinking this wine, I feel like all the alcohol I've had before is garbage. Lin Xuanshou said excitedly, but then a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Among these people, Chun Jie and Gu Xiaoyu are not in that kind of relationship with Lin Xuanshou, so it will be difficult to drink this wine again in the future. If Chun Jie were also his daughter-in-law, how great would that be? However, another Chun Shanshan is said to be Chun Jie's sister, so she's also part of the wine King-Chun family. As long as one of these two becomes his, he won't run out of wine. Chun Shanshan also took a sip. She liked drinking and was also from the Chun family, but she just hadn't gone back for a long time. This wine is similar to what my dad makes, but my dad's has a stronger mixed flavor, probably due to the environment, Chun Shanshan said, smacking her lips. Chapter 335. Chun Shanshan's Extraordinary Strength Whoosh. A figure quickly dashed out the door. Mom and Dad, I have something to take care of. You enjoy your meal. Don't mind me. Lin Xuanshou's figure disappeared from the room, leaving only his voice echoing inside. The remaining people looked at the swinging door in confusion, not understanding why Lin Xuanshou had left so suddenly. In a hurry, Lin Xuanshou didn't even drive. After all, his current skills combined with lightness skill were much faster than a car. Lin Xuanshou was not interested in all the assets of the Shun family, but he was very concerned about the point of deducting past rewards. Although he didn't remember the reward for the task regarding Shun Yu very well. Every previous reward was important to him, so he had to rescue Shun Yu. Back to the present, Lin Xuanshou, following the location provided by the Anlin system, found that Shun Yu was heading towards the security company and quickly arrived at the destination. Isn't this nonsense? This is my territory. What's so surprising about me being here? Lin Xuanshou looked at Jin Xin across from him. A virus gene warrior who could maintain rationality and consciousness will be much harder to deal with than before. Chapter 336. Are we meeting tonight? I'm going back home with my sister tomorrow. First to introduce her to my dad and see if he's willing to let me return to my roots. After that, you might not see me for a while. Are we meeting tonight? Here's your chance. Let us see if you can eat me. Chun Shanshan slowly approached Lin Xuanshou and playfully flicked his chin with her finger. A stunning beauty with a score of 999 points and looks teasing you like this right in front of you. If Lin Xuanshou could hold back, he wouldn't be a man. Lin Xuanshou picked Chun Shanshan up and threw her over his shoulder, heading towards the car. Chun Shanshan laughed like silver bells all the way, seemingly amused by Lin Xuanshou's reaction. Bang! With a loud noise, the door of a certain floor in the Tangshun Yipin was slammed open and bounced back to close automatically. Under the moonlight outside, two figures were kissing passionately, moving from the front door to the sofa, from the sofa to the kitchen, and from the kitchen to the bedroom. A passionate battle was about to commence, and with a phoenix cry, the fight began. Ding! Detected a beauty beside the host. Attractiveness increased to 100 points. Reward. Electric Eye Skill. Mental Attribute 1. Electric Eye Skill can be used on an opposite sex, causing them to fall into a state of infatuation with the host. Willing to die for the host. Chapter 337. Acquiring all assets of Shun family, the medical team quickly covered their mouths, realizing they had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly ran outside. Shin Yu fell silent upon hearing about the gene enhancement liquid. She knew that Lin Xuanshou's willingness to save her was already very good, and she didn't dare to hope that Lin Xuanshou would give her the gene enhancement liquid to save Shunli. After all, when Shunli first met Lin Xuanshou, he wanted to attack Lin Xuanshou, and the unpleasantness between them had never found an opportunity to ease. Now to suddenly ask Lin Xuanshou to take out the gene enhancement liquid to save him was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Miss Shun, I can't make decisions about the gene enhancement liquid. How about you take Shinli to those big hospitals to try? The current medical level is quite advanced. Perhaps those hospitals have ways to treat Shinli, Yang Yin awkwardly said from the side. Yang Yin now wanted to kill that medical team member. It was truly inappropriate to mention that Lin Xuanshou wouldn't even give Shin Yu the gene enhancement liquid, let alone Shunli. He really thought of himself as a doctor without any insight. Brother Yang, can you please ask Lin Xuanshou? My Shin family is willing to offer all assets in exchange for the gene enhancement liquid. As long as we can save my brother, those assets can be disregarded. Shin Yu gritted her teeth and ultimately wanted to fight for it. Chapter 338. Hui Yuan Yuan Aunt, you should also know Lin Chuan Show, right? He saved you on the Marathon last time, and before that, I asked him to go to the Gene family to save you. He can better protect you here, and I have decided to go to Kyoto alone. Our Shun family members cannot die in vain. Shin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred, but there was also a flash of regret in her eyes. If only she hadn't been so willful, refusing to listen to her family's arrangements, and had gone to Kyoto to kill Jin Jun, then today the Shun family would still exist, and perhaps under such circumstances, they could have become the most powerful family in Modu. But now it's too late for regrets. She had already made up her mind that as long as she avenged her family, she would commit suicide. She had no face to live on. Once she avenged her family, she would personally go to meet her relatives and apologize to them. Hearing Lin Chuanshou's name, Shin Lizhen recalled the man with a slightly wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, but her thoughts were quickly interrupted by Shin Yu, who urgently spoke up to stop her. No, you're not their opponent. Even Jin Xian alone killed all our Shin family members. If you go to Kyoto, that den of tigers and dragons, you will probably be dead before you even get your revenge. That is not revenge. That is seeking death. Shin Lizhen pulled Shin Yu, unwilling to let her go. Chapter 339. Divine skill, ladies and gentlemen. A young lady in our first class has suddenly fainted, and unfortunately, there are no medical personnel on this flight. Is there a doctor on board? If so, could you please come to our first class to assist this young lady? The flight attendant repeatedly called out, and a few people began to walk toward the first class, but they were all Western doctors, without any instruments. They didn't know what illness Hui Yuan had. The Western doctors surrounded her, not knowing how to proceed, and could only let a nurse perform CPR on her. When a nurse removed Hui Yuan's black coat, the people around her widened their eyes. The prominent high points were irresistible even under a turtleneck. These Western doctors regretted. Had they known, they would have done the CPR themselves. They initially thought it was a plump ant, but it turned out to be a graceful beauty. Hui Yuan's face was covered by large sunglasses, and she was also draped in a loose coat, so no one realized she was a stunning beauty. They prioritized their own responsibility issues, fearing that if they intervened and failed to treat her properly, they might end up causing her death, which would be troublesome. Chapter 340. The worst reward after Lin Chuanshou's operations. Hui Yuan slowly stopped coughing and woke up, only then realizing she was on the floor. Looking at the closest person to her, Sun Xiaowen, Hui Yuan picked up the black coat beside her, draped it over herself, stood up, and thanked Dr. Sun for saving her. Otherwise, she feared she would have died on this plane. Hui Yuan expressed her gratitude to Sun Xiaowen. You know me? Sun Xiaowen was a bit surprised. He didn't think Hui Yuan had heard his name while fainting. Hui Yuan, still pale from her recent episode, smiled and said, I am Hui Yuan from the Hua family of Xianjiang. I met Mr. Sun when I was young. This trip to Kyoto is also to find you, but I didn't expect to be saved by you on this plane first. The Hua family of Xianjiang. That's a big family. No wonder she's so beautiful. It turns out she's a young lady of the Hua family. Sun Xiaowen suddenly understood. So you are the young lady of the Hua family. No wonder your symptoms looked so familiar. The last time I went to the Hua family was about 10 years ago, and you were still little back then. Truly, a girl changes a lot as she grows up. However, you misunderstood. It wasn't me who saved you. I was powerless against your symptoms just now. Although Sun Xiaowen was proud, he wouldn't take credit for someone else's achievements. Hui Yuan merely smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 341. Being watched. The young female assistant beside Sun Xiaowen handed her phone to Hui Yuan. This video has already been posted online. Someone on the plane must have filmed it and uploaded it right after we landed. The assistant had guessed someone would post it online after seeing the filming. Sure enough, the video quickly caused a stir. The reason for the commotion was that Lin Qinshe reached in Hui Yuan's clothes and felt around for a moment before slapping her back a few times to wake her up. Many people also recognized Sun Xiaowen, a towering figure in the medical field. Someone who even a divine doctor couldn't save was handled by Lin Qinshe in just a few moves, although some doubted it was staged. Once they realized that old man was Sun Xiaowen, no one questioned the video anymore. Sun Xiaowen wouldn't joke about his reputation, and Lin Qinshe wore sunglasses, preventing anyone from seeing his face. The video started filming from the moment Sun Xiaowen appeared. He first took Hui Yuan's pulse, then slapped her back a few times. finally shaking his head and saying he had done his best. Just when everyone had given up, Lin Qinshi stood up from his seat, parted the crowd, criticized the group of mediocre doctors, then reached in Huiyin Yuan's clothes for a moment before similarly slapping her back. Chapter 342. I don't want to date right now, Yuer. Happy birthday. I like you. Be my girlfriend. A man holding flowers pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Guan Yuer, wearing a confident smile, as if he felt extremely handsome in his current outfit, which resembled the attire of her ancestors, making him even more self-assured. Standing not far away, Lin Qinshi's face darkened. Weren't they supposed to be filming? This situation didn't look like filming. It seemed someone was using the filming opportunity to confess to Guan Yuer. However, today happened to be Guan Yuer's birthday, and he, her real boyfriend, was completely unaware. Lin Qinshi's mind raced as he thought about what gift to give Guan Yuer later. Guan Yuer was also startled by this sudden confession. She had only known this man for less than a day, and he was the male lead of the film. Yet today's scenes didn't even include him. He had come to the set to confess to her. Now, Guan Yuer realized that the intentions of this film crew seemed questionable. Rumors said the male lead was the son of the investors, and it appeared this film was aimed at her. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, but I don't plan on dating right now, and please address me as Guan Yuer, or I'll find you very rude. Lastly, I hope you respect the art. Filming is not a means for you to pursue women. After saying this, Guan Yuer turned to leave. Chapter 343. The virus gene warriors of the gene family. Lin Qinshi nodded. If she doesn't want to go, then so be it. Let's start our own company. Have those screenwriters create good roles for you, and you can choose to act in the ones you like. If you don't like them, we want to act. In fact, the Lin Group had already acquired a film company. They just hadn't shifted their focus there yet. Once the film city was ready, it would be time to give the film company more attention. Moreover, there was a film company belonging to the Lin Group in Kyoto where they could sign Guan Yuer, as having her in their own company was better than elsewhere. Whether she acted or not didn't matter much. He just didn't want to be idle, as he would find it very boring. By the way, how long will you be in Kyoto this time? Guan Yuer leaned against Lin Qinshi's shoulder and asked. I'm here for business. I will stay for 3 to 5 days. But for these 2 days, I belong to you. Where do you want to go? Lin Qinshi teased, rubbing Guan Yuer's nose. Really? That's great. I want to go to the Great Wall and be a hero. Guan Yuer jumped up from her chair. When they were on Lookout Island, she spent every day with Lin Qinshi, and after returning, she felt a bit unaccustomed. Now that she heard he would be staying with her for a few days, she felt satisfied. Chapter 344. You must all be Lin Qinshi's women shocking. The Jade Girl Queen actually hugged a stranger in public, Guan Yuer's secretive fiancé, tall and handsome. Guan Yuer was unexpectedly hugged by a lewd man during filming. Truth. The man hugging Guan Yuer is the melancholic piano prince. Guan Yuer is about to marry into a wealthy family. The man is Lin Qinshi, chairman of the Lin Group. The romantic history of the top-tier wealthy Lin Qinshi. The untold story of Guan Yuer and the wealthy Lin Qinshi. Hey, Guan Yuer's boyfriend and the person who saved someone on the plane are actually the same person. Chairman of the Lin Group. Also has a hidden identity as a divine doctor. Shocking. Lin Qinshi made his fortune through medicine. Absurd. Chairman Lin of the Lin Group sexually harassed a woman on the plane. Chairman Lin of the Lin Group was intimate with the Hua family's young lady on the plane. Inhumane. Lin Qinshi ravaged the Hua family's young lady on the plane. What circulated online was not just this photo. Some even recognized the man as Lin Qinshi, chairman of the Lin Group. Moreover, he was wearing the same clothes and sunglasses as the man involved in the recent hot search regarding the plane rescue incident. Clearly the same person. However, Lin Qinshi's inappropriate actions on the plane also led netizens to overinterpret, thinking he was intentionally taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 345. The action begins. Is there a conspiracy? All right, since you are all Lin Qinshi's people, I can speak directly about some matters. Lin Qinshi's trip to Kyoto took away all the upper management of the security company. Most of the strong personnel are gone, leaving only one Li Qing behind. Although there are many gene warriors in the security company, Dr. Helen's virus gene enhancement liquid has made initial success. And those virus gene warriors are stronger than our ordinary gene warriors. I'm worried that the other side might take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on our security company. Qin Ruolin said seriously. Su Xia and Xiao Runin's expressions changed. They knew that Qin Ruolin was definitely not referring to the security company, but to the underground laboratory within the security company. If the other party's goal is indeed this underground laboratory, then the situation will become very critical. Once they obtain the authentic gene enhancement liquid, given their inhumane nature, they are likely to create numerous monsters. The world may become a world of monsters in the future. So why not call Lin Qingju back? Su Xia is a teacher and has a relatively uncomplicated view on these matters. She believes that what is at stake here should be much more important than that mission in Kyoto. Chapter 346. The Destruction of the Gene Family. Confrontation between both sides. I will give you a chance for revenge, but if you continue to disobey orders and act impulsively, I can only send you back to the Demon City. Lin Qingju said lightly. He needs to observe what the people on the other side intend to do. If Shunyu rushes in now, it will only alarm the snake. Furthermore, why have only the Gene family members appeared so far? What about those Gene monsters from Helland? And the bald monks and nuns from Shaolin and Amei? Why are they not shown up? Lin Qingju is currently hiding behind a pillar where those people cannot see them. He also heard Yang Yun's voice in his earpiece asking, Young master, the virus gene monsters have appeared. Should we call the brothers to charge in? After pondering for a moment, Lin Qingju shook his head and said, Not yet. Let's wait and see. Lin Qingju saw a figure getting out of a car. It was a relatively normal person, not a monster. This person was Kins, whom Lin Qingju had met before. Young master, Kins has also appeared, Yang Yun said in a deep voice. Yeah, I see him. When we act later, prioritize killing him. Lin Qingju looked at the distant figure. He detested such scheming little people. Even though their plots were insignificant in front of him, they were still disgusting. Chapter 347. The golden cicada escapes its shell. After the brief skirmish, the old monk and the nun exchanged glances, both feeling that Zhang Tian and his companion's strength was evenly matched with theirs. In a real fight, it was still uncertain who would win, and Lin Qingju had yet to reveal his strength, appearing inscrutable. At this time, the group from Shaolin and Amei had also dealt with the Gene warriors brought by the Gene family and had gathered around the old monk. Amitabha, benefactor, you killed my Shaolin disciple, and you must give us an explanation. Come back to our mountain gate with us. I will plead on your behalf before the Buddha, hoping to reduce your years of repentance. The old monk's tone softened somewhat, but it was still firm. Lin Qingju found it laughable. Old bald donkey, if you keep chattering, I might just kill you too. A murderous aura erupted from him, causing the old monk's expression to change. Amitabha, since the benefactor is stubborn, I can only resort to violence. The old monk slowly took a step back, adopting a stance to strike. Old bald donkey, I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, how pitiful will those young people who follow you down the mountain be? They just got a taste of the outside world and will die. Lin Qingju smiled coldly. He had the strength to say this, but it sounded like provocation to the old monk. Chapter 348. The Strongest Mage, Chun Shanshan. Inside the Gene family ancestral hall, Kins was kneeling in front of the ancestral tablets, his eyes red and tears streaming down. As soon as he arrived at the conference center, he sensed something was off. The situation outside was different from what the third leader had told him. Aside from their Gene family members, he did not see any other reinforcements. In just a few seconds, countless possibilities had evolved in his mind, but no matter what, it was unfavorable for him, so he chose to leave first. However, if he took everyone with him, he might not be able to escape himself, as they had already appeared there. In a difficult decision, he chose to save himself, sacrificing other clan members. After Jin Shi and the others died, he received the news, and the result was just as he expected. The Jin family was used as a pawn by the third leader to take the blame. If he had left quickly, one of those corpses would have been his. Kins felt guilty toward his ancestors. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm sorry to the Jin family. This grudge, I will definitely take revenge for. Kins wiped away his tears, stood up from the ground, and left Kyoto with 2 virus Gene warriors. In the Demon City, at the entrance of the Lin Security Company, Qin Ruolin was already panting. Although she had intentionally learned some combat skills in the past few days, there were too many virus Gene warriors on the other side, and their various abilities could counter her extreme cold power. Chapter 349, Post-War Planning. Qin Ruolin nodded, tears also flowing from the corners of her eyes. After all, these people died because of her, and she couldn't get over it quickly. She needed time to calm down. The aftermath for her brothers was also entrusted to the group, communicating with their families to see their needs. Each injured brother would receive an extra 1 million as a bonus, while those who participated without injury would receive 500 000. That's it. Lin Qingju sighed and waved his hand. This was the first time Lin Security Company encountered casualties, and such a large number at once. This loss could not be considered anything but heavy, and Lin Qingju secretly vowed that he would never let his brothers suffer such great losses again in the future. Qin Roland's assistant, Zhou Han, went down to handle this matter. She followed Qin Roland closely and had learned many secrets, so she was considered one of their own. During the battle, just now, Qin Roland didn't let her come, but she still came, only to be sent inside by Qin Roland and not let out. Just for her willingness to help, Lin Qingju had already considered her one of their own. Now that Qin Roland was in a bad state, she could only handle these matters. There was still one more thing everyone needed to do, but before discussing it, Lin explained why we didn't know about this operation. The so-called Lin system, which claims to far exceed world technology, received no wind of this? Lin Qingju looked at the screen in the control room, his eyes filled with a hint of coldness. He wanted an explanation, one that could convince him. Chapter 350, Hui Yuan's visit. Now that he had the system, it had pushed him step by step to his current state, gaining enemies, gaining friends, and even becoming more famous than those stars. Hiding here for 2 days had made him truly feel relaxed and comfortable. Now was the real moment of enjoyment, carefree, with everything provided for him. His women were all busy with their own matters and had no time to pay attention to him. Qin Roland and Wen Ruxue had returned to their posts, while Chun Shanshan returned home after catching up with Li Lan, as she had to go back to the Chun family to recognize her roots. It was said that her father had also relented and was willing to take her back to the Qin family. Su Xia and Xiao Renan had gone to Kyoto, and Su Xia had submitted an application to join the Huaxia Security Bureau. The teacher, on the other hand, didn't want to continue. In her own words, with great power comes great responsibility, and being a teacher was no longer suitable for her. She wanted to become a righteous heroine. Guan Yu called him, complaining that he promised to go back to find her, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to the Demon City. However, after hearing that Lin Qingju's parents were also in the Demon City, Guan Yu planned to visit in a while. Lin Qingju's parents, seeing so many daughters-in-law here, also grew fond of life in the Demon City and decided not to go back for the time being. Chapter 351, 3-month maid when Lin Qingju refused. Hui Yuan didn't seem surprised at all. Her expression didn't change in the slightest, as if everything was within her expectations. Since that's the case, just say it directly. What do you want in order to be willing to help? Regarding the medical qualification certificate, I will have someone handle it for you. As long as you are willing to step in and save someone, you can propose any conditions, and I will agree to them. If you feel that my weight is not enough, I can represent the Hua family in negotiations with you. Hui Yuan seemed calm because she anticipated that the other party would make unreasonable demands. At this moment, Lin Qingju was puzzled as to why the system had not issued a task. Generally, when a beauty with a score over 90 sought his help, a task would be assigned. Could it be that this matter was too lacking in challenge for Lin Qingju, leading the system to refrain from issuing a task? My request is that you leave my house and never appear again. I do not know any medical skills. You have mistaken the person. I am just a rich man living off others. If you ask me to save someone, I might end up killing them instead. Since no task has been issued, there is even less reason for him to step in. Hui Yuan was somewhat angry. She managed some business for her family and hated encountering people like this. Chapter 352. No apprentices. Since this is an unwelcome request, then don't speak. I want to teach or accept apprentices. I have answered your questions, so, Mr. Sun, if there is nothing else, please leave. Lin Qingju waved his hand, issuing another eviction order. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Xiaowen had come bearing gifts, Lin Qingju wouldn't have even let him in the door. Sun Xiaowen was stunned. He hadn't said anything yet and was already being silenced. What kind of person are you? At least let my grandfather finish speaking. Do you think anyone enjoys staying in this broken place? Sun Feifei said angrily. However, when she looked up, she made eye contact with Lin Qingju, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Feifei, don't be rude. That old man just wants Mr. Lin to take my granddaughter as an apprentice. She is at the right age to learn. Of course, learning requires tuition, and my family is willing to offer 1 billion for tuition. Moreover, you have a maid who usually washes clothes, cleans up, and serves tea. She is very skilled at these tasks. Sun Xiaowen was determined to ensure his granddaughter's apprenticeship, first scolding Sun Feifei, then lowering his stance to plead with Lin Qingju. looking as if he was trying to sell his granddaughter. Chapter 353. 1 year, when Hui Yuanyuan was asked by her third uncle. Her face immediately flushed with a hint of red, not out of shyness, but out of anger. That scoundrel, not wanting to help Grandpa with treatment, actually proposed that I be his maid for 3 months, and if I perform well, he would treat Grandpa. How ridiculous! A scoundrel surrounded by a group of maids isn't enough, and has his eyes set on me, as a member of the Hua family. How could I serve as a maid to a scoundrel? It's simply a delusion. What? How dare that scoundrel ask a member of the Hua family to be a maid? Fourth uncle is going to break that kid's legs and tear his mouth apart. Hua Jinbei was the most rugged-looking among the 4 brothers. Although he was the youngest, he looked the oldest from the outside, and his voice was thunderous. Wait! Hua Jindong stopped his youngest brother, then exchanged glances with the other 2 brothers, all seeing understanding in each other's eyes, their eyes suddenly filled with hope. It seems that the other party is not someone who is impervious to reason. There is still a weakness that can be exploited. From Hua Yuanyuan's words, they discovered another weakness of Lin Qinshi. He was not greedy for money, but was greedy for women. Chapter 354. Tianyi Taoist Temple, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday were at Lin Qinshi's discretion. But on the weekends, one day was for Qin Ruolin and one day was for Wen Ruxue. Since both of them were usually very busy, they only had a bit of time on the weekends. Now, that Wen Ruxue was often abroad. Her day was assigned to Guan Yuer. Although these were the times assigned by Qin Ruolin, Lin Qinshi did not follow them at all, still going wherever he pleased. The only time he reserved was Saturday for Qin Ruolin, as that was the time she had arranged, naturally her only free time, indicating that Qin Ruolin had set aside a day to rest and spend with Lin Qinshi. The film studio project had already been completed. Although some areas were still under construction, it was overall ready to operate. The Lin Group officially entered the film industry starting today, and Lin Qinshi was preparing to go to Kyoto to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the film company. Guan Yuer, as one of the top artists and responsible persons of the film company, would gradually transition to behind the scenes. Just in time, Lin Qinshi hadn't seen her for a while, so he took this opportunity to accompany her. Chapter 355. 2 young ladies as maids after Xiao Runin finished speaking. She picked up the functional drink, then thought for a moment that she wanted to take both bottles with her. Drinking them now would be a bit wasteful. She set the drink back down and picked up the one Lin Qinshi had just drunk from, taking a gulp. Lin Qinshi looked at her strangely. When did this woman become so unreserved, even drinking from the bottle he had used? What's so strange about this Taoist temple? Even the security bureau is investigating. Wouldn't it be enough to let the police handle it? It's just a small Taoist temple. Couldn't they just take everyone back for questioning? It seems a bit over the top to have people from the Huaxia Security Bureau investigate. Originally, a Taoist temple indeed didn't require our intervention. But based on past experiences, the police who came to investigate here also became disciples of the temple. And that police officer had a brother in our security bureau. When the brother came, he also became a disciple of the temple, which raised our concern. According to our investigation, the master of Tianyi Taoist Temple is a woman, and many wealthy people come to seek her services. Those people end up returning to find their companies bankrupt and their families destroyed. If not, they remain in the temple as disciples, and all of them are male. Xiao Runin finished Lin Qinshi's drink, smacked her lips, and continued speaking. Chapter 356. Heading to Anqing City from then on, Sun Feifei frequently stayed in the Magic City, visiting every few days. However, each time the result was the same, and she didn't even get to see Lin Qinshi, eventually running straight in. Hua Yuanyuan had a similar interest. Originally, this matter no longer required her to handle it, as her brother Hua Qiming was supposed to find Lin Qinshi, even bringing along a pair of twin girls with looks over 80 points to present to him. However, they hadn't even seen Lin Qinshi's face before being sent back. Hua Qiming was not discouraged and used many connections just to get a chance to meet Lin Qinshi, yet still failed. The Hua family discussed it repeatedly, concluding that while Lin Qinshi was indeed lecherous, he wasn't indiscriminate. His object of desire should be Hua Yuanyuan. Thus, they ultimately decided to let Hua Yuanyuan handle the situation. After all, this was not just about the life of old Master Hua, but also about Hua Yuanyuan's life, and even the lives of every future generation in the Hua family who might inherit a genetic disease. The Hua family sent Hua Yuanyuan with the twins. But in the end, Lin Qinshi only allowed Hua Yuanyuan to enter and did not let the pair of twins follow in. This further solidified the idea among the people of the Hua family that Lin Qinshu was interested in Hui Yuan, disregarding other beauties. They even began to plan a marriage alliance to wed Hui Yuan to Lin Qinshu. However, as soon as this was proposed, Hui Yuan threatened to take her own life, and they ultimately had to postpone the idea. Chapter 357. Call me master, have you heard of the Tianyi Taoist temple? On the plane, Lin Qinshu asked the two young ladies. Both women came from top families in China and should have heard of such metaphysical matters. As a result, both of them fell into thought, seemingly having heard that name before. I think I've heard of it. It's in Anqing City. It's said to be a temple run by a female sorceress and is very effective. Our Sun family is originally from Anqing City, so we've heard about this local sorceress. However, our family has never engaged with her since we're not business people and rely on medicine for our livelihood, so we don't believe in fortune changing. Sun Feifei said, shaking her head. Hui Yuan also recalled the temple and said, I've heard of that temple too. The Huang family from Xiangjiang has made their fortune from feng shui and metaphysics. They once said that the female sorceress at Tianyi Taoist temple is quite skilled because someone from the Huang family had interacted with her, and they got along well. However, it seems they haven't been in touch since then. They probably reached an agreement and are each sticking to their own territory. Skilled? Two con artists finding common ground. I suppose. Chapter 358. The enthusiasm of the people of Anqing or a trap. That night, Lin Qinshu went to the hotel restaurant for dinner. A man resembling the lobby manager approached him with a big smile, holding a bottle of wine. You're Mr. Lin, right? Your arrival truly brings glory to our hotel. To welcome you, we have specially sent you a bottle of wine, he said. Lin Qinshu glanced at the man and noticed the expensive bottle of wine worth over 100,000, immediately sensing something was off. Flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. He is not a big shot, nor does he have any benefits for this hotel. So why give him such an expensive gift? Either this hotel needs something from him, or they're trying to set him up. I didn't expect someone to recognize me in Anqing City. I'm just here for a night. No need to send me anything. Just add the cost of the wine to my room bill, Lin Qinshu said tentatively. Not at all. We have already fully refunded your room fee. Your presence in Anqing is a blessing for us, and we, the people of Anqing, are known for our hospitality. I must give you this bottle of wine, the lobby manager said as he opened the wine and poured 3 full glasses in front of Lin Qinshu and the two women. Chapter 359. Entering the Tianyi Taoist temple, Lin Qinshu smiled, agreeing with Hui Yuan's statement. The most unusual thing about the lobby manager was this. 2 beauties with over 90 points in looks, and he didn't even spare them a glance. Moreover, with Hui Yuan's figure, even a dog would take a second look. Yet to the lobby manager, it was as if Hui Yuan didn't exist at all. Lin Qinshu originally didn't want to go to the Tianyi Taoist temple so soon. He wanted to see what other methods this temple would use to guide him. The lobby manager's actions piqued his interest, and he wondered what other tactics would follow. At the adjacent table, 4 new people arrived, 2 men and 2 women. After they sat down, one of the women directly said, Let us go to Tianyi Taoist temple tomorrow. I've already made a reservation. The other 2 men showed disinterest, saying, What is so great about a temple? It's better to rest well. We're flying to the casino in Australia tomorrow afternoon. That is even more reason to go to Tianyi Taoist temple. I heard the sorceress there can perform rituals that bring us good fortune. You've been losing at cards lately. Trust me, let us check out the temple first. After the temple, we can head straight to the casino in Australia, and we'll definitely make a fortune, the woman said excitedly. Chapter 360. An ordinary-looking beauty, the Taoist boy led Hui Yuan and the 2 women into a lounge. The Taoist boys, like the lobby manager, didn't spare a glance at Hui Yuan and her companion. It was as if they weren't normal men. This situation could either mean they were under a spell or had been cursed. However, all of this would become clear when they met the master of the Tianyi temple, Lin Huizhong. Lin Qinshu followed Huang Jieqi to the restroom. They stood side by side to urinate, and Lin Qinshu glanced over, finally understanding why Huang Jieqi, who had no money and was handsome, was kept by Lin Huizhong. He indeed had unique qualities. Let us leave quickly before we see the sorceress. This isn't a normal place. I can't leave, and I don't even know where to go. The commands from the sorceress in my mind can't be disobeyed. While I still have some awareness, you should run. Huang Jieqi said beside him. Are you not still clear-headed? I thought you had already been controlled. Lin Qinshu shook his body and took the lead to step out. This sorceress is strange. She makes me see only her and only listen to her commands. If I hadn't heard her name last night, I might still be like a zombie, without my own thoughts. Even now that I have a bit of awareness, I still can't stop thinking about the sorceress. Huang Jiechi followed him out, saying, Chapter 361. The background of Lin Huizhong, so ruthless. You want to kill me over a disagreement? Just a moment ago, you were saying a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Qinshuo shook his head, pretending to be sad. This ruthless woman tempts you while simultaneously stabbing you in the back. Truly the most vicious of women. Who are you? Why is my charm ineffective against you? Why doesn't the aphrodisiac work on you? Lin Huizhong's neck was being squeezed, her face flushed red. In her territory, everyone who entered was affected. Yet Lin Qinshuo was the first to show no reaction. I'm just an ordinary person. How would I know why your tricks don't work on me? To be honest, seeing your alluring figure, I actually wouldn't mind being affected. After all, who would refuse such a tempting offer? Lin Qinshuo said with a smile. Let me go, and I'll make you feel good. Trust me, I'm very skilled and can definitely satisfy you. Lin Huizhong's voice trembled as Lin Qinshuo tightened his grip on her neck, making it difficult for her to speak. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go. As for feeling good, I'm not very interested. Although you're full of charm, I have no interest in public transport. I prefer my own vehicle. Lin Qinshuo released her neck, and as soon as Lin Huizhong hit the ground, she coughed several times. Chapter 362. Born with charm, Lin Qinshuo examined the woman in front of him. Her background wasn't as mysterious as he had imagined. In fact, it was quite simple. She was an ordinary person with a natural charm. However, her appearance was not impressive. Upon closer inspection, it was clear she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yet she still wasn't beautiful. No wonder the sorcerers lamented that it was a pity. People born with natural charm are rarely unattractive. In ancient times, women who could topple cities and cause nations to fall were all born with such charm, and they were all top beauties. From these words, Lin Qinshuo also learned a secret. The abbot of Shaolin and the leader of Amei were actually in that kind of relationship, which explained why Amei people publicly exhibited hostility toward Shaolin while secretly obeying their orders. It seems that they are afraid of being discovered for this taboo relationship. Are there any tasks recently? Have they contacted you? Shaolin and Amei must have sent Lin Huizhong to collect money for a purpose. And they also want Lin Huizhong to gather connections, which means controlling those people. Lin Qinshuo wants to know what their ultimate goal is. They have contacted me, asking me to control more powerful people, and I've been told to store the money in foreign banks. Let me give you the account number and password. Lin Huizhong took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Qinshuo, then began tugging at Lin Qinshuo's pants. Chapter 363. Silencing witnesses upon hearing that voice. Lin Qinshuo immediately recalled the Taoist boy who led him to Lin Huizhong's room. It turned out that the Taoist boy was a spy planted in the temple by an unknown individual. Lin Qinshuo suddenly had a bad premonition. Putting himself in the other person's shoes, he thought that at this moment, they should order to kill and silence witnesses. After a moment of silence, the voice on the phone said to kill everyone, including Lin Huizhong. Lin Qinshuo is not an ordinary person. It's possible that Lin Huizhong has already reached an agreement with him, which would be very detrimental to us. The Taoist boy hesitated for a moment and then said, But if she is dead, won't the money she hid and our connections be lost? Because the Tianyi Taoist temple has always been under Lin Huizhong's name. If she dies, that connection will be severed. It doesn't matter. We know where the money is. We have the account number and password. We will send someone to deal with it soon. As for the connections, we have already contacted 80% of them, and they have reached an agreement with us. We also have information on the remaining people, and we'll be able to establish contacts sooner or later. As for Lin Huizhong, she has already been targeted by the Huaxia Security Bureau. It's time for her to disappear. The voice on the phone said calmly. Chapter 364. Mental breakdown. Yes, master. Sun Feifei was overjoyed. Originally, she thought Lin Qinshuo only had the skill of a master craftsman to learn from, and she even doubted whether it was indeed a master craftsman, as she had never seen it with her own eyes. Now she saw Lin Qinshuo using a mysterious massage technique to expel all the aphrodisiac hormones from Huang Jiatsai's body. Don't underestimate it. This technique can expel hormones from anyone, even those who are not poisoned. It's well known that hormones are the hardest substances for the human body to expel. Many people become obese due to excessive hormones and can't lose weight no matter how hard they try. With this technique, even if it's not for curing diseases, it can help people lose weight. At this moment, Sun Feifei truly recognized Lin Qingju's abilities. In her eyes, Lin Qingju transformed from a carefree playboy into an unfathomable expert. Yuan, don't walk so fast. I didn't expect to meet you in Anqing City. It shows that we are fated. A frivolous voice sounded from outside. Huang Daoshan, stop following me. I came with someone else, and we have no fate together. Don't think I don't know that you investigated my hotel stay records. Which is how you knew I was in Anqing City. Yuan said angrily. Chapter 365. Applaud before love, master. I am willing to put some things here for you. But don't forget our agreement. I just want to take a leave and can pause the maid's time, and I'll accept the assessment again when I come back. Lin Qingju glanced at the time. There was still some time before takeoff, and the dry scene made it impossible to think clearly. Although Yuan definitely had her motives for doing this, Lin Qingju could no longer care about that. A shadow vanished from Lin Qingju's position, and after a surprise cry from Yuan, she had already appeared on the bed. The following events, as everyone understands, were implied. At first, Sun Feifei wondered what the noise was, but she was already an adult and quickly realized it. She immediately returned to her room, locked the door, and covered her ears with the quilt. However, the soundproofing of the five-star Anqing Grand Hotel was not particularly good. Outside, Huang Jiatsai couldn't help but run out, finding a club to dive into. Although he was often oppressed by Lin Huizhong, he had now regained his composure, and hearing the voice of that beautiful woman made it impossible for him to hold back. The two lay on the bed. Lin Qingju was closing his eyes, savoring the moment, while Yuan stood up, preparing to dress, though her movements were not particularly convenient. Chapter 366. Lin's media company Lin Qingju followed Guan Yuer to Lin's media in Kyoto. After entering the lobby, he was informed that the talented screenwriter had not yet arrived. Guan Yuer planned to wait in the lobby, while Lin Qingju, having nothing to do, took a walk and sat in the lounge area to wait. He felt a slight displeasure towards this talented screenwriter. His woman, he wouldn't even let her wait, yet this screenwriter was acting all high and mighty. If he didn't have real talent, Lin Qingju would beat him up. Lin Qingju picked up a magazine in the lounge area, which was filled with reports about Lin's media and Guan Yuer. Although many were not true, it still glorified Guan Yuer significantly, calling her the annual diva, Golden Song. Golden Elephant, a dual talent in acting and singing, and the only perfect goddess in the world. Suddenly, a young man in his 30s wearing glasses, holding a folder, sat down on the lounge chair. He appeared a bit shy, as if it was his first time out, not daring to look around, making him seem socially anxious. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from the folder and landed at Lin Qingju's feet. He picked it up to find it was a story outline. Chapter 367. Meeting Tian Qinzi again. This drama features a female lead, so Zhai Yangxiong only came to select the female lead. He would not be involved in the other roles, leaving them to the production company to decide. The first one to enter was a 20-year-old girl. Lin Qingju didn't follow the entertainment industry, so he didn't recognize her. According to the introduction, her name was Meng Luer, and she was already a somewhat famous actress, having previously participated in films by major directors, playing the second female lead, which made her memorable. She had a sweet face and exuded youthful energy, though her figure was relatively slender and her appearance was around 80 points. Overall, she was a beauty, but Zhai Yangxiong seemed uninterested in her. Being the first to enter the audition indicated that Meng Luer's agency had invested heavily, but Zhai Yangxiong didn't even glance at her before sending her out. The second person to enter was named Dai Yujiao, who debuted at 16 and was now 27. Having been in the industry for 11 years with many works, yet she had remained lukewarm in popularity. She was the kind of actress who was neither famous nor unknown. Even if someone didn't know her name, they would find her familiar. As soon as she entered, Dai Yujiao threw flirtatious glances at Zhai Yangxiong, who slightly raised the corner of his mouth in an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 368. Just because I am Lin Qingju Bang. Zhai Yangxiong slammed the table and shouted at the people from Lin's media, "What the hell? Don't you know my time is precious? Or my requirement for casting? They must have a youthful aura. I said from the beginning, no matter how beautiful the actress is, no matter how old she is, as long as she is married and has children, she is out. Even if she is just a supporting role, a minor character, no women are allowed. Are you messing with me, wasting my time?" Zhai Yangxiong's furious outburst made Tian Chenxi's already pale face turn even whiter. Zhai Yangxiong spoke harshly, but his eyes greedily stared at Tian Chenxi. The purpose of his sunglasses was to hide his gaze from others. This was a prearranged plan with Dai Yujiao, where Dai Yujiao would continuously undermine Tian Chenxi during the audition, and then he would speak to make Tian Chenxi feel hopeless. After this was over, he would privately contact Tian Chenxi, saying he could arrange a role for her, but she would have to pay a certain price. With this operation, Tian Chenxi would definitely agree. Slap! The sound of a slap rang out, and a dark shadow flashed before everyone's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhai Yangxiong who had been slapped away. Everyone was shocked, looking at Lin Qinshi, who had slapped Zhai Yangxiong, not understanding why he suddenly attacked. This man had been staying in the corner and hadn't said a word, yet he suddenly struck and sent the big screenwriter flying. Chapter 369. Dai Yujiao's disgrace in her mind. How could a big shot like the chairman of the Lin Group appear in a small media company? Even if this is a company under the Lin Group, it shouldn't be like this. Rumor has it that Lin Qinshi hasn't even been to the Lin Group that many times. How could he come to this media company? Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. We were just targeting Tian Chenxi, and we had no intention of targeting Lin Media. We can compensate for the time we wasted, Dai Yujiao said intermittently. Lin Qinshi coldly laughed. Do you think I lack money? He immediately opened another recording. Young Master Yang, will you be at King later? I'll bring a beautiful girl over. The one you mentioned last time, Tian Chenxi. I told you she's my junior sister, right? Remember to prepare the drugs. After you're done, make sure to introduce me to some big directors. What? Tian Chenxi has been rescued, and young Master Yang has been beaten? Do you know who rescued her? Hurry and run. Staying here will cause trouble. Hey, I've got some explosive news for you. Tian Chenxi is pregnant. Ha ha ha, a sweet girl, not knowing whose wild seed she is carrying. Hurry and spread the news. I just noticed she has been vomiting a lot lately, and I realized it. I've had multiple abortions before, and I can spot early pregnancy symptoms at a glance. Chapter 370. Signing Tian Chenxi, I'm free, I'm free. I'll be there in a minute. No, 30 seconds, I'll arrive. Yang Fan hadn't gone far, just by the door, and, after receiving the call, he hurried back to Lin Media. On the other side, due to Dai Yujiao's involvement, plus Zhai Yangxiong being beaten by Lin Qinshi, this job was effectively gone for Tian Chenxi. She was also preparing to leave to see if there were other job opportunities. Arriving at the entrance of Lin Media, an electric bicycle passed by her, and seeing the delivery uniform, she suddenly thought whether she should also consider delivering food to earn money. Or perhaps she might have to take the path of some outdated artists, becoming a streamer or doing live sales, which was the last thing she wanted to do. Once she stepped onto that path, there would be no turning back. Using her fame to sell products, she feared she would never return to acting. And she definitely could not engage in such fan-exploiting behavior. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of her, and a middle-aged woman got out. Chenxi, did you know I was coming? So you waited for me here? But wait, I haven't called you yet. Chapter 371. The child your family member? Li Hua was shocked, looking at Guan Yuer. There was some information online saying that Guan Yuer was Lin Qinshi's girlfriend, and that Lin Qinshi had more than one girlfriend. Hearing Guan Yuer say this, could it be that Lin Qinshi was interested in Tian Chenxi? Li Hua immediately felt an impulse to pull Tian Chenxi away, but upon reflection, Tian Chenxi was alone and needed an income source. Pulling her away now would be cutting off her only means of survival. If Tian Chenxi became Lin Qinshi's plaything, would her fate be better than it is now? She had seen too many wealthy men toy with female celebrities over the years, leading to those female celebrities losing their careers and living miserable lives afterward. In Li Hua's view, only becoming strong herself was the most secure option. Then Chenxi, thank Mr. Lin first. Sister Yuer, I will work hard to become the ace you hope for, Tian Chenxi said, clenching her fist. Guan Yuer nodded in appreciation. She had intentionally mentioned those two reasons, especially the first one, which was completely fabricated. Lin Qinshi had never mentioned it to her. Guan Yuer wanted to see Tian Chenxi's reaction, whether she would feel happy or humiliated. Chapter 372. Tian, Lin, Ruan, what's his name? Lin Qinshi's voice trembled slightly. He hadn't expected to feel this way after becoming a father. His heart felt special and soft. It seemed that as long as the child asked for something from this world, Lin Qinshi would give it to him. Tian Chenxi didn't see Lin Qinshi's reaction and quietly said, his name is Tian Ruan. Because of him, I feel as if I'm in a dream. Lin Qinshi, kept murmuring the name Ruhuan. Tian Chensi looked up at Lin Qinshu, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Mr. Lin, could you step out for a moment? I need to feed the baby." Okay, I'll go out right away." Lin Qinshu hurriedly exited the room, the smile on his face never fading. Huang Jia, seeing Lin Qinshu like this, was shocked. He had been with the security company for over a year and had never seen Lin Qinshu smile so genuinely. He immediately speculated that the child must be the young master's. If that were the case, as the head of the Lin Security Company's Kyoto branch, he must protect this mother and child well. Huang Jia quickly made a few calls, summoning 2 female security personnel with experience caring for children from the current branch. Chapter 373. I have a child. The screenwriter you introduced today was pretty good, but I only saw his outline skills. I haven't checked the actual script yet. He said he would revise it tonight and submit it to me tomorrow morning. Let us go see it together in the morning, Guan Yuer said, popping a grape into her mouth. You can handle this aspect yourself. If you think it's good, then cultivate it. We originally had a screenwriting team, right? Let them communicate and see if they can spark any ideas. What are you looking at? Lin Qinshu glanced at the tablet, which seemed to contain personal profiles and accompanying works. Lin Qinshu saw Tian Chensi and some of her previous roles. Glancing through it briefly, he noticed that Tian Chensi was indeed 2 different people in her acting and real life. The delicacy she displayed while acting matched her emotional state at the time. No wonder she achieved what many actors couldn't in 30 years within her 3 years since debuting. Didn't you say you were kind-hearted? To make your conscience feel better, I signed Tian Chensi. You should have seen Yang Fan's script. He has revised the outline again. However, it's relatively more complicated. The original villainess and the second male lead in the series have now become the main leads. The original villainess must be very beautiful, and I think Chensi is quite suitable, but she looks a bit sweet, so her styling might need some adjustments. On the contrary, we can find a relatively famous actress for the original female lead. I'm currently looking for other actors. Guan Yuer swiped on her tablet. Chapter 374. I want to be a mom. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Qinshu felt a bit uneasy under Guan Yuer's half-smiling gaze. You said these people are not as good as you, right? Then you should play the role. After all, this Tian Chensi is your woman. So those intimate scenes won't need to be cut, which saves you some trouble. Besides, you have nothing to do every day. Just hanging out at Yunlu Villa with those 7 maids, you might as well do something productive. Stay in Kyoto for a while. Tomorrow Yang Fan will bring the script, and we can study the plot together to prepare for filming. Lin Qinshu felt a headache at the thought of acting. In his impression, acting was a tiring job. Forget it, I'm not a professional actor. People would think I'm just doing it for fun, trying to be the male lead. Look at that old ma from Jiangcheng. He has the money to hire a bunch of action actors to film videos, and he has been ridiculed for it. Plus, people will say I'm using those actresses, which is pointless. Lin Qinshu shook his head in refusal. Even if it was acting with Tian Chensi, he wasn't very willing. No, you must agree, or I'll arrange intimate scenes for Tian Chensi, or I'll tell uncle and aunt that you had a child with someone else. Guan Yuer put her hands on her hips, stating this was her hard-thought plan to keep Lin Qinshu around. Otherwise, she would feel lonely in Kyoto while he was off lounging in Modu. Chapter 375. Yang Family Banquet. Young Master, the child's health is robust. He should seem unfamiliar to you in this state. The female security guard quickly stopped Lin Qinshu. Yes, young master. Miss Tian said this child rarely cries and has resistance comparable to that of an adult. Another female security guard added. Lin Qinshu picked up the child, who remained calm, curiously observing him. Lin Qinshu examined the child his own way and found no issues. In fact, the child's physical development was excellent. Suddenly, he recalled his own physical condition. When this incident happened in Kyoto, his blood could enhance the efficacy of the gene enhancement liquid. This child must have inherited some of his physical traits. A child born from his superhuman-like physique would surely be stronger by nature. However, since he was still small, it was hard to tell if there were any other inherited abilities. For Lin Qinshu, as long as the child was healthy, that was enough. For the entire day, Lin Qinshu stayed there playing with the child. The child was too young and slept a lot, so most of the time, Lin Qinshu just watched the child smiling foolishly. Chapter 376. The Fate of Yang Ming-en-so. Yang Xinghua regarded Lin Qinshu as the enemy who killed her son. Although she was a cold-hearted person, she still felt heartache for her son. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Tiger poison does not eat its child. Originally, she had a happy family with Wen Jiaxiu, watching when Wen Feng managed the Wen family, but it was all ruined because of this person in front of her, forcing her to return to her family in Kyoto. That shouldn't be the case. I've met your son, and we're not on the same wavelength. It's unlikely we would get along, but this possibility can't be validated anymore. He is dead. Lin Qingzhu replied with a smile. Just those two simple sentences made the atmosphere in the rest area tense. Ahem, sis, are you feeling a bit dizzy? Why don't you take a break? Yang Lian quickly stepped in to ease the tension. He was caught between Lin Qingzhu, whom he didn't dare offend, and his sister. Yang Xinghua stood up and huffed. I hope you can always remain so calm. This sentence seemed to convey some information that made Lin Qingzhu's gaze sharpen. However, he didn't think too much about it, because the people around him had come forward to curry favor, leaving him no time to ponder the implications of her threat. Chapter 377. The child is in trouble. Is there any other program for this banquet besides celebrating Yang Lion's ascension as the head of the family? If there is nothing, I'm planning to sneak out. Lin Qingzhu stretched. He disliked such occasions the most. In the past, he could play the fool and enjoy himself. But now it was different. Everyone recognized him and knew his identity and background, so he couldn't pretend anymore. If it weren't for Guan Yuer saying this banquet was mainly to promote Tian Chenxi, he wouldn't have come. Now that he had introduced Tian Chenxi as part of Lin's media to the major media outlets, he had nothing else to do. I heard the Yang family and the Tong family will announce their marriage alliance at this banquet. It seems Yang Lian's son, Yang Huai, is marrying Tong Shuqin from the Tong family. Look, the Tong family people have arrived. Guan Jibin pointed toward the entrance. At the entrance, a young man in a suit walked in, accompanied by a glamorous woman, smiling and greeting everyone along the way. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They seemed well-matched. Behind them were some people from the Tong family. That is Yang Huai, Yang Lian's son, a PhD in finance who studied abroad. I heard he is quite famous in the overseas finance circle and is a finance genius. The woman beside him is Tong Shuqin from the Tong family. She is an entrepreneur and seems to be moving into the film industry, Guan Jibin explained. Chapter 378. Room 8201. There is a surprise. Lin Qingzhu, a person who could overshadow everything, thought about taking her son, but she had no way to do so. However, that thought only flashed through her mind. Deep down, Tian Chenxi still trusted Lin Qingzhu. With a dark expression, Lin Qingzhu returned to Tian Chenxi's residence and saw blood everywhere. 2 female security guards had been pierced through their bodies. If it weren't for the gene enhancement liquid they had used, they would have been killed instantly. Now, the medical team members were treating their wounds. When they saw Lin Qingzhu return, they hurriedly wanted to kneel and apologize, but Lin Qingzhu stopped them with a glance. What happened? Lin Qingzhu asked in a deep voice. Huang Jia stepped forward, lowering his head to say, Young master, the enemy was too fast. We didn't notice anything and only received their distress signal. As gene warriors, they hadn't even seen the enemy's face. And the world's #1 security company was slapped in the face at this moment. Lin Qingzhu had already instructed the Amlin system to track this person. But the enemy was too fast. Even the slowed-down surveillance couldn't capture their figure. A capable enemy who abducted a child instead of killing them indicated they had another purpose, likely targeting Lin Qingzhu himself. Chapter 379. Exciting family drama. Yang Huai thought the room 8201 sounded familiar and suddenly remembered that it was the room he had booked for Tong Shuqin. When Tong Shuqin said she wasn't feeling well and wanted to rest, Yang Huai asked the waiter to take her to the room. And the waiter came back to tell him that the room number was indeed 8201. Yang Huai quickened his pace and squeezed into the elevator, his expression darkening. Just now, when the waiter told him the room number, he was also given another room card. If Lin Qingzhu's surprise was related to Tong Shuqin, then with so many people going together now, it was likely to cause trouble. He had to find a way to get these people to leave first. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a series of indescribable sounds, and Yang Huai's face turned black. Everyone present had heard that sound, and it was already too late to let them leave. Yang Lian and the others still didn't know what was happening or why the surprise Lin Qingzhu mentioned involved someone doing that kind of thing. Yang Huai took out the room card and opened the door, revealing a man and a woman by the bed. The woman was Tong Shuqin, and the man was Jin Si, the only survivor of the Jin family. The two of them were startled by the sudden opening of the door. Jin Si reacted quickly, grabbing a towel and rushing out the door, but Yang Huai and the others reached out to stop him and were knocked aside by Jin Si. Chapter 380. The transformed Li Tianzong, the subordinate, who had originally been in a daze, suddenly woke up and rubbed the back of his neck as he sat up. Young master, I don't know what happened. I just saw Lin Qinghua return to the hotel and cause a scene with the Yang family. I wanted to get a closer look, but when he passed by me, I fainted and don't remember anything, the subordinate said with a mournful expression. Lin Qinghua, it's you again. Jin Si gritted his teeth at the name, but his heart was filled with more fear. From the subordinate's simple recounting, it was clear that Lin Qinghua had knocked him out and leaked his information to the Yang family. Jin Si thought he had hidden himself well, but unexpectedly, he was still discovered by Lin Qinghua. He just didn't know when it had happened. However, thinking about it, with Lin Qinghua's strength, he could easily kill him. But Lin Qinghua had not done so, perhaps wanting to see him take revenge. Jin Si was also self-aware, knowing that he was not worthy of even carrying Lin Qinghua's shoes now. So how could he dare to establish a hostile relationship with him? What was he causing a scene about? Jin Si asked in a deep voice. The subordinate shook his head. I didn't hear clearly before I was knocked out. Chapter 381. Lin Qinghua in a coma. Moreover, this gene enhancement liquid was processed by Helen. If Lin Qinghua was injected with it, Helen would have the opportunity to control him. This controlling toxin was refined from the bodies of several virus gene warriors. For the sake of this little controlling effect, dozens of controlling virus gene warriors were killed just to achieve the goal of controlling Lin Qinghua. Of course, Helen did not think he could completely control Lin Qinghua, but he held a glimmer of hope. The most important thing was still to kill Lin Qinghua. If he could control him, that would be even better. Tian Qinsi stood still, holding the vial of virus liquid. Listen to him, inject it. Lin Qinghua extended his arm, and Tian Qinsi retreated repeatedly. She didn't want to implicate Lin Qinghua because of her child. Up to this point, she still didn't understand why the other party wanted to kidnap her child. Nor did she understand why Lin Qinghua was so reckless in trying to save her child. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't act, you can go have another child. Li Tianzong raised Tian Ruhuan high, as if he was about to throw the child from the altar at any moment. Lin Qinghua quickly stepped forward, grabbed Tian Qinsi's hand, and plunged the syringe into his own arm, injecting the liquid into his body. Chapter 382. The 100 Lives Poison. However, this time, Tian Qinsi was very grateful to Lin Qinghua. After all, if it weren't for Lin Qinghua, her son would be in danger. At the same time, she was puzzled as to why Lin Qinghua would rather suffer such great harm to protect them. She didn't believe that he was after her beauty. After all, which beauty here was not prettier than her? Not to mention she had already given birth. Qinsi, you should stay with us for a while. I'm sorry. If it weren't for our reasons, you wouldn't have encountered such things, Guan Yuer said as she approached Tian Qinsi, interrupting her thoughts. Your reasons? Tian Qinsi asked in confusion. She had thought about why she was targeted and even had her child kidnapped, attributing the reasons to herself. But she had never considered that it might be because of Lin Qinghua. Guan Yuer nodded. Yes, you and your child are innocent, so you don't need to blame yourself. This incident was originally aimed at Lin Qinghua. You should go rest. This place is safe, so don't be too constrained. Guan Yuer had someone take Tian Qinsi and her child to rest. Because she was scared and felt responsible for Lin Qinghua's unconsciousness, she stayed close to everyone, attending to the child's needs along with them. Chapter 383. Filming the 100 Lives Poison. Helen's vial of poison was refined from the lives of hundreds of virus gene warriors. If it weren't for his body having reached a qualitative leap, he wouldn't have just been suppressed, but would have died outright. Even with his 15-point physique, he had to spend 9 points to suppress that virus. For others, they would have long since met their end. Fortunately, only his physique was suppressed, while other aspects were still retained. Kid, you're awake. How do you feel now? Is the mixed gene I studied effective? Gu Beichun rushed over immediately since he was at the experimental base. Lin Qinghua nodded and then smiled wryly. There's indeed some credit for that. But my current condition isn't much better. My physique is no different from an ordinary person. If it weren't for Gu Beichun's mixed gene, I might have slept longer and wouldn't know when I would wake up. Now his physique was the same as before he obtained the system. Although he wasn't particularly weak, he couldn't do any strenuous exercise. Gu Beichun took out a syringe and said, let me draw some blood to study what your current condition is. Chapter 384. Filming the boat scene. Lin Qinghua hoped that through today's scene, the other party could recall something. Hearing this part of the script, Tian Qinsi's face blushed slightly. She had read the script, And this scene included a considerable amount of intimate interaction between her and Lin Qinghua. When she first read this part, she was stunned by the boldness. But Tian Qinzi had not realized how similar the plot was to what had happened to her in the past. Although she had filmed several kissing scenes with Lin Qinghua in the past few days, each one had made her heart race. In this film, Tian Qinzi contributed her on-screen first kiss. Initially, she was very inexperienced, even needing Lin Qinghua to teach and guide her, which made her feel shy and even frustrated. Thinking that as a professional actress, she was not as bold as Lin Qinghua, an amateur actor. However, this next scene was different. It was not just a kissing scene, but a boat scene. In the past, Tian Qinzi had never filmed a kissing scene, and the fact that she could accept this one was because she was no longer the person she used to be. She could only convince herself that it was acting and that she needed to treat it professionally. The female director had already prepared the set in advance, and all the photographers, assistants, and so on were replaced by women. Chapter 385, Confession to Tian Qinzi. Lin Qinshi planned to confront Tian Qinzi. He intended to go abroad to find Helen, and, unless something special happened, he did not plan to return before finding him. With his current physical condition, it might be difficult to protect himself in case of danger, and he did not want to leave with regrets. At the very least, he needed Tian Qinzi to know that he was the biological father of the child. When Tian Qinzi received Lin Qinshi's invitation for dinner, she felt a surge of joy. She had admired this man even before they met. However, after the incident that occurred later, she locked her feelings away until their close interactions during the filming reignited her feelings. She did not know if Lin Qinshi liked children in general or if it was because of her that he developed such feelings. But regardless of the reason, she felt that this man was worthy of her trust. Tian Qinzi initially thought it was just a date for two people with a child. But Lin Qinshi took her to a place where his parents were present. Upon entering, Tian Qinzi was taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a date for just the two of them with the baby? How did it turn into meeting the parents? When Chen Xiaoxiang saw Tian Qinzi entering with the child, she quickly approached, exclaiming, "This must be Qinzi, so beautiful. Come, sit down." Chapter 386. Su Xia comes looking. Lin Qinshi stepped forward, gently grasping Tian Qinzi's arm, and said softly, "What I mean is, I was the one who saved you the King Club, I was the one who got you pregnant, and I'm also the biological father of Ruin." Lin Qinshi's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, and the vague figure in her memory gradually overlapped with Lin Qinshi at that moment. "No, it can't be. We didn't even know each other back then. How could you have saved me?" Tian Qinzi shook her head and took 2 steps back. She thought Lin Qinshi had developed feelings for her and fabricated a lie about the child being his to open her heart to him. Tian Qinzi was deeply touched. At least Lin Qinshi was willing to consider her feelings and wanted to genuinely take on the role of Ruin's father. Lin Qinshi was speechless. This woman did not believe him when he spoke the truth. "At the King Club, Yang Mingyan drugged you, and I took him down. I brought you to the bathroom to rinse with cold water, but it backfired. The drug you were given came from abroad and could only be resolved through intimate relations. Otherwise, you would have died. I initially wanted to get your consent, but you had already lost consciousness and lives were at stake. So I took matters into my own hands." Lin Qinshi recounted the events of that time, detailing every step. Chapter 387. The strange murder case in the car. Su Xia sat in the driver's seat and handed Lin Qinshi a file. "The information is in here. Take a look. Although it's a murder case, I feel something is off. The manner of death is peculiar, with many unclear aspects. The team at the Bureau is analyzing it, and I thought you could help me analyze it too." Lin Qinshi opened the file and pulled out a document that contained 2 photos, indicating 2 deceased individuals. One of the individuals in the photos was known to Lin Qinshi. It was Qian Mingde, the head of Modu Securities. Lin Qinshi had called him over to support Lin Qinhua during her wedding banquet. But unexpectedly, a year later, he found the man was already a corpse. Qian Mingde's manner of death was peculiar. His entire body was wrapped in gold foil. If one did not look closely, they might think it was a golden statue. However, from the photo alone, it was hard to tell how thick the gold foil was. The other deceased individual was unknown to Lin Qinshi. But the manner of death was also strange, with branches protruding from holes all over his body, as if they were growing out from within him. Qian Mingde was discovered in his office, and by the time others found him, he had already become a golden figure. From the surrounding evidence, it appeared he had been burned, but the surveillance footage from that night showed no one else entering his office, nor did it capture any other individuals. Chapter 388. The killer seeks immortality what? Which bastard is it? I'll handle it right now. Director Lin, give me another chance. This time I will definitely handle it well. If I don't peel that person's skin off, I won't deserve the trust you placed in us. Yin Wang hurriedly ended the call, and the next moment, Li Xiang's phone rang. Li Xiang trembled as he took out his phone. After the earlier call, he had guessed Lin Qinshi's identity. It was the elusive, legendary honorary director of the Huaxia Security Bureau, Lin Qinshi. As soon as Li Xiang dialed the number, Yin Wang's furious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Bastard! Who the hell thought they could show off in front of Director Lin? Get that person out of Modu to see me immediately, no matter who it is. After a furious roar, Yin Wang hung up the phone, leaving Li Xiang pale. He did not think he could match Lin Qinshi in a showdown. Rumor had it that even the third-ranking leader had been brought down by this honorary director, his father. The fifth-ranking leader would not stand a chance against him. If Lin Qinshi had his eye on them, it might not be long before they fell from grace. Li Xiang slumped to the ground, wanted to plead for mercy from Lin Qinshi, but found that Lin Qinshi was no longer there. Chapter 389. Gu Xiaoyu is also one of them. Do you know who I am? You have no right to arrest me. I want to make a phone call. I will report you to the chief executive. You are illegally executing your duties. Huang Daoshan shouted. In the entire Modu, he was the only one from the Huang family present, and the security bureau had dragged him from his dreams. When he saw Lin Qinshi, he was momentarily stunned, then shouted angrily, So, it's you. What do you want? You're not from the security bureau. You're his people, bastards. Let me go. How much did he pay you? I'll give you double. Huang Daoshan thought Lin Qinshi was deliberately targeting him, disguising himself as a member of the security bureau. Lin Qinshi ignored him and said to the others, Press hard for a confession. Use some methods if necessary. People like this usually have tough mouths. After saying this, he turned and entered the office, at which point Peng Haidong and the others had also come up with results from their investigation. Director Lin Qianmingde was born during the Golden Year, Golden Month, Golden Hour, and Golden Day, and his name also contains gold. Furthermore, his position is related to gold. He died in the highest office of Modu Securities, which is the most auspicious location for the metal element, Peng Haidong said solemnly. If Qianmingde's attributes are correct, then the other person must be the same, born during the wood hour, and died in a location associated with the wood element. Chapter 390. The Huang family of Xiangjiang Chenxi brought a lot of people and arranged for 2 individuals to secretly protect her. Where's the location of the water element? Lin Qinshi pondered for a moment and felt it was better to observe in secret first. Gu Xiaoyu was not his woman. If he carelessly assigned a few bodyguards to follow her, she would feel even more uncomfortable. Moreover, this person associated with the wood element might not be the only one. He still needed to see if there would be others. The location of the water element was at West Lake in Jiangcheng, and so far, Lin had only identified this place as suitable. After hearing Lin's words, Lin Qinshi breathed a sigh of relief. Since the water element was at West Lake, he did not need to worry for now, especially since Gu Xiaoyu was currently in the United States. Even if the killer wanted to kill her, they would have to bring her to West Lake, and Lin Qinshi still had ample time to prepare. Order the message down, set up ambushes in those 5 elements areas, and let our security company send 2 teams as well. This time, the killer is a special figure, relying solely on the China Security Bureau. We might not even touch a hair of the opponent. Lin Qinju said to Su Xia and Lin at the same time. Who do you look down on? Our security bureau has experts too. All right, Su Xia said with her hands on her hips. Experts? Who? You and Renan? Lin Qinju asked with a smile. Chapter 391 Huang Chang and the 5 Elements Immortal Method. It's not a big deal. Recently, a murder occurred in Magic City, and since I have some free time, I took this case. According to our extensive investigation and some bold guesses, this case is somewhat related to your Huang family, which also led to the misunderstanding with Huang Daoshan. Lin Qinju picked up a cup of tea beside him and took a sip. Oh, related to my Huang family? Our Huang family members are law-abiding, and our family is large and prosperous. We wouldn't do such things, right? Is there some misunderstanding here? Huang Chuxian first glanced at his 3 sons, then shifted his gaze to Huang Daoming, and everyone shook their heads repeatedly. A hint of panic flashed in Huang Hanqing's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. No one else saw this scene. Just to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that this case was committed by the Huang family. I wonder if old Master Huang has heard of the 5 elements immortal method? After waving his hand, Lin Qingzhu asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Chushuan's expression changed drastically. Han Sheng, you all go out first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Lin. Huang Chuxian immediately sent his sons out, as what Lin Qingzhu mentioned could only be known by the head of the Huang family. Chapter 392 Perfect Score Beauty Huang Xiener. Missing a soul? What use is it to find me for this? Shouldn't you go look for a mage? However, since the other party has spoken, it doesn't hurt to take a look. I only understand some medical skills. Old Master Huang, please lead the way. I'll go take a look, but I can't guarantee I have the ability to cure it. Lin Qingzhu made a gesture of invitation. Before seeing the patient, one shouldn't boast. According to Huang Chuxian, this is a congenital deficiency that can indeed be remedied through traditional Chinese medicine, but the specific reason for this deficiency can only be known after seeing the person involved. Huang Chuxian led Lin Qingzhu and Su Xia through several corridors to a small courtyard at the far end. As soon as they entered, they saw a young girl squatting on the ground, bouncing around, and when she saw Huang Chuxian, she shouted, "Grandpa!" When Huang Xiener got closer, Lin Qingzhu clearly froze for a moment. Huang Xiener's messy hair covered her face, making her appearance unclear, and her loose clothing made it impossible to discern her figure. However, the system could indeed detect it. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name: Huang Xiener. Beauty score: 100. Brain injury. Chapter 393 Gentle Needle Method. Her skin looks like that of a baby. This illness not only locked her intelligence, but seemed to have locked her skin as well. Ahem. I was just observing her condition. Lin Qingzhu coughed a couple of times and took out silver needles to start needling her head. Needling the brain requires precision and careful technique. Lin Qingzhu used a gentle needling technique called the gentle needle method. This needle method has already been lost in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. To be precise, this technique has never been passed down. It was created by a wandering doctor based on his own headache symptoms, and the world should be unaware of this set of techniques. Only Lin Qingzhu, due to the system granting him mastery in medicine, received it all together. As Lin Qingzhu inserted the needles, some murky sweat began to ooze from Huang Xiener's forehead. This was the barrier in her brain being punctured and seeping out from the top of her head. However, that layer of substance repaired itself very quickly, requiring multiple needlings to gradually expel it from her mind. Eventually, Huang Xiener would return to a normal state. Huang Xiener's brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, as if she were growing in her ignorance. Chapter 394 The Night in Xianjiang. The Yuan Yuan's plea for help. The killer in this case is not an ordinary person. He is even stronger than an average Jin warrior. In the entire China Security Bureau, there are only 3 of them who are Jin warriors. If ordinary colleagues were to go, it would be certain death. Only these 3 can go. Other colleagues can at most collect information from the periphery or use heavy firepower to suppress the opponent, preventing them from escaping. I understand. Dunhuang, Darim, Changbai Mountain Tianqi, and West Lake, right? I'm already on this case's team, and I'm closer to Tianqi, so I will go check there. Xiao Renan nodded. She is currently on leave and seems to need to return to her post early. Yes, I think the same. My brother has already gone to Dunhuang, and there is no need to stake out West Lake for now, as the person from the 5-element water level is still abroad and is already under Lin Qingzhu's watch. There isn't much going on for now. The place where this killer is likely to commit the crime is Tianqi and Darim, so be careful. This opponent is not simple. Even Lin Qingzhu frowned when he saw the traces at the scene. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. We will also return tomorrow, and regarding which location to go to, we will have to wait for some data analysis. Su Xia recalled Lin Qingzhu's serious expression when he initially analyzed the killer's abilities. Chapter 395 The Hua Family and the Su Family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hua family's courtyard, the entrance was filled with vehicles. As Lin Qingzhu got out of the car, he frowned because he sensed the presence of Jin warriors, not the genuine kind, but a unique scent belonging to Herland. Even the hair on his arm stood on end. There are not just 1, but at least 3 Jin warriors to make Lin Qingzhu feel this sense of crisis. Please inform them that Lin Qingzhu from the Lin Group in Magic City is here to visit, Lin Qingzhu said to the person at the door. Upon hearing Lin Qingzhu's name, the other party was slightly taken aback, then quickly shouted into the intercom to the inside. In a short while, a young fat man stumbled out. Mr. Lin, do you remember me? I'm Qiming. I tried to visit you several times in Magic City, but couldn't see you. This fat man is Hua Qiming from the Hua family, who used to bring his twin brothers to the entrance of Yunlu Mountain Villa to present gifts to Lin Qingju. "Oh, it's you. I was rude before. I couldn't help it. You brought two beautiful women to my door. I was afraid I couldn't control myself, so I didn't dare to meet you," Lin Qingju said with a faint smile. Chapter 396: The Su Family Exposed. In his view, Lin Qingju should only regard Hui Yuan as a plaything. At most, it would be a matter of losing face. And then he could offer something else to give him enough face, and this matter could be easily resolved. However, seeing Lin Qingju's current demeanor, it is clear that it is not just a matter of losing face. Lin Qingju has likely become the greatest obstacle in this matter. Although the Hua family no longer cares about Lin Qingju treating Hua Ting, Lin Qingju's identity is also something they have to consider carefully. It is said that the four major families in Magic City have all provoked Lin Qingju, and now they have all disappeared into the dust of history. This is our family matter. It seems that it is not for Mr. Lin to manage. Hua Jinshi snorted coldly. He was the most thoughtful among the four brothers. This marriage alliance was orchestrated by him, so he was determined to see it through. Lin Qingshou smiled coldly, saying, "Of course, I have no right to interfere in your family matters, but as the honorary director of the Huaxia Security Bureau, I must intervene in this matter." Hua Jindong and the others changed their expressions drastically. From their perspective, it seemed that Lin Qingshou intended to use the name of the Huaxia Security Bureau to interfere with the Hua family. If Lin Qingshou truly did that, they would have no way to counter it, since he was the director of the Security Bureau. Chapter 397. Sect Conference. The moment Song Li Wei was injured, Su Zhiheng broke through the wall and jumped away after several leaps. The other three also intended to leave, but were stopped by Yu Xingwu's soft sword. A flash of sword light swept through, and the three were killed on the spot. Lin Qingshou watched as Su Zhiheng left, not because he didn't want to chase, but because his current physique couldn't keep up with Su. His decline in physical condition also meant a decrease in speed. Now, apart from still being strong, Lin Qingshou's physical qualities had deteriorated in every aspect. He might not even be able to defeat the two in front of him. However, Lin Qingshou had no intention of letting these people go and had already notified the Huaxia Security Bureau and Lin Security Company to send people to the Su family in Aodao to capture those who had defected to Helland. The reputable and righteous sects lived up to their name, easily resolving these people in just a few moves, but unfortunately, one managed to escape. Lin Qingshou clapped and laughed. Just as he was about to step forward, when Yu Xingwu swung his sword towards Lin Qingshou's neck. Lin Qingshou calmly extended two fingers and shattered the sword's blade with a flick, causing the fragments to fall to the ground. Yu Xingwu looked at him in shock. This sword had just killed 4 Jin warriors and could even split fire, yet it was effortlessly shattered by Lin Qingshou. Chapter 398. The disappearing sect conference leader. At that time, the people of Qingcheng Mountain thought their sect was about to rise, only to find out that the Shaolin people had learned about their medicinal herbs and nearly wiped out Qingcheng Mountain. In the end, Qingcheng Mountain had to surrender all the herbs to protect their mountain gate, but countless lives were lost, and the surrounding sects closed their gates, afraid to intervene lest the flames spread to them. Speaking of this anecdote, Yu Xingwu clenched his fists in anger. It was a shame for Qingcheng Mountain. Yet this shame had never been hoped to be washed away. Even if they were given another 100 years, they wouldn't reach the height of Shaolin. So who is the current leader? Lin Qingshou asked in confusion. The small sects gathered together were no less than the 3 major sects. So why had he never heard of them? At least the Cloud King and others should have mentioned it, but it seemed even they were unaware of this sect conference. It's Yu Qingxue from the Huashan sect. However, he declared he would enter seclusion for cultivation just 2 months after becoming the leader, and he hasn't been seen for years. Song Liwei said with a bitter smile. These people thought they were about to rise, only for their leader to suddenly go missing, causing the entire alliance to revert to a state of disarray. Chapter 399. Resolving the issue with Hua Yuan, the women around Lin Qingshou. Even if their identities and backgrounds were not as prestigious as Hua Yuan's, were still formidable individuals whose achievements were not inferior to hers. In fact, Qin Roland and Wen Rushua's business capabilities and value had already reached a level comparable to that of the Hua family. Under such circumstances, the Hua family could no longer afford to act out of pride. It would only provoke Lin Qingshou's displeasure, and in the future, he might no longer pay attention to the Hua family. By then, The losses would outweigh any potential gains, making it better to proceed cautiously. Big Brother is right. In situations like this, when our whole family is in trouble in the future, as long as Yuan speaks to Mr. Lin, he will come to help us. Isn't that effect almost the same as a marriage alliance? It's just that our whole family doesn't sound as good in reputation. The result is what matters, Hu Jinqi suggested. The three brothers ultimately decided not to act rashly and to maintain the current situation. The circumstances were no longer what they used to be. A new era had arrived. And Lin Qingshou's strength in all aspects was greater than that of the Hua family. Even if a Hua family daughter became Lin Qingshou's maid, it seemed there was nothing unacceptable about it. Chapter 400. Healing Hua Ting. The second method was simpler. Directly injecting a vial of gene enhancement liquid, which would not only cure his illness, but also allow Hua Ting to live several more decades and become a gene warrior. However, Lin Qingshou preferred the first method because he didn't want anyone other tin himself to have the abilities of a gene warrior. As for Hui Yuan, she could be arranged for the injection, but Hua Ting was a different story. After all, Hui Yuan was already his woman, and Lin Qingshou had never been stingy with his women. Prepare these herbs and get a medicine barrel ready. You all stay and help me. Lin Qingshou wrote down a list of herbal names and handed it to Hua Jindong for preparation, while also having Hua Jindong and the other three brothers stay to assist him. Soaking the medicinal liquid required someone to hold it. He needed to administer the injection and perform massage therapy, which he couldn't do alone, and Hui Yuan, being a woman, was also inconvenient. Hua Ting's sons loved to show filial piety, so they could stay to help with the treatment. Lin Qingshou ultimately decided to use the first method. Although it was a bit tiring, it was better than letting his gene enhancement liquid go to waste. Half an hour later, everything was prepared. The Hua family storeroom contained many rare and precious herbs that could replace those originally needed by Lin Qingshou. Chapter 401. Hua Ting awakens because of the preciousness of those herbs. Lin Qingshou not only cured his illness, but also improved his overall health. Now, Hua Ting could easily live to be 100 years old. Dad, after Mr. Lin finishes treating you, he will go back to rest with Yuan. She might not have woken up yet, so let's not disturb her for now. Hua Jindong watched his brother get kicked to the ground by Hua Ting, also shocked by Hua Ting's physical condition. Although the brothers usually lacked exercise, being kicked away by an 80-year-old man shouldn't make them this weak. Hua Ting nodded. Then let the servants withdraw from Yuan's courtyard and stay outside. Don't disturb our benefactor. Hua Ting had also heard about Lin Qingshou and Hui Yuan's relationship. At first, he thought his granddaughter was becoming the other party's maid in exchange for this treatment. But after hearing more, it seemed the situation was not like that. Hui Yuan had also developed a dependence on Lin Qingshou. If it weren't for Lin Qingshou being involved, Hua Jinqi's arrangement for a marriage alliance with the Su family would have led to the Hua family being completely devoured by the Su family in just a few months. Using a gambling license as a trade, both sides would enter into a marriage, allowing the Su family to enter the management of the Hua family enterprise. The next step would be for the Su family to leverage some issues related to the gambling license to draw funds from the Hua family, then stir up some trouble, causing the shares of the Hua family enterprise to plummet, allowing the Su family to eat away at it. Chapter 402. Su Jing's attack, no matter which scenario it was. It was quite tricky for Lin Qingshou at the moment. He was no longer as agile as he used to be, able to swiftly take down opponents. To reach the level of defeating an opponent instantly, he would have to unleash his power to the maximum, which might involve the virus within him. However, he couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. From the moment Lin Qingzhu sensed Su Zhiheng's speed upon entering, he knew that if a fight broke out, Lin Qingzhu might not even be able to touch him. His speed was too slow now, even slower than an ordinary person. In this case, Lin Qingzhu could only rely on wits. As long as he could make contact with the opponent for a split second, he would unleash all his strength. And Su Zhiheng would undoubtedly die. Yu Xingwu and the others were still fast asleep. It was too late to call them for support. These two useless people claimed to be martial arts masters, yet they didn't even notice when the enemy broke in. It seemed that even those with high martial arts skills were lacking in perception. Hearing Lin Qingzhu's words, Hui Yuan also nervously climbed out of bed, got dressed, and hid in a corner. Lin Qingzhu went out and told Hui Yuan not to follow him, as the opponent was coming for him. If Hui Yuan ran out, she could easily be captured and used to threaten him. Chapter 403. Helen's test. This has nothing to do with you. Su Zhiheng is coming for me. There is nothing going on now. Everyone go back to your rooms. It's the middle of the night, Don't gather here. You all need rest. Lin Qingzhu waved his hand and then walked back to Hui Yuanyuan's courtyard. Seeing Lin Qingzhu's indifferent attitude towards the situation, everyone returned to their own rooms. Only Yu Xingwu kept staring at Hui Yuanyuan. If it weren't for Song Liwei pulling him, he would still be standing there in a daze. Hui Yuanyuan's beauty had stunned Yu Xingwu, hence his uncharacteristic behavior. After the two returned to their room, Song Liwei, with a serious expression, said to Yu Xingwu, "Don't do anything foolish. Hui Yuanyuan is very beautiful, but she is already Lin Qingzhu's woman. If you have any other ideas, you will end up with nowhere to bury your body." Song Liwei also found Hui Yuanyuan beautiful, but he managed to control himself. A beauty is not worth more than one's life. Now that Lin Qingzhu was living in Hui Yuanyuan's courtyard, it was clear what their relationship was. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she already belongs to someone else. Yu Xingwu's eyes flickered, and he nodded reluctantly. Chapter 404. Mental control technique. Helen and the third leader's so-called plan was to kill Lin Qingzhu. As long as they knew that Lin Qingzhu was infected with the virus, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. They would initiate the operation at that point, aiming to kill Lin Qingzhu. As long as he was dead, all plans could proceed smoothly. I've just cultivated a batch of new super soldiers and will send them to you. This is thanks to the Huaxia people you sent me. Otherwise, the success rate of the experiments would have dropped significantly, Helen said with a smile. The virus gene warriors he created had been renamed to super soldiers, as they were individuals with special abilities and could no longer be called gene warriors, which would mix them up with those gene monsters. Furthermore, it seemed that from the start of the virus gene warriors, the experiment only worked on Huaxia people. The death rate for experiments using country people reached 90, while for Huaxia people, it was only 5. After a year of investigation, Helen finally discovered that Huaxia people had many antibodies, which were genetic antibodies passed down through generations. This was why the experimental success rate was so high among Huaxia people, as they had strong resistance to certain genes. Chapter 405. Immortal beings, I just learned this. With this skill, I won't even need physical strength anymore. I can kill without a trace with just my mind. Lin Qingzhu said with a grin, not responding at all to Qin Ruolan's remarks about flirting. Everyone knows about such things. Just playing dumb is enough. If the conversation continues, it could go on endlessly and might even hurt feelings. Qin Ruolan rolled her eyes and then remembered something, saying, by the way, their essay result regarding the Empire State Building. It's been dragging on for a year, and the country government is unwilling to compromise, but the U.S. government is willing to pay $100 billion to buy the Empire State Building. Their people will come next month to negotiate the contract. What is there to negotiate? Just give them money. But aren't the U.S. and countries supposed to be good brothers? Pulling this kind of backstabbing move. These people act like good brothers on the surface, but are constantly scheming behind each other's backs, waiting for the other to fall to kick them while they're down. Qin Ruolan shrugged. I'm not sure about that. But the U.S. has one requirement. They want their little princess to come to Huaxia to play, and specifically want you to be her bodyguard. What the hell? Me as a bodyguard? You should call them right now and ask if they're serious. Lin Qingzhu said, feeling speechless. He was at a level where he needed protection himself. How could he have time to be someone else's bodyguard? Plus, the U.S.'s request seemed like it was meant to embarrass him, and he didn't want to go. Chapter 406. Close protection for Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu noticed something was off in the conversation. Why did Yi Mengxi and Chun Jie need to know? But she didn't need to? Or was this matter about her? Yi Mengxi didn't notice these details and kept asking Lin Qingzhu what was going on. Ever since Yi Mengxi injected the gene enhancement serum, she had been thinking about seizing opportunities to help the weak. I have a case on hand. The murderer hasn't been caught yet, and I suspect he might harm Gu Xiaoyu, so I came here personally. Lin Qingzhu said while rubbing a lipstick mark on the cup with his finger, thinking it was Yi Mengxi's cup. As he rubbed, he realized something was off. Yi Mengxi didn't wear lipstick. It was Gu Xiaoyu and Chun Jie who had just put on lipstick. Lin Qingzhu looked up and saw Chun Jie's face was flushed, immediately realizing that the cup had been used by Chun Jie. And he quickly placed it back on the table calmly. Harm me? Why? I haven't made enemies with anyone. And do I know the murderer you mentioned? Gu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Are you born in the year of the pig? Born in the Ding Hai year, the 5 elements belong to water. And the hour you were born is also the high hour. These are all water-related times. This murderer wants to kill 5 people, each representing their respective attributes. Although Huaxia has a large population, the only person who fits all water attributes is you. Lin Qingzhu spoke of things they couldn't understand. And Yi Mengxi even took out her phone to search for related knowledge, discovering that what Lin Qingzhu said about the times indeed belonged to the water element. Chapter 407. Gu Xiaoyu South first and second place Gu Xiaoyu was currently living in a neighborhood near the company. To protect her, Lin Qingzhu had no choice but to stay at her place. Fortunately, although Gu Xiaoyu lived alone, her apartment was quite large, with a room for Lin Qingzhu to stay in. After asking Li Qing to tidy up the room, Lin Qingzhu received a call from Yang Yun. Although Yang Yun was affiliated with the Huaxia Security Bureau for this operation, he still only reported to Lin Qingzhu about any matters. When Yang Yun joined the Huaxia Security Bureau, he had said that he only had one superior, which was Lin Qingzhu, and he would only report everything to him. For related operations, he would consider and then apply to Lin Qingzhu for command rights. Young master, we didn't find any other people in the Su family who were injected with the virus gene. They all claim ignorance, making it difficult to convict them. However, after this incident, the Su family is practically non-existent. Their gambling license has been revoked, and Su Corporation stock is plummeting. Even if we let them go back now, the Su family members are beyond saving. What should we do next? Yang Yun was reporting to Lin Qingshou over the phone. Chapter 408. The Top Brother and the Female Streamer. He had been staying in a magic city for a week and had managed to sleep with several female streamers in this way. Now, he had set his sights on Gu Xiaoyu. Previously, he had been infatuated with Gu Xiaoyu, and the biggest reason for coming to the magic city this time was her. However, he realized that trying to get close to such a beauty would be challenging, which was why he had spent so much time showering her with gifts. He had just had a few drinks tonight and had lost his patience for waiting. He intended to sleep with Gu Xiaoyu tonight, which was why he had made those comments in the live stream. Brother Junlin, I think you have misunderstood me. I'm not the kind of person you imagine. I will have the company settle your gift payments and refund you. This is a place for chatting and playing games. If you're getting carried away, go to the bathroom and calm down with some shower gel. Gu Xiaoyu was getting angry. As a streamer, she certainly encountered many such people, but she did not want fans like that. To many people, streamers were just items with a price tag, but Gu Xiaoyu was not one of them. No matter how rich they were, she would rather quit this line of work. Xiaoyu, I support you. Chapter 409. The Second Brother's Revenge. Meanwhile, Chun Jie and Yi Mengxi were chatting in the office while working overtime at the Jinmao building when a middle-aged woman rushed in. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a problem in Xiaoyu's live stream, the middle-aged woman said in a panic. Calm down. Take your time to explain. We can handle anything. Chun Jie glared at her. The middle-aged woman recounted what had happened in Gu Xiaoyu's live stream and then lowered her head, secretly glancing at the reactions of the two bosses, expecting to see them shocked and furious. To her surprise, after hearing her, the two bosses exchanged a glance. Not only did they not get angry, but they even saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. I see, it's nothing. Just let it go. If Xiaoyu can't stream, she can go behind the scenes. We also want to give her some shares. There are too few bosses in Jishi Media, and we need more hands to expand. Yi Mengxi waved her hand at the middle-aged woman, seemingly unconcerned, even a bit pleased about what had happened. In fact, Yi Mengxi had mentioned this kind of thing to Chun Jie from the beginning. She had always regarded Chun Jie and Yi Mengxi as sisters, not her own sisters, but the kind of sisters of Lin Qingshou's women. Chapter 410. Charging into the community with guns. What? Which blind person dares to bully my son? Just wait. I'll send people over right now. Rest assured, anyone who dares to bully my son will definitely end up with no place to be buried. Feng Hua hung up the phone and immediately dispatched people from around the Magic City. An hour later, an intersection opposite the Magic City Hotel, a truck and 3 business cars were filled with people. Feng Junlin approached the front of the car and found that the one leading the team was his father's trusted aide, Peng Dehai. Peng Dehai was responsible for handling his father Feng Hua's affairs outside, personally overseeing everything. Although he was big and strong, he was also quite meticulous. Uncle Peng, what are you doing here? Feng Junlin looked at the robust man in front of him with joy. Peng Dehai affectionately ruffled Feng Junlin's hair. I happened to be on a business trip nearby and heard you were bullied, so I came to see. We haven't been bullied in decades, Peng Dehai said, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Uncle Peng, actually this might be a bit troublesome. How about we just let it go? Feng Junlin hesitated for a moment and said, Let go. Why did you call us over then? And our young master has been bullied. How can we just let it go? Tell me, Which blind person bullied our young master? Peng Dehai was furious, being bullied and calling them over. Now, he wanted to let go. Chapter 411. Fanghua. After receiving this news, Lin Qingshou breathed a sigh of relief and immediately decided to head to Kyoto. He wanted to meet the person who had caused his perception ability to feel uneasy. Ever since he learned about this case and this person, the deeper he investigated, the more unsettled he became, as if this was not an ordinary virus gene warrior. Now that the murderer had been caught, there was no need to protect Gu Xiaoyu anymore. He could go to Kyoto to deal with that murderer, complete the mission, and receive the reward. Gu Xiaoyu felt a sense of loss when she learned that Lin Qingshou no longer needed to protect her. After all, he had really protected her for even a day, and now the protection was over. Nothing had happened between them yet. This was a rare opportunity for them to spend time together, and it was ending so soon. However, since the murderer had been caught, that was certainly the best outcome, and she no longer had to live in fear. After Lin Qingshou left Gu Xiaoyu's community, although he withdrew a large number of personnel, he still left a few to ensure her safety. It was uncertain whether there would be a next wave of revenge like Fang Junlin's. If it hadn't been for him being there last night, perhaps Gu Xiaoyu would have already run into trouble. Chapter 412. The headquarters of the Security Bureau exploded. A few years ago, Fanghua shifted his business to Southeast Asia, dealing in timber and natural rubber trading, but secretly engaged in drug trafficking and even human trafficking. The police had not investigated this aspect yet, but they had their suspicions. This information was uncovered by Yang Yun's intelligence team. The information system of the Huaxia Security Bureau was not very effective, so any important suspicions would be investigated by Yang Yun's intelligence department. Of course, there needed to be some basis. Not just any suspicion would warrant using Yang Yun's intelligence network. The so-called Yang Yun intelligence department was actually the Anlin system. The Anlin system could instantly uncover everything about the opponent. Qin Shaowan also knew that Yang Yun's intelligence department was from the Lin Security Company, and she glanced at Lin Qingshou. Lin Qingshou was reviewing the materials, and some of the item names felt familiar to him. Suddenly, he remembered that these were the items transported by Huang Jia's company back then. Among these transported items, some were neutralizing herbs, which, although not as potent as the neutralizing properties of gene Ingzi, could still somewhat merge the medicinal properties of the gene-enhancing liquid. Lin Qingshou looked up at Qin Shaowan, and she nodded, confirming, "That's right, this Fang Hua is connected with Dr. Herland. Many illegal drugs came in through him, and he even exported many of our Huaxia herbs, which, after various transfers, ultimately ended up in the United States. Most importantly, Fang Hua has even transported many Huaxia people out on several occasions. And the number is quite significant, but it's unknown where exactly those people were sent." Chapter 413. Accountability for Su Feng. Bang! A violent explosion occurred in another room not far away. Though the impact was not as great as this one, it still destroyed several connected rooms. Lin Qingshou looked towards that direction and could guess that another person had self-exploded, the one with the Earth attribute. This time, it seemed to be an action targeted at him. Once he appeared, the self-explosions began. Fearing that Lin Qingshou would not be at the explosion site, they made both of them self-explode. Xiao Runan and Su Xia, covered in dirt and ash, rushed back. The earlier explosion had injured many brothers at the headquarters, and those who were close had already been blown to bits. They both escaped the explosion thanks to Lin Qingju's timely warning and their incredible speed. What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? Xiao Runan was furious. This explosion caused heavy casualties in the Huaxia Security Bureau, and it was a provocation against them. Forget about that for now. Let's rescue the injured first. Have the Lin Security Company dispatch a few medical teams from their Kyoto branch. We also need to document the dead. We were negligent this time. In the future, all interrogation rooms must be built and decorated to the highest standards, and the cost will be covered by the Lin Group, Lin Qingju said with a frown. Chapter 414. Gu Xiaoyu captured outside. King Yun and Su Feng stood together, looking sorrowfully at the devastated scene. Tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of their eyes. These were their brothers, many of whom had been turned to ashes in the explosion. You were indeed wrong this time. You shouldn't have been careless just because you caught someone. But I also have my share of the blame. We both need to reflect on this. We are no longer facing ordinary people. And most of our Huaxia Security Bureau members are still ordinary people. In front of these gene warriors, we don't even have the chance to fight back. King Yun sighed. Su Feng also looked despondent. He hadn't returned to the military district for nearly a year. King Yin wanted to train him to become the next director. So he focused all his attention here, while he only held a civilian position in the military district. In less than 2 years, if he accumulated enough contributions, he could become the director of the Huaxia Security Bureau. It was precisely because of his urgent desire to accumulate contributions that today's incident occurred. The brothers who died were his comrades in arms, and he felt immense pain inside. He had no complaints about Lin Qingju's demotion. In fact, he felt Lin Qingju was punished too lightly. Chapter 415. The sect conference begins, however. The fact that the other party emerged unscathed from such a large explosion indicates that the reality seems different from what Helen said. If he really had been infected with the virus and his strength diminished, this explosion would have caused him some harm, right? Leader. Lin Qingju indeed walked out of the Huaxia Security Bureau headquarters unscathed. Although he left in a hurry, he didn't even have a tear in his clothes. The reporter continued. Not even a tear in his clothes? The third leader murmured. In such an explosion environment, it is impossible for clothes to remain intact. The only possibility is that Lin Qingju was protected by someone else, or he wasn't at the explosion site at all. It seems that Lin Qingju might have really been infected with the virus. Otherwise, with his character, he would have been at the forefront and couldn't possibly hide behind and be protected by others. It seemed pointless to continue probing Lin Qingju. Those experts around him would block any danger he encountered in advance, making it impossible to determine whether he was infected with the virus. The third leader worried that if he continued to probe, he would fall into Lin Qingju's trap. If he deliberately pretended to be weak to lure him in, no amount of probing would yield results. It was better to proceed according to plan. Helen's people had already been sent to Huaxia, and regardless of whether Lin Qingju was infected with the virus, his plan would need to be executed. Chapter 416. Familiar suspicious characters. Lin Qingju saw that each sect had a sign in front of it indicating which sect they belonged to. Zhang Tian also took the sign of the Lin Security Company and walked over, muttering about a broken sign costing 200. Lin Qingju looked at the sign with a wry smile. There was a wooden board with Lin Security Company written on it, and it showed signs of having been cleaned, indicating it was reused. The 200 wasn't for the sign itself, but was the registration fee for the sect conference. The collected registration fees would ultimately go to the alliance leader, as the leader needed some operating costs to provide benefits to the various sects. King Yin also received his sign, Huaxia Security Bureau. Everyone, welcome to this sect conference. I am the host of today's event, Gangbang's Hong San Sheng. A middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothing stepped onto the stage. This was a member of the beggaress sect, one of the 3 major sects of the past. Unfortunately, as Huaxia has grown stronger, there are fewer beggars, and now this beggaress sect is practically a shell of its former self. This Hong San Sheng is the boss of a medium-sized company. Although his clothes are ragged, they are all designer brands, intentionally made to look tattered. King Yin explained to Lin Qingju. Chapter 417. Mysterious man in black robe Lu Ting. Follow Song Li Wei and see what he wants to do. Take a few more people with you, but don't get too close. He is from the Kongtong sect, and his strength is not weak. One-on-one. Our people might not be his match. It's safer if you have a few people together, Lin Qingju said to one of the security personnel using the ambulance system. Lu Ting had initially followed him to the United States and later showed her combat talent during battles against the virus warrior, Chen Shanshan. Her speed was fast enough, and her skills were similar to Huang Cheng's, with a hint of surpassing Huang Cheng's potential. Sending her to track Song Li Wei shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Lin Qingju quietly walked in the opposite direction. The moment earlier gave him a new idea in this crowded place. He had also brought many Jin warriors from the security company. If the killer was here, they would certainly notice. Thinking from the killer's perspective, if he were the killer wanting to commit murder here, he would surely find a reason to attract everyone's attention, allowing him to carry out the killing and sacrifice in a place where no one was paying attention. Chapter 418. Rescuing Gu Xiaoyu. What do they have to do with me? Lin Qingju scoffed. His task was to protect Gu Xiaoyu. He had no concern for the lives of others. Besides, those were all martial artists, each possessing extraordinary skills. They didn't need him to protect them. Lin Qingju was no saint. He had no obligation or desire to protect unrelated people. However, Lin Qingju's mission was to kill the killer. Now his physical condition was compromised, and he was too slow to catch up, so he could only think of a way to provoke the other party into attacking him. From the words of the man in the black robe earlier, It could be inferred that there were other water attribute individuals in this West Lake, and although they might not be as strong as Gu Xiaoyu, they were sufficient for the black-robed man to complete his ritual. Lin Qingzhu pinched Gu Xiaoyu's acupoint and gently patted her back. After a couple of coughs, Gu Xiaoyu gradually woke up. When she saw Lin Qingzhu, she immediately threw herself into his arms and cried out loud, "I thought I was doomed. You finally came to save me." Whoa! Gu Xiaoyu had already lost hope when she was captured that day, because Lin Qingzhu was not there. She even saw those he arranged being injured and knocked out in just a moment. Chapter 419. Set competition finals. Lin Qingzhu kept Gu Xiaoyu close to him. Originally, he wanted the security company to take Gu Xiaoyu away first, but after thinking it over, he realized that if the other party kidnapped or killed her on the way, all his efforts would be in vain. It was better to keep her by his side, so he could feel more at ease. The competition quickly entered a heated phase. Yu Xingwu was indeed capable of slaying 4 viral gene warriors with just a sword, and he continued to advance without any defeats. Song Liwei had also returned to the stage, standing in his designated position for the Kongtong faction. His behavior was somewhat strange, and Lu Ting had already reported it to Lin Qingzhu. Song Liwei merely stood to the side, looking left and right, without taking any action. He spent half an hour by the lake and then returned, not doing anything during that time. This made Lin Qingzhu suspicious of Song Liwei. If he wasn't doing anything, then why go out? The purpose was obviously to lure people away. Fortunately, Lin Qingzhu had held back. He did not follow, but instead let Lu Ting and others follow. This successfully saved Gu Xiaoyu. If he had gone after her, she would have been dead by now. Chapter 420. Yu Qingshui in that case. The final winner of this competition is Brother Zhang Tian from Lin Security Company, and the deputy leader is Brother Yun Wang from the Huaxia Security Bureau. Announced Hong Sansheng from the side. What a irony. The top prize of the sect competition was taken by 2 people who were not even from a sect. A voice came from behind, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe stepped into the arena. The crowd gasped in shock upon seeing him. Yu Qingshui. Wasn't he missing? 5 years without a trace, and now he suddenly appears? Just as the announcement for the leader was about to be made, the previous leader shows up. This is going to be interesting. To be honest, I think Yu Qingshui has a point. The top prize of the sect competition was taken by outsiders. And it doesn't look good on us. Not look good. Do you want face or do you want to survive? The Lin Group has money, and the Huaxia Security Bureau represents the power of Huaxia. With these 2 units willing to lead us, we should be thankful. You hear you are complaining? The person is none other than the previous leader of the sect competition, Yu Qingshui from the Huashan faction. Lin Qingzhu looked at the middle-aged man, gradually approaching the stage, feeling a sense of unease for the first time since arriving at Westlake. Even the black-robed man who had just saved Gu Xiaoyu hadn't given him this feeling. Chapter 421. Viral Gene Warriors attack leader Yu. Did you just use the 5 poisons palm? A middle-aged man in the audience asked, his tone filled with anger. This man was from the Tang sect in Shu, who had a blood feud with the 5 poisons sect. The 2 factions had fought fiercely over the years. The conflict began when a young master from the Tang sect had a verbal altercation with members of the 5 poisons sect and was subsequently poisoned to death by them. Originally, this was a dispute between 2 factions, and the fighting would only stop when one side was annihilated. The 5 poisons sect, unfortunately, provoked Shaolin and was completely wiped out, even threatening that if anyone from the 5 poisons sect appeared again in the martial world, the entire community would unite against them. In that conflict, the Tang sect was at a disadvantage and nearly faced annihilation by the 5 poisons sect. If it weren't for Shaolin's intervention, there might not have been a Tang sect left in the world. So when members of the Tang sect saw the techniques of the 5 poisons sect reappearing, they felt both fearful and angry. Yu Qingshui snorted coldly, ignoring the Tang sect's people. Everyone had seen his palm. Even if he tried to argue, he couldn't deny it. Yu Qingshui drew a soft sword from his waist. Zhang Tian, settle this quickly. Lin Qingzhu used his mental power to control a sword from the waist of a disciple of the Huijian sect, sending it flying into Zhang Tian's hand. Chapter 422. The truth of the Huashan sect. I don't know what you're talking about, Lin Qingzhu. They fear you, but I do not. Today, you will surely die here, and before that, you can live for a few more seconds. Anyone who wants to stand with me, come over, Yu Qingshui said coldly. When Yu Qingshui mentioned they, he was likely referring to the 3rd leader and Helen. However, at that moment, the people around seemed to take an interest in what Lin Qingzhu had just said, looking at him. Mr. Lin, Do you have any evidence for what you just said? Although we are small factions, we will not collude with the slaughter of our own people, Hong Sanxing asked first. Now that Yu Qingxue was practicing the forbidden technique, the five poisons palm, and was accused of killing his own faction, everyone began to doubt Lin Qinshu's words, even starting to believe them. Everyone, don't listen to this person's nonsense. I am the leader of the Huashan sect. How could I harm my own faction? This person is worried that I will take you all away. He runs a company and needs you experts to support his business, so he will use any means necessary. Yu Qingxue said. A sense of ominous premonition began to build in Yu Qingshue's heart. He felt that Lin Qinshu might really have some evidence to present. Chapter 423. The mutated Yu Qingxue protect Mr. Lin. I'll take care of you, Qingxue. I must personally kill this man to relieve my hatred. I want to avenge the many elders and disciples of the faction. Song Jiaming charged forward with his sword, accumulating both new and old grievances. Lin Qinshu sat calmly on a stone bench behind him. Once his mental shield expanded, no one could harm him. The security personnel around him were fighting hard. And with Zhang Tian by his side, unless something unexpected happened, they had a good chance of winning this battle. Lin Qinshu promised Song Jiaming that he would help him restore his severed arms and legs and enhance his physical condition. Despite his already difficult life, Song Jiaming didn't believe Lin Qinshu could do it, but he was at a breaking point. He just hoped Lin Qinshu could provide him with something to eat. Although he had lost an arm and a leg, he could still work as a security guard, right? Many disabled people now take simple security jobs. With Lin Qinshu having such a large security company, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Who would have thought that after Lin Qinshu injected him with the gene enhancement liquid? Song Jiaming fell into a deep sleep for 2 days. When he woke up again, he found that his severed arm had been reborn and his strength had greatly increased. Chapter 424. The Five Elements Monks. Five Elements Monks. Lin Qinshu observed the 5 monks and could sense that 4 of them were quite strong, while one was slightly weaker and kept his gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoyu. With the addition of the term 5 elements, Lin Qinshu suddenly understood. The so-called 5 element ascension method was not about Yu Qingxue seeking immortality, but rather about helping these 5 bald monks absorb the power of the 5 elements to enhance their skills. It was unclear how they strengthened their 5 elements. If it was through killing someone, that would be 2 against the natural order. Shaolin must have developed their own version of the 5 elements ascension method based on Huangshang's teachings, applying it to martial arts to increase their power. Ba, why do you struggle here? As long as everyone is willing to join Shaolin, we can peacefully end this matter today. Everyone can live in harmony. One of the 5 elements monks spoke up. Shut your damn mouth. Even if I die, I will never submit to you, Shaolin. The hatred these people have for Shaolin is unreasonable. It is simply pure hatred. If someone else came to persuade them, they might agree. Even if it were Yu Qingxue, with a little effort to persuade them, most of them might be willing, but only Shaolin they cannot accept. Chapter 425. The side effects of mental power control. The fact that I feel palpitations today shows that your strength is enough to threaten me. What a pity. It's a few days too late. Lin Qinshu murmured. If this Yu Qingxue had appeared before he obtained the mental power control method, he might have really fallen for it. The ability that Yu Qingxue mutated into is truly terrifying. The tentacles continuously extending from his body even took down Zhang Tian and Song Jiaming, 2 martial arts experts. If it were him, he wouldn't fare much better. Lin Qinshu turned to look at the 5 elements monk. The one closest to him was the one who had rushed towards Gu Xiaoyu earlier. He should be the water attribute monk, which is why he was so eager to kill Gu Xiaoyu. The 5 elements monk was still shocked by the previous scene and did not realize that Lin Qinshu had already approached him. In the next moment, the weakest 5 elements monk exploded on the spot, raining down blood. Seeing this, the other 4 5 elements monks hurriedly fled. Lin Qinshu waited until he felt they had all escaped far enough before he fainted. Just now, using mental power to kill that Yu Qingxue was already at his limit. But there were still 5 others left. Even if Zhang Tian, Song Jiaming, and Su Feng could each deal with 1, there were still 2 left. Chapter 426. Gu Xiaoyu's life enters countdown. President Qin said, keeping one or keeping a group is just a matter of spending a little more money. If they will be our people in the future, there's no need to save this money. If they are not our people in the future, then let Lin's group host them and treat them to fun in the Magic City. The 3 arrived at Gu Xiaoyu's hospital room door. Zhang Tian, who had received instructions from Lin Qinshu, left at the door. He needed to notify those people to have the person in charge come to the security company for a meeting in a few days. After recovering from this stretch of road, Lin Qingzhu currently only had a headache. Walking was not inconvenient, and he no longer needed support. Entering Gu Xiaoyu's room, he found her in a daze. When Gu Xiaoyu saw Lin Qingzhu, her face instantly lit up with joy, but seeing Su Weiwei beside her, she quickly hid that joy in her eyes. "You're finally awake." Gu Xiaoyu stood up, wanted to walk over, but for some reason, she stopped. After this incident, Lin Qingzhu's figure had been firmly imprinted in her heart, although she had some secret admiration for Lin Qingzhu before. That admiration was more about appreciating a wealthy and handsome guy, which was different from the feeling she had now. Lin Qingzhu nodded and then asked how she felt, if there was any discomfort. Chapter 427. The entire Su family flees. Gu Beichen had just not seen Lin Qingzhu and the others and was saying to himself that he hadn't fully researched the gene restructuring pill. However, the product he had now had some medicinal effect and could be used for clinical trials. This girl might be saved. Lin Qingzhu looked at Gu Beichen with a strange expression. Just a moment ago, Su Weiwei said it hadn't been successfully researched. How could it be completed in just a few minutes? Had he quickly finished the preliminary work, or did Gu Beichen just want to use Gu Xiaoyu for clinical trials? Lin Qingzhu felt it was the latter. After all, finding a subject infected with the Holen virus was not easy, as the others had already been killed by Zhang Tian and them. Yu Wunti have seen Gu Xiaoyu, who was infected with the virus, as suitable for clinical trials. So that's why you said that, right? Lin Qingzhu seemed to see through everything. Gu Beichen chuckled, saying that one must try to know, and since this girl was already beyond saving, it was better to let him try. Maybe he would accidentally cure her. From his expression, it was clear that Lin Qingzhu guessed correctly. Lin Qingzhu turned to look at Gu Xiaoyu beside him. "What do you think?" Lin Qingzhu did not reprimand Gu Beichen for his words. After all, there was some truth to it. One couldn't just wait to die, and Gu Beichen dared to conduct clinical trials, which meant he had some confidence. Chapter 428. Someone from the Huang family in Xiangjiang came to find you, bringing a woman who I think is very beautiful. Qin Roland suddenly remembered the Huang family's visit to the Magic City and rolled her eyes at Lin Qingzhu. Such a beautiful girl. And now she is involved with Lin Qingzhu. It's likely to become another sister soon. However, Qin Roland also knew that they were only there to find Lin Qingzhu for treatment. She was aware of what happened to Lin Qingzhu in Xiangjiang. But Huang Xian'er's appearance shocked her greatly. The last person she considered this beautiful was Chun Shanshan, and this girl was equally matched with Chun Shanshan in looks. They are here to find me for treatment. Huang Xian'er still has 2 processes to go through, but in this condition, I probably can't treat her. Has Sun Feifei returned? Lin Qingzhu turned to look at Su Weiwei, who was walking toward them. She is back and is currently studying the medical books you gave her. Recently obsessed with the acupuncture techniques you taught her, constantly practicing on those dummies. Su Weiwei stepped forward to greet Qin Roland. Earlier, Lin Qingzhu had dictated some lost medical techniques to the Amlin system, which organized them into a book for Sun Feifei. Chapter 429, Becoming a Dad Again. Seeing Lin Qingzhu's awkward expression being openly pointed out, they all suppressed their laughter, as it was rare to see Lin Qingzhu in such a state. They almost wanted to take out their phones to capture it. "Let us go. You're here for treatment. Later, 2 sisters will help you with the treatment. So remember to be obedient and don't move around during the treatment, or it could be life-threatening." Lin Qingzhu was about to take Huang Xian'er to the underground experimental base. With her current intelligence, she could understand many things. "Okay, thank you, uncle." Huang Xian'er's words made Qin Roland and the 3 girls burst into laughter, and Lin Qingzhu nearly stumbled and fell. Although Huang Xian'er's mind was only 8 years old, her actual age was not far from Lin Qingzhu's, essentially making them peers. Lin Qingzhu didn't want to say much and quickly walked toward the underground experimental base. He had already prepared the treatment area earlier. This experimental base had everything needed, and the treatment conditions were much better. "Take off your clothes and go in." Lin Qingzhu pointed to a bathtub in the room. This bathtub was custom-made, capable of heating and maintaining a constant temperature, and would not scald, making it perfect for soaking in medicinal solutions. Chapter 430. The persuaded Chun Liz Hen, "I don't want to. My life and work are going well. And don't you remember? I'm also a gene warrior now. Being a little pregnant is something I can handle easily. I'm not an ordinary person." Yu Qing quickly refused. She didn't want to be waited on at home every day. The life she had now was what she wanted. And even if she became pregnant, it wouldn't affect her. It was Lin Qingzhu who was unnecessarily concerned. Initially, Lin Qingzhu had injected her with gene enhancement fluid, and she was now also a super warrior, not likely to become weak just because she was pregnant. In the end, Lin Qingzhu couldn't convince Yu Qing and had to arrange things this way for now. I called you here not only to tell you this news, but also for another matter. Yu Qing stared into Lin Qingzhu's eyes, and Lin Qingzhu looked back at her with confusion. For the next year, I won't be able to do that, and by then you might not come to see me often. To encourage you to come here more, I've already talked to Li Jun, and she has agreed. You can treat her as me and come here to do that. Yu Qing's words left Lin Qingzhu once again dumbfounded. He understood what she meant. Yu Qing had convinced Shen Li Jun to sleep with him because she was worried that once she got pregnant, she wouldn't be able to have sex. So the frequency of visits would decrease, leaving Shen Li Jun responsible for that project. Chapter 431. Demands after the SEC conference. As they entered the gates of the security company, members of various sects got out of their vehicles. They saw the security company members training in the field. Some had lightning sparking from their hands, while others smashed huge rocks with a single punch. There were also others standing under a curtain, gradually merging with it. This was the chameleon's invisibility ability. Even in the sky, some were flying short distances. Lin Qingzhu's gene enhancement serum had also cultivated many talents with special abilities over time. What was once considered rare abilities were now commonplace. However, Lin Qingzhu rarely assigned these individuals to take on tasks because their powers were too mysterious, fearing it would cause social panic. His authentic gene enhancement serum would change the original traits, but would only add these abilities to the body. Unlike Holin's gene enhancement serum, which could maintain a normal appearance, the blood within still had a strong corrosive effect. Even the internal organs of those individuals were mostly dysfunctional, indicating that Herland's gene warriors had a short lifespan. Despite possessing special abilities, their bodily functions were continuously declining. Chapter 432. Arrangements for the SEC conference attendees. Actually, the issue of money is easy to solve. It's just about working hard to be self-sufficient. But these people know nothing except for some martial arts. If the Alliance leader Lin is willing to help, he could consider giving them jobs at the security company, allowing them to earn a living with their own hands. There is also the issue of land for the sex. As it continues to shrink, they might soon lose their own sex. I hope Alliance leader Lin can talk to Huaxia about this matter. At the very least, they should retain their current land. Hong Sansheng added. After Hong Sansheng finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent, with only Lin Qingzhu's fingers tapping on the table. Sweat dripped down Hong Sansheng's forehead due to the strong pressure from Lin Qingzhu. He had already expressed these demands quite tactfully. If he had spoken directly from a script, he might have been thrown out by Lin Qingzhu before finishing. These small sects have made little progress for a reason. They always think of extending their hands without considering the need to give back. Hong Sansheng subtly indicated that Lin Qingzhu could provide them with jobs to become self-sufficient. Everyone looked to Lin Qingzhu in anticipation. They had many demands, hoping to have enough support like the three major sects, and in addition to financial assistance, they also hoped to earn some extra income. Chapter 433. Undercover plan under the leadership of Zhang Tian and Yang Yun. Everyone left the conference room, leaving only Yu Xingwu behind. He came as a representative of Qingcheng Mountain, as the sect leader was getting old, and he was the next in line to lead. However, he was still immersed in the moment of being betrayed by Song Liwei and felt dispirited. Outside, people envied those from Qingcheng Mountain, thinking that being kept by Alliance leader Lin surely meant they were entrusted with important responsibilities, and from then on, Qingcheng Mountain would soar high, perhaps becoming the third in command in the sect conference alliance. I've already sent someone to the Kongtong sect. This sect will no longer exist. Since Song Liwei didn't treat you as a brother, you don't need to be too sad. Everyone has their ambitions. He just hoped to gain something by following Yu Qingzhu. Although he ultimately failed, it was a path of his own choosing, Lin Qingzhu said. Yu Xingwu smiled bitterly, shaking his head, unsure of why Alliance leader Lin had kept him behind. He understood Lin Qingzhu's reasoning, but after so many years of brotherhood, even if the other party was heartless, he couldn't move on so quickly. It was a kind of unwillingness towards his years of sincere devotion. Chapter 434. Defection. Okay. I am willing to accept this task, Yu Xingwu said solemnly. In this ordinary and uneventful life in the martial world, it had been too dull for too long. He He needed such a challenging task, which could also bring more benefits to Qingqing Mountain. For any reason, he felt he shouldn't refuse. Instead of living an unremarkable life, it was better to strive for a brilliant life. This kind of challenging task was suitable for him. Yu Xingwu. Lin Qingshou nodded, then asked the medical team to take out a small chip. This chip was something Lin Qingshou had invested billions in researching. Its surface was covered with a special material that couldn't be scanned by any instrument. Not even X-ray could reveal it. Inside, it used the Anlin system, capable of real-time tracking Yu Xingwu's movements and even providing assistance, such as monitoring the surrounding conditions. The medical team took out a scalpel and made an incision on the skin behind Yu Xingwu's ear, placing the chip inside. They then used medical skills to heal him quickly, leaving no scars. Yu Xingwu was greatly shocked by this medical capability. He didn't expect such abilities existed in this world. With these medical capabilities, even if they went on dangerous missions, they would have life assurance. Chapter 435. Lin Qingshou's bodyguard tasked the security company arranged for everyone to be sent back. Lin Qingshou could see through the Anlin system that Zhang Tian had intentionally caught up with Yu Xingwu, and as soon as they met, they started fighting with real weapons. After exchanging a blow, Yu Xingwu jumped into the sea, now seriously injured, and fled to a small fishing village. To make Yu Xingwu's defection act more convincing, he had to endure these injuries, which is why Lin Qingshou said he would be put through some hardships in the coming time. Around the small fishing village, a pair of eyes was watching Yu Xingwu's location, revealing a hint of hesitation. From Lin Qingshou's perspective, so far, no one had approached Yu Xingwu. They might still be skeptical. To trick those old foxes, the bait must be significant, and enough patience is required. Lin Qingshou ordered the Huaxia Security Bureau to issue a wanted notice while also placing a kill order on Yu Xingwu at Lin's security company. Anyone who saw him was to kill him without hesitation. Yu Xingwu had now become the key to finding Herland, and there could be no mistakes. Lin Qingshou hadn't even arranged anyone to secretly assist him. Everything had to rely on him alone. Chapter 436. Princess Vivian and Miss Victoria. Princess Vivian. Miss Victoria. Do you have any places you want to visit? For these 3 days, I will be your guide in Huaxia. Wherever you want to go, I will arrange it for you. Lin Qingshou looked at the two girls sitting behind him through the mirror. Vivian was a little girl, but Victoria was very beautiful, exuding an exotic charm. Lin Qingshou couldn't understand why the system didn't give a prompt. Wasn't Victoria's beauty score supposed to be above 90? Victoria had a voluptuous and mature figure, but her face and eyes revealed that she was naive and young, radiating an elegant yet innocent aura. She had a standard Western figure, a fair complexion, was tall, and her features were perfectly proportioned. Although Vivian was still a little girl, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. The system did not indicate that he had encountered a beauty with a score above 90. Perhaps because foreigners were not included in that scoring system. I want to go to the Great Wall. I heard that if you haven't been to the Great Wall, you're not a true hero. I want to be a true hero, Vivian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Qingshou was at a loss for words. If you want to go to the Great Wall, why come to Shanghai? The Great Wall is in Beijing. If he had known she wanted to go to the Great Wall, he could have just waited for her in Beijing. But now he had to return to the airport again. Chapter 437. The Secret of the American Royal Family. With Lin Qingshou's mental perception ability, he was able to order the capture of those people without them noticing. The assassins were still observing and hadn't even planned to act yet, but they were already all caught. Since Mr. Lin's intelligence system is so powerful, how could he not guess why we had so many assassins come after us? Victoria said, looking intently at Lin Qingshou. Lin Qingshou, gazing at the aristocratic Victoria, couldn't help but marvel that even a royal maid had an air of nobility. We have our own intelligence network, but it's not strong enough to know what's in your hearts. As far as I know, Princess Vivian is the only candidate for the next empress. If something happens to her, other ministers will choose someone with the purest bloodline from the royal family to succeed her. This has drawn many ambitious people, making Princess Vivian's personal safety quite dangerous. Lin Qingshou relayed the information reported by the Anlin system. Chapter 438. 1,500 tons of gold reward. Behind this prince were many ministers who had suffered under the empress's rule for nearly a century. This time, they were determined to bring down the so-called empress. Moreover, it was said that Prince Arthur had started to make contact with the Americans, and this group of assassins was just the vanguard. Those coming afterward would not be ordinary assassins. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshi's expression became serious. If they were in contact with the Americans, it meant that the next assassins could likely be those Jin warriors from Helan. However, logically, they shouldn't dare to come to China. Was there some kind of conspiracy involved? Would they try to use this opportunity to pit Lin Qinshe against the Americans, or was there something else going on? Suddenly, Lin Qinshe thought of something and hurriedly rushed out, bursting into the presidential suite where the princesses were staying. He opened a door to find a figure just emerging from the bathroom. Their eyes met, and Victoria screamed and quickly turned back into the bathroom. Lin Qinshe stood there blinking and muttering that foreigners are indeed more open and don't like to wear clothes. The scene had left a deep impression on him. Although he knew Victoria had a good figure, seeing it so directly was still quite impressive. Chapter 439, Amusement Park. He wanted to see how much 1,500 tons of gold really was. As far as he knew, the entire China only had 2,000 tons of gold. Completing this task would instantly give him a gold reserve to rival that of all of China. So much gold piled together must be quite a spectacle. Lin Qinshe immediately called Li Qing, who was far away abroad. We need to transfer the task of the mysterious organization to the U.S. There's something that needs you to do, the sooner the better. Lin Qinshe had power abroad now, making things much easier. He shared his thoughts and plans with Li Qing, telling him to plan the itinerary himself and quickly resolve all the troubles regarding Princess Vivian so she could smoothly ascend to the throne. Lin Qinshe instructed Li Qing that he only needed to tell him the desired outcome, and everything else was up to Li Qing to arrange. The final result would definitely satisfy Lin Qinshe. After finishing all this, Lin Qinshe lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Qinshe felt an itch in his nose, sneezed, and woke up. When he realized that the one who had caused his itch was Princess Vivian, his morning grumpiness faded quite a bit. Chapter 440. The queue-jumping farce at the amusement park. She planned to remain single for a while, waiting for an opportunity to reconcile with Lin Qinshe, proving that she regretted her decision and still loved him. The period of being single would serve as her punishment to express her sincerity in wanting to return to his side. Now, he had also reached her internship period. She looked down on ordinary jobs, and without work, she had no money, so she could only work at a foreign trade company run by a distant relative. Today happened to be her day off, so she planned to visit the D amusement park alone. To her surprise, while trying to relax, she encountered a queue-jumping incident. And it just so happened that the person in front of her was the one cutting in line. Evidence. What I say is evidence. A muscular man aggressively stepped forward, ready to slap he. Although he thought he was quite beautiful, the woman beside him, who was being flirtatious, was a priority over someone he needed to build a relationship with. The people around, who had initially been speaking up for he because they disliked queue jumpers, quickly backed off upon seeing the muscular man ready to hit someone, and they fell silent.